On my way back to the company, I felt a surge of heat coursing through my body. From time to time, I stole glances at the rearview mirror, where a young woman with cascading hair, an alluring figure, and clad in a form-fitting dress was seated on a man's lap. Her back turned towards me. Her countenance was enchanting as she wrapped her arms around the man's neck, moving her hips in a slow, rhythmic manner, letting out breathy sighs that stirred an undeniable heat within me. This continued until we were nearly at the company entrance. Suddenly, the man grasped the woman tightly, causing her upper body to fall onto his face as she gasped for breath. After a moment, she adjusted her dress and, blushing, descended from his lap, her face youthful and beautiful. I exited the vehicle, my gaze fixated on the alluring curves of Joya, who was wrapped snugly in her dress, leaving me in a state of turmoil. At just over 20, in the prime of my youth, witnessing such a scene in the car was overwhelming for me. Yet, I had no choice but to endure it. The reason was simple. I was merely a driver, and the couple in the back seat consisted of my boss, Chen Haifeng, and his secretary, Zhou Yiye. As my boss's woman, I knew I could not harbor any thoughts about her. Just as I was grappling with the implications of their earlier encounter, I unexpectedly collided with a soft body, feeling the impact against two remarkable softnesses. Looking up, I was taken aback to find it was Zhou Yiye. A lingering blush from the car ride still adorned her cheeks as she clutched her chest and glared at me. "Lin Dong, did you intentionally bump into my chest?" "I did not." "Don't say such things," I replied, startled and glancing around nervously. Zhou Yiye was Chen Haifeng's woman. If he overheard such words, I could very well be dismissed from my position. "Did you or did you not bump into me?" She pressed, her gaze unwavering. Instinctively, my eyes drifted to her chest as she continued to rub her bosom. The snugness of her dress accentuated her figure, and with her hand moving over her chest, it appeared as though she might spill out of her attire. My breath caught at the sight, and I stammered, "I didn't mean to. I didn't expect you to be around the corner." Zhou Yiye seemed to ponder my explanation for a moment before leaning in closer, suddenly asking, "Was it nice in the car just now?" "I didn't see anything," I stuttered, instinctively retreating a step. Seeing my anxious demeanor, she couldn't suppress a giggle and shot me a teasing glance. "Then how do you explain your reaction?" I found myself at a loss for words that moment. Zhou Yiye began walking towards Chen Haifeng's office, stating, "I'm going to tell Chen Haifeng that you're being a rogue," and bumped into my chest. "Your tent is the evidence, wait," I exclaimed, startled, and hurried after her. "I truly didn't mean to bump into you. Can you calm down?" She halted, turned to face me, and with a playful smirk asked, "Does that mean if I calm down, you'll agree to anything I ask?" "What do you want?" I inquired cautiously, wary of her intentions. With a mischievous smile, Zhou Yiye replied, "Just let me poke you once, and I'll let you off the hook." I glared at her, feeling a mix of annoyance and helplessness, but ultimately relented, cautioning, "Just once." "All right, just once," she declared, her triumph evident. However, the moment she did poke me, I froze, unable to articulate my feelings as they swirled in a complex manner. Then, Zhou Yiye laughed, "I was just teasing you. Your boss has called for you. He needs you in his office." Embarrassment washed over me as I realized I had fallen into her trap at the corner. She had been playing with me all along. But what could I do? After all, she was Chen Haifeng's confidant. Knowing I couldn't provoke her, I kept my distance, took a deep breath to compose myself, and approached Chen Haifeng's office, knocking on the door. "Come in," came his voice from within. I stepped inside to find him seated behind his desk. Upon seeing me, he offered me a cigarette. "You arrived at the perfect time. I wanted to discuss something with you." "Just let me know what you need, Chun," I replied promptly, refusing the cigarette and placing it behind my EA driver. I understood that while my boss could overlook certain things, I must remain aware of my own position. The incident with Zhou Yiye had left me feeling uneasy, and I feared he might discern something amiss. "This matter is rather delicate," Chen Haifeng began, lighting the cigarette and taking a deep drag before exhaling slowly. His gaze fixed on me, his tone heavy. He stated, "I want you to seduce my wife at Chen. Please don't joke with me." I stammered, nearly leaping from my seat. Who had asked someone to seduce their own wife? To my astonishment, Chen Haifeng showed no sign of jest. His eyes remained locked on me as he reiterated, "I am not joking. I mean it." "No, no, no," I protested vehemently, shaking my head. "I cannot do that. I truly cannot." "I essay that you cannot? or that you simply do not wish to?" Chen Haifeng's brow furrowed as he noticed my reluctance, his demeanor growing colder. I sensed the chill in his gaze and felt a wave of dread wash over me, too intimidated to respond, standing there with my head bowed, unable to meet his eyes. My thoughts spiraled in confusion. How could anyone request such a thing? Chen Haifeng, appearing increasingly impatient, lit another cigarette and laid his cards on the table. "Let me be frank. You are aware that Zhou Yiye is pregnant, correct?" "Yes," I replied, my heart settling slightly as I began to piece together the situation. Zhou Yiye, my boss's secretary, had been a recent graduate, beautiful and young. She had been taken under Chen Haifeng's wing shortly after joining the company last summer, with me often acting as a cover for their rendezvous. As long as the boss was seen with me, the mistress would not inquire further. In reality, while Chen Haifeng indulged in his escapades with Zhou Yiye at hotels, I remained in the car, providing the necessary cover that allowed him to maintain appearances, both at home and elsewhere. Things had been smooth sailing until recently. Zhou Yiye had been understanding and unassuming. However, since her pregnancy 2 months ago, she had transformed, beginning to assert herself as the boss's wife. In private, she relentlessly leveraged her pregnancy to pressure Mr. Chen, compelling him to confront his wife about divorce, thus placing Mr. Chen in an exceedingly precarious position. At this juncture, it is imperative to delve into Mr. Chen's rise to prominence. Presently, he owns a construction and decoration company, comprising 4 engineering teams, with an annual income ranging from 2 to 3 million. However, his earlier years were far from illustrious. It was through the connections of his wife's father that he secured numerous municipal renovation projects, leading him to his current status. Thus, choosing to divorce as the unfaithful party would bear significant repercussions. "You need only to be aware," he stated, exhaling smoke as he continued, "I am well acquainted with Yiye's temperament. She is a woman of both words and actions. If I cannot divorce my wife in the near term, she will confront my wife with her condition. Therefore, I wish for you to seduce my wife, to entice her into bed, so that I may subsequently propose a divorce." "This is beyond my capacity, Mr. Chen," I replied, despite comprehending his intentions. The notion of seducing the boss's wife felt utterly absurd at Mr. Chen, unperturbed, looked at me with a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Did you not frequently remind me that without me, you would not be where you are today? Why, then, do you refuse to comply with my request? Is your gratitude merely lip service?" But Mr. Chen, his words instilled a profound sense of guilt within me. He had indeed treated me well. While others earned a mere 3,000 a month, he had generously granted me 5,000 at last year. During the new year, he even lent me his Mercedes E300 to drive home, a gesture that inspired envy from countless acquaintances. "There are no buts," he interjected, sensing my wavering resolve. "Is my wife not beautiful?" In that moment, an image of the elegant and graceful mistress, Lin Miaoxue, flooded my mind. Though in her 30s, she bore no signs of age, exuding a captivating charm and beauty, with an oval face and sparkling almond-shaped eyes. Standing at 168 centimeters, her figure was a perfect hourglass, contrasting sharply with her dignified elegance, making her the epitome of femininity. 3 years ago, upon my first encounter with her, I was astounded by her beauty. I could hardly believe such a woman existed, and I dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Yet, 3 years later, Mr. Chan was asking me to seduce her. I found myself inexplicably flustered, my heart racing uncontrollably at the thought, as if it might leap from my chest. I hesitated to meet Mr. Chen's gaze, my voice barely above a whisper. "But Mr. Chen, I am merely a driver. The mistress would never take notice of me. I fear I cannot assist you." "Ah, this demonstrates your lack of understanding of women," Mr. Chen remarked, observing my shifting demeanor with satisfaction. "Women are inherently emotional beings. Their concerns lie not in wealth, but in affection, in the warmth of a man's attentiveness. Did I possess wealth when I first courted Lin Miaoxue? I was no better off than you, laboring for a mere 50 yuan a day. Yet, she chose to marry me. Trust me, if you show genuine care for my wife, you will soon find an opportunity to seduce her." With that, Mr. Chen rose, retrieving the keys to his Mercedes, dismissing any objections. "It is settled. From this day forth, you shall reside in my home, and I will facilitate your encounters, though silent, I felt a flicker of something ignite within me, the vision of the mistress's alluring figure lingering in my thoughts. Mr. Chin's residence was a villa in the heart of the city, spanning 3 stories. Just before exiting the car, he offered a few more instructions, then opened the door. The moment I stepped inside, I was captivated by the sight of the stunning mistress, elegantly seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. The form-fitting, soft fabric of her dress accentuated her curves exquisitely, her flat abdomen and fair skin radiating beauty, while her long, slender legs extended gracefully. Beneath the hem, "Darling, I've been quite busy at the company lately. Xiao Lin will be staying with us for a while," Mr. Chung casually informed her as he placed his bag on the table. "Let him stay. We have plenty of rooms, and Xiao Lin is no stranger," she replied, familiar with my presence after 3 years of being Mr. Chen's driver. Yet the dynamic had shifted. Before, I had nothing to fear, but now, hearing her consent ignited the memories of Mr. Chen's request in my mind. As I gazed at her, my eyes unwittingly wandered over her exquisite form, my heart racing uncontrollably. Thoughts spiraled chaotically within me, my breath quickening. "Shaolin, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" Suddenly, the gentle, melodious voice of the mistress interrupted my reverie. When I looked up, she had approached me without my noticing. With a poised demeanor, she reached out to touch my forehead, curiously remarking, "Not very warm." How peculiar! My face reddened further, for she stood just before me, her tall stature allowing me to behold her breathtaking figure without needing to lower my gaze, and I could detect the subtle fragrance that enveloped her. Seemingly oblivious to my fluster, she withdrew her hand, then tenderly said, "Since your forehead isn't warm, wait here. I'll fetch a thermometer to check." No need, mistress, that I need to use the restroom," I stammered, seeking an escape from my overwhelming embarrassment, and hurriedly retreated to the bathroom, leaning against the door and gasping for breath, my mind consumed by the image of her standing so close to be precise. My thoughts were fixated on the alluring contours of her figure. The reason for my retreat was twofold. I felt guilty, and I was concerned about an inappropriate physical reaction that I feared she might perceive, making her think ill of me. Outside, the mistress, Lin Miaoshu, observed my panicked retreat with curiosity and turned to Mr. Chun, inquiring, "What's wrong with Shaolin? He seems rather odd today." Mr. Chun chuckled, rising to approach her, wrapping his arm around her waist and playfully stating, "Perhaps her beauty is simply too much for him to handle," causing him to flee to the restroom. "Don't be ridiculous. Shaolin is not that sort of person." The mistress, poised and dignified, shot Mr. Chen a disapproving look. Concerned that I might witness them in such an intimate posture, she shyly attempted to push him away. "Let go of me. It would be so embarrassing for Shaolin to see this. Oh, what if he sees? It's perfectly natural for a couple to be affectionate. What's the harm?" Mr. Chun feigned ignorance, refusing to release her, his hand gradually sliding lower, chuckling. "Why should it matter? It's merely a display of marital affection." "That may be, but I find it embarrassing. I shall go prepare dinner." The proprietress felt a tingling sensation along her lower back, eliciting a blush that crept onto her cheeks. She gently pushed aside Mr. Chun and, with a gaze full of allure, remarked, "I shall prepare dinner first. Let us discuss matters later this evening." Mr. Chin settled back onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette as he observed the graceful silhouette of the proprietress retreating to the kitchen, her face still flushed. His emotions were conflicted. On one hand, he yearned for liberation through divorce, yet on the other, he felt an inexplicable discomfort at the thought of his driver seducing his wife. At that moment, I emerged from the restroom and surveyed the surroundings. The proprietress was busy in the kitchen, while the boss sat on the sofa, his expression dark and inscrutable, lost in thought. Noticing my presence, Mr. Chun beckoned me over, but he scrutinized me from head to toe before breaking into a smile and asking, "You didn't engage in any mischief in the restroom, did you?" "What mischief?" I feigned ignorance. Mr. Chun glanced at my hands. "Have you been working on those muscular arms?" "No, absolutely not," I responded, shaking my head vigorously, unwilling to concede. Seeing my denial, Mr. Chun did not press further. Instead, he instructed me, "If that is the case, after dinner, you should retire a bit later and pay attention to the sounds coming from my room." "What sounds?" I momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. Mr. Chin chuckled softly, casting another meaningful look at my hands. You will understand in due time. I fear you may find it difficult to restrain yourself once you hear them. Chapter 3. Eavesdropping at Night. Shaolin, you shall reside in this room, Mr. Chun declared after dinner. He had arranged for me to stay in a room adjacent to the master bedroom on the eastern side of the second floor, which, as fate would have it, was right next to the quarters of Mr. Chun and the lady of the house. Originally, this room had been meticulously decorated to accommodate a future child, allowing for immediate care should the need arise. However, after a decade of marriage, the lady of the house had yet to conceive, leaving the room unoccupied. I bore no particular sentiments regarding my assigned lodgings. I would dwell wherever the proprietor deemed fit. Yet, Mrs. Lin Miaoshua, upon noticing my placement adjacent to their quarters, cast a glance laden with subtle disapproval. Nevertheless, she was a woman of grace and refinement, opting not to voice her objections directly in my presence. Instead, she addressed Mr. Chun in a gentle tone. There are plenty of other rooms available. Why must this one be chosen? It is meant for our future child. Her composed demeanor belied the discontent in her eyes, as Mr. Chun's decision placed me uncomfortably close to her sanctuary. This room was a labor of love, crafted for the arrival of their offspring, and proximity to her master suite compromised her privacy. Unperturbed by her veiled protest, Mr. Chun brushed aside her concerns with a nonchalant tone. After so many years of marriage without a child, who knows when one might arrive? Besides, Shaolin is not a stranger. He further justified his decision by noting my busy work schedule, which warranted my proximity for ease of transportation. With that, Mr. Chun ushered me into the room, his laughter echoing warmly. Shaolin, come, behold your new abode. The wardrobe is stocked with fresh silk bedding and a mattress. You may arrange it yourself, and be sure to turn on the air conditioning for the night. Realizing the decision had been made, Mrs. Lin resigned herself to the situation, her gaze reflecting a sense of helplessness. While her husband had many admirable qualities, he often approached matters with a bluntness that overlooked the nuances of their domestic life, such as placing their driver next door. Yet, Mrs. Lin, not only possessing beauty and poise but also an impeccable upbringing, entered the room with a smile. Retrieving sheets and silk quilts from the wardrobe, with a soft tone, she offered, as a man, you might not be accustomed to making a bed. Allow me to assist you. I could not help but marvel at her beauty. Her radiant smile felt like a beam of light piercing through my heart. I found myself momentarily entranced, but quickly regained my composure, hastily insisting, no, I can manage the bedding myself. I have served in the military, and making a bed and folding sheets are among the most basic skills I possess. As I uttered those words, I deliberately avoided casting a glance at the enchanting proprietress, my heart racing with an overwhelming sense of trepidation. The words spoken by Mr. Chen earlier in the company echoed in my mind, urging me to entice the proprietress, a notion so far beyond my humble origins as a mere rural man. Stealing glances at the exquisite proprietress, I felt a tumult of excitement and despair, acutely aware of my unworthiness in her presence. It seemed she, too, recalled my past as a soldier. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and smiled, saying, I forgot, Shaolin, you were in the army. But since you are at my home, consider yourself a guest. Do not stand on ceremony. Treat it as your own abode. The proprietress continued her tasks without hesitation, her gentle smile illuminating the room as she meticulously smoothed the bed linens. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a divine glow upon her, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. I was utterly mesmerized, having never observed her so closely before, as my previous role as a driver had dictated an unspoken boundary. How could I dare to gaze upon my employer's wife for an extended period? That would be sacrilege. At that moment, I felt a firm hand grasp my shoulder, startling me. Turning to see Mr. Chun, who had somehow come up beside me, he squeezed my shoulder with a knowing smile in his eyes. While admiring the proprietress, whose silhouette was gracefully bent over, he remarked with a hint of significance, make sure to retire early tonight. Do not stay up too late, understood? Understood, Mr. Chun, I replied, though my mind was preoccupied with his earlier admonition about being attentive to the happenings in his room that evening. What could these happenings entail? My curiosity was piqued, leaving me in a state of anxious anticipation. As the clock struck 10, sleep eluded me, and a sense of restlessness enveloped me. Despite the summer heat being alleviated by the remarkable Dakin air conditioning system in Mr. Chen's home, I soon realized that the source of my unease stemmed from Mr. Chen's cryptic warning. My curiosity was thoroughly ignited, even though I remained oblivious to the specific nature of the events he wished for me to heed. At 10:30, sounds began to emanate from the adjacent room. Though muffled by the wall, I could discern the faint murmur of conversation, perhaps intertwined with other sounds. Pressing my ear against the wall, I strained to catch the dialogue between Mr. Chun and the proprietress. It was evident that Mr. Chun was making requests, while the proprietress was delicately declining. As is well known, curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity, and I am no exception, especially during my early 20s. When I was filled with youthful vigor, I found myself haunted by a particular phrase planted in my mind by Mr. Chun at the company. "I want you to seduce my wife." This statement lingered like a poison, incessantly tormenting my inner thoughts. Consequently, I began to waver, torn between conflicting voices within me. One, akin to a devil, incessantly lured me to leave my room and eavesdrop outside the master bedroom of Mr. Chun and the boss's wife, promising clearer insights into their affairs. The other voice, reminiscent of a sage, chastised me, imploring, "Lin Dong, what you intend to do is wrong. Eavesdropping on others is beneath you. Have you considered the consequences? If discovered, what will you do?" The boss's wife, with her dignified and reserved nature, would surely be furious. And Mr. Chin might dismiss you. Yet, the insidious voice persisted. "What is the harm? You are here at Mr. Chin's behest, tasked with observing the happenings in his room. As a driver earning your wage from the boss, isn't it your duty to heed his words?" These two voices wrestled fervently in my mind. Gradually, the devil's persuasion began to prevail. Such is human nature. When one seeks to justify their actions, they can conjure countless rationalizations. After a strenuous internal struggle, I resolved to stealthily approach the threshold of Mr. Chen's bedroom to discern the sounds within. However, eavesdropping comes at a price. As I prepared to exit, my heart raced as if it might leap from my throat, terrified that any noise might alert the boss's wife. In a moment of trepidation, I left my slippers behind, stepping out barefoot, fearing that the sound of shoes would betray me. In that moment, I felt akin to a guilty thief. The distance to Mr. Chun and the boss's wife's room was a mere 2 meters, yet under the cloak of night, everything was eerily silent. Ordinarily, such a short distance would pose no challenge. Yet it took me a full minute to traverse it. Each step heightened my anxiety, and the surge of adrenaline left my back drenched in sweat. I felt that a mere tap on my shoulder might send my spirit fleeing. Nevertheless, I reached the door of the boss's wife's room, and after a desperate attempt to moisten my dry lips, I cautiously leaned in. The proximity indeed bore fruit. I could faintly catch snippets of conversation between Mr. Chun and his wife. At that moment, the boss's wife's voice, akin to a melodious aureole, floated through the air, imbued with shyness and a hint of restraint. Upon hearing her voice, I felt invigorated, as if electrified. Chapter 4. The work of God. The soft, bashful voice of the proprietress continued to emerge from within. "Darling, please don't. It's south too close with Xiao Lin residing next door. If we make any noise, it would be terribly embarrassing. Are you not going to be considerate of your wife?" Soon, the deep, resolute voice of Mr. Chin resonated. "No, we agreed before dinner that you would wait until tonight." Moments later, Mr. Chun's voice returned, this time adopting a more coaxing tone. "Besides, it's quite late now. Xiao Lin has long since fallen asleep. There's nothing to worry about. Just hold it in. If you remain silent, it will be fine." After a brief silence, the proprietress appeared swayed by Mr. Chin's words, although some hesitation lingered. "But dear, I'm still afraid I might not be able to hold back." With a playful pout, she reproached Mr. Chun. "You know, this is partly your fault. How could you arrange for Xiao Lin to be in the room next door? It's quite inconvenient. After all, he is still a man. Have you considered my feelings? It's rather embarrassing for me, and yet you agreed to it without a second thought. You've always regarded Xiao Lin as a younger brother, haven't you? What is there to fear if your brother lives next door? Even if he hears, it's not a big deal." Mr. Chin chuckled nonchalantly, adding with a grin, "Moreover, Xiao Lin is still a novice in such matters. If he overhears, it might even provide him with some inspiration." "How do you know he is a novice?" the proprietress inquired, intrigued. "Xiao Lin seems quite honest and isn't unattractive. How could he have never had a girlfriend?" "Well, he was in the army before, wasn't he? Where would he find the time to court a girlfriend?" Mr. Chun explained, then humorously recounted my embarrassing moment. "I know he is still a novice because when I entertained clients, I arranged for him to meet a lady. When she merely touched his hand, he turned as red as a beet and stumbled away, nearly bringing me to tears with laughter. I was standing outside the door when Mr. Chen recounted this. My face burned with embarrassment. What he said was indeed true. However, I felt it was inappropriate, particularly since I believe my first experience should be with someone I truly cared for, rather than a lady whose name I could not even recall. Additionally, I felt Mr. Chen's disclosure of my awkward incident in front of the proprietress was somewhat excessive, as I feared it might tarnish the favorable impression she had of me, given that she viewed me as a man of good character and quality. Yet, the proprietress's thoughts were evidently not on me. Soon the room echoed with her voice. You arranged for a lady for Shaolin? What about yourself? Did you arrange one for yourself as well? Certainly. There is no comparison. My wife is extraordinarily beautiful. How could any unseemly woman possibly rival her? While I have encountered upward compatibility, have you ever seen downward compatibility? Mr. Chen, having thrived in the business world for over a decade, possesses remarkable reflexes. Upon hearing Mr. Chen's words, the tone of the proprietress transformed into one of delight and shyness, her voice as melodious as that of a golden oriole, softly responding, that's more like it. Subsequently, the voices within the room faded into silence. A faint rustling sound emerged, indistinct yet tantalizing, akin to a cat's claws incessantly scratching at one's heart, compelling me to press my ear closer to the door. At this moment, I could decipher a bit more, although I instinctively disregarded Mr. Chen's voice, focusing instead on that of the proprietress. She was breathing heavily, seemingly suppressing herself. If I failed to grasp what Mr. Chen and the proprietress were engaged in at that moment, I would truly be a fool, for surely, one need not experience everything to understand it. Furthermore, the reality starkly contradicted Mr. Chen's earlier claims. Whenever he entertained clients in such establishments, he would select the technicians, often opting for two at a time, entirely contrary to his assertion of downward incompatibility. Only the proprietress would be gullible enough to believe him. Reflecting on the dignified silhouette and exquisite visage of the proprietress as she laid down the sheets for me under the slanting rays of the setting sun, I couldn't help but feel she deserved far better than to be with such a scoundrel as Mr. Chen. Lost in thought, my subconscious arm inadvertently pressed against the doorknob. And to my astonishment, the door to the proprietress's room was not locked. The door, which had been firmly shut, suddenly swung open. At that moment, not only did the sounds around me become remarkably clearer, but the scene within the room also sprang into view. Though the lights were not fully illuminated, I could hastily discern Mr. Chen lying flat on the bed. He seemed to notice the door's opening, turned his head towards me, and, upon confirming it was indeed I, a sly smile crept across his lips. However, I had no inclination to smile. I was terrified. The instant the door swung open, my heart raced, and I grasped the doorknob, my heartbeat accelerating to an alarming rate as I exerted all my strength to close the door quietly. At the moment it clicked shut, I felt as though I had just emerged from a swim, my clothes drenched in sweat. Without pausing to catch my breath, I tiptoed back to my room, hastily locking the door behind me, gasping for air, the image frozen in my mind at the instant the proprietress's door had opened. Interestingly, the first figure I had perceived was not the boss, but rather the proprietress. My thoughts were ignited at that moment, akin to an explosion. I beheld a scene that resembled exquisite mutton fat jade, breathtaking and devoid of any flaw, akin to a masterpiece crafted by the divine. Chapter 5. How could you be such a person? Although the room was shrouded in darkness, I could discern the boss lady's back, reminiscent of mutton fat jade. Yet, despite this obscurity, I instinctively knew what she was engaged in. She was seated atop Mr. Chen. What else could a woman be doing in such a position? It is self-evident. The very thought was maddening. Even though I could see nothing but the boss lady's back, my imagination vividly filled in the details, almost instinctively conjuring images of what she might be doing with Mr. Chen. I envisioned the mesmerizing beauty of her face. As these thoughts consumed me, I felt an unbearable heat rising within me. The words spoken by Mr. Chen earlier in the afternoon echoed incessantly in my mind. I want you to seduce my wife. Why do we sometimes suffer? It is merely the flicker of hope for something unattainable that leads to such anguish. Alas, how vexing. Contemplating the scene I had witnessed in the boss lady's room only deepened my melancholy. Why was it Mr. Chen lying on that bed instead of me? How splendid it would have been if I were the one. Why could such a despicable man encounter a woman as remarkable as the boss lady, while I could not? If only I could share a bed with her, it would truly be worth dying for. Thus, sleep eluded me. I retrieved my phone and began to search for websites, indeed, unsavory ones. Yet, I cannot entirely blame myself. The fault lies with the boss's secretary, Zhou Yeye, this enchantress. Zhou Yeye and the boss lady are polar opposites in character. The boss lady is a woman of great poise and dignity. Even a lingering glance at her could evoke feelings of sacrilege. However, Zhou Yeye is entirely different. From the day she became Mr. Chen's secretary, she has often showered him with affectionate inquiries, donning alluring black office attire and high heels, exuding an undeniable sensuality. Initially, I thought little of it, merely perceiving her as a beautiful and enticing woman. However, my perception shifted after several instances where she persuaded Mr. Chen to drive her home. On one occasion, I caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of her performing oral favors for Mr. Chen. I was utterly astonished, as I was driving in front of them, oblivious to my presence. Yet, I cannot deny the profound impact that moment had on me. It was then that I realized the immense allure a woman could hold over a man. It was also during that time, within the confines of my rented room, that I inadvertently stumbled into a new realm of experience through viewing online videos, which became an uncontrollable addiction. I have loathed myself countless times, desperately wishing to quit. However, the enchanting Zhou Yeye would not permit it. I could not discern whether it was intentional, as she always treated me like a mere specter in the back seat while engaging in intimate activities with Mr. Chen, who seemed utterly unconcerned. Each time Mr. Chen would chuckle and say it was a benefit bestowed upon me. It was not until recently, when Zhou Yeye announced her impending marriage to Mr. Chen, that he ceased to present me with such benefits. Driven by sheer determination, I deleted all websites from my phone. Yet, the act of deletion came at a price. I found myself scouring my mobile browser for ages, searching for sites like Mayday and Strawberry Community, only to encounter the disheartening reality that they were inaccessible. In my desperation, I recalled the alluring figure of the proprietress. After a considerable time, I finally stumbled upon a website that piqued my interest. Casting a glance towards the direction of the proprietress's room, mere inches away, I hesitated but ultimately decided to venture to the restroom outside. The soundproofing in that room was inadequate, and without headphones, I dreaded the idea of my phone's sounds being overheard. After all, the voices of those renowned actresses were unmistakably distinctive and could easily lead to social embarrassment. Upon reaching the public restroom on the second floor, I overheard the scene unfolding next door. Mr. Chun resided in a villa with excellent privacy. Thus, the curtains remained drawn back. Under the moonlight, the proprietress, gradually immersed in her desires, blushed deeply, almost as if her cheeks could bleed. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Mr. Chun's neck and, with sultry eyes, uttered, "Husband, I want." What could she possibly desire? Mr. Chun, recalling the earlier moment when he spotted me at the door, feigned a morbid interest, deliberately prompting her for an answer. The proprietress, a woman of classical elegance, felt too bashful to voice her wishes and bit her lip in silence. Mr. Chen was particularly captivated by her shy demeanor, and it was only when she timidly urged him to hasten that he felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, it was at that very moment that Mr. Chen found himself overwhelmed and unable to proceed. "Are you finished?" The proprietress glanced at Mr. Chen uncertainly, her alluring gaze betraying a subtle sense of unfulfilled desire and disappointment. Over the past 6 months, Mr. Chen had seldom returned home, and the number of times they had shared a bed could be counted on one hand. Thus, this encounter ended before it truly began. Recently, the demands of work had been overwhelming, leaving him fatigued. Noticing the disappointment in the proprietress's eyes, Mr. Chen's male pride instinctively prompted him to offer an explanation. Since Zhou Yeye's pregnancy, he had indeed felt both physically and mentally exhausted. "Well then, you should rest early. I shall freshen up," the proprietress replied, rising from the bed. Though somewhat disappointed, her high emotional intelligence prevented her from saying more. Such matters were a man's source of shame. If they could remain unspoken, it was best to do so. However, understanding did not equate to a lack of personal disappointment. After showering, the proprietress emerged to find Mr. Chen already asleep. With a soft sigh, she hesitated for a moment, then donned the nightgown she had chosen with care for the occasion before gently exiting the room. Under the moonlight, her legs appeared long and slender, her silhouette exquisitely perfect. Meanwhile, I was engrossed in a film in the public restroom on the second floor. Initially, I had the volume set quite low, but gradually, I felt it was insufficient, making it impossible to hear clearly. Moreover, it was late, and the proprietress and Mr. Chen were in their rooms with private bathrooms, making it unlikely for them to venture to the public restroom. Thus, I mustered the courage to gradually increase the volume of the film. As I watched the movie, my mind wandered back to the scene I had witnessed in the proprietress's room. At that critical moment, the restroom door, which typically remained untouched, unexpectedly swung open. The figure of the proprietress appeared at the threshold. I was startled by the sudden noise, and upon realizing it was her, I was rendered speechless, stammering, "Madam, you, Lin Miaoxue opened the door, glanced at my hands, and was momentarily taken aback as the phone continued to emit indecent sounds. It didn't take long for her to regain her composure, her face flushing with a mixture of shame and anger. "How could you be such a person?" she exclaimed in indignation before turning on her heel and departing without another word. Chapter 6. A guilt-ridden nightmare. It was over. I was terrified by the proprietress's anger. After a brief moment of panic, I instinctively followed her out, grasping her wrist in desperation. The moment I touched her, I was struck by the astonishing smoothness of her skin. Yet, my mind was far removed from such thoughts. It was consumed with an urgent desire to explain myself. However, the proprietress's reaction was entirely unexpected. The instant I seized her wrist, she seemed to recoil as if scalded, swiftly shaking off my hand. Her eyes, usually gentle, now glimmered with both wariness and ire as she confronted me, demanding, "Lin Dong, what do you intend to do?" I had never witnessed her anger before. My previous impressions of her were of a dignified woman, gentle as water, possessing a soft demeanor akin to an untouchable goddess. This was the first time I had seen her in such a state of fury, and my heart plummeted. It was not solely because of her anger, but also due to the way she had recoiled as if I had burned her, slightly singeing my pride. Nevertheless, an explanation was necessary, and I forced myself to gather my scattered emotions, pleading with her, "Madam, please allow me to explain." "Explain what?" she interrupted, her tone sharp. "I witnessed your lewd actions in the restroom. Do you wish to claim that I was mistaken?" At this juncture, her gaze shifted to me, filled with disappointment. "Shaolin, I had thought you to be a decent young man. I felt secure allowing you to drive for my husband, yet I never anticipated." Her voice faltered as she glanced down, her face flushed with shame and indignation. "How could you engage in such disgraceful conduct in my own home?" I stood there, utterly at a loss, gazing at my reprimanding boss, my heart heavy with shame and regret. Yet, in that moment, I found myself unable to articulate any justification to her, rendering my feelings indescribable. Struck dumb, I remained silent. The boss, noticing my reticence, let out a cold huff before turning to retreat to her room, seemingly unwilling to engage further. "Wait, don't go," I implored, stepping forward despite the turmoil within me, torn by remorse and uncertainty on how to explain myself. Deep down, I dreaded the thought of her departure, for it would indelibly etch a sordid impression of me in her mind, a prospect I wished to avoid at all costs. However, my boss was evidently wary of me. As I took a step closer, she cast a wary glance toward the nearby bedroom door and warned, "You'd best not follow me, or I shall call my husband. He is not yet asleep." Despite my fear, an urge to explain surged within me, for the earlier incident had been unbearably awkward. Who could have anticipated that she would enter just as I was occupied with my own indiscretion? Besides, her room had its own private restroom, and I never imagined she would venture out to the communal facilities at such an hour. Yet, voicing my thoughts now seemed futile. The die had been cast. Seeing my lingering intent to pursue the matter, she turned toward the bedroom and feigned calling out for her husband, her lips forming the words "darling." "No, no, I won't come any closer. I'll return to my room right now." Terrified, my heart raced as I raised my hands in surrender, signaling my retreat, and, sensing her lingering doubt, I hurried back to my own quarters, my emotions a tangled mess. Once in my room, I could not help but slap myself in frustration. Why had I succumbed to such temptation? Why hadn't I locked the restroom door? Now, everything was laid bare before my boss, and I could only wonder what thoughts plagued her mind about me. Surely, she must perceive me as a man of questionable character, particularly lewd in nature. I felt a pang of injustice, for I had never been with a woman, and such acts were not my desire. Yet, external stimuli often proved too tempting to resist. As I pondered this, the alluring figure of Secretary Zhou Yiya flitted through my mind. It was all her fault. Had she not been so brazen, seducing my boss in the car, I would not have developed this unfortunate habit. After all, I am a normal man. What man could remain indifferent upon witnessing such acts in his own back seat? Even a monk would likely react in some manner. How infuriating. The thought of Zhou Yeye filled me with ire, for in my eyes, my boss had always been a goddess. I revered her deeply, never daring to harbor any disrespectful thoughts. To think that I could tarnish the image I had cultivated in her mind was unbearable. How could I not feel distressed? How could I not regret what had transpired? I took out my phone and once again deleted the hard-won link, vowing never to indulge in such behavior again. If I did, I would be nothing but a dog. Yet, what was to be done about the proprietress? Would she disclose to Mr. Chun what she had witnessed in the restroom? Although Mr. Chun had encouraged me to entice the proprietress, the occurrence left me feeling unsettled and fearful, even to the point of contemplating a hasty retreat to my rented room. Ultimately, however, I remained, albeit with a sense of trepidation, finding it difficult to sleep as my mind was burdened with thoughts. It wasn't until dawn that I finally drifted into a hazy slumber. In my dreams, I was beset by vivid images. I envisioned Zhou Ye seated in a car, suddenly lowering her head to attend to Mr. Chun. I also dreamt of myself in the restroom with 5 sisters, only to have the proprietress swing open the door, her expression one of sheer astonishment as she beheld me. Gradually, my attention shifted to the attire worn by the proprietress. I then realized she was clad in a delicate nightgown, its soft fabric hugging her form. Though separated by clothing, certain alluring contours remained subtly visible, igniting my imagination. Then, the scene abruptly shifted. Mr. Chun and the proprietress appeared before me, with her standing behind him, embodying a blend of fragility, grievance, and indignation. Mr. Chun, his face etched with fury, seized my collar and lifted me off the ground. His expression was one of intense anger, as if he were about to devour me. How dare you, Lin Dong, engage in such shameless behavior in front of my wife? In that moment, I jolted awake. Upon opening my eyes, I found Mr. Chun seated at the head of my bed. Startled, I sat up immediately, overwhelmed with guilt, stammering, "Mr. Chun, what is that expression on your face?" Observing my panic, Mr. Chun chuckled softly. "I noticed you hadn't risen for a long time, so I came to wake you. To find you so frightened is quite amusing." As he spoke, a knowing smile crept onto his lips, and he inquired, "What have you done that might betray my trust?" It was only then that I realized my previous encounter had been a dream. Instinctively, I glanced behind Mr. Chun, relieved to see no sign of the proprietress, and evasively replied, No, nothing at all." "Are you certain?" Mr. Chun continued to gaze at me, his amusement unwavering. Chapter 7. You are still too young. Mr. Chun had fought fiercely in the marketplace for over a decade, exuding a commanding presence. Under the scrutiny of his unwavering gaze, I felt a wave of guilt wash over me, immediately wondering if the proprietress had revealed to him what she had seen in the restroom the previous night. Was that why he had sought me out so early? Yet, one cannot escape the human tendency towards denial. I dared not mention the events of that night, instead murmuring, "Mr. Chun, I am but a simple country person, often neglecting the consequences of my actions. Please, guide me in areas where I falter. Refrain from casually mentioning rural folk. What is so remarkable about rural individuals? If we delve into our ancestry, who among us is not connected to rural origins? I, too, hail from a rural background. Yet now many feel compelled to act according to my demeanor. It is imperative to remember that dignity and reputation are earned through one's own efforts, not bestowed by others. If you hold yourself in contempt, others will surely follow suit. Engaging in self-pity and adopting a pitiful facade serves no purpose, you see." Upon hearing me speak of rural people, Mr. Chun's smile faded, and with a tone imbued with admonition, he offered me a thorough lecture. "I must admit, Mr. Chun is indeed a man with an exceptionally keen sense of perception. In truth, I had indulged in a hint of self-pity, a natural human instinct. When faced with those in authority, one instinctively reveals their vulnerable side, much like a wolf submits by exposing its belly to the alpha. I find myself in a similar plight. I am reluctant to relinquish what I currently possess, not merely my monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, but also my access to a Mercedes-Benz E300, which provides me with considerable vanity. Furthermore, I do not wish to lose sight of the boss lady. In my eyes, she is the most beautiful and captivating woman in the world. However, due to her stunning allure, I have never dared to entertain inappropriate thoughts until yesterday afternoon in the office, when Mr. Chin planted a mischievous seed in my mind, leading me to entertain a rather irreverent notion towards the boss lady. Yet, Mr. Chen's words struck me profoundly. Dignity and reputation are earned, not granted. What man lacks ambition? I understood, Mr. Chun. A tumult of thoughts surged within me as I nodded in acknowledgement. Satisfied with my response, Mr. Chun resumed his cheerful demeanor and candidly inquired about his purpose for visiting. Did you find last night exciting? It was then that I realized Mr. Chun had not come due to a complaint from the boss lady, but rather regarding my eavesdropping from the previous night. The memory of the boss lady's enchanting calls of husband and her exquisite back silhouette compelled me to nod in agreement. Does my wife have a good figure? Mr. Chun asked again. I lifted my gaze to meet his, hesitant to respond, as the boss lady is Mr. Chun's wife, a subject fraught with male sensitivities. I feared that speaking the truth might provoke his ire. However, Mr. Chun displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he offered me a cigarette with a grin, encouraging me to speak freely, saying, "No worries, I saw you last night. If I minded, I would have sent you packing long ago." I still refrained from taking the cigarette he proffered, habitually placing it behind my ear. As a driver, one must always remain cognizant of their identity. When the boss offers you a cigarette with courtesy, it is a sign of respect. However, if you indiscriminately flaunt a cigarette between your lips with an air of arrogance, it indicates a lack of self-awareness regarding your position. Nevertheless, it was evident that President Chun intended to cultivate a closer relationship with me. Upon noticing me resting a cigarette on my ear, he seized it without hesitation and placed it in my mouth, even producing a lighter to ignite it. Taken aback by this unexpected attention, I hastily declined his offer and lit the cigarette myself. Observing my reaction, President Chun nodded in satisfaction and inquired, honestly, how do you find my wife's figure? In my mind's eye, I recalled the elegant silhouette of the boss's wife, akin to jade, and mustered the courage to nod in agreement. Ah, you are still young. Once you've encountered more women, you will truly understand what constitutes an exquisite beauty. My wife's figure is not merely good. Its excellence can only be appreciated through deeper acquaintance. At this juncture, President Chun smiled knowingly and lamented. If she were not struggling to conceive, and if Zhou Ye were not fortuitously pregnant, I would be reluctant to allow you any advantage. Not only would I not permit you to seduce my wife, but even a lingering glance in her direction would prompt me to gouge out your eyes. I dared not respond, my thoughts drifting to the awkward incident from the previous night when I had been caught by the boss's wife. I tentatively inquired, "Where is the boss's wife?" "She's downstairs. I almost forgot to mention it." "Hurry up, your sister-in-law has prepared breakfast. After we eat, accompany me to the company," President Chun urged, clearly recalling the purpose of his visit. Upon descending the stairs, I immediately sought out the boss's wife. She was emerging from the kitchen, placing the prepared dishes onto the dining table. Unlike the soft, feminine attire she had donned yesterday, today she wore something more conservative, a casual ensemble of linen top and pants, complemented by embroidered blue lotus flats. Regardless of her attire, she exuded an astonishing allure, making her age difficult to ascertain. One could easily believe her to be a youthful 25, or perhaps a honeyed 35, or even a perfectly poised 30, without it seeming out of place. In essence, Lin Miaoxue, the boss's wife, was the epitome of a beautiful woman whose age one would overlook at first glance. Her beauty was not superficial like that of Zhou Ye. It was a complex amalgamation of grace, elegance, and regal charm, and she was truly breathtaking in appearance. Given the events of the previous night, I cautiously observed her demeanor as I descended. Yet, she appeared unfazed by the prior incident. Sitting beside President Chun after setting the table and displaying an admirable poise and elegance while dining, taking small bites, neither hurried nor slow. A stark contrast to my own voracious eating habits. As I noticed the proprietress remaining silent, I dared not utter a word, merely bowing my head to eat. Although she appeared composed and refrained from mentioning the events of the previous night to Mr. Chun, I could still sense a subtle distance in her demeanor. After the meal, I saw her heading towards the kitchen and promptly rose to follow her. Observing the enchanting proprietress, I mustered a smile and eagerly offered, "Allow me to wash the dishes." "No need," she replied coldly, dismissing my offer. "It's fine. I insist on doing the dishes," I persisted, stepping forward. "I said no," she reiterated, casting a calm, yet distant glance in my direction. That look, imbued with a sense of alienation, pierced through me, leaving me momentarily frozen and unsure of how to proceed. At the dining table, Mr. Chun, enjoying a post-meal cigarette, observed the interplay between the proprietress and me with a contemplative expression. Chapter 8. The Perceptive Mr. Chen. While driving to the company, my thoughts drifted back to the proprietress's chill demeanor that morning, which seemed a stark contrast to her previous warmth. In the past, she had always been gracious. Every time I accompanied Mr. Chen home, she would warmly invite me in for a brief visit. On one occasion, she even discreetly gifted me a pack of soft Chinese cigarettes, a gesture masked under the pretense of giving it to me in front of Mr. Chen. Yet I had felt her kindness, which stood in stark contrast to her coldness that morning. At that moment, Mr. Chen's voice suddenly broke into my reverie from the back seat. "What happened between you and my wife last night?" Startled, I quickly replied, "Nothing happened at all. I merely mentioned that she seemed a bit off this morning, perhaps a little unhappy." Mr. Chen pondered for a moment before looking at me, uncertainty etched on his face. "Xiaolin, do you think she noticed you when you came in last night?" "Certainly not," I recalled briefly before responding with assurance. The proprietress had her back to me. There was no way she could have seen me. Contemplating this, Mr. Chen seemed to agree. Having been married for so many years, he understood Lin Miaoshua's character, reserved and traditional. Even asking her to perform an intimate act would leave her blushing with embarrassment. If she had caught Lin Dong peeping, she would undoubtedly have reacted with fury. Then, with a hint of trepidation, Mr. Chen looked at me and remarked, "However, Xiaolin, I did not expect you to be so audacious. I initially intended for you to eavesdrop, but you took the bold step of opening the door to spy. Let me tell you, while Lin Miaoshua may appear gentle, she possesses a fundamentally conservative and fierce spirit. If she discovers that you were watching us in our private moments, she certainly would not permit you to remain by my side, making it exceedingly difficult for you to approach her thereafter." I did not intend to open the door, I quickly clarified, sensing his annoyance. I accidentally pressed against the doorknob, and it just swung open. I was startled myself. "Ah, I see," he replied, understanding the situation. Chen, momentarily taken aback, ceased his contemplation, lifted his gaze towards me, and began to impart his wisdom. "However, exercising caution is not a flaw. Women are unlike us men. We tend to be direct and forthright, while women prefer a more gradual approach. This is particularly true when dealing with conservative women like Lin Miaoshua. One must patiently navigate her heart, allowing her to acclimate slowly, thus leading to an inevitable emotional connection. Xiaolin, I must implore you not to jeopardize my endeavors, understand?" I nodded in acknowledgement, my mind drifting to the previous year when Zhou Yia, shortly after joining the company, had taken the initiative to serve Chen with her mouth in the car. Their relationship had escalated rapidly, devoid of any gradual progression. My curiosity piqued, I inquired, "What about Zhou Yia?" At my question, Chen cast a glance my way, and I instantly recognized my misstep. Previously, Chen had merely indulged in a casual dalliance with Zhou Yia, relishing the opportunity to share her charms with me. However, the dynamics had shifted. Now, Chen intended to marry her. The transformation in their status brought about a psychological shift. Zhou Yia was no longer just a fleeting interest, but his fiancée, soon to be his wife. He was understandably disinclined to allow me to speculate about her in his presence. Yet, Chen truly regarded me as a confidant. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and earnestly confided, "Zhou Yia comes from a modest background. Her intentions are driven by financial gain. Even her insistence on marriage is motivated by money. With her, discussions revolve around finances. Lin Miaoshua, however, is different. She has never lacked for wealth. With her, emotional connections take precedence, hence patience is essential." Feeling a surge of gratitude for Chen's candidness, I hesitated briefly before asking, "Chen, may I share some of my thoughts with you?" "Proceed," he replied, glancing at me as if already aware of my impending words, yet he nodded in encouragement. I revealed my thoughts without reservation. In truth, I believe Zhou Yia pales in comparison to the future mistress of the house. She is far too pragmatic. Today she may be with you for your wealth, but tomorrow she could easily transfer her affections to another affluent man. Chen's expression grew contemplative, and he responded with a probing question. "Are you aware she is soon to be my wife?" I steeled myself and nodded. "I am aware." "Then why would you dare speak ill of her in my presence? Are you not concerned I might be angered and dismiss you?" I replied, "I must speak my mind. To be candid, you have treated me exceptionally well over these past 3 years. I cannot bear the thought of you forsaking such a remarkable partner for someone as materially driven as Zhou Yia. With a resolute heart, prepared to face the consequences, I boldly stated, "Chen, I have not forgotten the kindness you have shown me over the years. As your driver, I ought to remain silent. Yet I cannot stand idly by while you consider marrying a woman motivated solely by financial gain. I speak out of concern for your well-being." At that moment, General Chen suddenly smirked, leaning forward to inquire, "Shaolin, how do you perceive my appearance? Am I handsome?" "Absolutely," I replied without hesitation, even though, in my eyes, General Chen's looks were rather ordinary, standing just over 170 centimeters, neither tall nor particularly attractive, an unremarkable presence in a crowd. However, one undeniable aspect was his charisma. To me, charisma holds significant importance. Yet, General Chen scoffed, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I not aware of my own looks? If I'm not handsome, what does Zhou Ye see in me if not for my wealth? Surely, she cannot be drawn to my intellect. Spare me the drivel. Whether she will later pursue a wealthier man is a future concern, and she lacks the platform to engage with affluent individuals. In my circle, I am the pinnacle." Regarding his financial prowess, General Chen exuded confidence. However, as he continued, he fell silent, gazing at me with a serious demeanor, saying, "As for my wife, Lin Miaoxiu, I recognize her worth. She is beautiful, graceful, and surpasses Zhou Ye by tenfold, even 100-fold. Yet, you must understand, a relationship requires more than mere affection. We have been married for 13 years, and she has yet to bear me a son. But does Zhou Ye comprehend this?" At this point, General Chen's mood darkened, his words growing increasingly extreme. "You see, I earn all this money, yet I have no son. What is the purpose of my wealth? I know Zhou Ye is a seductress, a vixen, but that doesn't matter. She became pregnant with another man within months of being with me. And what is wrong with her desire for money? I possess wealth, and I can dictate her actions. She kneels before me willingly. What is the issue with marrying her?" I could not fathom what General Chen had endured during his 13 years of marriage. Yet, it was evident that he harbored many untold burdens. Thus, I remained silent, merely a listener, while he vented his frustrations. After he had released his pent-up emotions, he calmed somewhat, lit a cigarette, lowered the car window, and gazed outside. "Lindong." General Chen suddenly called my name. I was taken aback, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. He typically addressed me as Shaolin, seldom using my full name. This time, he did not look at me, but instead, while staring out the window, he spoke in a rather desolate tone. "There are few good women in this world. In the future, pursue women with wealth, invest less in emotion. For those you pursue with affection, spend more on them." As he spoke, we arrived at the company. In the distance, I spotted a tall woman clad in a professional skirt suit, black stockings, and adorned with exquisite makeup reminiscent of Daji, standing at the entrance. She carried a limited edition LV handbag, and as she noticed the car come to a halt, she gracefully approached us. Zhou Ye, General Chen's mistress. It was also the instigator that compelled Mr. Chen to suggest that I entice the boss's wife. Chapter 9. What mistress? You are my wife. Indeed, I must admit that Zhou Ye is strikingly beautiful, surpassing the women of my village. Not only does she possess a high level of education, but she also has a flair for fashion, displaying remarkable taste in attire. I shamefully confess that I have indulged in fantasies about Zhou Ye on several occasions. However, this does not diminish my disdain for her. I do not play both sides. Rather, I simply cannot abide women with such casual personal lives, nor do I hold them in high regard. Compared to the dignified and graceful boss's wife, Zhou Ye pales in comparison, and her beauty is certainly not guaranteed to outshine that of the boss's wife. Yet, it is evident that Zhou Ye's attention is far from directed towards me, the driver. As soon as I brought the car to a halt, she gleefully rushed to open the door for Mr. Chen, affectionately calling him husband, and, with a delicate demeanor, clinging to his arm, she inquired, "Husband, how did you discuss the divorce with Lin Miaoxiu? Have you confronted her yet?" "Not yet, Mr." Chen groaned at the mention of this matter, his head throbbing at the thought. "Why haven't you confronted her?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ye's exquisite face immediately fell, and she gently caressed her burgeoning belly, expressing her disappointment. "Husband, my belly is getting bigger by the day. How will I face others? Last night, our son kicked me in the belly while I was sleeping. It was agonizing." As she spoke, her expression shifted from discontent to one of grievance, her beautiful, almond-shaped eyes welling with tears, ready to spill over. This delicate display tugged at Mr. Chen's heartstrings. However, given that he had not yet divorced the boss's wife and was standing at the company entrance, he could not openly flaunt his affection for Zhou Ye. "Oh dear, You're already kicking your mother at such a young age. Be careful, or your father will give you a good scolding when you arrive, mister. Chun feigned anger while gently chastising Zhou Yi's belly, then sweet-talked her, suggesting that she discuss any matters with him in his office. Although Zhou Yi appeared somewhat reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced and followed Mr. Chun into the company. I, too, have my own office within the company, conveniently located next to Mr. Chen's. Typically, when I drop Mr. Chen off, I occupy my time in the office playing games like Honor of Kings or Peacekeeper Elite. I observed Zhou Yi's earlier theatrics with disdain, finding them utterly insincere. Despite never having been married, I possess enough common sense to understand that Zhou Yi is only a little over 2 months pregnant. How could a child possibly kick her belly? Moreover, how could she already know she would bear a son? Truly, she is a temptress. I find myself at a loss for words. Mr. Chun, who is exceptionally astute in business matters, seems to lose his wits in Zhou Yi's presence. When she patted her belly earlier, it was evident that she was deliberately protruding it. Indeed, passion clouds judgment. As I observed Zhou Yi gliding gracefully like a water snake, swaying left and right, I could only ponder such thoughts in silence. However, I was acutely aware of the futility of my musings. After all, I was merely a driver, incapable of influencing the decisions of my employer. In the office, once Zhou Yi confirmed the absence of outsiders, she approached General Manager Chen's desk, her demeanor delicate and alluring. She gazed at him, her voice tinged with urgency as she inquired, "Darling, when will you finally divorce Lin Miaoxue?" "Yeah, you ask me this every day. Don't you find it tiresome?" Chun, increasingly irked by her incessant questioning, could no longer suppress his irritation. "I have told you repeatedly that I will divorce my wife as soon as possible. Once it's done, you will naturally be informed. What purpose does your constant urging serve? Do you think I wish to be pushed like this?" Zhou Yi, noticing his rising anger, instinctively pointed to her abdomen, her voice trembling with emotion. "Chen Haifeng, have you no conscience? I must tell you, it is not merely impatience. My belly is growing day by day. I can wait for you, but my son cannot. In just half a month, I will be visibly pregnant. I am a girl who has just graduated from university and am not yet married. If my parents inquire about the father of my child, what shall I say? That I am an unwed mother? What do you expect me to do? And your wife? She is your wife, while I am merely Yaya, correct?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, and with her captivating peach blossom eyes, she evoked an immediate sense of sympathy. Chen had heard these pleas countless times and had developed a certain immunity to them. Remaining composed, he replied, "Do not burden me with such matters. I promised I would divorce Lin Miaoxue, and I shall. Do not bring up the child, it is only 2 months along. How can you be so certain it will be a son? You truly doubt me? Look at this." Disappointment etched on her face. Zhou Yi gazed at Chun with sorrowful eyes. She then retrieved a certificate from her bag and flung it onto his desk. It was a gender determination certificate from Hong Kong, confirming that the unborn child was male. Being somewhat acquainted with the upper echelons of society through his wife's connections, Chen was aware of the possibility of determining a fetus's gender through blood testing as early as the first trimester. Upon seeing the result indicating a boy, he was overwhelmed with joy. "I know you have always desired a son. I had intended to surprise you today, yet you refused to believe me." After Chun perused the certificate, Zhou Yi, her eyes glistening with tears, expressed her devastation. In a fit of despair, she began to hit her belly, exclaiming, "Fine. If you do not want a son, then I shall not have him. I do not wish to marry you anymore. Wait. Do not be angry. It was my fault, entirely my fault." Chun, taken aback, rushed to console her, employing sweet words and ultimately appeasing her emotional turmoil with the promise of a wine-red Mercedes-Benz C260. Zhou Yi sat on President Chen's lap, her tear-filled peach blossom eyes reflecting a sense of vulnerability as she spoke softly. "Darling, it's not the car that matters to me. It's whether you care about me. Do you have any idea how heart-wrenching it is that you call her wife and Mia? I do feel jealous. Yes, I was wrong. You are my beloved wife. And Lin Miaoxue is merely my ex-spouse." Upon learning that Zhou Yi was expecting a son, President Chen's attitude underwent a complete transformation. With the prospect of fatherhood, he could proudly return home for the new year. The joy of fatherhood was undoubtedly palpable. Zhou Yi, hearing this, shifted from anger to joy and then quietly inquired, "What about your divorce from her? My belly is growing larger by the day, and my parents are coming to visit soon. They have no idea how to address this. My father would be furious if he discovered I was a mistress. Mistress? Don't use such harsh terminology. You are my wife. President Chun retorted playfully before sharing his plans with Zhou Ye. However, my dear wife, you must grant me some time. I have already allowed Lin Dong to stay at my home. What does Lin Dong living with you have to do with your divorce? Zhou Ye looked at President Chun in astonishment. He elaborated on his scheme. I plan to have Lin Dong seduce Lin Miaoxue. Once they are intimate, I can rightfully propose a divorce, and her father won't be able to criticize me. What? You want Lin Dong to seduce Lin Miaoxue? Zhou Ye's expression suddenly shifted, becoming somewhat uneasy. Chapter 10. The Capricious Vixen. Hey, number 3. Are you out of your mind? Why are you hiding in your room? I got beaten up, and you didn't even come to help. I was playing PUBG in the office. We had 4 teammates, but 2 of them died and left. The one cursing is the first teammate who made it to the final circle, but I couldn't be bothered to respond. I remained in my corner, patiently waiting. It's the finals, and without knowing the enemy's situation outside, how could I recklessly venture out and meet my demise? Soon, I heard footsteps, and the moment someone stepped out, I swiftly raised my gun and eliminated them. Victory was mine. I had secured a chicken dinner. At that moment, the first teammate couldn't help but praise me. Wow, number 3, you're quite skilled. That was sneaky, impressive. I continued to ignore him, exited the game, and prepared for the next round. Just then, the office door opened, and even without looking, I knew it was Zhou Ye entering, as her unique fragrance filled the air. It was Chanel's chance, a gift from President Chen. Before long, Zhou Ye approached me, her subtle perfume lingering in the air. Even if I didn't want to look, I couldn't help but notice her long, slender legs beneath her sleek black professional skirt, accentuated by a pair of high heels that made her appear even taller and more striking. I must say, Zhou Ye is truly enchanting, especially with her exquisitely smooth and straight legs standing beside me, an irresistible allure that often stirs an impulse to reach out and touch. However, Zhou Ye seems entirely oblivious to this effect, as she leans closer to peer at my phone, her voice sweetly inquiring, "Are you playing PUBG? Can I join?" Without hesitation, I declined. "Why not?" she asked, perplexed. "You're simply not skilled enough," I replied without lifting my gaze. Despite her impending ascent to the role of the future lady boss, when she first joined the company, I served as President Chen's personal driver, and she was quite courteous to me, which led to my habit of speaking to her casually. "It doesn't matter if I'm not skilled. You are, right? Otherwise, how would your expertise shine?" Just as I was preparing to ignore her and start my next game, I felt Zhou Ye's voice draw closer, whispering in my ear accompanied by a gentle, tingling breath that sent shivers down my neck. In that moment, I felt every hair on my nape stand on end. Turning to look, I found Zhou Ye's delicate face alarmingly close to mine, a playful smile gracing her lips, painted in a vibrant hue. Her captivating eyes sparkled with a language of their own, dancing across my visage. Instinctively, I swallowed hard and my gaze fell, revealing her remarkable figure. Though slender, her attire concealed a wealth of allure. As she bent slightly, 2 astonishingly white curves peeked from the neckline of her white top. I momentarily forgot the game I intended to play, momentarily entranced by the sight before me. It was only when Zhou Ye's soft voice broke through my reverie with, "Is it beautiful?" that I snapped back to reality, quickly adopting a disdainful expression and turning away. Internally, I scolded her for her shamelessness, believing she was deliberately flaunting her charms in front of me. Amused by my reaction, Zhou Ye chuckled, her smile widening as she settled down to observe me with keen interest. "So what if you looked? I didn't chastise you for being a lecher. Why the aloofness?" "Who looked?" I retorted, turning sharply as if my tail had been stepped on, earnestly defending myself. "I certainly did not look. You intentionally bent down in front of me and breathed on my neck. I couldn't help but see that. How is that my fault? I have no desire to gaze upon you." "Then let me ask you, is it beautiful?" Zhou Ye, seemingly unfazed by my seriousness, only smiled more broadly. With her hands propped on the table, she slightly tightened her arms, accentuating her already prominent curves. To avoid any implication, I turned my head away, deliberately refusing to look. "Is it large?" Zhou Ye clearly had no intention of letting me off the hook. Once again, she spoke softly, her voice as tender as a spring breeze, gradually enveloping my heart and rendering me restless. I resisted the urge to engage with her. "Would you like to touch? It's very soft." At that moment, Zhou Ye leaned closer, her crimson lips slightly parted, almost brushing against me. In an instant, I felt the warmth and softness against my arm. Reflexively, I stood up, casting a furtive glance towards Mr. Chen's office, and then lowered my voice in irritation, addressing the enchanting Zhou Yiye. Are you out of your mind? What if Mr. Chen walks in and sees us? If he sees us, so be it. Zhou Yiye chuckled, completely unfazed. Get lost. In my eyes, Zhou Yiye was a woman devoid of shame, so my words were rather brusque. Zhou Yiye, I don't oppose your flirtation with Mr. Chen. It's a mutual arrangement. After all, however, could you please maintain some distance from me? You may not care, but I still need this job. I wondered if my words were too harsh. Upon hearing them, the smile vanished from Zhou Yiye's face, and she gazed at me in silence. It was then I noticed that when Zhou Yiye was serious, she possessed a certain beauty. There was not a hint of frivolity in her demeanor, even evoking a twinge of compassion within me. Lindong. She looked at me, her tone starkly different from her usual lightheartedness, now tinged with disappointment and sadness. Do you truly see me as a shameless, contemptible woman? Do you believe that my very proximity sullies you? I had never encountered this expression on Zhou Yiye's face. Typically, she was playful and cheeky, particularly around Mr. Chen, never revealing such a pitiable countenance. I never thought that, I denied, feeling a pang of guilt. Forget it. Zhou Yiye's expression turned despondent as she forced a self-deprecating smile. You know, even without your words, I am aware that this is how you perceive me. It's not just you. Everyone in the company views me as a despicable mistress, using my body to ascend. I understand your disdain. After all, I was born a child without an umbrella. Striving to break through, I can only run harder. I truly did not think that. Allow me to apologize. Please do not be upset. Seeing Zhou Yiye in distress, I felt a twinge of embarrassment, regretting my harsh words. After all, I was a man. How could I speak so unkindly to a woman? Zhou Yiye merely wished to improve her life, which was entirely reasonable. Moreover, she was pregnant now. I increasingly felt that my previous remarks had crossed a line. Zhou Yiye looked at me, her eyes filled with a complex pain. Do you believe that all matters can be resolved simply with an apology? I did not say that. I denied it, then continued to apologize, asking, what can I do to make you feel better? Zhou Yiye lowered her head, her voice filled with despondency. Is it true that as long as I feel better, you can do anything? Certainly. What would you have me do? Although I sensed something amiss, I acquiesced. Then, I heard a peculiar sound, and I witnessed the corners of Zhou Yiye's mouth gradually curling into a smile. Soon, she was laughing heartily, her previous emotions of inferiority, sadness, self-mockery, and pain seemingly vanished. Zhou Yiye, having succeeded in her scheme, suddenly radiated exuberance. Her lips, lush and enticing, drew closer to me. Her gaze filled with mischief. If you kiss me, I promise I won't be angry anymore. I was taken aback, stunned into silence. I was momentarily rendered speechless by Zhou Yiye's abrupt transformation. It took me quite a while to realize that I had been played by this cunning vixen. Chapter 11. I am indeed quite compliant. Are you out of your mind? Once I regained my composure, I quickly distanced myself from Zhou Yiye. This woman was a siren, capricious, and not a word she spoke was sincere, especially considering she was about to marry President Chen. Yet, inexplicably, I found myself glancing at her lips, adorned with lipstick, full and reminiscent of a juicy peach, evoking an undeniable impulse to take a bite. Zhou Yiye continued to giggle, unfazed, leaning against her desk, her smile teasingly ambiguous. Don't you want to kiss me? Absolutely not. I immediately denied it, though I did find her alluring, undeniably beautiful, with a figure that was quite captivating. Yet, I held contempt for women who relied on their bodies to ascend the social ladder. Thus, a tumultuous conflict brewed within me. The crux of the matter was that if I were to kiss Zhou Yiye, President Chen could very well dismember me. Hence, I deliberately retorted, "Stop your antics in front of me. I have no feelings for you. Do you understand the concept of remaining unperturbed? Then why not let me test that?" Zhou Yiye quipped, glancing at my lap, suddenly implying something suggestive. I was rendered speechless, and an image of the previous night flashed in my mind. Madam sitting on President Chen's lap, her back turned to me. Instantly, I felt an involuntary reaction. At that moment, Zhou Yiye, as if she had discovered a new realm, looked at me with exaggerated surprise and exclaimed, "Oh dear, didn't someone claim to be unperturbed? How is it that before I even sat down, there was already a tent pitched? This has nothing to do with you. My reaction is not because of you," I retorted, my face burning crimson as I sought refuge in a chair, bending my body to shield my embarrassment from Zhou Yiye. However, peculiarly, despite my disdain for her, I found myself hoping she would be bolder still. Upon realizing this unsettling thought, I was taken aback. I find my feelings intensifying, while simultaneously berating myself for my lack of resolve. Is it not a clear case of speaking tough, yet revealing one's vulnerability? Zhou Yeye remains oblivious to my thoughts. She surveys her surroundings and exclaims dramatically, "It seems I am the only one here. In any case, it has nothing to do with you." I dare not admit that my reaction stems from thoughts of the proprietress, nor can I express my desire for Zhou Yeye to be bolder. For she is indeed audacious in her charm. I feel a sense of helplessness. How is it that such a challenging woman as Zhou Yeye exists in this world? As she notices my avoidance, her playful demeanor subsides, and she settles beside me, inquiring, "I heard Chun Haifeng is asking you to seduce Lin Miaoxue?" Upon hearing this, I immediately raise my head. "Did President Chen tell you?" "Yes." Zhou Yeye nods, regarding me with curiosity. "What do you think about it?" "What can I think?" Relieved that Zhou Yeye has ceased her teasing, I respond with a tinge of despondency. The proprietress is beautiful and poised. She could never be interested in someone as insignificant as me. Zhou Yeye chuckles softly. "Do you lack confidence in yourself so much?" "Not at all. Yet." Recalling the proprietress's distant demeanor in the morning, I am once again filled with disappointment and sorrow. At this rate, not only will I fail to seduce the proprietress and share her bed, but it would be a miracle if she does not expel me from her household altogether. Zhou Yeye, upon hearing this, loses her interest in the conversation. Propping her chin on her hand, she tilts her head and suddenly, with a playful yet enigmatic smile, asks, "What about me? Between Lin Miaoxue and myself, who do you prefer?" "Of course, I prefer the proprietress," I reply, casting a curious glance at Zhou Yeye. Sensing her unusual demeanor today, and instinctively ask, "What is it with you today? You seem a bit off." To my surprise, she pouts and, with an air of feigned grievance, responds, "I am jealous." "Huh? Jealous of whom?" I am taken aback. Zhou Yeye gazes at me, her tone unwavering. "What do you think?" I am momentarily stunned, having never heard Zhou Yeye express feelings for me before. My gaze falters, and I force a smile, feeling awkward as I say, "Stop joking. You are about to marry President Chen." "My intention to marry President Chen does not conflict with my feelings for you," she counters. "How can that be?" I struggle to comprehend. "You like me, yet you wish to marry President Chen? What is there to misunderstand?" For some, liking someone is merely that, liking, without the possibility of possession. At this stage in my life, I require financial stability, and coincidentally, Chen Haifeng is affluent, hence my need to marry him. At this point, Zhou Yeye looks up at me, her expression lucid as she asks, "Is that so difficult to understand?" I remain silent, reflecting on the conversation I had with President Chun on the way to the company, where he remarked that Zhou Yeye's pursuit of wealth was not inherently wrong, especially since he possesses it. In essence, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. One covets the other's riches, while the other desires the youthful form. Both individuals are acutely aware of their circumstances. However, I find it hard to accept that Zhou Yeye has professed her affection for me while simultaneously intending to marry Mr. Chun. Is this not perplexing? Consequently, I tentatively inquired, "Do you genuinely like me? What is it that attracts you to me?" "I possess no wealth," Zhou Yeye retorted. "Then who else should I like? In Chun Haifeng's company, besides you, who is of my age and somewhat presentable? The others are merely middle-aged construction workers. If I do not like you, should I fancy them instead?" I was rendered momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, I must admit that after Zhou Yeye's confession, my disdain for her had diminished significantly. After a moment's contemplation, I found myself unable to resist saying to her, "Sometimes, money is not the sole consideration. Although Mr. Chen has promised to marry you, he holds you in contempt. Do you realize how he spoke of you in the car this morning? He referred to you in a derogatory manner." I anticipated that my words would provoke anger in Zhou Yeye, yet she appeared unfazed, instead continuing to inquire, "So what?" Seeing her obstinacy ignited my frustration. "How can you lack any sense of shame? Is this not sufficient? What more do you wish to hear? Do you desire to know that Mr. Chun believes you are merely enamored with his wealth, obedient to the point of submission?" "Indeed," Zhou Yeye interrupted. "If he desires me to submit, I shall comply. I am quite obedient." At this, I was left speechless, staring at her for several moments, utterly exasperated. While others may belittle themselves, how could she so willingly debase her own dignity? "Are you upset?" Zhou Yeye, noticing my anger, suddenly broke into laughter and playfully leaned closer to me. I ignored her. In response, she placed her hand on my thigh, leaning in, her neckline revealing glimpses of allure. And with a slow, tempting exhale, she murmured, "Do you want it? If you desire, I could accommodate you." In that moment, I could not suppress the instinctive swallow of my throat. My gaze was irresistibly drawn to Zhou Ye's luscious, seductive lips. I had witnessed her pleasuring Mr. Chun in the car on multiple occasions and had often entertained the thought of taking her place, though such notions remained unspoken and unrealizable. Now, Zhou Ye brazenly suggested that she might assist me. At that instant, all rational thought dissipated, and any disdain I held towards her for marrying Mr. Chun for monetary gain vanished completely. The singular thought that remained was an overwhelming desire to experience her proposition. Zhou Ye, perceptive to my unspoken intentions, chuckled softly, then began painting her nails, her delicate fingers gliding across my thigh. The sensation was extraordinary. My entire being tensed, caught in anticipation. Yet, just as my eagerness peaked, Zhou Ye abruptly abandoned her previous seductive demeanor, rising to her feet with a playful smirk, saying, "You truly want it, don't you? I was merely teasing you." Who wants it?" My face flushed with embarrassment, and I immediately straightened up to reprimand Zhou Ye. "Did I say anything just now? Do not delude yourself. A woman like you, so consumed by greed, is utterly unappealing to me." Humph, I wonder who was sitting just now, nearly collapsing with legs spread wider than anyone else. Enough of this. I shall not engage with you further. You ought to devote your energies to Lin Miaoxua instead, and entice her into your bed sooner rather than later, so I can marry Chen Haifeng. Zhou Ye, unfazed by my harsh words, scoffed dismissively before turning away, leaving the office with an air of delight. Damn, what a brazen hussy. As she departed, I seethed internally, harboring even greater disdain for her, yet soon found myself consumed by the frustration of unattainable desires. My mind was inundated with visions of the two alluring patches of white flesh peeking from her neckline and her luscious red lips. Soon, images of her attending to General Manager Chun in his car, as well as the scene from the previous night of the boss's wife perched upon him, invaded my thoughts, further aggravating my feelings of resentment towards Zhou Ye. Amidst this turmoil, I grasped my phone from the desk, staring at the screen as my mind engaged in a fierce internal struggle. The website had been deleted again. Should I search for it anew? Yet, I had vowed last night to refrain from indulging in such films, declaring that to do so would render me a dog. But soon enough, I found myself softly whining, before decisively heading towards the restroom while searching for the site. After all, I had played the part of a dog before and had made similar promises in the past. The company restroom was not a private one, thus I had to conceal myself within. In that cramped space, I managed to locate the URL. Realizing that Song Laosher's teachings would be most effective at this juncture, albeit the restroom was often frequented by others, I could not afford to make any noise. Just as I prepared to indulge in Song Laosher's latest offering, an incoming call suddenly illuminated my phone screen. It was a call from General Manager Chun. In the workplace, the boss's affairs must always take precedence, so without hesitation, I answered the call. "Where are you?" "I need to head to the Lanya Cafe to meet a client." "Prepare the car." As his voice resonated through the line, I replied, "I'm in the restroom. I'll be right out." I quickly shut down the website. But upon exiting the restroom, I was met with the sight of Zhou Ye leaning against the wall in the corridor, a teasing smile plastered across her face. I felt as though I had been caught in a shameful act, yet I could not refute her insinuation. Doing so would only reveal my guilt. Thus, I steeled myself and pretended as though nothing had occurred, making my way downstairs to prepare the car. "Were you indulging yourself?" Just as I approached Zhou Ye, she suddenly asked with a playful smirk. Feeling a surge of embarrassment, I cursed under my breath and hastily walked away. Even without a mirror, I was acutely aware that my face was flushed, the heat radiating from it unmistakable. It was the first time I realized how irritating a smile could be, especially that of Zhou Ye, whose grin seemed a clear mockery of me. "If only I could find an opportunity, I would ensure that you would wish for neither life nor death." Once I settled into the car, I cranked the air conditioning to the maximum. Chen's vehicle, a Mercedes-Benz E300 with the iconic hood ornament, instantly lifted my spirits as I caressed the leather steering wheel. The E300 was my favorite car for a simple reason. When I posted on social media, it was the emblem that shone, not the steering wheel. Given that it was the sweltering month of July, Chen typically waited until I had the air conditioning running and the interior cooled before stepping in, granting me plenty of time. With an air of composure, I took out my phone and played Beyond's No More Hesitation. I then filmed the dashboard. narrating the video in a nonchalant tone. Life is tough. There is hardly any time for a midday break, and on such a hot day, I still have to negotiate contracts with clients. After filming, I reviewed the content to ensure nothing was amiss. I first restricted visibility to Chun, then published the post. Once it was successfully sent, I tucked away my phone and patiently awaited the likes and comments. I refrained from obsessively checking my social media, deeming it rather uncouth, preferring to respond selectively after accumulating a respectable number of interactions. 5 minutes later, I revisited the post, and, as expected, several likes and comments had appeared. Donggu, I wish I could drive a Mercedes like you on such a hot day. Could you give me a chance? This was from Suyong, a classmate I had only added the previous week. As long as there's money to be made, who needs a midday break? By the way, Donggu, do you need a driver? I have 5 years of driving experience and my skills are quite commendable. This was from Wu Pingyu, who had always been adept at reading the room, aligning himself with those who were prosperous. Last year, while driving Chin's car back to my hometown for the new year, I added Su Yang through Wu Pingyu. Since then, he had persistently expressed a desire to join me in Binhai. But the reality was that I was merely a driver myself. Inviting him over would expose my circumstances. Thus, I chose not to reply to any of their messages. The more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes. Silence often proves more prudent. However, a new comment ignited my desire to respond. It was from Lian, a high school classmate of mine, strikingly beautiful and exuding grace. Her handwriting was exquisite, whether in regular script or cursive, with a sharpness that left a lasting impression. Throughout our 3 years in high school, I harbored a secret infatuation for her, but never had the courage to confess my feelings. A regret that lingered heavily in my heart. As I reminisced about Li Yan's serene demeanor during high school, with her flowing long hair, my heart swelled with emotion. I pondered whether I could invite her to our class reunion this year, perhaps share a drink, and who knows, maybe a story could unfold between us. Just as I was about to open Li Yan's chat and respond to her message, Mr. Chun emerged from the company entrance, accompanied by the enchanting Zhou Ye. Sensing the moment, I hastily put away my phone without replying to Li Yan. Chapter 13. A house in half a year first. We would drop Ye off at Crown Number 1, then head to Lanya Cafe. Once inside the car, Mr. Chin outlined our itinerary. My 3 years as a driver had made me well acquainted with the roads of Binhai. Crown Number 1 is a relatively upscale community in the heart of Binhai City. Initially, the apartment was rented, but 2 months ago, upon discovering Zhou Ye's pregnancy, she insisted that Mr. Chin purchase it for her. A house in half a year, valued at 3 million. This realization led me to empathize with Zhou Ye. After all, if one were to work in a factory tightening screws, how long would it take to afford a home in Crown Number 1? If I had a wealthy patroness, provided she wasn't too unappealing, I might be inclined to consider it. Selling the Crown Number 1 apartment for 3 million, purchasing a 2 million home, leaving me with 1,050,000 for a Mercedes E300 and the rest saved. I would never exhaust such wealth in my lifetime. Of course, I wouldn't be seeking her favor. An inexplicable thought crossed my mind. Since Mr. Chun learned that Zhou Ye was expecting a boy, his demeanor towards her had grown considerably warmer, as if he genuinely regarded her as his wife. Throughout the drive, he affectionately caressed her slightly protruding belly, speaking to the unborn child as a father. Zhou Ye allowed Mr. Chun to touch her belly, yet her gaze remained fixed on me, a playful smile gracing her lips. I caught her reflection in the rearview mirror, recalling her words in the office. Do you want it? If you do, I can help you. The impact of that statement was profound, especially as I had never been intimate with a woman before, and my youthful curiosity about such matters was piqued. As I momentarily drifted into my thoughts, Zhou Ye suddenly broke the silence. Lindong, why is your face so red? Is it? I stammered, feeling flustered, and instinctively glanced at my reflection in the mirror, realizing my face bore no flush. It dawned on me that Zhou Ye was deliberately teasing me. Indeed, upon seeing my startled reaction, a pronounced smile spread across her lips, her enchanting eyes twinkling with mischief as she relished my earlier embarrassment in the office. However, with Mr. Chin seated beside her, I could do little but suppress my irritation, pretending not to comprehend her jest as I continued to drive, my gaze steadfastly forward. As I drove, an unsettling sensation enveloped me. Faint whispers of General Chun and Zhou Ye reached my ears, with Chun hesitantly murmuring, "This isn't right. Xiao Lin is still here." Zhou's voice, louder yet intentionally subdued, replied, "It's fine, he's driving. Besides, I'll assist you discreetly, he won't see a thing. Her tone, though low, was crafted to ensure my awareness. As she inquired, shall I help you? Yes. Chun, after a moment's hesitation, succumbed to temptation. Frustration bubbled within me. Zhou Yeye was clearly being deliberate. Although I refrained from turning around, my mind conjured images of their actions, stirring a mix of annoyance and indignation. It was evident that Zhou was orchestrating this. Since Chun had resolved to marry her 2 months prior, their clandestine encounters in the car had diminished, now replaced by hotel rendezvous or visits to Crown Number 1, leaving me in the car to await his return. Unable to quell my curiosity, I discreetly glanced into the rearview mirror. I beheld Chun reclining with an air of satisfaction, while Zhou's head rested on his lap. The details eluded me, yet the obscurity only heightened my torment. Soon, Zhou emerged from her reverie, reaching into the armrest compartment for some tissues. Her complexion flushed as if she had indulged in spirits, and she wrapped something within the tissues. I was acutely aware of the unspoken truths, yet silence bound my lips. My unfortunate habit of befriending the fifth lady had led me into this predicament, as such occurrences became a frequent affair. Who could endure this? Was Chen not a mere eunuch under Zhou's cunning influence, yearning for a revival of his essence? My heart weighed heavy with resentment as I cast a glance at Zhou through the mirror. At that moment, our eyes met. She regarded me with a smile that danced on the precipice of laughter, playfully wiping her lips with her thumb from right to left. Her crimson lips quivered like waves. Tantalizing yet maddening, I felt the impending arrival at our destination would render me incapable of exiting the car without revealing my inner turmoil. In the past, such matters were trivial. Chen would jest about my embarrassment, teasingly suggesting a visit to Watercloud Pavilion to shed my innocence. Perhaps even hinting at a generous gift from a lovely lady. But now, he would likely strike me down. Fortunately, delivering Zhou to Crown No. 1 required no exit on my part. After she alighted, I drove Chun to the Blue Elegance Cafe, a renowned establishment in the coastal region. Although termed a cafe, it functioned more as a casual dining venue, where patrons typically indulged in tea and sunflower seeds while ordering light snacks. Chun relished selecting a window seat, basking in sunlight while engaging in business discussions with clients. Upon the entrance of General Chun into the Blue Elegance Cafe, a profound sense of liberation washed over me. I promptly retrieved my phone and sought out the WeChat contact of my high school crush, Li Yan. The impetus for this was simple. The exhilarating encounters with the proprietress and Zhou Yeye over the past few days had ignited within me an ardent yearning for feminine companionship. Yet, I was acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that lay between me and either of those women. An overwhelming sense of inferiority lingered in my heart, making the prospect of pursuing them seem daunting. In stark contrast, my classmates, particularly Li Yan, did not evoke the same feelings of inadequacy. My daily excursions in a Mercedes-Benz bestowed upon me a semblance of superiority, prompting me to hope that a conversation with Li Yan might rekindle some narrative from our shared past. After all, who among men doesn't long to weave a beautiful tale with their first love after so many years? Apologies for my delayed response. I was preoccupied with driving. After considerable contemplation, I ultimately decided to send Li Yan a message, refraining from overindulgence in correspondence. The rationale was straightforward. Men tend to be more impetuous, while women often take their time to warm up. It was imperative that I did not appear too eager. Furthermore, Li Yan's demeanor mirrored that of the proprietress. Both were rather reserved and serene. An excessive display of enthusiasm could potentially frighten her away. Patience was key. After all, with half a year remaining until the new year and my return home, there was no urgency. A natural progression would yield a more organic and gratifying experience. However, I found myself disheartened when Li Yan did not respond promptly. Just as I was on the verge of sending a second message, General Chen's call interrupted my train of thought. Upon answering, I heard General Chen urgently inform me that his wife had fallen and injured herself at home, and he could not leave his current location. He instructed me to return and escort her to the hospital. The mention of his wife brought forth memories of the proprietress's earlier aloofness, igniting within me a pang of trepidation at the thought of facing her alone. Just as quickly as he had spoken, General Chun concluded the call, leaving me in a state of uncertainty. Chapter 14. The Injured Proprietress? Upon arriving at the entrance of the Kanglan Villa, I lingered in my vehicle for a considerable time, summoning the courage to enter. Yet, upon stepping into the living room, I was met with an unsettling emptiness. The proprietress was nowhere to be found. It occurred to me that she might be resting in the bedroom on the second floor. As I ascended the staircase and approached the door to her chamber, a wave of anxiety enveloped me. In a moment of disorientation, memories of stealthily eavesdropping the previous night flooded my mind. I envisioned General Chun reclining in bed, and the striking image of the proprietress, her back turned to me, materialized vividly, her alabaster skin, elongated and breathtaking. My thoughts were consumed by the sweet, intoxicating sounds of her voice from the night prior. The proprietress possessed a voice that was truly enchanting. Recollecting the sultry whispers from the previous evening, I felt as though I might lose my sanity, unable to restrain myself. I chided, "Lin Dong, how can you lack any self-control?" Last night, after an intense workout, I found myself unexpectedly confronted by the proprietress. Now, with a sense of trepidation, I approach her once again, fully aware that she might perceive me as a deviant and could potentially call the authorities. After a moment of introspection, I attributed the blame to the alluring Shuayiya. Were it not for her repeated flirtations at the office, I would not have been so preoccupied with thoughts of women. I had always held a profound respect for the proprietress. As for Shuayiya's claims of affection towards me, I dismissed them entirely. She embodies the archetype of a deceiver, as insidious as the temptress described by Ain Susu. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more adept she is at deceit. And Shuayiya certainly bears a striking resemblance to such a trickster. I lingered at the doorway, taking deep breaths to steady myself for about 5 minutes before finally summoning the courage to approach the proprietress's quarters. However, upon reaching her door, I discovered it ajar, a mere crack allowing a glimpse inside. The aftermath of yesterday's surreptitious observation stirred within me a compulsion to peer through the gap rather than knock. To my astonishment, I beheld the enchanting proprietress, draped in a light summer blanket, lying on her side with her back to me, her form curled up. A soft, melodious sound escaped her lips, which I found captivating. Yet, I dismissed any further contemplation, recalling that Mr. Chun had informed me of her unfortunate fall at home. It was evident that she must have sustained a significant injury, as her curled posture and faint sounds suggested distress. In moments of concern, clarity often eludes us. Ever since Mr. Chun had suggested I seduce the proprietress, I had developed feelings for her. Witnessing her in apparent pain stirred a sense of urgency within me, compelling me to enter without further hesitation. "Are you all right, proprietress?" I inquired anxiously as I stepped inside. Startled by my sudden intrusion, she shuddered and hastily pulled the blanket to shield herself, turning to confront me with indignation. "Lin Dong," she exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. "Who permitted you to enter? Do you not know how to knock? Leave immediately." Though her words struck me like a torrent, I was unwilling to retreat. I noted the deep flush of her cheeks and the beads of perspiration adorning her forehead. Her once orderly hair now appeared disheveled, dampened by sweat. It was evident that her injury was severe. Such pain often manifests in physical reactions like perspiration, a fact I was acutely aware of from my days in the military. Yet, I also comprehended the source of her ire. The proprietress was inherently conservative and dignified. Encountering a driver exercising in her home at such an hour would undoubtedly provoke her wrath. Were I in her position, I too would perceive myself as a victim of an unsavory intrusion. However, it was evident that the proprietress was gravely injured. I could not simply leave because she scolded me a few times, so I mustered my courage and remained by her side. I then expressed my remorse, saying, "Madam, I apologize. I did not intend for things to transpire as they did last night. I assure you, I am not a lewd person. Would you please believe me? You should step outside." The proprietress paid no heed to my words, clutching a summer quilt to her chest while casting a wary and indignant glare in my direction. Noticing my reluctance to depart, she raised one hand to her chest and brandished her phone with the other, threatening, "If you do not leave, I shall call Chen Haifeng." At her words, I felt a surge of urgency and replied hastily, "Madam, I understand that you may despise me at this moment, but I truly cannot leave. Mr. Chen specifically instructed me to return and take you to the hospital. Moreover, you are drenched in sweat from the pain, which surely indicates a serious injury. How could I possibly abandon you now?" Upon hearing this, the proprietress paused momentarily, then seemed to recall the call she had made to Chen Haifeng. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she regarded me and inquired, "Did Chen Haifeng send you back?" "Indeed," I replied earnestly, nodding my head. "While I was in the car, Mr. Chen called me and informed me that you had injured yourself at home and asked me to return and take you for a checkup. As soon as I finished speaking, I turned my attention back to the proprietress, asking with concern, "Madam, where did you hurt yourself? Is it very painful? Can you move?" While I spoke, her captivating gaze remained fixed upon me, and suddenly, instead of answering, she posed a question of her own. "What did you see outside the door just now?" "I saw nothing unusual. I only observed you curled up, seemingly in great pain, and when I entered, I found you drenched in sweat," I replied, puzzled by her inquiry. Upon hearing my response, the proprietress's already flushed face deepened in color, as though it might bleed, and she sighed, saying, "Earlier, while mopping the floor, I accidentally twisted my ankle, and it hurts quite badly. Can you walk?" I immediately asked with concern, for if she could walk, it would suggest no bones were broken, merely a soft tissue injury. However, after posing the question, I felt somewhat foolish. If she were unable to walk, she would not have returned to her bed in the bedroom. Indeed, after I inquired, she nodded and replied, "I can walk. It is likely just a sprain. However, it is quite painful at the moment." No sooner had she spoken than she revealed her right foot from beneath the quilt, a look of agony crossing her features. Despite the fact that she was injured, I could not help but notice that her foot was truly exquisite, with a delicate and fair calf visible above the ankle. It was apparent that she was wearing a skirt, as no pant legs were in sight, which inevitably sparked the imagination. As I gazed at the slender legs of the proprietress, memories of her enchanting voice from the previous night, reminiscent of a warbler's melodious song, flooded my mind. Overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of guilt, I timidly suggested, "Madam, during my time in the military, I learned the art of massage. It's crucial to invigorate the blood flow and dissipate any bruising from an injury. Otherwise, the pain may intensify in the days to come. Would you allow me to assist you with a massage?" As I uttered these words, my gaze remained fixed downward, too apprehensive to meet her eyes, my heart racing with anxiety, and my palms slick with perspiration. The proprietress, with her exquisite features and captivating eyes, scrutinized my anxious demeanor, and a smile crept across her face, finding amusement in my bashful appearance. Indeed, I resembled an innocent young man. I pondered why someone with such a radiant and handsome visage had found himself hiding in the restroom the previous night, engaged in such a difficult and awkward endeavor. Recalling the scene I had witnessed by the restroom door, a flush of crimson returned to her cheeks as she nodded and said, "Very well, give it a try." Ecstatic at her response, I approached the bedside, crouching to examine her ankle. Yet, at that moment, she abruptly withdrew her foot, her complexion reddening as she bashfully warned, "You may only touch my feet, nothing more, understood?" Chapter 15. Massaging the proprietress as I beheld her elongated, fair ankle and delicate calves. A torrent of restless thoughts surged within me, yet not a single one dared to manifest. I gently cradled her ankle in my hands, applying a tender pressure, though my excessive nervousness caused me to perspire profusely. "You seem to be quite sweaty," she remarked, reclining against the headboard, her summer blanket modestly covering her chest. She inquired, "Are you feeling hot?" Startled by her question, I glanced up at her radiant and dignified visage before hastily averting my gaze once more. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over me, I stammered, Yes, it is a bit warm. Let me adjust the air conditioning," she offered. Though her room faced east and was well ventilated, the second floor was not particularly sweltering. Nevertheless, noticing my discomfort, she retrieved the remote and activated the air conditioning, a refreshing breeze soon enveloping me. Yet, internally, I lamented my predicament. While the physical heat could be alleviated by the cool air, what remedy existed for the heat within my heart? As my hands glided over the smooth skin of her calves, I was besieged by 1,000 temptations to massage my way up her legs, as if a devilish whisper urged me to do so. "Is it still painful?" I inquired tentatively after massaging her ankle for a while, having observed that there was no visible swelling, suggesting her injury might not be severe. I surmised that her earlier discomfort could be attributed to her delicate nature, as women often find it difficult to endure even minor aches. The proprietress nodded in response, a smile gracing her lips as she expressed, "Much better, thank you. I didn't expect you to possess such massage skills. During my time in the military, injuries and sprains were commonplace, which prompted me to learn the art of massage. When I noticed the proprietress smiling at me, my heart soared with joy, and my gaze inadvertently fell upon her slender calves. My heart raced as I nervously said, "Actually, I'm quite skilled at massage. Would you care to give it a try?" The proprietress, exuding an air of dignified elegance, leaned against the headboard and regarded me in silence after I spoke. I feared she could see through my true intentions, and I hastily added, "It's merely a standard massage, nothing more. Please don't misunderstand me." She looked at me curiously and asked, "What do you think I might misunderstand?" Upon hearing her question, I felt an immense weight of pressure. After all, one can deceive others, but not oneself. I indeed possessed the skill of massage. Yet my true desire was to touch her body under the guise of my craft. Moreover, during a front-facing massage, I could steal glances at her bosom. Though clothed, the shape was still discernible. I regretted not having seen her from the front the previous night, and the longing lingered within me like an enchantment. The proprietress's suggestive inquiry left me at a loss for words. In that tense moment, I lowered my head and pretended to feel ashamed, stating, "I feared you might misunderstand me because of what happened last night. I noticed you were quite distant this morning, and it weighed heavily on me throughout the day. I assure you, I am not that kind of person. I faltered, feigning urgency, unable to complete my sentence. My entire speech was a blend of truth and deception, a technique I had learned from Mr. Chen. Mixing truth with lies enhances credibility. Upon mentioning the events of the previous night, a lovely blush graced the proprietress's exquisite face, though her feminine modesty made her hesitant to inquire about such matters. Her curiosity was undeniable. With her enchanting eyes fixed on me like a curious cat, she asked, "Just what? What could I possibly say?" I dared not confess that I had secretly observed her with Mr. Chen the night before, nor could I admit that my fantasies revolved around her. Surely, she would cast me out in an instant. The proprietress rolled her eyes, having expected a more substantial explanation, but my response was essentially futile. Yet, when she rolled her eyes, I was captivated. In that fleeting moment, her gaze was so mesmerizing, akin to an exquisite jar of peach blossom wine, intoxicating and delightful. Noticing my admiration, her cheeks flushed anew, and she shot me a stern look, saying, "No staring." This only intensified my desire to gaze at her, for her eyes held an irresistible charm, and her cheeks, blushing like a perfectly ripe peach, incited an overwhelming urge to take a bite. It is estimated that a single bite could release a burst of juice. However, I ultimately feared provoking the landlady, redirecting my attention to her long, fair calves. Noticing my gaze, the landlady's embarrassment subsided somewhat, and she awkwardly continued the previous topic. "Even if you couldn't help yourself, you shouldn't hide in my home's bathroom. Besides, don't you have a bathroom in your room? Why venture to the one outside?" I instinctively replied, "I was afraid the sound from my phone would reach you." Upon hearing this, the landlady immediately recalled the events of the previous night with her husband and looked at me anxiously. "You didn't hear anything last night, did you?" "No, not at all," I denied, internally chiding myself for my lack of caution, nearly letting slip a secret. The landlady, relieved by my response, thought to herself that if I had heard the sounds of her unrestrained pleasure from the previous night, she would indeed be mortified. How embarrassing. However, as she contemplated this, she stole a glance at me and a startling thought crossed her mind. What if I had actually heard her shy, unrestrained sounds? Would my visit to the bathroom for those sordid activities have been prompted by her voice? Such thoughts set her heart racing, as if a frightened fawn were darting about within her. Yet, feeling bashful, she hesitated to address it directly and instead reiterated, "Shaolin, you are still young. Refrain from such activities. They are detrimental to your health, you know." Unbeknownst to me that the landlady had sensed something. I merely perceived her attitude towards me had become significantly more amiable, which emboldened me. Previously, she had always regarded me as her younger brother and treated me kindly. Thus, gathering my courage, I whispered, "But sometimes I can't help myself." The landlady, taken aback, inquired, "Why can't you resist? Under what circumstances do you resort to such actions?" "It's when I encounter certain stimuli, like unexpectedly watching some films, that I find myself unable to resist," I replied candidly. Having known me for a long time, the landlady, recognizing my inherent goodness, shook her head and admonished, "You should watch fewer of those unhealthy films. If you avoid them, you won't be subjected to such stimuli." I nodded in agreement, though internally I thought of how her husband was constantly engaging with that vixen, Joya, without any regard for me. What film could ever rival the thrill of real-life stimulation? However, the landlady was unaware of my thoughts, seeing my compliance. She nodded approvingly and reclined once more, adding, "Didn't you say you could give a massage? Come, give me one." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised herself slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on me, and warned, just like before, only a massage, nothing more, understood? At her words, I was filled with ecstatic joy. The sensation enveloping me was akin to that of a devoted acolyte in the presence of the esteemed proprietress. Under ordinary circumstances, my fate would have dictated a lifetime spent in humble reverence, perpetually kneeling beneath her skirts, gazing up at her with admiration, and venerating her as a saint. The prospect of transgression was utterly unfathomable. Yet, in a most unexpected turn, the proprietress has granted me this rare opportunity. How could I possibly contain my elation? As I once again grasped her long, fair leg, my hand trembled involuntarily. Chapter 16. No wandering thoughts. Upon the expansive bed, the proprietress lay beneath a light summer blanket, which gracefully covered her to the chest, concealing her exquisite form while leaving her thighs shrouded. Her long legs appeared even more alabaster and elongated, a perfect proportion devoid of any excess flesh. In this moment, she exuded a palpable tension, her face flushed like autumn waters, lightly biting her lower lip. While her hands instinctively clutched the blanket, an unfamiliar sensation surging within her, an intoxicating blend of excitement, anticipation, and trepidation. After a while, the proprietress, Lin Miaoshua, could no longer endure the heavy, ambiguous atmosphere, feeling as though time stretched infinitely. Noticing my hesitation in commencing the massage, she cast a reproachful glance my way. Her voice tinged with a mix of shyness and annoyance. Are you going to start or not? Begin now. While she was visibly anxious, I found myself even more so. Sensing her displeasure, I hastily approached to begin the massage. Given that most of her body remained covered, I could only commence with her legs. I swallowed hard. The moment my hand made contact with her beautiful leg, I was met with an unparalleled smoothness. At that instant, she quivered slightly. What is it? I inquired, noticing her tremor. Nothing at all. Please continue, she replied, her face flushed as she turned her head away, struggling to maintain composure. The sensation of my hands gliding gently along her leg had elicited an indescribable feeling that coursed through her entire being, prompting an involuntary shiver. Yet, she was reluctant to reveal her vulnerability, gripping the blanket tightly and biting her lip. Unbeknownst to her, this very display was utterly captivating to me, particularly the sight of her delicately biting her lip, akin to a lit match igniting a fire within me. In an effort to fill the silence, I hesitantly broached the topic. Proprietress, with the blanket covering you, it's difficult for me to massage you. Would you consider removing it so I can proceed? She bit her lip, remaining silent. Proprietress? I called again, noticing her lack of response. Yes? She seemed momentarily distracted, snapping back to reality upon hearing my voice. Looking at me with a dazed expression, yet it was evident that she felt overheated, beads of sweat forming upon her brow. I too felt the warmth and reiterated my earlier sentiment. Would you like to remove the summer quilt? I could give you a proper massage. However, the owner decisively declined. Accepting her refusal, I refrained from saying anything further, feeling a sense of regret. On one hand, it was indeed challenging to massage the owner while she was covered. And on the other hand, with the quilt in place, I could not fully appreciate her figure. I was thoroughly disheartened. Although compared to the past, being able to massage the owner's legs was a considerable achievement. Men are inherently driven by desire for progress. Thus, how could I not feel disheartened? After massaging her legs for a while, my attention was drawn to the owner's thighs. Even though they were covered, the area above her thighs was undeniably alluring, leaving much to the imagination. In an impulsive moment, I found myself massaging beneath the quilt. At first, the owner seemed unaware and said nothing, while my heart raced with excitement. However, just then, she suddenly became alert and, bringing her legs together, scolded me with a hint of embarrassment. Lindong, where do you think your hands are going? I wasn't doing anything wrong. I was merely massaging your legs. Don't you need to massage your thighs? I hastily explained, flustered. The owner studied my face for a moment before huffing. No need. Yet, having been rejected once more left me utterly dejected, especially after having tasted a hint of sweetness, so tantalizingly close to that mysterious place of hers. How could I not feel gloomy? There was no reason to dwell on it. The owner, seemingly reluctant to reveal her emotions, turned over and requested, just massage me like before. As she spoke, she glanced back at me with disheveled hair and warned, no more wandering hands. Unwilling to concede, I mustered my courage and proposed, how about this, owner? If you don't remove the quilt, I could massage you through it. I won't see anything, and I promise I won't touch inappropriately. Otherwise, I'll be a dog. The owner hesitated before rejecting me again. No, why not? I pleaded, almost on the verge of tears. I had already massaged her calves multiple times, having thoroughly explored that territory, leaving little allure for me. Still, she insisted no, with a huff. She seemed to sense my disappointment and, blushing, said, Shaolin, please don't think about such things. Just give me a proper massage. This is already quite excessive. Besides my husband, I have never allowed another man to touch my body. At that moment, she added, although we both know that we are upright and have nothing to fear, and I understand you are only massaging me because of my injury. Others may not perceive it the same way, understand? Moreover, you are well aware of Chun Haifeng's character. He is rather stingy. Should he discover this, one can only imagine the thoughts that might cross his mind. It is prudent that you refrain from disclosing the matter of your massage to him. While I comprehend the proprietress's sentiments, I am still left with an unfulfilled yearning. There were moments when I was impulsively tempted to reveal to her that Mr. Chen is not at all miserly. In fact, he encouraged me to entice her. Yet, I lacked the courage to voice such thoughts. Firstly, the proprietress would not believe me. Secondly, even if she did, upon confronting Mr. Chen, he would likely deny it and accuse me of jeopardizing his significant plans, resulting in my immediate dismissal. I am acutely aware that Mr. Chen's intent in asking me to seduce the proprietress is not to embarrass him, but to use her infidelity as a pretext for a peaceful divorce. Unbeknownst to the proprietress, who assumed my silence indicated displeasure, she turned to me and soothingly urged, Shaolin, please do not let your imagination run wild. It is simply unacceptable. I truly haven't. I quickly protested in defense against her accusation of fanciful thinking. Noticing my denial, she glanced downward, inquiring, if that is so, then what is happening there? Have you succumbed? Chapter 17. A misstep at her words. I instinctively lowered my gaze. The tense peak seemed to loom high above. My face instantly flushed crimson, and I found myself at a loss for words. Unsure of how to explain my reaction. Nonetheless, I was relieved to observe that the proprietress bore no ill feelings. On the contrary, her own cheeks glowed an even deeper shade of crimson, spreading to her earlobes and neck, resembling a perfectly ripened apple. Her eyes sparkled with shyness, imbued with allure. Momentarily entranced by her bashfulness, I swallowed hard and attempted to clarify. I did not intend for this to happen. It is simply, here, I faltered, reluctant to continue for fear of inciting her anger. The proprietress, her cheeks still flushed, curiously prompted, simply what? Simply that you are so beautiful, proprietress. That my instincts took over. As I spoke, I keenly observed her reaction, anxious that she might take offense. Indeed, she shot me an indignant glance, playfully scolding, such flattery. I wonder where you learned that. Not at all, I exclaimed in protest. Then, with a reverent gesture, I cradled her ankle and gazed at her earnestly. Proprietress, I speak from the heart. Consider it. If you were not beautiful, how could I possibly react this way? Humph, who knows you? The proprietress shyly averted her gaze. Her face almost suffused with blood, her enchanting eyes twinkling with embarrassment. She huffed and turned her head away, retorting, I wonder who was hiding in the bathroom last night engaged in such indecent acts. Who were you thinking of at that moment? Of you. I blurted out before I could contain myself. I'm preoccupied with thoughts of the proprietress, her slender, snow-white back filling my mind, along with the soft, shy sounds she made while sharing a room with Mr. Chun. Even now, the mere recollection of her voice stirs something within me. The proprietress, however, is incredulous. Nonsense. You didn't even see me last night. How could you think of me? I cast a furtive glance at her, unable to articulate my thoughts. Beads of sweat forming on my forehead from the intense anxiety, my heart racing. I yearned for her to know that I saw her last night. Yet I dread the possibility of her becoming upset if she were to find out. Noticing my evasive gaze, the proprietress connects it with my earlier words and suddenly considers a notion that renders her particularly bashful. Did you hear something last night? Her cheeks flush deeper, her heart fluttering like a startled deer as she gazes at me, inquiring, What did you hear? I feign ignorance, hoping she will divulge it herself. To my disappointment, she does not follow my lead. Instead, she emits a small huff and reclines once more, her tone tinged with irritation as she says, It's nothing. Continue with the massage. Seeing that she is not easily deceived, I dare not say more and resume the massage, working my way from her ankles to her knees. Yet, my gaze lingers on her long, fair thighs, and a new idea takes shape. Holding my breath, I nervously glide my hands upward along her legs. For it is a simple tactic. This motion creates an ascending sensation on her skin. Above the knees lies the inner thigh, a typically sensitive area for women. Indeed, as my hands reach her knees, she instinctively shuts her legs, her face reddening as she questions, "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to touch recklessly?" "I'm not touching recklessly," I reply innocently. "I was doing just as I was before, from the ankles to the knees." However, the proprietress finds it difficult to continue her sentence, although I had pressed in the same areas. The manner in which I had done so, gliding upward rather than applying pressure in isolated spots, evoked a sensation that made her feel as though my hands might soon traverse her inner thigh. She is reluctant to articulate her fear of my hand reaching that sensitive area. "It's nothing. Just keep massaging," she mutters, burying her face in her hands, refusing to engage with me. Internally, her anxiety escalates, her heart and breath in disarray. On one hand, she wishes to halt this ambiguous tension. On the other, she finds herself becoming entranced. For the fleeting moment when my hand brushed against her thigh, she experienced an unfamiliar intensity, a sensation she had never encountered during her years of marriage. In fact, she could even feel a slight warmth pooling within her. At the thought of this, Lin Miaoshua felt even more shy. She pressed her legs together tighter, thinking to herself, "This way, I can stop his hand from crossing where it shouldn't. It's just a regular massage anyway. No need to make a fuss." Seeing the landlady still wanted me to continue the massage, I went on. At first, every time my palm reached her knee, I could feel the landlady tremble slightly. Unfortunately, she had clenched her legs so tight that I couldn't push any further. Even so, I was already thrilled. My body was covered in sweat, whether it was from nervousness or exhaustion. But just then, I suddenly noticed that the landlady, who had kept her legs tightly pressed together, loosened them slightly. I perked up instantly. After all, keeping one's legs clamped tight the whole time was actually quite tiring. I stole a glance at the landlady. She was lying face down on the bed, so I couldn't see her expression. I held my breath, watching her while growing bolder. At first, I only pushed my hand up a little past her knee before stopping. After doing this for about a few minutes, I pushed further up to her thigh. By this time, I was so nervous that I didn't dare breathe too loudly, afraid the landlady would suddenly sit up, call me a pervert, and kick me out. That would mean all this effort was for nothing. "Landlady," I looked at her and called out tentatively. "HM." The landlady responded, but her voice sounded strange. Her breathing was unsteady. This made me can't help but think of the sounds I'd heard last night. Her voice was already very close to that. "Is this pressure okay? Does it hurt?" I asked carefully. "It's fine," the landlady replied, slightly out of breath. Her voice was mellow and breathy, incredibly alluring. I could barely control myself. I thought her voice was so beautiful. Even thinking that if I could hear her voice like this every day for the rest of my life, I'd be content. But just then, maybe because my palms were too sweaty and slippery, the hand I'd been using to massage her thigh suddenly slipped. Accidentally. It slid along the inside of her thigh and under the quilt. And then, through a layer of fabric, I touched an indescribable smoothness. I froze instantly. Chapter 18. Shame and anger combined. I had never had a girlfriend, but I'd followed Director Chen for 3 years. And we'd been to many places of ill repute. Besides, what do men talk about most when they're together? Women. He told me more than once what kind of women are the most beautiful, what kind are the most desirable, and what women are like when they're aroused, what reactions they have. As I inadvertently brushed against the smoothness beneath the hem of the proprietress's skirt, I was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy, for it signified that she had indeed felt my touch during the massage. The proprietress had desires of her own. She had been stirred. How else could that sensation have been so palpable, even through the fabric? However, as I lifted my gaze to meet hers, I was met with a countenance of mixed shame and anger, which startled me. It evoked memories of her earlier aloofness and indifference. In my bewilderment, I became flustered. The proprietress was flustered and furious, her mind racing with thoughts of how I could dare to invade her privacy. The moment she realized her intimate area had been touched, a wave of anger swept over her reason. Yet, upon seeing my disarray, her eyes softened slightly, and she merely pointed towards the door with a stern expression, commanding, "You need to leave." "Proprietress, I am truly sorry. I acknowledge my mistake," I stammered, having never witnessed her in such a state of rage, which terrified me. I hastily attempted to explain, "I did not intend to touch you there. It was merely an accident due to my sweaty palms." "How dare you continue to speak?" She interrupted, her anger flaring anew as she pointed toward the door, raising her voice to assert, "Leave. I do not wish to see you." My heart was a tumult of anxiety and fear. The earlier sense of triumph at sensing her arousal had vanished, leaving only trepidation. I dreaded her anger and feared being expelled from her presence. Most of all, I was terrified at the thought of never seeing her again. The mere notion sent me spiraling into despair, as if I were plummeting into an abyss, my heart sinking with each passing moment. "Are you not going to leave?" The proprietress, noticing my inertia, became irate and declared, "Fine. If you will not leave, I shall." "Please, no. I will leave right now." I quickly retreated to the threshold, only to witness tears cascading down her exquisite visage. My heart ached with guilt and sorrow as I implored, "Proprietress, please do not be angry. It was my fault. I shall never dare again, truly." Her anger intensified at my words, her mind filled with indignation, pondering how I could even contemplate a future encounter. Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. As I lingered in the doorway, her agitation grew, prompting her to instruct, "Close the door." With a heavy sigh, I acquiesced, feeling as despondent as I had been elated moments before. "Close the door," she reiterated. Fearing further provocation of her wrath, I complied, shutting the door behind me. Yet I remained rooted at the threshold, a tumult of conflicting emotions swirling within me, consumed by regret for my earlier actions, feeling like a beast. The proprietress, a woman of considerable reserve, has already crossed a significant boundary by allowing herself the indulgence of a massage. How could I, in such audacity, dare to touch her intimate areas? Is this not the very definition of a lecherous man, a vile wolf in sheep's clothing? Lin Dong, oh Lin Dong, how could you be such a person? My heart was heavy with regret. In the room, both my heart and that of the proprietress, Lin Miaoxua, were laden with discomfort. Immediately after I closed the door, she rose from the bed to lock it, revealing the sensual attire she had hitherto concealed beneath the covers. A sheer black silk nightgown, exposing the beauty of springtime. This was the reason she had hidden herself under the blanket during the massage. Her attire was far too revealing, far too alluring, to be displayed before me without a blush of modesty. Such an act would have been too embarrassing for her. In truth, she had not fallen nor sustained any injury. Her call to Mr. Chun was merely a ruse, for in the past 6 months, her encounters with him had been few and far between. It is often said that a woman blossoms most beautifully at the age of 30. Lin Miaoxua exemplified this notion. In her early 30s, she was not only stunning but resembled a ripe red apple, breathtakingly beautiful. Physically, she was also transformed, now possessing desires that were previously dormant. Unfortunately, her husband, Chen Haifeng, had been exceedingly busy over the past months. While she had grown accustomed to the solitude of an empty home, last night, her husband returned to seek her out. Just as she was about to ascend to the heights of ecstasy, Mr. Chen faltered, leaving her suspended in a state of unfulfillment. With her modest and reserved nature, she felt too shy to express her dissatisfaction to her husband, opting instead to wait until he fell asleep before attempting to discreetly satisfy her needs in the bathroom. However, she was utterly unprepared for the sight that awaited her upon opening the bathroom door, me engaged in a most embarrassing act. Instinctively, her initial reaction was one of anger, prompting her to turn and leave, despite my repeated apologies. She was incensed that I could behave in such a lascivious manner within her home. Yet, upon returning to her room, she found herself unable to sleep. The image of what she had witnessed lingered in her mind, and as she tossed and turned in bed, a singular thought consumed her. The size and allure of Lin Dong's endowments were striking, unlike her husband's, which she found less appealing. Soon, however, her mind was filled once more with a blend of shame and indignation. Lin Miaoxua was, after all, a shy and conservative woman, typically poised and dignified in the presence of others, particularly around unfamiliar men, maintaining a distance that precluded any semblance of flirtation. Yet now, inexplicably, her thoughts wandered to the impressive attributes of her colleague, leaving her overwhelmed with embarrassment and frustration. Regret enveloped Lin Miaoxua as she chastised herself for straying from her marital duties, particularly for harboring thoughts of another woman's husband in the dead of night, a man not only from her former workplace, but also a decade her junior. The following day, burdened with a tumult of dissatisfaction, frustration, and guilt, she deliberately maintained her distance from me and wore an unwelcoming expression. Yet, solitude crept upon her when I departed with Mr. Chun, leaving her alone at home. This solitude ignited a longing within her, accompanied by a renewed sense of guilt, while memories of the previous night's encounter lingered in her mind. As midday approached, Lin Miaoxue contemplated her husband, surmising that her incessant thoughts of last night's events stemmed from her husband's inability to fulfill her desires. She believed that once her needs were met, the haunting memories would dissipate. With this in mind, she chose a particularly alluring black sheer nightgown and called her husband, Chen Haifeng, feigning an injury to entice him to return home. What she did not anticipate, however, was that Mr. Chen would not come back. Instead, he sent me in his stead. In a moment of vulnerability, while she sought solace beneath her summer blanket, she nearly found herself discovered. What could possibly explain the embarrassment and guilt that washed over her? Reflecting on the events of the previous night and the present, Lin Miaoxue lay despondently on her bed, her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed, chastising herself. Lin Miaoxue, how have you become such a wanton woman? She recalled teasing her friend Xiao Jinyu about being unable to walk upon encountering handsome men, yet here she was, succumbing to similar temptations. Aware that men often think with their lower selves, she still dared to invite him to massage her. Oh, how vexing. Just then, her phone chimed with a video call notification, causing her to lift her head in a panic. Chapter 19. Xiao Jinyu. I lingered at the doorway of the boss lady's bedroom for a moment before retreating to my car, opting not to return to the adjacent room, fully aware of her current ire. I chose to keep my distance. Yet, even in the solitude of my car, regret gnawed at me for being overly hasty. Perhaps if I had exercised patience, I could have had the opportunity to massage her again. Moreover, if she had responded positively, I might have progressed further in our interactions. Now, however, my impulsiveness had led to a complete falling out with her, resulting in my expulsion. Nevertheless, the boss lady, as Mr. Chun had described, possessed a sensitive disposition. During our brief encounter, I had merely massaged her legs, yet even through the fabric, I was astounded by the smoothness I encountered. What might lie beneath the fabric? No, I must not dwell on such thoughts. I hastily shook my head, attempting to cast aside the previous scene from my mind. The earlier feelings of regret were manageable, yet now, recollecting the slickness of the proprietress's intimate areas left me particularly distressed. After a moment's contemplation, I located the proprietress's WeChat. Her WeChat name was 10 Miles of Spring Breeze. I gathered my thoughts and sent her a message. Dear proprietress, please do not be angry. I promise I shall not dare to repeat my mistake. It was never my intention, and I deeply regret it now. The message was dispatched swiftly, but, unsurprisingly, the proprietress did not respond. On the second floor, in her bedroom, Lin Miaoxue felt a surge of anxiety and guilt when she heard the sound of a WeChat video call. She assumed it was her husband, Chen Haifeng, inquiring about her injuries. To her surprise, the caller was not Chen Haifeng, but her close friend, Xiao Jinyu. Lin Miaoxue had two close friends with whom she had shared over a decade of camaraderie, one named Li Qingmei, who resided locally in Binhai, and the other, Xiao Jinyu, who lived in Husher. Li Qingmei was a woman of severe cleanliness, both in her lifestyle and mentality, exuding an icy beauty. In her world, men were considered base creatures, and seeking a man felt to her like an act of self-degradation. Conversely, Xiao Jinyu embodied the essence of a typical southern woman, graceful and gentle, effortlessly showcasing the delicate allure inherent to her kind. Unlike Li Qingmei's disdain for men, Xiao Jinyu believed that women should naturally display their unique charms before men, compelling them to woo and cherish, for how else would these men recognize their masculine worth? This fundamental difference often led to spirited arguments between them. However, Xiao Jinyu consistently met Li Qingmei's disdain with a charming smile, playfully teasing her friend about the merits of men. Were it not for Lin Miaoxue's composed and gracious presence mediating their gatherings, these two contrasting personalities might have clashed violently. Currently, Lin Miaoxue was in a state of turmoil. Upon seeing Xiao Jinyu's video call, she chose not to answer. Yet, it was not long before Xiao Jinyu's call came through again. Understanding her friend's tenacious nature, akin to a regal Persian cat, Lin Miaoxue knew that avoiding the call would only lead to further attempts. Thus, she answered the phone. My dear Miaoxue, why did you not answer my video call? Are you perhaps concealing some guilty secret from your sister? The moment the call connected, Xiao Jinyu's soft and alluring laughter echoed through the receiver. What misdeeds could I possibly be up to? Lin Miaoxue replied with a gentle smile, finding it difficult to counter her friend's unabashed candor. Xiao Jinyu, with a playful tone, responded, that is uncertain. Times have changed, and minds have opened. People indulge in all sorts of audacious behaviors now. Who's to say you haven't been engaging in some scandalous activities behind my back? Otherwise, why would you have ignored my video call? Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoxue inexplicably recalled the intimate moments from before when I had given her a massage, and instinctively blushed as she retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. That's impossible. My husband left for work early this morning. If you keep saying such things, I'm going to get angry." "Angry, you say?" Xiao Jinyu suddenly seized upon this detail, then continued to speak to herself. No, something must be amiss. My dear Miaoxue is typically composed and serene. She wouldn't become flustered over a mere comment. Lin Miaoxue found herself momentarily speechless by Xiao Jinyu's unexpected insight, and with a guilty heart, weakly insisted, "There really is no problem." "I don't believe you," Xiao Jinyu scoffed, then abruptly changed her tone, revealing a mischievous smile. "Unless you show me your face on video right now." "Fine." Lin Miaoxue glanced outside, noting the stillness, then ended the call and dialed Xiao Jinyu for a video chat. The connection was established swiftly, revealing a woman of porcelain complexion and alluring beauty, none other than Lin Miaoxue's closest confidant, Xiao Jinyu. Lin Miaoxue felt quite helpless against her friend, raising her phone to capture the empty surroundings, and sighed, "See, Vixen? It's just me here in the room." No, Xiao Jinyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Why is your hair so disheveled?" "Huh." Lin Miaoxue instinctively touched her tousled hair, then, fearing that Xiao Jinyu might sense something amiss, quickly added, "I just took a nap." "Is it unusual for my hair to be messy?" "Is it?" Xiao Jinyu asked, her smile radiant, her eyes brimming with curiosity as if she were peering into Lin Miaoxue's soul. Lin Miaoxue, naturally not adept at lying, found it difficult to withstand Xiao Jinyu's piercing gaze. She averted her eyes slightly and replied, "Of course. It's hot today, and I didn't turn on the air conditioning while I was sleeping. True, it is rather warm today. I nearly melted in the sun here in the city. If I weren't afraid of being accused of being a vixen when I step out, I would consider going out in just my skin tonight," Xiao Jinyu said boldly, echoing Lin Miaoxue's sentiments. As Lin Miaoxue sighed in relief, feeling she had evaded the conversation, Xiao Jinyu suddenly wore a sly smile, her eyes glinting with mischief. "But I still don't believe you haven't done anything wrong. Unless you let me see your little sister, I want to check if she's drooling. If not, I'll take your word for it. Get lost. I'm hanging up." Lin Miaoxue's face flushed crimson, her heart racing with embarrassment and anger as she attempted to end the video call. Seeing Lin Miaoxue about to hang up, Xiao Jinyu quickly wiped the mischievous smile from her face, no longer joking, and pleaded, Wait, don't hang up. I was wrong. I wasn't joking anymore." Lin Miaoxue, upon hearing this, dismissed the thought of making a video call. However, the image of herself standing at the door, feeling utterly lost, lingered in her mind. At that moment, she had repeatedly uttered apologies, echoing the sentiments expressed by her close friend, Xiao Jinyu. Subsequently, Lin Miaoxue minimized the video chat window and noticed the WeChat messages I had sent her, indeed still pouring forth, filled with expressions of regret and promises of never repeating the mistake. Did a mere couple of apologies suffice? How audacious! Infuriated, Lin Miaoxue puffed her cheeks in indignation. How dare he touch her intimate areas? Aside from her husband, she had never allowed another man to trespass there. Chapter 20. Handsome men are enough. Money is secondary. Within a lavishly decorated garden villa in the bustling city of Shanghai, Xiao Jinyu, clad in yoga attire and possessing an incredibly alluring figure, observed Lin Miaoxue lost in thought on the video. With curiosity, she inquired, "Miaoxue, what are you thinking about?" "Oh, nothing much," Lin Miaoxue replied, snapping back to reality. Her cheeks flushed even deeper. Having just completed her yoga session, Xiao Jinyu released her bun, letting her hair cascade like a waterfall, exuding femininity. With her keen observational skills, she sensed that her dear friend was behaving unusually today. However, fearing Lin Miaoxue might become upset, she refrained from probing further and instead shifted to more pressing matters. "Darling, I'm tired of being in Shanghai. I plan to visit Binhai in a few days to spend some time with you and the Ice Princess. Will your husband approve of your visit?" Lin Miaoxue teased, knowing Xiao Jinyu had a partner. Her man wielded considerable influence in Shanghai, possessing a strong desire for control. Given Xiao Jinyu's playful nature, each time she visited Binhai, her partner would check in on her and frequently urge her to return to Shanghai. Undeterred, Xiao Jinyu replied, "I don't care. He can't control me. If he expects me to behave like a caged canary in Shanghai, I might as well perish. I wish to revel, to enjoy life, to flirt with handsome men. You must introduce me to a charming fellow. Where on earth will I find you a handsome man? Lin Yaoshua chuckled. Xiao Jinyu, with a mischievous grin, suggested, the driver named Lin Dong, who drives your husband, is quite appealing. He is ex-military, strong and fit. Last time, my man rushed me so much that I didn't get the chance to meet the charming lad. This time, you must play matchmaker. Upon hearing my name, Lin Yaoshua instinctively retorted, what is so great about him? He is handsome, Xiao Jinyu replied. Can good looks be eaten? Lin Yaoshua countered. When will you change your infatuated ways? And he is fit. Xiao Jinyu beamed. Isn't it enough for a man to be handsome and in good shape? What else would I want from him? Money? I, dear sister, am not lacking in that department. What I seek is a young and handsome companion. For reasons she couldn't quite understand, Lin Yaoshua felt a twinge of discomfort at Xiao Jinyu's constant mentions of me. Thus, she said, you might want to reconsider. He has never had a girlfriend before. Spare him your troubles. He isn't suited for you. Upon hearing the words of her enchanting friend, Xiao Jinyu's eyes gleamed with intrigue. So he is still a virgin? She mused. In that case, dear sister must prepare a grand red envelope for him. Lin Yaoshua, listening to her confidant, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. After a moment of reflection, she concluded that the predicament lay with her. Had she not gone to the airport to greet Xiao Jinyu, showering him with warmth and attention along the way, he would never have fixated on her. With this realization, Lin Yaoshua minimized the video frame in frustration and angrily accessed my WeChat chat box, typing, leave me alone. Men are nothing but trouble. Do not message me again. Ding. Upon opening WeChat, I was met with the glaring message from the proprietress, commanding me to depart. Indeed, I held a fondness for her, yet I too possessed my dignity. As the saying goes, the more one loves, the more one is affected by the other's demeanor. Although I acknowledged my previous misstep, the coldness in her words undeniably stung. It was understandable. A woman born with a silver spoon, entrenched in the upper echelons of society, surely could not regard someone like me, a mere individual earning a meager monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, driven by my wounded pride. I deleted the piercing WeChat message from the proprietress and took a moment to compose myself before seeking out the WeChat profile of my high school classmate, Li Yan. In her presence, I felt no inferiority. Moreover, Li Yan was quite lovely in her own right. While she may not possess the striking beauty and grace of the proprietress, the serene charm she exuded held a fraction of the allure. However, despite locating Li Yan's profile, I refrained from messaging her immediately, as I had previously reached out and received no response. This lack of reply agitated me further. Having already faced rejection from the proprietress, being told to leave, and branded unworthy, the thought of sending Li Yan a second message made me feel like a desperate suitor, yet turning my frustration into delight. Just as I was engulfed in discomfort and indecision, Li Yan surprisingly replied to me. I apologize, I couldn't use my phone at work. But I have time to check it now during lunch, she explained. Her response felt like a lifeline thrown to me. As anyone who experiences neglect finds solace in even the slightest gesture of kindness, I was no exception. Thus, I promptly replied, no worries, I was busy too. I then inquired, what are you working on that keeps you so occupied? Fashion, she replied. At her words, a realization struck me. In our hometown, situated in Jiang province with its relatively underdeveloped economic conditions, the educational resources were severely lacking. Among my peers, few had the opportunity to attend university. Most had dropped out of middle or high school to seek employment. The paths available to those who left school were limited, learning to repair vehicles, mastering CNC machinery, or working in factories. As for the girls who drop out of school, they typically find employment either in electronics factories or in private garment factories in the South, where wages are calculated on a piecework basis. The more one labors, the more one earns. The work is demanding, leaving little time for distractions like mobile phones. I cannot help but feel a wave of nostalgia when I think of Li Yan, the girl I once secretly adored to the depths of my being, now toiling in a job that is both exhausting and devoid of prospects. Li Yan possesses a serene disposition, embodying the grace of a refined lady, capable of enduring solitude, a quality that would make her an ideal wife. In high school, I even contemplated pursuing her as a life partner, but alas, she rebuffed my advances. To my dismay, upon returning from military service, I discovered that Li Yan had entered into an arranged marriage with a man of seemingly ordinary stature. When I first received this news, I was intoxicated and found myself lamenting to her on QQ, expressing the depth of my affections during our school days and my bewilderment over her initial rejection, only to later marry an unremarkable man. Surely, I believed, I was far superior to her current husband. After a long silence, Li Yin finally responded, saying that she was too young back then to understand the nuances of love. And by the time she came to her senses, everything had changed. Indeed, the world has transformed. I often reflect on this truth, yet there is nothing I can do. The ship has sailed, and Li Yin's marriage to another is a reality that will forever remain a regret in my heart. After a brief conversation, Li Yin soon informed me that her lunch break was over and she had to return to work. As I revisited our chat history, I sensed her unhappiness. And thinking of her once radiant presence in school, I tightened my grip on the steering wheel of my Mercedes E300. A surge of intense ambition, fierce and unwilling to settle for mediocrity, coursed through me. I yearned for success, just like Mr. Chun. For only then can I care for the woman I wish to cherish. Chapter 21. You could say she is simply too captivating. Money emboldens a man. With wealth, one can pursue many desires. For instance, if Mr. Chun were devoid of riches, would the cunning Zhou Yeye have shown him any affection? It goes without saying that, with her astuteness, she would never engage in such folly. Under those circumstances, she might even direct her affections toward me. Reflecting on Zhou Ye's declaration of her fondness for me earlier that day at the office ignited a warmth within me. Although I hold her character in contempt, I cannot deny her allure. She is enchanting, akin to a siren. Often, my disdain for her is perhaps rooted in jealousy that Mr. Chun is the one she serves. Not I. Had Zhou Ye initially pursued me, I would have embraced the opportunity rather than loathe her. I would have taken her back to my hometown, proudly showcasing my beautiful university student girlfriend to all. Yet, my daydreaming was soon curtailed. I have come to a stark realization that even if Mr. Chun were financially constrained, Zhou Ye would not lower herself to my level. Rather, she would seek out another affluent individual. Just at that moment, Mr. Chin's call came through. Is my wife seriously injured? Has she gone to the hospital for an examination? He inquired. It was only then that I recalled the fact that the boss lady had twisted her ankle. After a moment of reflection, I responded to Mr. Chun. The boss lady's injury is not severe. She did not go to the hospital. Mr. Chun then asked, where are you now? In the car, I instinctively replied. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chin furrowed his brow and asked, aren't you with my wife? No, she is resting in the bedroom, I responded, sensing his dissatisfaction, yet feeling somewhat perplexed. Why would I be with the boss lady? Even if I had not offended her, it would be improbable for us to be together. Mr. Chin's anger seemed to intensify as he restrained his displeasure and queried, do you remember what I mentioned to you yesterday afternoon at the office? Suddenly, I recalled Mr. Chin's suggestion for me to seduce the boss lady. However, the rapid changes of recent days had left my thoughts in disarray, causing me to overlook this matter. Hesitantly, I said, Mr. Chun, I am merely a driver. How could the boss lady possibly be interested in me? It is truly beyond my abilities. As I spoke, I added a touch of grievance, saying, not only can I not seduce the boss lady, but she does not even allow me to stay at home, which is why I am here in the car. Mr. Chin understood that his wife was quite dignified and maintained a strict boundary with men, making it exceedingly difficult for her to stray. Hearing my words alleviated much of his discontent. Nevertheless, from Mr. Chin's perspective, I was the one with the greatest opportunity. For a man to cultivate feelings with a woman, the primary requirement is that she does not harbor disdain for him. If she despises you at first sight and refuses to engage in conversation, how could you possibly entice her into error? Ah, Shaolin, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but sometimes you can be excessively honest. Haven't you heard that nice guys finish last? Occasionally, you must possess a bit more audacity. Do you understand the concept of boundaries? You need to gradually gauge my wife's limits. For instance, express your fondness for her. If she scolds you, feign innocence and remark on her beauty, claiming you simply cannot help yourself. Women enjoy sweet words, you know. If my wife is not angry, you should boldly touch her, or, better yet, kiss her directly, perhaps even with a little passion. Given that Zhou Ye is expecting a son, Mr. Chin felt an even greater urgency regarding the divorce and, in his frustration, began instructing me fervently. Yes. You must be bold. The key is to venture deep. For women, there are two ways to leave a profound impression on their hearts, through their two entrances. The lower one, for now, is beyond your reach, but you can certainly explore the upper one. You have served in the military. Surely you cannot claim that you are incapable of winning over a single woman? With an air of impatience, Mr. Chin addressed me, Lin Dong. Shortly you must accompany Yeye to her hometown. She will be away for an entire week. You had better secure my wife's affections within this time frame. Do you understand? I have conveyed all that needs to be said. When you enter, seize the opportunity to kiss her. Wouldn't he, the proprietress, tear me apart? I responded, my heart racing with trepidation. Mr. Chin retorted, are you a fool? Which woman would publicly declare that she has been taken advantage of? Would a mere kiss warrant a police report? Furthermore, she would never dare disclose it to me. How could she phrase it? Darling, your driver kissed me? The likelihood is that she would keep this matter to herself, and then you can take the chance to appear pitiful before her. You may even kneel if necessary. Just say that she is too enchanting, and you were unable to restrain yourself. If there is to be blame, let it rest upon her irresistible charm. Initially, I harbored doubts regarding Mr. Chin's words, but as I absorbed his current assertions, I found myself compelled to concede. He was indeed a seasoned veteran in the realm of romance. I even began to suspect that this was precisely how he courted the proprietress. How else could such a proud and beautiful woman have been enamored by Mr. Chun, who was merely a contractor at the time? The more I pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Thus, I felt a renewed sense of encouragement. After ending the call, I entered the villa with newfound vigor. Just as I was about to ascend the stairs, I hesitated. Having inadvertently touched the proprietress inappropriately before, I surmised that she must be quite upset with me. If I were to go upstairs now, she would undoubtedly scold me again. Therefore, I contemplated my next step and resolved to prepare lunch instead. It was already midday, and the proprietress had yet to eat. Once I had finished cooking, I could call her down under the pretense of sharing a meal. Without delay, I made my way to the kitchen. Having been raised in the countryside, my culinary skills were commendable. I swiftly prepared 2 dishes, a winter melon stew with ribs and a spicy shrimp stir-fry. Once the dishes were ready, I mustered my courage and ascended the stairs once more. Arriving at the proprietress's bedroom door, I could faintly hear her voice. It seemed she was engaged in a video call with a woman. Madam, I have prepared lunch. Would you care to join me? I called through the door. Inside, Lin Miaoxue was still conversing with her friend, Xiao Jinyu. Upon hearing my voice, her initial instinct was to shoo me away, but concerned that Xiao Jinyu might sense something amiss, she feigned ignorance to my call. Not perceiving a response from the proprietress, I knocked on the door again. Lin Miaoxue had not intended to acknowledge me, but Xiao Jinyu, hearing the knock, inquired, is someone knocking at the door? Why aren't you going to answer it? Oh, is there? I didn't notice. Perhaps it is someone calling me for lunch. Let me hang up for now. We can talk later. Lin Miaoxue feigned indifference at the sound of my voice, hastily terminating the call. With a tempestuous demeanor, she descended from her bed and strode to the door, flinging it open to glare at me. Are you ever going to be done? The proprietress was evidently incensed. I noticed you hadn't eaten, so I came to invite you for a meal. I replied timidly, daunted by her anger. Yet, my gaze was involuntarily drawn to her décolletage. Earlier, while administering a massage in her room, I had not observed the nightgown she wore. Now, however, I beheld it, a black silk garment, intricately designed with lace. Particularly sheer at the upper chest, where it teasingly revealed the contours of her alabaster curves, reminiscent of inverted bowls. The thought that dominated my mind was, her bosom is magnificent. Chapter 22. Are you considering a severance? I had perused numerous short films on my phone, among which the actress Aoi Sora was renowned for her ample bosom. Yet I had not anticipated that the proprietress would rival her in allure, though not as voluminous. Her form was exquisite, and her skin possessed a porcelain-like radiance akin to the finest jade. However, I was astute enough to avert my gaze at the very moment Lin Miaoxue's ire peaked. What a perceptive woman she was. She likely sensed my furtive glance, but her emotions were a blend of embarrassment and annoyance at my youthful propensity for lascivious thoughts. She reasoned that perhaps my naivete stemmed from inexperience with women, and that, in time, I would mature and find a girlfriend. Noticing my averted gaze, Lin Miaoxue chose not to pursue the matter further. With a huff, she donned a jacket to shield her modesty and prepared to descend for dinner. Nevertheless, she was undeniably beautiful. Even clad in a simple jacket, her allure remained unblemished, enhancing her striking presence and adding a touch of elegance. Her tall stature accentuated her long, shapely legs, which exuded a sensual grace. At that moment, I remembered to inquire, by the way, proprietress, does your ankle still hurt? Can you walk? Upon hearing my question, A faint blush crept across Lin Miaoshua's cheeks. She had not genuinely sustained an injury. Her earlier claim of a sprain was merely a ploy to summon her husband back home. Ironically, her ruse had backfired, leaving her not only without his company, but also in an embarrassingly compromising situation. Though Lin Miaoshua had calmed considerably, the memory of the electrifying touch lingered, leaving her feeling quite bashful. It was a mixture of unfamiliar exhilaration and the fact that I was her husband's chauffeur, a role that rendered such intimacy particularly inappropriate, as that domain was sacred and reserved solely for her spouse. The most crucial aspect is that she was touched in a profoundly emotional and vulnerable state, which left her feeling immensely embarrassed, fearing that I might perceive her as a woman of loose morals. This was also the primary reason for her earlier mix of shame and anger, as she sought to preemptively label me as a lecher. When Lin Miaoshua heard me mention my ankle injury, she paused in contemplation, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as a hint of pain flickered across her face. Blushing, she softly murmured, "It still hurts a bit, but not as much as before. Could you assist me?" Lin Miaoshua spoke to me with a shy and guilty demeanor. "Of course, I'll help you," I replied with great delight, feeling an exhilarating rush as I immediately came forward to support the proprietress's arm, experiencing a sensation akin to being pulled back from the brink of a precipice. I found her to be the most wonderful woman in the world. If it had been any other woman, my previous boldness would likely have led to her unforgiveness. Yet, the proprietress chose to forgive me. If she is not the most beautiful, gentle, and remarkable woman in existence, then who is? Supported by me, Lin Miaoshua limped toward the door, her face increasingly flushed with a gentle hue. Others might not understand, but she was acutely aware that her ankle injury was feigned. I must admit, pretending to be injured and walking is exceedingly challenging. As we reached the corridor leading downstairs, Lin Miaoshua noticed that I had halted, causing her heart to skip a beat as she warily inquired, "Why have you stopped?" I immediately recognized the wariness in her gaze and quickly glanced at the staircase, explaining, "Proprietress, your ankle is sprained, and you shouldn't put weight on it while descending. Would you like me to carry you downstairs?" As soon as I finished speaking, I quickly added, "Please don't misunderstand. I genuinely only intend to carry you down. I promise I won't overstep any boundaries." Seeing my earnest explanation, Lin Miaoshua's anxious demeanor eased considerably, and she nearly smiled, though she restrained herself and feigned suspicion, asking, "Really?" "Indeed, if I overstep, I shall sever my own hand," I vowed earnestly upon noticing her softening stance. "Very well," she replied after glancing at the staircase, her expression revealing hesitance. After a moment's consideration, she acquiesced. But as I jubilantly prepared to carry her, she lowered her head, her face radiating shyness, becoming even more flushed, resembling a peepa partially veiled. As she cautioned me once more, "But you must truly not misbehave, do you understand?" I will feel embarrassed." "I assure you, I will not misbehave," I reiterated fervently, genuinely pledging to myself that I must show proper respect to such a wonderful proprietress. Just then, a waft of fragrant air enveloped me, and suddenly, a soft figure nestled against me. I was momentarily stunned. This sensation was indescribable, and it was the first time I realized just how supple a woman's body could be. And what thrilled me most was the feeling of the proprietress resting on my back. I could distinctly feel two indescribably soft entities pressing against me, and as they clung tightly, they began to spread outward, making it evident just how alluring those two soft forms were. Am I heavy? Just as my excitement reached an uncontrollable peak, I heard the shy voice of the proprietress beside me. Given the proximity, I could even sense the warmth of her breath as she spoke into my ear. In an instant, I felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Not heavy. Not heavy at all. I understood that women are particularly sensitive about their weight, so I promptly cradled the proprietress in my arms and lifted her onto my back, my previous feelings of disappointment, frustration, and fear evaporating entirely. After all, she was wearing a dress. As I gently supported her from behind, my hand brushed against her smooth, soft thighs, an area I had longed to touch during our previous massages, and now, unexpectedly, I found myself in such a privileged position. Lin Miaoshua, gazing at my invigorated expression, blushed deeply, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness. She regretted allowing me to carry her. When my hand made contact with her thigh, she instantly felt an unusual sensation coursing through her. A tingling warmth enveloped her, and in that moment, she sensed her entire body becoming weak and pliable. However, Lin Miaoshua, being a dignified and reserved woman, sought to maintain some decorum. To avoid any misunderstandings, she placed her hands on my back, striving to keep a slight distance between us, so that certain parts of her did not press too noticeably against me. I too felt a tinge of disappointment, yet I remained content. For my hand rested upon the proprietress's thigh. It was simply that her not wrapping her arms around my neck made carrying her somewhat cumbersome. Her thighs were exceptionally smooth. My palm gradually slid along her thigh towards her posterior. This action instantly heightened Lin Miaoshua's sensitivity, snapping her back to reality as she inquired, "What is your hand doing?" "I can't help it. It's too slippery," I replied defensively. The proprietress, now acutely aware of the term slippery, flushed even deeper. Her voice tinged with a mix of embarrassment and irritation as she pressed, "Slippery again? Do you wish to lose your hand?" Chapter 23. Do you like me? No. It truly is slippery. It lacks grip. If you were to wrap your arms around my neck, it wouldn't be so slippery, I hurriedly explained upon noticing her displeasure. The proprietress understood that supporting herself on my back made it challenging for me to carry her, so after a moment's hesitation, she blushed anew and repositioned herself comfortably against my back, restoring the delightful softness. I couldn't resist glancing back at her, finding her blushing visage utterly enchanting. The proprietress, feeling bashful, shot me a glance, urging me not to stare and to focus on descending the stairs. "If you let me fall, I won't forgive you," she warned. Seeing that her anger had dissipated, I chuckled and assured her it wouldn't happen, then proceeded to carry her down the stairs with great satisfaction. If there is one aspect that leaves me unsatisfied, it is the fact that the circular corridor in Chen's residence is undeniably too brief, within less than a minute. I found myself at the end, leaving me little opportunity to linger in the presence of the charming proprietress. "Do you also cook?" Upon reaching the dining table, Lin Miaoshua gazed at the two exquisite dishes, winter melon stew with ribs and spicy prawns, casting a surprised glance my way, evidently taken aback by my culinary prowess, which seemed to add yet another commendable trait to my character. Indeed, I have been cooking since I was quite young. Thrilled by the proprietress's compliment, I happily settled across from her, gazing at her with a sense of admiration as I spoke. "You could cook at such a young age?" Lin Miaoshua inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "Did your parents not prepare meals for you?" During the busy farming season, they were often in the fields harvesting crops, so I had to prepare the meals at home and wait for their return, I boasted. I began cooking at the age of 9. Back then, I couldn't reach the stove, so I would stand on a small stool to stir fry. However, Lin Miaoshua did not seem particularly impressed by the fact that I could cook at 9. She contemplated for a moment, realizing that 9 years old would be around the 3rd grade. As this thought crossed her mind, the wariness in her gaze diminished significantly, replaced by a hint of compassion. "You were in the 3rd grade at that time, right?" "Yes." I remained oblivious to the compassion in the proprietress's eyes, as I considered cooking at 9 to be rather commonplace. Many of my peers had started cooking at a young age, also engaging in farm work. Whether it was weeding in the cornfields or transplanting rice seedlings, there was hardly anything I was incapable of. In comparison, I found the proprietress to possess an exquisite beauty, fair-skinned, graceful, with long, flowing hair that cascaded down her shoulders. She resembled a movie star from a television drama. Lin Miaoshua, being a woman, was likely unaccustomed to being gazed at so intently by a man. Embarrassed, she shot me a glare and said, "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" "You are far more beautiful than any flower," I exclaimed, captivated by the lovely proprietress. Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoshua's heart, which had remained undisturbed for over 30 years, suddenly rippled as if a stone had been cast into its still waters. She looked at me and, emboldened, asked, "So do you often find yourself tenting in my presence?" "I can't help it," I replied, my voice tinged with a sense of grievance. "It's primarily because you are simply too stunning, and it's beyond my control. It becomes erect without my intention." The proprietress's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "You are merely lecherous. I assure you, it is entirely due to your overwhelming charm," I countered with conviction. "Otherwise, why would I have no reaction to other women? If you resembled someone like Feng Jia, I would undoubtedly be entirely indifferent." Lin Miaoshua, who rarely paid attention to internet celebrities, curiously asked, "Who is Feng Jia?" "She is an exceedingly unattractive woman." In an effort to demonstrate my character, I approached the proprietress, intending to showcase a photograph of Feng Jia on my mobile browser. To my utter embarrassment, as the browser loaded, the unmistakable, husky voice of the renowned actress, Song, filled the air. On screen, She was embracing a male performer. My goodness. I was nearly startled enough for my heart to leap from my throat. Earlier that morning, I had been teased by the seductive Zhou Yeye in the office, and had planned to retreat to the restroom to indulge in a film featuring Tsang, seeking a moment of solitary release. However, a sudden phone call from Mr. Chen had interrupted my intentions, and I had carelessly left the web page open, merely exiting the browser. Now, upon reopening it, I found myself confronted with the very page I had previously closed, resulting in this mortifying scene. At that moment, I dared not glance at the proprietress's expression, quickly returning to the homepage and searching for Feng Jie's photos anew, all the while feeling a sense of futility in my efforts. Fortunately, the proprietress refrained from voicing her thoughts immediately. While Lin Miaoxue did not speak, she had witnessed the scene on my phone and heard the embarrassing sounds, which caused her cheeks to flush. As a woman, she felt it inappropriate to comment, only casting me a glance filled with a mix of embarrassment and irritation, questioning whether I had dared to display such content before her intentionally. I certainly had no intention of broaching the incident, instead continuing to present the photos of Feng Jie to the proprietress. Do you see? Is she not quite unattractive? If she were the one, I would absolutely not have any reaction at all. The proprietress, however, was far too flustered to continue the discussion, glaring at me with indignation as she asked, "So, if someone looked like me, would you then have a reaction?" "Absolutely not," I declared, pledging my loyalty. "I only have such reactions towards you, dear proprietress." As soon as the words left my lips, I froze. After all, I was merely Mr. Chun's driver, and in a sense, the proprietress was also my superior. What did my words imply? Suddenly, my voice faltered, and I hesitated to meet her gaze, fearing her displeasure. The proprietress indeed contemplated becoming angry, but upon seeing my woeful expression, her heart softened. After a moment's reflection, she felt compelled to clarify a few matters. "Shaolin," she called my name. I looked up at her. She continued, "I have a husband, you know?" "Yes," I replied, my heart sinking at her words, as the joy I had felt moments before vanished completely. Indeed, the proprietress was married, and I was merely a driver in their household. What was I thinking? Disappointment shadowed my face. Lin Miaoxue, possessing a tender heart, noticed my downcast demeanor and gently inquired, "Are you unhappy?" "There is no unhappiness, merely a sense of loss." With my head bowed, I feared the proprietress might perceive my expression. My heart was heavy with a profound discomfort, akin to a blow delivered by reality. Observing this, Lin Miaoxue sighed, originally intending to clarify matters with me. However, upon witnessing my despondency, she hesitated and, instead, curiously inquired, "Do you like me?" Taken aback by her question, I raised my gaze to the proprietress, momentarily bewildered by the meaning behind her words. "I am asking you, do you like me?" The proprietress, noticing my stare, blushed slightly and reiterated her question. "Yes," I replied without hesitation. The proprietress gazed deeply into my eyes, prompting me to ask, "Do you truly understand what liking someone means? Is it possible that what you feel isn't genuine affection, that you might experience similar feelings towards other beautiful women?" "Impossible. I genuinely like you," I asserted, sensing her skepticism and feeling compelled to affirm my feelings. The proprietress, momentarily taken aback by my confidence, responded softly, "But I am married. My husband treats me well. You cannot harbor feelings for me, you understand?" Upon hearing this, I was tempted to reveal the truth about her husband's lack of genuine affection. In reality, Mr. Chen was about to have an illegitimate child and had even suggested that I seduce her to facilitate his divorce under the guise of infidelity. Yet, I refrained from saying anything and simply murmured to the proprietress, "But I truly like you. Why won't you listen?" The proprietress sighed, exasperated by my obstinacy. In truth, she too felt a spark of attraction towards me, an impulse, as I was the only man besides her husband who evoked such feelings. The dilemma lay in her marital status. Engaging with me was out of the question. Lin Miaoxue, observing my plight, softened her tone and said, "Lin Dong, be good and listen to your sister. Choose someone else to like. You are not lacking in charm, sunny and handsome. You could find a girl 10 times better than me, but none of them are you. I am infatuated with you," I confessed. I had become utterly captivated. No other woman could hold my attention. My mind consumed by thoughts of the proprietress's exquisite form and beauty. "There's no reasoning with you. Let us eat," Lin Miaoxue retorted angrily before dismissing me, feigning annoyance as she focused on her meal. Yet, Amidst her pretense, a flicker of sweetness lingered in her heart. What woman wouldn't appreciate the unwavering affection of a man significantly younger than herself? However, Lin Miaoshua's dignified and shy nature prevented her from expressing these sentiments openly. After dinner, upon my carrying her back to her room, Lin Miaoshua locked the door, clearly indicating her intent to sever any hope I harbored. Yet, as she lay on her bed, a sense of emptiness filled her heart. The vivid memory of the massage I gave her earlier today lingers in my mind. At that moment, she was indeed stirred, yearning deeply, yet she restrained herself, tightly pressing her legs together to conceal her feelings. However, when alone now, the desire resurfaces. Lin Miaoshua stood before the mirror, her cheeks flushed as she removed her garments. In an instant, a flawless figure emerged in the reflection, no excess flesh to be seen. Her curves exquisite and alluring, each contour radiating an irresistible charm. Am I truly beloved by someone so much younger than I? Lin Miaoshua pondered as she gazed at her reflection, finding herself comparable to women in their 20s. Her face, slightly crimson, recalled the sensation of my massage earlier, a thrill her husband had never provided. Yet soon, her expression dimmed. She was married, and 10 years my senior, a union that seemed wholly unrealistic. Thus, she donned her clothes once more, lying on the bed, reaching for her phone to message her dear friend, Xiao Jinyu. Li Qingmei, an icy beauty, showed little interest in men, yet Xiao Jinyu was quite the opposite, adept at ensnaring them and eagerly engaging in discussions about them. Lin Miaoshua sent a message. Beautiful. Are you there? I have a troubling matter to consult you about. What is it? Xiao Jinyu, ever attached to her phone, replied swiftly. Lin Miaoshua hesitated before asking. What if someone likes me, and I tell him not to, but he doesn't listen? What should I do? Instantly intrigued, Xiao Jinyu, uninterested in texting, initiated a video call. After Lin Miaoshua shyly declined several times, she finally switched to a voice call, her curiosity piqued. Who likes you? Xiao Jinyu's inquisitive tone rang through as soon as the call connected. You don't know him, Lin Miaoshua replied, unwilling to disclose that it was I who harbored feelings for her. Sensing her reticence, Xiao Jinyu pressed. But do you like him? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Miaoshua responded. Not really. He is much younger than I, and I am already married. It's utterly impossible, isn't it? Please, teach me how to make him stop liking me. Xiao Jinyu sighed. I fear there is little hope. Lin Miaoshua, taken aback, asked why not. I am a married woman. Ah, therein lies the problem. Xiao Jinyu replied with a mischievous grin. Are you aware of the tale of Cao Cao? Confused, Lin Miaoshua inquired. Who is Cao Cao? Can you be clearer? Only then did Xiao Jinyu burst into laughter, explaining, Cao Cao was known for his fondness for married women, hence the nickname Cao Thief. At that moment, Lin Miaoshua realized Xiao Jinyu was teasing her, and with a mix of embarrassment and irritation, she retorted, I am being serious. And so am I. Xiao Jinyu replied with a playful tone. Xiao Jinyu remarked, let me tell you, men are all like Cao Thieves. It's not just middle-aged men. Even young boys are fond of mature women. Have you heard the saying, nothing tastes better than dumplings, nothing is more fun than a sister-in-law? To them, a beauty of your caliber is simply exquisite. If I were a man, I would go to great lengths to lure you into my bed. Lin Miaoshua's face flushed upon hearing this, and she replied, Isn't there any other way? There is. Xiao Jinyu exclaimed. What is it? Lin Miaoshua halted, intrigued by Xiao Jinyu's suggestion. The solution is for you to let him succeed. Once a man has what he desires, he often finds it loses its allure, and naturally, he will let you go. However, there is a possibility that you are simply too captivating for him to resist. After all, my dear Miaoshua is truly enchanting. Seeing Xiao Jinyu's increasingly absurd remarks, Lin Miaoshua retorted angrily, You would do better to remain silent. I'm hanging up. Noticing Lin Miaoshua's irritation, Xiao Jinyu quickly interjected, Wait, I have another idea. What is it? Lin Miaoshua paused, intrigued by Xiao Jinyu's enthusiasm. The plan is for me to meet him. Xiao Jinyu declared with a tone of gallant resolve, her excitement bubbling over as she continued, I will fly over tomorrow to meet you. Introduce me to him, and I shall ensure he finds someone else, making him forget all about you. Goodbye. Lin Miaoshua abruptly ended the call in a fit of anger. Ignoring the subsequent voice messages Xiao Jinyu sent her way. After a while, Xiao Jinyu sent a WeChat message that caught Lin Miaoshua's eye, instantly reddening her cheeks. The message read, I'm fainting. Sister, are you really angry? You're not jealous, are you? I'm not. Lin Miaoshua replied defensively. Akin to a cat whose tail was stepped on, and she subsequently chose to ignore Xiao Jinyu, her mind occupied with the events of the past few days. Feeling somewhat troubled, then Xiao Jinyu's earlier startling words echoed in her mind. Let him succeed, and once a man has succeeded, he will find it uninteresting. Chapter 25. I am running Lin Yaoxue. Oh, Lin Yaoxue. When did you become so audacious? You are a married woman. Is this not a form of emotional infidelity? After recognizing her alarming thoughts, Lin Yaoxue began to internally chastise herself. Yet soon, a troubling realization dawned upon her. If she did not act, Xiaolin would continue to cling on. Suddenly, she recalled the scene she had witnessed last night by the restroom door, and her heart raced as she dialed her husband. Chen Haifeng. Initially, the call did not connect. After a 5-minute wait, Chen Haifeng finally returned the call, his voice slightly breathless. How are you feeling now? Still in pain? I asked Xiaolin earlier, and she said your injury isn't severe, so I didn't call to check on you. I'm fine, much better now. Lin Yaoxue initially responded with a remark, then curiously inquired, why are you speaking so breathlessly? Oh, it's just that I've been running and I'm utterly exhausted. Is there anything else? No, nothing at all. I'll hang up now. In crown number 1, Chen Haifeng, drenched in sweat, was gently toiling away on Zhou Yeye, whispering for her to endure and remain silent. Zhou Yeye, with a playful smile and slightly parted crimson lips, breathed lightly, feigning the urge to make a sound. Alarmed by her demeanor, Chen Haifeng contemplated ending the call if Lin Yaoxue had no further inquiries. Trusting her husband, Lin Yaoxue, upon hearing he was running, did not dwell on it and asked, when will you be back? I'll prepare dinner for you tonight. Xiaolin, didn't he tell you? I have to go on a business trip to Shanghai to negotiate with a client. I might not return for the entire week, Chen Haifeng replied over the phone. Oh, is that so? He didn't mention it to me, Lin Yaoxue responded, somewhat surprised. However, upon learning of her husband's week-long trip, she felt an unexpected sense of relief, followed by a twinge of guilt as she asked, what about Xiaolin? Aren't you taking him with you? No, I'm leaving in a hurry. Xiaolin will stay at home this week. Consider it his vacation, Chen Haifeng said nonchalantly, secretly hoping to create an opportunity for his infidelity. Although Lin Yaoxue's intention in calling was to ascertain her husband's short-term return, the notion of having Xiaolin at home for a week felt somewhat inappropriate. Hesitating, she remarked, having Xiaolin at home for a week might not be suitable, considering it's just the two of us, and I'm a woman. It's somewhat inconvenient. What inconvenience could there be? I trust Xiaolin's character. Don't worry. I have something to attend to now. I'll hang up. With that, Chen Haifeng ended the call and redirected his focus back to Zhou Yeye, grinning wickedly. Oh, so you wish to make a sound? Let us see how I deal with you. Zhou Yeye, with a face full of allure, pretended to be frightened. No, I wouldn't dare. I simply can't help it. Dear husband, please don't bully me. The way she addressed him as husband invigorated Chen Haifeng. In the villa, Lin Yaoxue felt reassured by her husband's absence for a week. Sitting on the bed with a cute pout, she pondered for a moment before retrieving her phone to make another call. This time, she was calling me. Where are you right now? In the car. I noticed the boss lady went back to her room and locked the door, so I returned to the car. I still prefer the car. It offers me a private space, and I want to see the boss lady at home anyway. Why are you back in the car again? Lin Yaoxue asked, initially surprised. Then added, my ankle is hurting a bit again. Would you mind coming up to massage it for me? Sure, I'll come right up. Upon hearing this, I felt as if I had been invigorated by a surge of energy. Lin Yaoxue was startled by my excited tone and hurriedly added, it's just a regular massage. What happened this morning is absolutely out of the question. I promise I won't act recklessly. With that, I immediately exited the vehicle. Upstairs, after hanging up the phone, Lin Yaoxue touched her flushed face, feeling a bit heated. She was uncertain about the correctness of her actions, but it seemed there was no other way. Sighing, she could only hope that once he was satisfied, he would find it uninteresting and seek a suitable girlfriend instead. Comforting herself with these thoughts, she glanced at her breezy nightgown and rose to search for a more modest nightwear in her wardrobe. Due to the stimulating experience earlier in the day, she dared not wear the nightgown again. After a moment's contemplation, she bit her lip and deliberately put on a bra. Yet, after doing so, she couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, let's see how you can still misbehave now. Just then, there came a knock at the door. It was me. The moment the proprietress called me, I dashed upstairs with renewed vigor, so hurriedly that I was left panting for breath, taking a while to regain my composure. Then, I saw the proprietress open the door. Clad in a soft, graceful nightgown, I cast a glance at her, feeling a mix of disappointment and delight. I was pleased that despite her conservative attire, she remained enchanting. Her skin as fair as snow. Her tall figure, hidden beneath the nightgown, showcased beautiful curves, akin to a breathtaking landscape painting, exuding grace and elegance. However, I felt disheartened by her overly modest attire, which concealed her sensual charm. The proprietress noticed the fleeting disappointment in my gaze, yet her lips curled into a subtle smile, reminiscent of a sly fox, as if she found amusement in my reaction while pretending nothing had occurred. Unlike the morning, this time she did not drape herself with a light summer blanket, but confidently lay down on the bed. "Is this how you want me to lie down for your massage?" she asked, tilting her head to look at me by the bedside. Initially, I felt a tinge of disappointment at her conservative clothing, but that sentiment vanished the moment she reclined on the bed. A nightgown has its advantages, but so does a nightwear. The proprietress's silk nightgown clung closely to her form, accentuating her already alluring figure even more. All the right curves were highlighted, creating an indescribably enticing and imaginative sight. Just like this, it was perfectly fine. I gazed at the stunning proprietress lying on the bed, my eyes sparkling with admiration, unable to restrain myself from exclaiming. The proprietress sensed my excitement and, puzzled, glanced down at herself. What could be the matter? Wasn't she dressed quite conservatively? Yet, I still appeared to be in a state of great exhilaration. Chapter 26. Are you truly so divine? Women and men are inherently different. While women may be emotional, they can also be quite pragmatic, concerned with that which is tangible. Men, however, remain youthful at heart until their last breath. Despite the proprietress's modest attire, when she reclined, she inadvertently sparked a vast realm of imagination within me. Even through the fabric, my gaze was inevitably drawn to her bosom. When I had previously invited her to dinner, I had caught a fleeting glimpse of the perfection and allure of her figure. My thoughts then wandered to the tantalizing sensation I had experienced while giving her a massage earlier that morning, where my hand had inadvertently brushed against her skin. Although it was but a momentary touch, I vividly recalled the silky smoothness of her form. It was only at this juncture that the proprietress realized why. Despite her conservative dress, my excitement remained unabated. Though we had not engaged in any actual contact, she was acutely aware of my gaze traversing her sensitive areas. Alarmingly, every time I directed my attention to her delicate regions, she was enveloped by an indescribable sensation, an amalgam of embarrassment and stimulation that left her at a loss for words. She could feel the unspoken tension from that morning creeping back upon her, and it seemed as though her skin had begun to grow warmer and slicker. The proprietress blushed slowly, regretting her decision to allow me to massage her, but it was too late to turn back. With a crimson face, she implored, "Shaolin, could you please refrain from looking at places you shouldn't?" Though it was a refusal, I found her demeanor remarkably gentle. "Very well, I shall not look," I promised earnestly, for I deeply valued her feelings. Respecting her wishes, I focused on the massage, starting with her ankles, then progressing to her legs and waist. It was only as I touched her waist that I was unable to resist stealing another glance at her. The proprietress, her eyes closed in shyness, had her delicate lashes quivering slightly. Upon noticing that I had paused, she opened her eyes and inquired, "What is it?" "Proprietress, your waist is so slender." I could not help but exclaim. I had always known she possessed a fine figure, but upon making contact, I discovered her form was even more exquisite. Her waist was so slim, it felt as if I could encircle it with my hands. At my words, the proprietress felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. She shot me a disapproving glance and scolded, "All you do is think about such things. I asked you to give me a massage, and now you are lost in thought. What do you take me for, a wanton woman?" Startled by her serious tone, I quickly rushed to clarify, "No, I have never thought of you that way. In my heart, you are the most sacred of beings." "How sacred?" The proprietress, upon hearing my words, nearly lost her composure, stifling a laugh at the exaggerated praise bestowed upon her. To liken her to something as sacred as a deity was indeed a stretch. I spoke earnestly, for in my heart, she embodied that sanctity. My intention in giving her a massage was akin to a pilgrimage. The accidental encounter with her intimate areas left me feeling as though I had committed an act of sacrilege. Enough of this nonsense. One cannot refer to a goddess in such terms, I thought to myself. Upon hearing my comparison to Guanyin, the goddess of mercy, the proprietress felt a mix of amusement and anxiety. After a playful scoff, she turned her gaze downward and questioned, If you regard me as a goddess, why does your body betray such impure thoughts? I glanced down and indeed found myself in a rather compromising state. With a look of despair, I turned to her. It's beyond my control today. I don't know why I'm so easily aroused. The proprietress sighed, sitting upright, her gaze penetrating mine as she inquired, have you ever had a girlfriend? Does a blind date count? I replied, when I first returned from military service. I went on a blind date with a girl named Chen Yenduo. However, due to my family's financial struggles, I could not meet her demands for a 2-story house and a substantial dowry, and thus we parted ways. She looked at me quizzically and asked, did you ever engage in a physical relationship with her? I quickly responded, no, not at all. I didn't even hold her hand. When she later wanted to visit me in Binhai, I declined. At my words, the proprietress appeared slightly agitated and said, such a vain woman isn't worth your time. You are far superior and will surely find someone 10 times better. I remained silent, contemplating in my heart that I wished to find a woman like her to be my wife. No, it must be her, and only her. Noticing my unwavering gaze upon her, the proprietress flushed, unable to meet my eyes, her tone softening as she asked, why do you keep staring at me? Because you are beautiful, I replied instinctively. Her heart fluttered at my words, yet her rational mind reminded her of her marital status, leading her to sigh quietly as she glanced at my predicament. How can it not be so? Persistent, she mused. I felt a wave of emotion, unable to speak, my eyes drawn uncontrollably toward her alluring form. Perceiving my gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson, and with a playful glare, she remarked, didn't you indulge in self-pleasure last night in the restroom? Why not continue to ease your tension now? I asked, both embarrassed and incredulous. Yes, she affirmed. The proprietress's face flushed crimson, as if it were about to bleed. She lowered her head and nodded, then abruptly expressed her irritation. Otherwise, you'll drive me insane, always flaunting that tent before me. I can see it the moment I open my eyes, so you might as well just get it over with. I yearned to comply, yet gazing at the proprietress's face, resembling a ripe peach, I found myself stammering, and madam, could you assist me? Assist you with what? The proprietress turned her head away, feigning ignorance. With your hand, please. I feared her rejection and implored her pitifully. Bah, I won't help you, she retorted, her cheeks aflame, then urged me, hurry up and do it. I want to look. Afterward, you must obediently give me a massage. Seeing her refusal, I resigned myself to the task, though my heart raced with excitement at her beauty. Yet, with her right before me, it felt somewhat lacking to proceed alone. Thus, I leaned closer to her, grasping her hand while pleading, madam, I beg you, just this once. What do you need help with? She asked, her face flushed and clearly reluctant, unable to meet my gaze. However, her slender hand was still drawn into mine, and my heart raced as I leaned closer. Ah, you rogue, she exclaimed, having not even looked, but upon feeling something hard in my grasp, she recoiled as if scalded, her face a bright shade of red. Just once, I implore you, madam. Though she had called me a rogue, I felt no displeasure. Rather, I was exhilarated, suppressing my eagerness as I continued to plead with her. Please, just this once. Otherwise, I truly am distressed. If you help me this time, I promise to give you a proper massage. Seeing my earnest entreaty, the proprietress turned to me. If I help you, will you truly behave? Yes, I will surely be obedient. My heart soared at her response. She gave me a fleeting glance, then quickly diverted her eyes, her heart racing. Ultimately, swayed by my pleas, she hesitated and did not refuse again. At the moment she assisted me, I realized the difference between her help and my own efforts was monumental. Madam, I could not help but gaze at her. The proprietress was already exceedingly bashful. Apart from her husband, she had never engaged in such an awkward act for anyone else. As I prepared to speak, she shot me a warning glare. Silence. Upon witnessing the displeasure of my boss's wife, I instinctively sealed my lips in trepidation. After a considerable pause, I dared to lift my gaze to her, finding myself increasingly enchanted. Her hair cascaded gracefully, and her demeanor exuded a reserved elegance. Her complexion was fair and beautiful, showing no signs of the passage of time. In fact, her cheeks and neck flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of the intoxication of wine, rendering her stunningly exquisite. It was not merely I who recognized her beauty. The entirety of the company was aware of her exceptional allure and poise. This grace emanated not solely from her physical appearance, but was also a testament to the refinement accumulated over the years. Through the trials of time, She had not only resisted its decay, but also cultivated a unique charm that young women could scarcely emulate, a mature, intellectual allure. Under the influence of her captivating presence, I found my resolve dissipating quickly, succumbing to satisfaction. Yet, as our encounter drew to a close, an indescribable emotion surged within her, casting a shadow over her mood. Brimming with self-reproach, Lin Miaoshua suddenly perceived herself as a woman lacking virtue, engaged in such shameless conduct with a man outside her marriage. She felt bereft of the dignity she had long held dear, grappling with the realization that she had become the very type of woman she had once scorned. Unaware of the turmoil brewing within her, I remained lost in the euphoria of the moment, increasingly convinced of her beauty and kindness. Boss's wife, I shall not indulge in foolish thoughts any longer, I declared, my face alight with joy. I can now offer you a proper massage. Thank you. You are truly wonderful. However, she exhibited no inclination for my offer. Are you comfortable? She suddenly turned, her expression icy, fixing me with a cold stare. Although I sensed the chill in her demeanor, I instinctively replied, I am comfortable. Then be gone. I no longer wish to see you, she said. Her beautiful eyes filled with disdain. I stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the abrupt shift in her demeanor. Just moments ago, she had been enchanting and alluring, her cheeks flushed, and had even assisted me in a most intimate manner. How could she now seem like a stranger, transformed in an instant? All feelings of pride and satisfaction evaporated, replaced by shock, disappointment, and an indescribable sorrow, as though my fervor had been doused by the icy waters of winter. Have I done something wrong? I asked her, a mix of fear and confusion lacing my voice. You are not at fault. I am, she replied, rising to her feet and moving towards the door, gesturing for me to leave. You need to go now? Thank you. No, I refuse to leave. I protested, unwilling to comply. With a heart full of reluctance, I approached the proprietress, bewildered, and spoke. Madam, if I have erred in any way, please let me know, and I shall amend my actions. But just moments ago, all was well. Why have you suddenly become irate? I struggled to comprehend this. As soon as I mentioned the earlier incident, her expression shifted dramatically, and she interrupted me. Turning to leave, very well. If you choose not to depart, then I shall take my leave. Even if I were to remain oblivious to the situation. I was acutely aware that this was her domain, and I was merely a driver. It was inconceivable for a driver to remain while the owner vacated. My heart sank to the depths of despair. The proprietress's callousness pierced me to the core. No, you need not leave. I shall go instead. This is your home, not mine. Overwhelmed by sorrow, my temper flared, and I quickly blocked her path, then turned to exit. In truth, as I walked away, I fervently wished for her to call me back and elucidate her drastic change in demeanor. What had caused her to become so unforgiving? Yet, she remained cold and resolute at the doorway, allowing me to depart. After I left, I heard the resounding slam of the door, a sound that reverberated deeply within my soul. Infuriated, I descended the stairs without a backward glance, stepping out into the glaring midday sun, which scorched the earth yet offered no warmth to my chilled heart. In that fleeting moment, I even contemplated leaving for good, vowing never to return to her abode. However, upon seeing the Mercedes-Benz E300 parked at the entrance, I dismissed that notion, opened the door, and settled into the car, unable to fathom the reason behind her sudden fury. Reluctance, confusion, profound sorrow, and an unwillingness to part filled my heart, suffocating me. After a moment's contemplation, I retrieved my phone and located the proprietress's WeChat, intending to message her and inquire what I had done to offend her. Surely, even if a court were to sentence someone to death, they would at least provide a rationale. In a fit of emotion, I typed out the message and hit send. Yet, I soon discovered that my message had not gone through. A notification appeared in the chat window. 10 miles of spring breeze requires friend verification. You are not yet friends. Please send a friend request, and only after approval can you chat. In an instant, I felt utterly defeated. Chapter 28. I have become a bad woman. I was utterly perplexed. Initially, all seemed well. Yet the proprietress had abruptly become angry and even deleted me from her WeChat friends. How could I not feel angered and vulnerable? When one is treated with indifference by their most cherished person, especially through the act of severing a friendship, it is the most devastating blow. Why have you removed me? What have I done wrong? My hands trembled as I sent a request to add her as a friend. What exacerbates my frustration is the fact that my request to connect was entirely disregarded by the proprietress. The sensation of being overlooked drives me to the brink of madness. I persist in sending her requests, pondering, even if I have erred in some way, should you not provide me with an explanation? Why was everything harmonious before? And now it has shifted so abruptly? After a while, my messages still vanished into the abyss. At this juncture, my mental state was thoroughly unbalanced, and I began to grasp the reason behind the proprietress's sudden ire. Ultimately, it stems from my position as a humble and lowly driver. The proprietress, Lin Yaoshua, is renowned as the beauty of Benhai. She possesses both stature and allure. Her life is devoid of worries, surrounded by influential acquaintances. And what am I? Merely a driver earning a meager salary of 5,000 yuan, tasked with transporting her husband. Yes, a driver. Upon reflecting on this, I could not help but chuckle, particularly as I gazed at the steering wheel of the Mercedes-Benz before me. It was truly amusing, considering it was not my vehicle. I often post on social media, ambiguously pretending it belongs to me. Whenever someone inquires when I acquired such a car, I never respond. Why? Is it not to allow others to assume it is indeed mine, that I, a mere peasant, have attained the heights of driving a luxurious E300? Due to the limitations of WeChat messages, my heart turned cold as I, in a fit of emotion, sought out the proprietress's phone number to send her a text. I understand why you are upset. Please do not remain angry. I recognize that I am unworthy of you. I truly lack clarity regarding my own standing. You are a princess of exalted status, while I am but a lowly driver for your husband, foolishly daring to pursue affection for someone beyond my reach. Is it not laughable? I too find it absurd. Rest assured, I shall call General Chen shortly to resign, ensuring I no longer appear before you, sparing you the discomfort of my presence. After composing this lengthy message, I sent it forth, genuinely intending to resign, not out of a desire for pity, but rather because the sudden chill from the proprietress left me profoundly saddened and disheartened. Since the person I admire wishes not to see me and finds my presence bothersome, why should I continue to intrude upon her life and cause her displeasure? At this moment, all thoughts of diligently working alongside General Chen, aspiring to one day own an E300, or any tasks assigned to me to entice the proprietress have been cast aside. All I desire now is to flee, to escape from her vicinity. For her coldness and indifference have instilled in me a deep sense of inferiority. On the second floor, in her bedroom, Lin Yaoshua's exquisite visage bore traces of tears. She repeatedly deleted friend requests on WeChat, engulfed in self-reproach and regret, utterly unwilling to engage in conversation, especially with someone she mistakenly deemed inappropriate. As Lin Yaoshua found herself on the verge of sending a message to inquire whether I was bothersome, a notification chimed, heralding the arrival of a text I had fervently composed while in the car. Upon opening the message, Lin Yaoshua's ire was only further inflamed by the words within. What did it mean for a fanciful toad to yearn for swan meat? And who, pray tell, could be deemed despicable? Was it laughable? What was there to find amusing? Was the driver truly contemptible? Earning a living through one's own labor, what could be ignoble about that? Moreover, when had Lin Yaoshua ever been the sort to crave vanity or concern herself with the wealth of others? Enraged and exasperated, she felt a twinge of softness upon reading my mention of resignation. She recognized that her earlier outburst was rather peculiar. Yet, expressing this sentiment directly was an insurmountable challenge. Thus, she responded with indignation. When have I ever regarded you as despicable? Your self-contempt has nothing to do with me. So, in your eyes, I am merely a woman who craves vanity. Furthermore, you need not resign. I shall contact Chen Haifeng and propose divorce. You may continue in your role as a driver. I will no longer occupy this house and shall cease to intrude upon your life. Are you satisfied now? This is how it shall be. Do not message me again. After sending the message, Lin Yaoshua furiously cast her phone aside, her previous guilt and sorrow dissipating, replaced entirely by a profound anger. How could I have labeled her as someone so superficial? Tears welled in her eyes as she pondered how, if she truly looked down upon him, she could have cast aside all dignity and purity to assist him in such a manner. In the car, I had been fuming, convinced of my righteousness. Indeed, I was justified. I had done nothing wrong, yet the boss lady had suddenly erupted in fury at me, exhibiting a dramatic shift in her demeanor and demanding that I leave. Should I not feel disrespected? I felt utterly unvalued. Thus, I took a cigarette to calm my tumultuous thoughts, intending to call Mr. Chun to resign once I finished. Just as I was about to dial, the boss lady's response arrived. Upon reading her words, I was momentarily taken aback. When had I ever perceived her as a woman enamored with vanity? And she was contemplating divorce from Mr. Chun. With the revelation of her intention to part ways with him, my anger evaporated, and the desire to message her faded. Instead, I directly called her. The line disconnected. I called again. It was not until the third attempt that she finally answered. Her voice tinged with a sorrowful lilt that tugged at my heart. Are you not weary? Why do you keep calling? I hastily inquired about the content of the message. Are you going to divorce Mr. Chin? Yes, divorce. Are you satisfied now? The boss lady retorted over the phone, then added, you need not resign. After my divorce from Chun Haifeng, I will leave with nothing. You can continue to reside here peacefully, and I shall vanish from your sight. But why? I was bewildered. Although Mr. Chin wished to divorce her, the boss lady had no justifiable reason to part ways with him. Moreover, her decision to divorce seemed to benefit him. Shouldn't she reconsider? The boss lady's voice was filled with sorrow and self-reproach. As a married woman, I shamelessly engaged in an affair with another man. I have betrayed my marriage. I am now a wicked woman. Is it not right for me to divorce and leave with nothing? That's it. I am calling Chun Haifeng to file for divorce. With that, she hung up the phone. Chapter 29. What a fool I am. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the call disconnecting echoed in my ears. Yet, unlike before, I felt no anger or disappointment at being hung up on. Instead, I was overwhelmed with guilt and urgency. I finally grasped the reason behind the boss lady's drastic change in attitude. It stemmed from her guilt and anxiety over her infidelity. Realizing this made me feel utterly unworthy. How could I have perceived such a perfect woman as one driven by vanity? Indeed, I recognized that my extreme words were laced with ulterior motives, intended to portray myself as pitiful in hopes of softening her heart. I was terribly selfish, fixating solely on my discomfort while neglecting her plight. Fully aware of her dignified and reserved nature, I still chose to utter hurtful words after she had made an exception for me. Boss lady, I am truly sorry. Please don't be sad. Upon realizing the cause of her attitude shift, I quickly sent her another message. If there is blame, it lies with me. I dragged you into this. It has nothing to do with you. You must not divorce Mr. Chun. I was acutely aware of Mr. Chin's true nature. In comparison, the boss lady had scarcely any flaws. Her willingness to assist me was merely an act of compassion for my distress. As for women like Zhou Yeye, they could not hold a candle to her. Zhou Yeye was reckless and, even in her infidelity, would feel no remorse. Soon, the boss lady replied, stop trying to comfort me. I understand my faults. Once, I believed myself to be a good woman, at least one who adhered to her principles. However, today I realized I am not as innocent as I thought. I cannot overcome the burden on my conscience. Rest assured, even if I divorce Chun Haifeng, I will not expose you. You may continue driving him, but we must not meet again. I immediately sent a message. I don't want it. The manager responded with a question. Why don't you want it? Because I can't bear to let go. I replied sorrowfully. Moreover, I can pretend that today's events never occurred, and I absolutely will not tell Mr. Chun. I swear. In the villa, Lin Miaoxua noticed my words about not wanting to let go, and her heartstrings were tugged. After a moment of silence, she replied, can you truly assure me that you want to speak of it? That you want to boast to your friends, claiming your manager is particularly bold, having done that with her hands? After all, to you men, women are merely trophies of your conquests. I promise I won't say a word. If I do, may I meet a dire fate. Seeing signs of her softening, I hastily reassured her. I genuinely would not speak of it, for in my heart, the manager is sacred, and I would not wish for anyone to cast her in a different light. The manager messaged me again. So, can you truly pretend today's events never happened? Yes. I promise I can act as if it never occurred. Although I felt an immense sense of reluctance, and the memory of her assistance felt dreamlike, I would rather keep this matter a secret in my heart than cause her distress. Even now, the manager's attitude toward me seemed to soften slightly. She replied that she was tired and wished to rest. Sensing this, I refrained from disturbing her and remained quietly in the car. Though the manager instructed me to forget what had transpired, I could not. In my heart, she had transcended her role as merely my manager. She had become akin to the woman I cherished. I could not bear to inflict any harm upon her. Yet soon, my heart swelled with sweetness, filled with memories of her bashful assistance. Her face had been so red, so enchanting. Could any other man have evoked such tenderness from the reserved and dignified manager? It was utterly inconceivable. What troubled me was that she seemed to treat the afternoon's events as if they had never occurred. When I prepared dinner and invited her to join me, she did come, yet her demeanor remained cold, perhaps even more distant than before. That night, I lay in bed, tormented, acutely aware that the one I cherished was merely a wall away. The separation felt as vast as an ocean. I pondered whether it was worth creating such distance for a fleeting moment of pleasure. Finally, unable to resist, I found myself outside her door, gently knocking. My heart filled with both despair and hope. After waiting for a moment with no response, I felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Yet I could not blame her. It was my fault. She might be feeling even more sorrow and guilt than I was at this moment. Just as I was about to leave, a voice as melodious as a celestial chorus came from behind the door, inquiring softly, "What are you doing awake at such a late hour?" The voice of the proprietress was soft and melodious, nearly melting my heart. It felt as if a beam of light illuminated my humble soul. I eagerly replied, "I miss you and cannot fall asleep." After a moment of silence from behind the door, she asked, "Do you know what you were saying? You just spoke those words this afternoon. Do you not remember them now?" "No, I remember, I quickly asserted. Then, with a tinge of disappointment in my tone, I added, "I simply miss you too much. I cannot help but think of you. However, my thoughts are not jumbled. I only wish to express my longing for you." "All right, I understand. Please rest early," the proprietress responded, her tone softening slightly. No, I felt a profound sense of sorrow at not being able to see her. My desire to be in her presence was overwhelming. The proprietress's voice rose slightly, as if she were frowning. "What do you want now?" "I just want to see you. Merely to catch a glimpse," I pleaded from behind the door. Silence ensued, as the proprietress seemed to contemplate my request. Soon after, she gently said, "It is too late now. It is not appropriate, you know. Lindong, please do not put me in a difficult position. Then we shall not meet. You should rest early, proprietress." Though I yearned to see her, her words softened my heart, and I could not bear to trouble her further. When I returned to my room, I found that the proprietress had, at some point, accepted my friend request anew and messaged me, "Be good, do not overthink, sleep early. And tomorrow come with me to the airport to pick someone up." Very well. Upon reading this, my heart soared with joy, and I could not help but send a message to her. "Proprietress, I love you the most, exceptionally so." The proprietress fell silent for a moment before replying, "What a fool you are. Get some rest." Reading her message nearly made me leap from my bed with excitement. I particularly cherished her calling me a fool, as I felt those words carried a different connotation. It felt almost like a term of endearment. Meanwhile, in the neighboring room, the alluring Lin Miaoxue was also tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, repeatedly glancing at the WeChat message I had sent her. Her heart a mix of complexity and sweetness. After what felt like an eternity, a sigh escaped Lin Miaoxue in the darkness. Reflecting on the events of the afternoon, she hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, and ultimately her hand glided from her chest down to her abdomen. Lin Miaoxue's gaze grew increasingly dazed, and her cheeks flushed. Chapter 30. The heart is a mysterious abyss. The following morning, as dawn broke, I was roused from slumber by a call from Mr. Chun. Upon answering, I learned that Mr. Chun and Zhou Yiya were still in Binhai. On the phone, Mr. Chun instructed me to head to Royal No. 1 to pick them up for the airport. I glanced at the time. It was not yet 5 o'clock, but I did not dwell on it, for my occupation was that of a driver. Thus, I descended the stairs and drove towards the current love nest of Zhou Yiya and General Chun, the Royal One. Was Lin Dong not yet arrived? Just as I reached the doorstep of Zhou Yia's residence, poised to ring the doorbell, her voice, tinged with impatience, resonated from within. "He must be en route," I mused. General Chin's laughter followed closely, echoing faintly from inside. "How long has it been since I called him? Even if he were to come immediately, he would require time. After all, he is driving a car, not flying a plane." Initially, I felt a flicker of annoyance at Zhou Yiya's irritable tone, inwardly cursing the wretched woman. How dare she wield her authority over me? I am not drawing my salary from her, but from General Chun. However, I found solace in the fact that General Chun had always treated me well. Hearing him speak on my behalf stirred a sense of gratitude within me. Yet, it soon became apparent that my sentiment was misplaced. Zhou Yiya's voice emerged once more. "By the way, did you truly send Lin Dong to seduce your wife? You two aren't deceiving me, are you? Darling, I must tell you, my belly will grow large within a month. You must accompany me home to meet my parents. If we cannot wed in a month, I shall be doomed. My parents will undoubtedly drag me to the hospital for an abortion." General Chun, who now cherished the child in Zhou Yia's womb as a precious gem, hastily replied, "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Once Lin Dong and my wife are entangled, I shall promptly divorce Lin Miaoxua. Even if my father-in-law objects, he will have to swallow his pride. For it is his daughter who strays from marital fidelity. At this juncture, General Chun reaffirmed his loyalty to Zhou Ye. My dear, see how devoted I am to you. To marry you, I even allowed a mere driver to humiliate me. Zhou Ye giggled. Do you enjoy wearing a green hat? Who on earth would relish such a thing? General Chen's tone soured significantly at this juncture. Were it not for the need to divorce Lin Miaoxua smoothly, Lin Dong would not even merit a glance from me. Once this matter is settled, I shall send him back to his hometown. Refraining from breaking his third leg will be an act of kindness on my part. Zhou Ye responded with playful laughter. Darling, you are so wicked. It was you who sent someone to seduce Lin Miaoxua, yet you would be the one to threaten him. Alas, one could only blame his own foolishness. General Chun's derisive laughter seeped through the cracks of the door. After 3 years by my side, he never thought to consider which man possesses the heart to tolerate a subordinate seducing his own wife while keeping him close. Outside, I stood frozen, my expression contorted in rage, teeth clenched in disbelief. I could hardly fathom that the man I had always regarded as a benefactor, General Chun, harbored such a cold and callous demeanor behind the scenes. For a fleeting moment, I even contemplated bursting through the door and delivering a fierce blow to General Chun. Yet, I restrained myself. I gazed at the closed door, inhaled deeply, and then turned to take the elevator back to my car. Just as I settled into the driver's seat, the phone rang again. It was Chun. Where have you arrived? His gentle voice came through the line. I'm already downstairs, I replied calmly, then inquired. Do you need me to come up to fetch your luggage? No need for that. If we find anything lacking, we shall purchase it anew once we arrive. Just wait for us here, Chun said before hanging up. I did not have to wait long before I spotted Chun and the alluring Zhou Ye, clad in a black skirt, descending the staircase. In times past, I would have rushed to open the door for them. However, now I remained seated, gripping the steering wheel, allowing them to enter the vehicle on their own. Lin Dong, why are you acting like a statue? You don't even know to get out and open the door for us. Zhou Ye chided me as she climbed into the car. I chose to ignore her, harboring a deep disdain for a woman like her, who had professed her affection for me just yesterday, only to reveal this insufferable demeanor now. What was it to her if I remained seated? Did I owe her anything? As I sat there, my mind replayed the cold and indifferent conversation between Chun and Zhou Ye, my teeth nearly grinding to dust in frustration. Chun, having conducted business for over a decade, had encountered all manner of people. My modest demeanor could not possibly deceive him. Nevertheless, he did not display anger. Instead, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered me one, and humorously inquired, "What's wrong, my handsome friend? You seem rather displeased today. Is it because I summoned you early to escort us to the airport?" He continued to apologize. I had initially intended to take a cab to the airport, but as you know, Yia is over 2 months pregnant and cannot walk too much, which is why I called you. Had I not overheard the earlier conversation between Chun and Zhou Ye, I would surely have been touched by his thoughtfulness. After all, he was my employer, and his willingness to apologize and explain would have garnered my gratitude. However, I now recognized his true nature. He was exploiting me. Once he successfully divorced the boss lady, he would discard me without a second thought. Yet, I understood that confronting Chun was ill-timed. Thus, I stifled my anger and feigned disappointment, saying to Chun, "I'm not unhappy. It's just what?" Chun replied, his smile patient, as if viewing me as a younger brother. "I couldn't help but hold the boss lady's hand last night," I said, pretending to be remorseful, avoiding his gaze, my words a blend of truth and deception, a cold laugh echoing within me. For this was the very lesson he had imparted, that falsehoods must be interwoven with truths to obscure their nature. "You held my wife's hand?" Upon hearing these words, Mr. Chin's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly realized his tone had been somewhat hasty. He softened his voice and gazed intently at me, inquiring, "And what transpired thereafter? Did my wife lose her temper?" "Indeed, she did," I murmured. "When I initially took the owner's hand, she erupted in anger, telling me to leave. However, recalling your advice, I persistently apologized and messaged her, expressing that my affection for her was so profound that I could not restrain myself from holding her hand. It was only then that she calmed down." Chapter 31. Hidden motives. She has calmed down, has she? Mr. Chun, relieved to hear this, finally relaxed, casting a deep glance in my direction, silently contemplating the consequences if I were to jeopardize his affairs, which would surely leave me regretting my arrival in Binhai. Nevertheless, Mr. Chun, adept in maintaining his composure, exhibited no outward signs of concern. Instead, he reassured me, since she is no longer upset, there is no significant issue. Although my wife may appear aloof, she is, in fact, a woman with a tender heart. Do not overthink it. I understand, Mr. Chun, I replied, my expression improving. However, at that moment, Zhou, who was seated beside Mr. Chun, expressed her displeasure with a huff, turning her head away, and retorted, "Humph, all you talk about is your wife. What about me? Am I merely the mistress? How could that be?" Mr. Chen laughed heartily, attempting to placate Zhou. "You are my true wife." Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly. "And what of Lin Yaoxua? She is my ex-wife." Mr. Chen answered without hesitation, eager to appease Zhou. Listening to their exchange, I inwardly scorned this heartless couple, each more callous than the other. I then started the car, intending to take them to the airport before returning to the owner's side. In comparison to this couple, the owner was truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Just as I was about to set off, Mr. Chun turned to me again, his gaze calm and his tone steady as he said, "If there is a next time, you should simply force Lin Yaoxua. Do you understand?" I exclaimed, taken aback, unable to contain my shock. "Isn't that considered rape? That is a criminal offense." Mr. Chen's demeanor remained unchanged. "Did I not inform you? Lin Yaoxua is quite bashful. Even if you were to force her, she would likely feel too embarrassed to report it, and even more so to confide in me. Perhaps she would even accept you as a result. But what if the owner truly reports it?" I countered. "Even if she does, I would testify in your favor, asserting that she willingly engaged in an affair with you. In court, you would be labeled a rapist, while I am her husband, with no reason to favor you over my wife. Therefore, my testimony would carry considerable weight. Moreover, even if you were convicted, I possess the means to secure your bail, as you are aware of my capabilities." The words I heard were particularly jarring. What did it mean to be labeled a rapist? Mr. Chun remained oblivious to my discomfort, his words exuding a formidable confidence in his connections and financial prowess. Then, his tone shifted to one of coaxing persuasion as he regarded me with a light-hearted chuckle, inquiring, "Shaolin, do you not wish to be with my wife?" I did. As I absorbed Mr. Chen's question, a torrent of thoughts coursed through my mind, ultimately culminating in a gaze of longing as I uttered a single word, "Wish." "Precisely," Mr. Chen replied, nodding with satisfaction. "Once you drop me off at the airport, you may return. It would be ideal if you could entice Lin Yaoxua to willingly join you in bed, and then record a brief video as proof of her infidelity. If that proves impossible, you must take it by force. Should any issues arise, I shall cover for you." "Understood, Mr. Chun," I replied, nodding on the surface. But internally I felt as though I was plunging into an icy abyss. Previously, I had never perceived Mr. Chun as an adversary. Yet now I recognized him as a master of ruthless cunning. After sharing a bed with the boss lady for over a decade, he could devise such nefarious schemes to tarnish her reputation. What else might he be capable of? On the return journey from the airport, I felt completely numb. In the past, to avoid leaving a scent of smoke in Mr. Chen's car, I had refrained from smoking therein. However, now I found myself lighting one cigarette after another. Overwhelmed by a tumult of thoughts, my life felt aimless, devoid of direction. I was uncertain how to proceed. Should I continue to heed Mr. Chen's directives and seduce the boss lady into infidelity? This would not only harm the kind-hearted woman, but also enable Mr. Chen's schemes. The most troubling aspect was that if his plan succeeded, I would not reap any rewards. Instead, he would unceremoniously cast me aside as useless. The notion that he would orchestrate my release from prison was nothing but a deceitful illusion. The most likely scenario was that he would secure evidence of the boss lady's infidelity to divorce her, leveraging his connections within the judicial system to orchestrate my conviction for rape, sentencing me to several years behind bars. How malicious! Yet, to refrain from pursuing the boss lady seemed equally untenable. Zhou's belly was growing ever larger, and Mr. Chen's patience was waning. Ultimately, he would undoubtedly compel me to resort to desperate measures, forcing me down the path of coercion against the boss lady. I began to contemplate a solution. Yet every avenue I considered appeared to lead to a deadlock. Firstly, there was no retreat from Mr. Chun. He would not permit me any escape. Did I have an alternative with the boss lady? It seemed not. Should I confront her, revealing that Mr. Chun sought to divorce her and had instructed me to seduce her? Even if Mr. Chun were to confess, she would surely not believe me, leaving me with enmity from both sides and resulting in a complete debacle. Frustration boiled within me, and I instinctively struck the steering wheel, filled with the fury of being treated as a mere pawn. Yet, this anger could find no outlet, leaving me to swallow it down in silence. The more I pondered, the more agitated I became. I pulled out my phone, suppressing my impatience as I posted a status on social media while on the highway. The complexities of urban life weigh heavily upon me, compelling a desire to retreat to the countryside. After silencing all acquaintances on social media, I shared my sentiments. Not out of a desire to impress, but from a genuine yearning to escape the intricate web of city life. In stark contrast to the likes of Mr. Chun and Ms. Zhou, my childhood friends and classmates from my hometown embody a delightful simplicity. With them, I find a profound sense of inner peace. Shortly after posting, several comments flooded in within minutes, inquiring about my well-being. Curiously, despite their concern, I felt no inclination to respond. The matters concerning Mr. Chun and the proprietress were not something I could divulge. Just then, a message from my high school classmate, Li Yin, cut through my agitation, her gentle tone asking, "Is something troubling you? You seem a bit down." Reluctant to burden Li Yin with negativity, I deflected, asking, "What brings you to message me today?" "It's not yet work hours. You don't start until 8. She patiently explained and then hesitated before offering, "If something is bothering you, feel free to share." Sometimes, voicing it can bring relief. In truth, there was little to discuss. After 3 years as Mr. Chen's driver, I had learned a valuable lesson. Some thoughts are best left unspoken. Thus, I decided to gracefully close the conversation, telling Li Yin, "I must drive now. Let us talk another time." "Take care," she replied. I lingered on her message for a moment, feeling a warmth in my heart, then set my phone aside. When I lifted my gaze again, a sense of tranquility enveloped me. Chapter 32. The tempestuous waters of Xiao Jinyu. In this world, friendships do not arise without reason, nor does kindness manifest without purpose. After 3 years as Mr. Chen's driver, I have come to recognize the stark realities of society. The most enduring connections between individuals are often rooted in the exchange of mutual interests. Previously, my relationship with Mr. Chen was straightforward. I needed a job, and he required a competent driver. However, if I had indeed assisted him in seducing the proprietress and provided him with evidence of her infidelity, our relationship would reach an inevitable conclusion. My utility would be extinguished, and I would become a source of discomfort for him. Each time he laid eyes on me, he would be reminded of my transgression, having been with his wife, and thus, it would be inconceivable for him to retain my presence after such an event. Upon returning to the Kanglin villa, I encountered a stunning woman with her long hair elegantly styled, exuding grace and beauty, standing at the entrance. Upon seeing me, her captivating eyes inquired, "Did you return home to sleep last night?" "No," I replied. "I was restless and took a stroll around at 5 in the morning." Upon encountering the proprietress, my melancholy dissipated significantly in an instant. However, I refrained from mentioning the matters concerning Mr. Chun and Zhou Ye, instead opting for a casual excuse. Lin Miaoxua nodded in acknowledgement, for she too had risen early that morning. When she stepped outside and noticed the neighboring room was vacant, followed by my absence downstairs, a subtle wave of discontent washed over her. She pondered whether my departure was a consequence of her indifference the previous afternoon. In a fleeting moment, she considered reaching out to inquire about my abrupt exit, yet after several attempts to grasp her phone, she ultimately set it down, feeling a blend of disappointment and self-reproach. Reminding herself of her marital status and questioning the justification for expecting someone to revolve around her. At times, solace offers little more than a fleeting reprieve. Despite her self-soothing efforts that morning, a cloud of discontent lingered in her heart. Initially, she harbored no particular feelings towards me, perceiving me merely as a sunny, affable young man, much like a neighborly brother, who elicited calm greetings. However, after our recent interactions had pierced the veil of platonic familiarity, Lin Miaoxua found it increasingly difficult to regard me as just a brotherly figure. Each encounter quickened her heartbeat, and if I gazed at her for too long, a wave of shyness would wash over her, compelling her to avert her eyes, her cheeks flushing with warmth, akin to the sensations of young love. Thus, throughout the morning, emotions and reason waged a silent battle within her. Although she refrained from calling me, she lingered outside for an extended period, only allowing a subtle smile to grace her lips upon my return in the car. "Have you had breakfast?" Lin Miaoxua inquired, her gaze fixed upon me. "Not yet," I replied. "I left this morning to fetch Mr. Chun and that vixen Zhou Ye from the airport, leaving no time to eat. and later lacked the appetite. Then come in for breakfast. I happened to make an extra portion. Afterward, accompany me to the airport, Lin Miaoxue suggested with an air of feigned calm before turning away and entering the villa. Watching her retreating figure stirred a sense of emotion within me, mingled with an inkling of guilt. Among the four of us, Mr. Chun, Zhou Yiya, the proprietress, and myself, the most innocent party was undoubtedly the proprietress. During breakfast, Lin Miaoxue noticed my lackluster demeanor and asked, "Are you feeling down?" "Not at all," I denied, though she assumed my spirits were still clouded by the previous day's events. After a moment's reflection, her beautiful eyes met mine as she softly articulated, "It is not that I wish to distance myself from you, but rather, we are simply not suited for one another. You must understand, I cannot place myself in a position of discomfort, you know?" "I understand," I replied once more, though my tone remained subdued. Observing my continued low spirits, Lin Miaoxue hesitated, ultimately sighing inwardly, her desire to console me stifled by the constraints of her married status. An hour later, I found myself once again at the airport, though this time the circumstances were notably different. Previously, I had accompanied Mr. Chun and his mistress, but now I was here with the proprietress to welcome her dear friend. It is undeniable that fate has a peculiar way of orchestrating events. At that moment, the proprietress nudged me and informed me that the arrival had come. Bewildered, I glanced up, only to be met with the sight of an astonishingly beautiful woman emerging from the terminal. Her long, flowing hair cascaded gracefully, her brows shaped like tender spring willows, and her face resembled the delicate blossoms of March. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with allure, and her lips were a vibrant, inviting hue. Clad in a form-fitting black skirt that accentuated her exquisite figure, her bosom was elegantly pronounced. Black stockings extended from beneath her short skirt, leading into striking high heels. As she walked, her movements were fluid and captivating. At that moment, she waved to the proprietress, and upon noticing her waiting at the exit, she approached with a radiant smile, dragging her suitcase behind her. Countless gazes turned in her direction as she made her way. She was none other than the proprietress's close friend, Xiao Jinyu. Residing in Shanghai, she made it a point to visit the proprietress every summer for a brief reunion. Although I was not well acquainted with her, I had met her once last summer when the proprietress and I came to the airport to greet her. To put it simply, she was undeniably stunning, exuding a distinctly feminine charm. In comparison, Zhou Yiya, who shared a similar allure, seemed rather juvenile and inexperienced alongside her. As Xiao Jinyu approached, her attention swiftly shifted towards me, her eyes sparkling as she drew near. "Ah, is this not my beloved little handsome guy?" Standing tall, her height accentuated by high heels, she approached me with a captivating gaze. "Handsome, have you missed your sister? I've been thinking of you ever since I returned to Shanghai." She stood close, her form-fitting dress revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her décolletage, making it nearly impossible for me to look away. Last summer, I had already experienced the formidable charm of Xiao Jinyu, and I found myself anxious in her presence. Rigid with trepidation, casting a pleading glance toward the proprietress beside me. "Please, do not torment the poor boy," the proprietress interjected, stepping in between us with a knowing look. Addressing her close friend Xiao Jinyu with a hint of exasperation. "He is 7 or 8 years younger than you, and has never had a girlfriend. Spare him your teasing." Chapter 33. Would you like your sister to help you blossom? With the proprietress standing before me, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. It is not that I genuinely fear the boss lady's friend, but rather that the woman, Xiao Jinyu, is utterly formidable. She perpetually teases you for no apparent reason. Who could possibly endure that? After all, I am not a eunuch. When the boss lady intervened to restrain Xiao Jinyu, the latter displayed no signs of anger. Instead, her eyes sparkled with a playful smile as she glanced between me and the boss lady, then giggled. Addressing the boss lady, "My dear, you certainly did not protect him like this last year. Are you perhaps having an affair with him behind my back? Don't be absurd. That's not the case." The boss lady, upon hearing this, appeared flustered, her cheeks involuntarily flushing, and without granting Xiao Jinyu a moment to respond, she instructed me to assist Xiao Jinyu with her suitcase. Then, she took hold of Xiao Jinyu's arm and deftly shifted the conversation. "It has been quite a while since you last visited me. Upon your return, I shall treat you to the exquisite cuisine of Binhai. Should we invite the ice beauty? Forget it. Perhaps it's best not to. I would rather avoid another altercation with her. She is utterly heartless." Xiao Jinyu was indeed distracted by the boss lady and walked ahead with her. The two distinctly different women creating a striking spectacle in the airport, catching the attention of numerous men. Occasionally, they would glance back at me, trailing behind them. Externally, I pushed forward, while internally, I reveled quietly in the moment, even though neither the boss lady nor her friend belonged to me. Nevertheless, this did not detract from my secret delight, for both the boss lady and Xiao Jinyu were the epitome of women that incite envy and admiration in men. The boss lady, with her breathtaking beauty and dignified demeanor, needed no introduction, while Xiao Jinyu was even more extravagant. To call her a modern-day Daji would not be an exaggeration. The mistress of General Chun shared a similar allure, yet when compared to the stunning Xiao Jinyu, she paled in comparison. Xiao Jinyu was a nine-tailed fox, while Zhou Yeye was but a mere little vixen. The two were not even in the same realm. Upon arriving at the garage, I placed Xiao Jinyu's suitcase in the trunk. She continued her conversation with the boss lady, leaning her forehead on her hand and sighing. "My dear, it is not that I wish to provoke the ice beauty upon our first meeting. It is simply that she finds me insufferable." The boss lady chuckled, replying, "Well, you cannot entirely blame her. You are well aware of her disdain for men. Yet you persist in behaving frivolously before her. How could she possibly be fond of you?" "There is nothing I can do about that," Xiao Jinyu shrugged, her figure strikingly captivating. Suddenly, her enchanting gaze fell upon me, and in a tone both soft and teasing, she remarked, "If Li Qingmei can remain a stone woman, untouched by men throughout her life, I cannot. Women are like water. We must be refreshed from time to time to preserve our softness and allure. Alas, your jealous little vinegar jar is unfortunate to have you." The boss lady, oblivious to Xiao Jinyu's gaze, sighed with a smile. "There is nothing to be done. It is a case of mutual torment, as one wishes to strike while the other is willing to endure." Xiao Jinyu laughed sweetly, her tone as enchanting as ever. I am acutely aware of the essential qualities required of a driver. Thus, when the proprietress conversed with her friend, I refrained from interjecting. After placing Xiao Jinyu's suitcase in the trunk, I returned to the vehicle, ignited the engine, and prepared to transport them home. However, I was taken aback when Xiao Jinyu, in a display of affability, opened the front passenger door after assisting the proprietress and, enveloped in a fragrant aura, gracefully settled into the seat beside me. "Why did you sit in the front? Come to the back and keep me company," the proprietress remarked, surprised by Xiao Jinyu's sudden advance. "No, I wish to accompany this charming young man," Xiao Jinyu declared, seemingly oblivious to the proprietress's discomfort. She leaned closer to me, her slender, alabaster forearm resting on the armrest of the seat. This posture accentuated her figure in a way that was both striking and alluring. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the breathtaking beauty revealed by her neckline, causing my throat to involuntarily constrict before I swiftly redirected my gaze, focusing intently on the road ahead. Yet, within me, my heart raced, consumed by thoughts of the exquisite sight before me, even pondering what divine sensation it would evoke to touch her. In the back seat, the proprietress felt a growing sense of unease at how closely Xiao Jinyu was situated next to me. Yet, she was reluctant to voice her discomfort, fully aware of Xiao Jinyu's nature. Although she appeared gentle and demure, embodying the quintessential soft-spoken woman of the Jiangnan region, she was, in truth, exceptionally astute. Should she exhibit any signs of jealousy, Xiao Jinyu would undoubtedly perceive her unease, potentially uncovering the secrets shared between us. Thus, despite her inner turmoil, the proprietress chose to remain silent, directing her beautiful face towards the window while reminding herself, "You are married. What reason do you have to feel uneasy about Xiao Jinyu sitting in the front?" Lin Dong has said nothing. Xiao Jinyu's attention remained fixed on me. Her interest piqued as she appraised me with a playful gaze. "You seem more robust than last year. Quite impressive. Everything is in its rightful place. Unlike some middle-aged men whose bellies protrude alarmingly, making one feel rather nauseated before they even approach." What could I possibly say? I could only blush and pretend not to hear, continuing to drive. Xiao Jinyu, undeterred, found my embarrassment amusing. She pressed on with her inquiries. "I hear from my dear friend that you've never had a girlfriend. Is that true?" Understanding her playful nature, I chose to maintain my silence. Yet, she persisted, playfully poking my arm with her finger, her gaze enchanting as she smiled sweetly. "Young man, when a beautiful woman engages you in conversation, out of respect for her, shouldn't you respond?" What should I say? Ultimately, I felt compelled to reply, recognizing that ignoring her would be impolite. "Have you ever had a girlfriend?" "No, not even one. No, I, noticing Xiao Jinyu's disbelief, candidly explained that shortly after graduating from high school, I enlisted in the military. Upon my discharge, I attended a blind date, during which I only met the person once. Before coming to Binhai, my words were quite straightforward. Last year, Xiao Jinyu already knew that on my very first day in Binhai, I became General Chen's driver. "Oh my, little brother, you are still a budding flower," she remarked, a more pronounced smile gracing her lips as she turned to me and playfully asked, "Brother, I am a benevolent sister. Would you like me to help you bloom? It's quite delightful." My response was rendered speechless. Xiao Jinyu was undeniably enchanting, her beauty, tone, and content all dangerously captivating to a man. After she uttered the phrase "quite delightful" with a teasing smile, I simply could not endure it any longer. At that moment, the usually quiet Madame Lin Yaoxua, seated in the back, could no longer restrain herself. With a frosty expression, she raised her gaze towards Xiao Jinyu and said, "Xiao Jinyu, could you allow him to drive properly?" Xiao Jinyu, taken aback by Lin Yaoxua's icy tone, had never encountered her friend in such earnestness. She glanced between Lin Yaoxua and me, recalling how Lin Yaoxua had intervened between us at the airport. Suddenly, Xiao Jinyu inquired, "Where is your man, Chen Haifeng?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoxua's demeanor instantly shifted, her confidence waning as her face flushed crimson, almost as if it were bleeding. She dared not meet Xiao Jinyu's gaze, silently blaming me for her embarrassment. If it weren't for me, she would not feel so guilty. Flustered and annoyed, Lin Yaoxu bit her lip, inadvertently revealing a blush that could drive any man to madness. Chapter 34. Why are you so distracted? Upon returning home, Xiao Jinyu promptly ushered Madame Lin into a room. Closing the door behind them, she pressed Lin Yaoxua against the wall, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Is there something going on between you and your husband's driver?" "What do you mean by that?" "I can't even comprehend your insinuation," Madame Lin stammered, unable to meet Xiao Jinyu's piercing gaze. "Then why were you upset in the car?" "You seemed rather jealous," Xiao Jinyu remarked, perplexed. Had she not known her friend to be a rather conservative woman, she might have suspected Lin Yaoxua was indeed envious, as her expression had certainly been off. Madame Lin's discomfort grew with each word, and feigning annoyance, she pushed Xiao Jinyu aside. "That's impossible. Don't speak nonsense. He was driving. Why do you keep teasing him? Do you really think you could marry him?" "Perhaps," Xiao Jinyu replied, a playful glint in her eye as she settled onto the bed. "It all depends on my mood. If I like him, I might truly marry him. After all, I've saved enough for my future." "Enough of this," Madame Lin retorted. The proprietress shook her head helplessly and remarked, "With a man like yours, should you elope with Lin Dong, he could stir up chaos across the country and drag you back out. Please, for the sake of decency, do not bring misfortune upon others." "Oh, please do not bring him up. You mention him and my mood is utterly ruined," sighed Xiao Jinyu, a hint of gloom in her voice. Observing her demeanor, the proprietress inquired with a hint of suspicion, "What is the matter?" "I sneaked out," Xiao Jinyu replied, blinking her eyes, a proud smile gracing her lips. "You've escaped again," the proprietress remarked, shaking her head with a smile. Having been close friends with Xiao Jinyu for over a decade, she was well aware of her companion's significant other, an influential man whose power extended far beyond the city of Shanghai. Many in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces would surely be beholden to him. It seemed that his prolonged tenure in such a position had instilled in him a formidable desire for control. He would never allow Xiao Jinyu to leave Shanghai, not even last year. The very night after Xiao Jinyu slipped away to Binhai, he personally came to retrieve her. Otherwise, what am I to do? I am barely in my 30s. Do I intend to live my life like a canary, caged by him? Absolutely not. I desire freedom, to revel in life," Xiao Jinyu proclaimed, expressing her philosophy on life. Suddenly recalling something, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, she spoke in a soft, sultry tone that dripped with allure. "My dearest Mimi, I have arrived in Binhai and am currently at Miaoshua's place. Why don't you come over?" Beep. The call was instantly terminated on the other end upon hearing Xiao Jinyu's voice. Furious, she exclaimed, "Li Qingmei, that ice-cold beauty, has no trace of femininity or courtesy. Haha, serves you right for speaking to her in such an enchanting manner." The proprietress chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. She then suggested that Xiao Jinyu rest in her room while she went downstairs to prepare dinner. Upon reaching the lower floor, she saw me sitting at the table, engrossed in my phone. "Who are you chatting with?" The proprietress approached me silently from behind. "And no one," I stammered, startled. quickly putting my phone away and glancing towards the stairs. To my dismay, Xiao Jinyu had not descended, leaving me with a twinge of disappointment. Although I held no particular feelings for the proprietress's friend, as a normal man, I certainly wished to steal a few more glances at someone as alluring as Xiao Jinyu, who seemed to exude an almost palpable charm. Her attire was undeniably seductive. Beneath the hem of her dress, her shapely legs were clad in black stockings, while her strapless top revealed an enticingly pale décolletage, which was particularly tantalizing. Yet, I belonged to the category of individuals who longed to gaze but feared her playful teasing. "What are you looking for?" The proprietress noted the direction of my gaze and inquired. "And nothing," I snapped back to reality, instinctively offering an explanation, followed by, "I was just curious since Miss Xiao has not come down. She had just disembarked from a flight and taken a car, resting briefly in her room before inviting me to join her in the kitchen to prepare a meal, as a friend was expected shortly." The proprietress, with a graceful demeanor, explained this and led me to the kitchen, embodying the ideal of a woman who excels both in the parlor and the kitchen. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her poise was equally commendable, and her culinary skills were remarkable. Upon entering the kitchen, she handed me an apron and turned her back to me, requesting assistance in tying it. I obliged, stepping close behind her. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing a porcelain forehead and a slender neck. From my vantage point, I could discern the fine, delicate hairs on her neck, as white as snow. As my gaze wandered forward, I noted that although her attire was less daring than that of her friend, Xiao Jinyu, her ample bosom rose and fell with her breaths. This reminded me of the scene from the previous day when I had given her a massage, and I found myself subconsciously parched. Noticing my delay, the proprietress, her ears turning crimson, urged me anxiously, "Why haven't you tied it yet?" I swiftly secured the apron's strings and gazed at her captivating figure, unable to suppress my admiration. "You are truly beautiful," I remarked, my words flowing with flattery. Her heart warmed at my compliment, yet she feigned reprimand. Sensing her skepticism, I quickly added, "No, truly, there isn't a woman in our village who is as lovely as you." "What about my friend?" she retorted, turning to face me, her luminous eyes fixed on mine. "Who is more beautiful, my friend or I?" "You are," I answered without hesitation. "You're lying," she scoffed, then resumed, organizing the ingredients. "My friend is attractive, exuding femininity and dressing rather provocatively. Do you truly think I am more beautiful than her?" "I speak only the truth." I stepped closer behind her and whispered softly, "In fact, I prefer women who dress modestly." She appeared puzzled. "Why? Don't men generally enjoy seeing women reveal their cleavage and thighs? Why not you? What others prefer is their affair. I simply admire you for your elegance and beauty. And your attire is refreshingly modest." As I voiced my genuine thoughts, a hint of jealousy crept into my tone. "I would be discontent if others were to gaze upon your sensitive areas." "You are such a fool. Step back a bit. Don't stand so close," she replied, the corners of her mouth curving upward as she playfully chided me, though internally she felt a sweet warmth. Suddenly aware of my proximity, her ears flushed as she turned slightly, signaling for me to maintain some distance. The moment she turned, her face flushed a deep crimson. A sudden sensation akin to a scorching touch jolted me, prompting me to hastily step aside, my face aflame with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation as I glared at her. "Why do you always indulge in such wild imaginings?" Chapter 35. Unpleasant Memories. I, too, wished to avoid this predicament. Observing the proprietress retreat, I stood there, feeling guilty, as the evidence of my indiscretion was unmistakably evident. Reluctantly, I sought to explain to her, "Madam, I am at a loss as to why this occurs. The mere sight of you elicits an involuntary reaction. Perhaps your allure is simply too potent." In essence, I was attempting to pay her a compliment. To my astonishment, her expression shifted as dramatically as the weather, turning cold and distant. "Then perhaps you ought to refrain from looking at me. You may leave. Your assistance is no longer required." What have I said wrong? I found myself at a loss, stunned by her anger. With a mocking tone, she retorted, "Ah, you have not erred in your words. Rather, it is I who is mistaken. The moment you lay eyes on me, it seems all you can think of are these base impulses. To you, I am merely an object of your physical desire." Her words struck me with fear, and I hurriedly attempted to clarify, "I do not perceive you in such a manner. Truly, in my eyes, you are my goddess. How could I ever think so lowly of you? You have already acted in accordance with that thought." The proprietress refused to entertain my explanations, and as I lingered, She fixed me with a frigid gaze, raising her voice. Leave. Those words lodged in my throat, silencing me. Despite my awareness of my transgressions, the command to exit stung deeply, reminding me that this was her domain, not mine, and highlighting my outsider status. Ultimately, whether in the presence of Mr. Chun or here with the proprietress, I remained a stranger. As a result, my expression hardened, and I exited without uttering a word. Initially, I stood in the living room, head bowed, idly toying with my phone. Upside down, I realized, only after a moment's reflection. I retreated to my car, a Mercedes E300. The instant I settled into the driver's seat and grasped the steering wheel, I yearned for this vehicle to be my own, rather than Mr. Chun's, granting me the autonomy to escape to my desired refuge during moments of discontent. Alas, the proprietress was not mine, nor was the car. With a heavy heart, I picked up my phone. Prior to the proprietress's abrupt appearance, I had been conversing with my high school classmate, Li Yin. In recent times, I had made it a point to engage in brief exchanges with her daily, usually during the morning or at lunchtime when she was free from work. I'm sorry. I was preoccupied with something earlier, I messaged back to Li Yin. The proprietress had caught me unprepared, and instinctively, I refrained from replying to Li Yin, not wishing for the proprietress to see me in conversation with another woman. Before long, Li Yin replied, "No worries, I was just having lunch myself." As I gazed at Li Yin's messages, I found myself unable to contain my emotions any longer and typed, "I am feeling down." Li Yin inquired, "What is troubling you?" I replied, "Just feeling off. I'd rather not elaborate." Initially, I sent a message, but then I was suddenly flooded with memories of the joyous times we shared in school. Impulsively, I sent Li Yin another message, "I miss you." She responded with a series of ellipses. I remained calm and composed, patiently awaiting her reply. As I had anticipated, instead of addressing my sentiments, she deflected, "My break is over. I must return to work. We can chat another time." "All right," I replied, just as I was putting away my phone. Believing she would not respond further, Li Yin sent another message. "Though I am unaware of the reasons for your discontent, if you ever wish to confide in someone, I can be a listener without judgment." I replied with a simple okay, and then set my phone aside. Unlike the enigmatic nature of my boss, I could grasp Li Yin's sentiments to some extent. She is a genuinely simple woman. Although unspoken, I sensed a hint of affection she harbored for me. Apart from me, she rarely engages in conversations with men. Indeed, this aspect of her personality was a significant reason for my initial infatuation. Her purity is reminiscent of a radiant moonbeam. Holding my phone, I reminisced about Li Yan's presence during our high school days. There was a fleeting moment when I yearned to drive back immediately and embrace her tightly, pouring out all the emotions I had for her. However, reason prevailed. Firstly, the journey from the coastal city to my hometown was too long, taking 9 hours round trip. Secondly, Li Yin is now married, and her disposition is as conservative as my boss's. She may not consent. Thirdly, I wish to wait a little longer, allowing the situation to mature and feelings to deepen, a lesson imparted by Mr. Chun. I distinctly recall his words, "If you have genuine affection for a woman beyond mere physical desire, do not rush to possess her. Instead, invest time in nurturing the relationship, akin to filling a reservoir. Once the waters are brimming, only then should you indulge in the pleasures of intimacy." Ultimately, matters of love require patience. Enduring until the climactic moments can be the most exhilarating, and only when a woman feels overwhelmed will she yield completely. Upon reflection, Mr. Chun, despite his somewhat aloof nature, possesses a captivating charisma, often revealing profound insights about the essence of life amid his rough exterior. My 3 years as a driver have been immensely enlightening. Yet, as the saying goes, all gatherings must eventually come to an end. Throughout life, one is destined to traverse many places, encounter numerous individuals, part ways amicably, and embark on new journeys to meet new companions. It is precisely at this juncture that a distant roar of an engine echoed through the air. I cast my gaze toward the source, where a formidable black behemoth approached with an almost brazen demeanor, a Range Rover, its top configuration costing over $2 million. Although I had never driven one, my years of experience as a driver had afforded me a certain level of automotive knowledge. Moreover, I was well aware of the identity of the driver, Li Qingmei, a close friend of the proprietress, nicknamed the Ice Beauty. I had encountered Li Qingmei only once. She was indeed a strikingly beautiful woman. However, unlike my feelings towards Xiao Jinyu, no matter how alluring Li Qingmei appeared, I felt no fondness for her. The reason was simple. Li Qingmei emanated an icy aloofness, not merely a distance that kept others at bay, but a disdainful look that suggested an innate arrogance and aversion. Her pride was intrinsic, while her disdain seemed directed towards others, myself included. Last summer, when Xiao Jinyu visited Binhai, I had driven the proprietress and her to the entrance of Li Qingmei's club. Considering the sweltering heat, I thought to buy each of them a bottle of mineral water. The proprietress and Xiao Jinyu accepted theirs graciously. However, when I extended the bottle to Li Qingmei, she regarded me with an expression of utter disgust, commanding me to keep my distance. In that moment, I felt as though my self-esteem had been trampled, nearly sending me into a fit of rage. Chapter 36. A Clash of Titans. Soon enough, Li Qingmei emerged from the vehicle, clad in a tailored black business suit, her long hair cascading elegantly. Her features were exquisite, her physique tall and statuesque, accentuated by a pair of high heels. Such a woman could undoubtedly be the center of attention wherever she went. Regrettably, her entire demeanor, from her striking visage to her piercing gaze, exuded a chilling and formidable presence, compelling those who beheld her to instinctively withdraw. I was no exception. As I watched Li Qingmei alight from her car and stride into the villa, I remained seated in my vehicle, reluctant to confront the unpleasant memories of our previous encounter. I had no desire to face such an arrogant woman. In a dark corner of my mind, I even harbored a fleeting wish for a gallant hero to overpower Li Qingmei, to humiliate her as a means of avenging my earlier grievances. Despite her usual haughtiness, it would be gratifying to see her submit to a man. Alas, it seemed that this ice beauty had little interest in men. I could not help but feel disheartened, realizing it was unlikely that I would escape the humiliation she had caused me last year. Just as I wallowed in my frustration, the proprietress's call interrupted my thoughts, instructing me to come inside for dinner. In the dining room, Li Qingmei and Xiao Jinyu, two contrasting women, one cold and the other warm, sat at the table engaged in conversation. One voice was crisp and melodious, while the other was soft and sweet, reminiscing about the past, yet the exchange was anything but harmonious. Li Qingmei's disdain for Xiao Jinyu's accomplishments was palpable. Xiao Jinyu, with a gentle smile, rested her chin on her hand, embodying a delicate femininity as she faced Li Qingmei. She listened with an amused expression, allowing Li Qingmei to speak uninterrupted until she finished. With a soft and sweet smile, Xiao Jinyu replied, "Sister, you are absolutely right in your thoughts. However, you may express your views while I shall adhere to my own. I have no intention of altering my stance." "Xiao Jinyu, you are beyond redemption," Li Qingmei remarked, her demeanor cool and composed, shaking her head in disapproval. Clearly unwilling to continue the discussion, she turned her gaze toward her friend Lin Miaoxue, who emerged from the kitchen. Li Qingmei mused that with Xiao Jinyu's intelligence and resources, had she merely adopted a fraction of Lin Miaoxue's refined elegance, her future would be limitless, rather than merely being an empty canary in the bustling city. Lin Miaoxue presented 4 dishes and a soup with a radiant smile, her movements graceful, resembling an elegant Persian cat. "You two have been bickering for over a decade. Can neither of you yield an inch?" Lin Miaoxue, with her slender figure, cast a playful glance at Li Qingmei and Xiao Jinyu before noticing my entrance. She feigned innocence, as if nothing had transpired in the kitchen, and said, "Come, let us dine." "All right," I replied, approaching the table. Naturally, I had no intention of sitting beside the frosty Li Qingmei or the mischievous Xiao Jinyu, so I opted for a seat beside the gracious Lin Miaoxue, eager to enjoy the meal. However, before I could settle down, I felt Li Qingmei's piercing gaze directed at me. She scrutinized me in silence, her brows knitted, her cold eyes betraying disdain and displeasure, as if questioning my right to dine at the table, a mere driver intruding upon the host's meal. Last year, she had regarded me with the same scornful expression. In the past, I typically chose to ignore such attitudes. After all, as a driver, my every action reflected upon my employer. Yet, after overhearing the indifferent exchange between General Manager Chun and Zhou Yeye this morning, my patience had grown thin. Thus, I feigned ignorance of Li Qingmei's gaze and sat directly beside Lin Miaoxue, deliberately complimenting the proprietor on her culinary skills. "Madam, your dishes are truly delightful. A feast for the senses and utterly appetizing." The proprietor remained silent, having discerned the tension between Li Qingmei and me, inwardly cursing her oversight and forgetting that her friend despised men. Little did she anticipate that the usually sunny and serene me would stand my ground against Li Qingmei today. Xiao Jinyu, perceptive as ever, widened her eyes, perhaps reveling in the escalating drama among the three women. After glancing at the ethereal and aloof Li Qingmei, then at me, her eyes sparkled with surprise, as if she had discovered an unexpectedly bold facet of my character, which only endeared me to her further. I mused to myself that this charming young man possessed a distinct personality. Li Qingmei was a formidable woman, one who remained unfazed by external opinions once she had made a decision. When she noticed that I had indeed taken a seat, her expression bore no trace of anger. Only a slight parting of her lips as she commanded, "Leave." Finally, Li Qingmei addressed me, her voice cool and melodious, yet it carried an unsettling undertone. Why? At that moment, I could no longer feign indifference to her presence, my brows furrowed with a hint of defiance. For I had harbored a discontent towards her since this time last year. "There is no reason," I replied curtly, but she remained unyielding, reiterating, "Leave." I do not wish to repeat myself. Just as I could no longer suppress my urge to mock Li Qingmei for her audacity, the proprietress gently restrained me beneath the table, shaking her head subtly at Li Qingmei. "Qingmei," she implied, urging her to overlook the matter for her sake. "Miaoshua, you know my disposition," Li Qingmei coolly retorted, maintaining her stance, which left the proprietress in a difficult position. "Perhaps I should take my leave," I suggested, sensing the tension, and stood to depart. At that moment, Xiao Jinyu unexpectedly grasped my hand, her tone soft and playful. "Where do you think you're going? Just stay by my side. Don't wander off." "I suppose I shall leave then," I stated. Li Qingmei chose not to respond or engage in banter with Xiao Jinyu, instead rising to exit. "Qingmei," the proprietress, noticing her intent to leave, promptly stood up. The ice princess remains as unyielding as ever," Xiao Jinyu remarked, unable to contain herself, and quickly moved to Li Qingmei's side, urging her to sit back down. "I was only joking. Why take it so seriously? You really should lighten up, or you might end up unmarried." Though Xiao Jinyu often enjoyed teasing Li Qingmei, she consistently stood by her side in critical moments, a testament to their enduring friendship of over a decade. The same could be said for Li Qingmei, who had once gone to great lengths, even resorting to violence on behalf of Xiao Jinyu, plunging a knife into a local thug's body, nearly fatally. At that juncture, the proprietress cast a glance in my direction. "You may continue your meal." Before she could utter another word, I rose to leave, unable to articulate the emotions swirling within me. All I knew was that I wished to avoid further embarrassment. Even the thought of retreating to my beloved Mercedes E300 was unappealing. Indeed, I intend to extricate myself from this realm of intrigue, distancing myself from the duplicitous Mr. Chun, as well as from the proprietress whose presence brings me both joy and profound heartache. Just as I was about to leave, tossing the car keys into the vehicle and preparing to hail a cab, I heard her voice calling after me. The proprietress, having pursued me, inquired about my destination. Chapter 37. The most lethal conceit her voice echoed behind me, yet I did not halt my pace, for my heart was burdened to the utmost, consumed by the memory of her gaze at the dining table. Although I understood her predicament, I was acutely aware that her loyalty lay with her close friend, Li Qingmei. At that moment, she called out my full name, Lindong. A tremor of surprise coursed through me, compelling me to stop and turn. I met her approach with an impassive expression and asked, "Is there something you need? Where are you heading?" She inquired, her demeanor poised and elegant, her captivating eyes fixed upon mine. I found myself unable to meet her gaze, fearing that a mere glance would soften my resolve. I turned my head away and replied, "I don't know, but I wish to distance myself from you, so you need not face any more discomfort due to my presence." "Are you angry?" She ventured closer, the proximity allowing me to feel the warmth of her breath quickening my heartbeat. I still averted my eyes, stubbornly asserting, "No." Sensing my reticence, she sighed and explained. "In truth, Qingmei's nature is not malevolent. She harbors a disdain for men due to certain circumstances. It is not directed solely at you. So please do not harbor resentment towards her." At her words, I finally lifted my gaze, retorting, "What does her aversion to men have to do with me? Why should I seek to understand her or refrain from being upset? Her disdain does not justify the trampling of my dignity. It was the same last year, and it remains so this year. Do you wish for me to be put in a difficult position?" she asked, her gaze steady, her tone gentle. I have been her close friend for over a decade. It was my oversight to forget her reluctance to dine with men. "Are you asking me to sever ties with her for your sake?" Feeling a wave of grievance, I responded, "What about me? You consider her feelings, yet what of mine? That is why I came after you." The proprietress, noticing my distress, sighed once more, silently acknowledging the irony of our predicament, before taking my hand gently and speaking softly. Qingmei possesses a stubborn spirit, but you are different. If challenges arise, we can discuss them together. You can understand my position, can't you? Upon hearing her words, a sense of relief washed over me. Ultimately, she does care for my well-being. Yet, I still felt a twinge of discomfort, expressing. But when I think of you supporting her, it pains me. My sentence trailed off, interrupted by the sudden, tender brush of her soft lips against my cheek. I raised my head in surprise, only to find a blush creeping across the proprietress's face, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness as they flickered towards me. Is this still a grievance? Grievance. Just one more kiss, I exclaimed, feigning indignation, though in truth, I was far from aggrieved. Rather, I was elated. My gaze fixated on the proprietress's alluring crimson lips, a yearning to lean in for a kiss swelling within me. Don't be foolish. The proprietress, noticing my intent, hurriedly recoiled and glanced towards the entrance. Seeing that Xiao Jinyu and Li Qingmei had yet to emerge, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'll head inside now. We can talk later. All right. I watched her retreating figure with delight. Although I had failed to kiss her lips, her peck on my cheek was a significant advancement, especially considering her naturally bashful demeanor. This ignited a flicker of hope within me, and I found myself unwilling to leave. Giddily, I returned to my car. The key to my Mercedes E300 once again nestled in my pocket. I pulled out my phone, tempted to chat with Li Yin and share my joy. However, that notion quickly dissipated. Firstly, it was work hours for her, and secondly, the thrill concerning the proprietress was not suitable for sharing with Li Yin. I pondered when I might next kiss the proprietress's lips, but I believed it would not be long. Having already kissed her cheek, I felt confident that the next encounter with her lips would not pose a significant challenge. As a man, I could take the initiative, especially since the proprietress was shy. Perhaps my boldness would evoke a response from her, particularly since she had shown signs of affection during our last massage session. I recalled the sensation of her smooth skin beneath the fabric, and it invigorated me. As for Li Qingmei, she was merely a tomboy. A comparison to the proprietress felt like a waste of my energy. After comforting myself, I reclined my seat slightly and turned on the audio system to play Wang Jie's Hero's Tears. Sticking to my usual routine, I avoided taking a photo of the Mercedes steering wheel, as it felt too deliberate. Instead, I captured the central console and then shifted the camera to the glass of the passenger door, completing my brief video for social media. I continued to block Chun and the others from seeing it, captioning the video. Life is like a roller coaster. You never know when a surprise will suddenly appear. I felt a swell of pride, convinced of my cleverness. In this short video, I had subtly concealed 3 meticulously crafted details: the mahogany console, the seat adjustment on the passenger door frame, each of which refrained from revealing the Mercedes emblem. Yet, they hinted at the status of a vehicle above the E-Class. In this way, I had artfully elevated my image. Moreover, a crucial point is that the final shot of the video captures the view outside the front passenger window, revealing that the neighborhood where Mr. Chen resides is renowned for its luxurious villas. Naturally, the surroundings also consist of opulent residences. Although I did not explicitly state in my video or narrative that I reside in a villa, it subtly implies that I currently inhabit one. When evening descends, I plan to stand on the balcony and film the enchanting nightscape of the villa district, marveling at the beauty of the nocturnal scenery. This will firmly establish the notion that I drive a Mercedes E300 and reside in a grand villa. At that point, my acquaintances and childhood friends on social media will likely comment, expressing astonishment at my apparent success, saying, "Wow, Lin, you've truly made it. Not only are you driving an E300, but you also live in a magnificent villa. Indeed, it is quite impressive." These individuals, who have not experienced much of the world, cannot fathom how I effortlessly project an air of sophistication without appearing ostentatious. Furthermore, I can respond to their comments with the truth. The car isn't mine, nor is the villa. These statements are genuine, yet who would believe them? As long as I refrain from elaborating, no one would take me at my word. The false appears true, and the true appears false. This is a life lesson Mr. Chun has imparted to me over the years. Reflecting on Mr. Chun, I cannot help but lament that had I not overheard that conversation this morning, I might have truly considered him my mentor and devoted my life to him. While I was scrolling through social media and lost in thought, a soft, sweet voice suddenly chimed in beside me. "Hey there, what are you looking at?" Chapter 38. Are you poisonous? I was startled by the unexpected, melodious voice. Turning to look, I found Xiao Jinyu had appeared by the car, leaning against the window, her eyes sparkling with mischief and curiosity, as if she were eager to uncover my little secrets. In the next moment, I noticed her neckline. The strapless design of her dress accentuated her figure beautifully, yet it was also prone to revealing too much. From my vantage point, I caught a glimpse of the delicate white skin within her neckline, a sight both captivating and perilous. Weren't you supposed to be dining? I averted my gaze, discreetly putting away my phone. I was going to eat, but upon realizing you hadn't had your meal yet, I lost my appetite. Xiao Jinyu's voice was exceptionally soft and melodious, the kind that could melt one's heart, coupled with her alluring beauty. A peculiar thought crossed my mind. With her enchanting voice, she could easily become a popular ASMR streamer, soothing listeners to sleep and driving the more ardent fans into a frenzy. Of course, her streams would eventually face restrictions. My mind wandered with intrigue at the possibilities. However, to my surprise, Xiao Jinyu promptly took out her phone and continued, "Last year, I rushed back to the city and didn't have the chance to add you as a friend. Let us connect now." I hesitated for a moment. Although I was quite keen to befriend a beauty like Xiao Jinyu, my instinct reminded me of my humble position as a driver, and I felt it somewhat inappropriate to add the boss's friend. What could be wrong with merely adding a friend? Xiao Jinyu seemed unfazed as she opened WeChat and asked, "Shall you scan my code, or shall I scan yours?" "You scan mine," I replied after a brief contemplation and opened my phone's QR code, allowing Xiao Jinyu to add me as a friend. After all, she had spoken on my behalf at the dining table, despite ultimately siding with Li Qingmei. This did not diminish my gratitude for the kindness she had shown. Just as I lifted my head to express my thanks to Xiao Jinyu, I suddenly sensed something amiss. I noticed her engrossed in her phone, swiping rapidly across the screen, seemingly absorbed in something. "What are you looking at?" A sense of unease washed over me, prompting me to exit the car and approach her. To my dismay, I found her laughing as she flipped through my moments. "What? How could this be?" My face darkened as I realized that she was indeed perusing my posts. I was a mix of embarrassment and anger, desperately wanting to stop her from viewing my moments. Regretting my earlier vanity in sharing so many posts, I had always been cautious, ensuring that I blocked Chen Zong and Zhou Yiye whenever I posted anything ostentatious. Who would have thought that Xiao Jinyu would dive into my moments so quickly after adding me as a friend? The awkwardness felt akin to standing naked under the blazing sun, exposed. "Are you out of your mind?" I couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Jinyu had already seen all my recent posts, laughing uncontrollably at my flustered expression. Amused by my reaction, she teased, "Yes, I am indeed a bit toxic. Do you have an antidote?" I was momentarily speechless, realizing for the first time that beneath Xiao Jinyu's delicate exterior lurked a mischievous spirit. I hastily explained, "Those posts were just for fun." "Oh, I understand," she nodded vigorously. "The essence is merely to document life. There's no pretentiousness involved." With a playful smile, she leaned closer and inquired, "But may I take a look at your moments on your phone?" "Absolutely not." My face darkened, resolute in my refusal to let Xiao Jinyu see my phone. Xiao Jinyu remained utterly unperturbed. Instead, she drew closer to me, her exquisite visage captivating, her tones soft and melodious, her crimson lips slightly parted in an enticing manner. Yet her words, laced with a devilish charm, seemed to feign concern as she inquired, "Have you blocked Chen Haifeng and Lin Miaoxue from your moments?" "How could that be?" I denied it. Xiao Jinyu, unfazed, casually remarked, "Later, I could borrow Miaoxue's phone to check your moments. If a few posts are missing, it would be quite revealing." "Are you out of your mind?" I shot her a devilish glare. Xiao Jinyu, brimming with excitement, leaned in closer. "Do you have any antidote?" I found myself utterly defeated, lacking the energy to appreciate her breathtaking figure any longer, and I explained lethargically, "Everyone has a sense of vanity. Is it such a grave offense to occasionally post something? Must you make me feel socially mortified?" "Of course not," she replied, feigning innocence, her enthusiasm undeterred. "Isn't this quite amusing?" "Amusing?" I could not comprehend. This had pricked my social anxiety to the core. Where was the amusement in that? "Oh, it's indeed amusing. I find it quite intriguing. Perhaps I shall join you in posting a few moments later," she said, her eyes sparkling with mischief, as though she had conceived some delightful scheme. "We'll revisit this topic later. For now, you should return for your meal," she advised. I gazed hesitantly at the villa's entrance, then disinterestedly remarked, "I do not wish to eat." "Rest assured, she has already dined and will not speak of you again," Xiao Jinyu discerned my thoughts with remarkable clarity, offering a reassuring smile. She continued, "As for Li Qingmei, you do not know her well. She is quite difficult to get along with, a challenge in forming friendships. However, once she considers you a friend, she is the type who would entrust her life to you. Thus, her peculiarities are merely trivial matters. Forget it. I do not aspire to be her friend, nor am I deserving of it," I retorted, discomfort flooding me at the mere thought of Li Qingmei's disdainful gaze. So steeped in arrogance, Xiao Jinyu, undeterred by my words, reminisced with a smile, "Whether or not to be friends can be discussed later. It is not imperative to befriend everyone. Yet, Li Qingmei is one of my closest confidants. After that incident when she protected me by confronting a few ruffians, even injuring one of them, I realized she was someone I could trust. Do you understand? Later, I discovered she has a phobia of blood. Upon returning home, she trembled and kept washing her hands. At this juncture, Xiao Jinyu turned to me, her gaze intent. She dared to harm someone? I was taken aback, never having anticipated that Li Qingmei possessed such audacity. Upon returning to the living room, I instinctively glanced at Li Qingmei. Her tall figure exuded a chilling elegance as she sat on the sofa conversing with the landlady, and she glanced up at me when I entered, her expression remaining as aloof as ever. However, this time she merely cast a cold glance in my direction before diverting her gaze, perhaps influenced by a word or two from the proprietress, which deterred her from further antagonism towards me. Chapter 39. Please open the door for me. Li Qingmei manages the most upscale establishment in Binhai, known as Languifang, which is perpetually bustling with activity. After finishing her meal, she did not linger long. Around 1 o'clock, she received a phone call and departed early. The proprietress seldom indulges in leisure activities, and it is a rare occasion when her close friend, Xiao Jinyu, visits from the Shanghai market. Initially, the proprietress intended to escort Xiao Jinyu to the hot spring hotel at Longyan Mountain, located 50 kilometers away, for a relaxing soak. However, after a long day of travel, Xiao Jinyu, feeling weary, reclined lazily on the sofa, expressing a desire to simply rest without venturing anywhere. Consequently, the proprietress had no choice but to postpone their trip to Longyan Mountain until the following day. I am familiar with Longyan Mountain, a renowned tourist destination near Binhai, celebrated for its breathtaking scenery. The mountain boasts a serpentine shape, resembling a slumbering dragon, hence its name. Ordinarily, the public can hike Longyan Mountain without any charge, and at the summit, there are numerous tea houses and a temple with a modest level of activity, offering vegetarian noodles in the morning. However, halfway up the mountain, there exists a narrow, secluded path veering to the right, which is not accessible to the average person. This path leads directly to the Human Hot Spring Hotel, where a security guard is stationed approximately 2 kilometers from the hotel entrance, preventing non-members from entering. Beyond this gate lies the Human Hot Spring Hotel, known for its exceptional privacy. The hotel itself is quite luxurious, featuring rooms on the first floor, dining and entertainment facilities on the second, a sauna and massage center on the third, and additional guest rooms on the fourth and fifth floors. At the foot of the hotel lies a natural lake, transformed into a private swimming pool, equipped for swimming and various water activities, with dedicated safety personnel on duty. The hotel grounds are adorned with numerous rare trees, with specimens worth tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, not uncommon. The staff at the hotel is predominantly composed of attractive individuals, and the rooms boast unique characteristics. The luxurious suites feature outward-opening doors that lead to intimate hot springs, ample enough to accommodate 3 or 4 individuals comfortably. This allure is a primary reason why affluent patrons frequent the Human Hot Spring Hotel. With its comprehensive facilities and exceptional privacy, the establishment caters to a society that places great value on confidentiality, especially among individuals of sensitive status. This has resulted in remarkably high prices, with even the most economical room exceeding 1,000. Consider this, in such an exquisite hotel environment, with a natural swimming lake and an abundance of rare trees. Not to mention the availability of various fruit trees for picking, the high-end suites offer an intimate experience. Imagine soaking in the hot springs with someone special, creating unforgettable memories. Does that not evoke a sense of romance? Would you not be inclined to invest in such an enchanting atmosphere? This truly represents the lifestyle of the upper echelons of society. My acquaintance with the Human Hot Spring Hotel was facilitated by Mr. Chun, who frequently brought Miss Zhou Yuan there during their romantic escapades. Whenever the proprietress inquired about him, he would conveniently claim to be engaged in business discussions with clients. The prospect of visiting the human hot spring hotel the following day filled me with excitement, as I found myself yearning for a taste of that upper-class lifestyle. Even if my activities consisted merely of strolling outside the hotel and capturing the scenic beauty around me, it would still satiate my vanity. Speaking of vanity, I couldn't help but think of the enchanting yet devilish Xiao Jinyu. In a moment of impulse, I took out my phone and adjusted my social media settings to allow visibility for only 3 days. Pondering who could imagine that a wealthy woman like Xiao Jinyu would add me as a friend and then naively peruse my posts. Such a devilish notion. That night, as I lay in bed, I drifted off for a moment, only to awaken abruptly and mentally chastise myself for feeling particularly exposed after our earlier encounter. At that moment, my phone chimed with a message from Xiao Jinyu, who cheekily inquired whether I had been cursing her. Even without seeing her, I could almost envision her stunning visage drawing near, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she questioned me. I glanced at the message but chose to ignore it, feigning sleep instead. Yet, another message from Xiao Jinyu soon arrived. "Oh, are you still pretending to be asleep?" Perhaps she was testing me, so I refrained from replying. I reassured myself that it was normal for her to check if I was awake, given her astute nature. However, it was not long before her third message arrived. "Are you really ignoring me? Do you dare to believe I want to share a screenshot of your pretentious posts with Chen Haifeng? I wonder what expression he would have upon seeing you claim his car as yours and his villa as your own. Chen Haifeng is none other than my boss, Mr. Chen." Unable to contain my response any longer, I finally replied, "Are you a devil?" Xiao Jinyu seemed to find great amusement in my reaction, responding with a playful retort, "You deserve it. Who told you to pretend to be asleep? By the way, I forgot to mention that I am not actually friends with Chen Haifeng on social media." At this revelation, I felt an urge to vent my frustration, replying, "You must be insane. Do you have any medication for that?" She quickly countered, "You go ahead and keep busy. I'm tired and going to bed." I found my irritation with Xiao Jinyu diminishing. Initially, I only perceived her beauty, a delicate Jiangnan woman whose soft and melodious voice could melt hearts. It dawned on me that beneath her alluring exterior lurked a devilish spirit. Thus, when I realized she was not friends with Mr. Chen on WeChat, I decided to disregard her, thinking it wise to avoid trouble. Yet, I soon reconsidered. Perhaps Xiao Jinyu was not as devilish as I had imagined, and in fact, quite understanding, as she sent me a WeChat message just as I mentioned I was going to sleep, saying, "Although I am not friends with Chen Haifeng, I can add him." This was the reason for my capitulation. I took a moment to compose myself, but could not resist asking, "What on earth do you intend to do at this late hour?" "I can't sleep," came the reply from Xiao Jinyu. "In Shanghai, I typically don't sleep until after 2 in the morning. It's barely past 11 now. How could I possibly sleep? My sleeping pattern is quite regular. When I was Chen's chauffeur, I would invariably retire by 11, unless he had matters that required my presence." Hearing Xiao Jinyu mention her late nights in Shanghai, I couldn't help but inquire, "If you stay up so late, how do you manage to rise during the day? Aren't you tired?" Xiao Jinyu curiously responded, "Why must I get up? If I'm tired during the day, I simply sleep." It dawned on me then that her world, as a woman of privilege, was starkly different from ours. Her days were reserved for rest and leisure, while ours were filled with work. Feeling somewhat disheartened, I said, "But I need to sleep. I have to drive to Yunlong Mountain tomorrow." "Just go later," she suggested. "Why rush? Enjoy yourself." With a lively spirit, she unexpectedly replied, "Open the door for me. I'm coming over now." Chapter 40. Can I fall for you at first sight? Are you out of your mind? Upon reading Xiao Jinyu's message, I nearly leaped from my seat, not because I was pretending or because she lacked beauty, but rather because I could not fathom entertaining thoughts of a romantic nature with her. I was, in fact, apprehensive about her coming over, fearing that the proprietress might discover her late-night visit to my room. After all, Xiao Jinyu was currently sharing a room with the proprietress. What would happen if she found her best friend in my room at such an hour? Any woman would surely misinterpret the situation. Thus, I was 1,000 times unwilling for Xiao Jinyu to venture into my room in the dead of night. Most importantly, I knew that her arrival would not bode well, as I was not naive enough to believe she was merely coming to offer warmth. Seeing my reaction to her suggestion of madness, Xiao Jinyu grew angry and asked, "Am I ugly?" "Not at all," I replied. "Is my figure unsatisfactory?" "Not really." I reassured her. "Then why do you reject me so vehemently?" Xiao Jinyu texted back, "Do you realize how deeply you've wounded my pride? Just this morning at the airport, you were stealing glances at my figure, Why the coldness now? Is it true what they say, that men are heartless creatures? I felt an urge to retort, but refrained. Thinking to myself, I haven't even touched your hand. How can that be heartless? Besides, with you dressed so scantily, it's hard not to glance. Of course, I couldn't voice these thoughts aloud. Instead, I gently explained, Sister, it's not that. It's simply too late, and as lovely as you are. It wouldn't be proper for you to come to a man's room at this hour. Xiao Jinyu sighed, conveying her understanding. I won't disturb you any longer. You should rest. I'm going to add Chun Haifeng as a friend. He has been wanting to connect with me for quite some time. I'll discuss car matters with him. I suddenly find the Mercedes E300 quite appealing. Perhaps I could persuade him to gift me one. I'll also post on my social media, without revealing the steering wheel. Her words were laced with veiled threats aimed at me. How could I possibly sleep under such circumstances? Yet, having her come to my room late at night was utterly out of the question. Therefore, I inquired with a headache. What about the landlady? Wouldn't she question your presence here at this hour? Xiao Jinyu quickly responded. So that's what you're worried about. Don't fret. Miao Xue is already fast asleep. She has a sound sleep quality, and if I tread lightly, she won't notice. But what if she wakes up in the middle of the night and realizes you're not in your room? I'll just say I went to the restroom. Xiao Jinyu replied with unyielding confidence. I was at a loss for words. Ask yourself, do you truly believe that? The landlady's room isn't without a restroom. Seeing that soft persuasion was futile, Xiao Jinyu resorted to a firmer approach. Simply put, will you open the door? If you don't, I'll add Chen Haifeng right now and send screenshots of your social media posts. I had no choice but to relent, succumbing to her demands, and regretting my decision to add Xiao Jinyu as a friend earlier that afternoon. Once this woman seized a weakness, she would relentlessly exploit it. Before long, Xiao Jinyu approached the door, and as she entered, she swiftly closed it behind her. She appeared to be wearing the landlady's nightgown, though her figure was notably more alluring. Her long hair cascaded down, and her physique was extraordinarily captivating, the kind that could enthrall any man. Had she not been wearing undergarments, I might have feared I would not withstand the allure of such a siren visiting my room at this hour. Upon entering, Xiao Jinyu surveyed the room curiously. Why is the light on so bright in the middle of the night? For a sense of security, I replied, sitting upright. Just before she arrived, I had deliberately donned my daytime attire. At my words, Xiao Jinyu burst into laughter, her beautiful face turning towards me. She had an oval face, and her eyes sparkled with mischief as she playfully asked, Are you afraid I might take advantage of you? Not quite, I replied honestly. But I'm a bit perplexed as to your intentions for coming to my room at this hour. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyu suddenly became bashful. Her lively gaze now filled with shyness. Could it be that I fell in love at first sight and wished to offer myself to you? I find that hard to believe, I chuckled. Xiao Jinyu gasped in surprise, her face a picture of astonishment as she looked at me. Surely, you're not lacking in your physical capabilities? You have no idea how many men in the city desire to be with me, yet I've never given them a chance. You, however, are presented with an opportunity, and you dare not believe it. I find the initial words of Xiao Jinyu to be credible, for she is indeed strikingly beautiful and exudes femininity. Alongside the proprietress and the enchanting Li Qingmei, she stands out as the most exquisite among them. With her oval face and soft, melodious voice, she embodies the essence of womanhood. Her captivating figure is undeniably alluring. Having frequented various establishments with General Chun, I have come to understand that a beauty of Xiao Jinyu's caliber, both in appearance and allure, strikes a chord in the hearts of men, making her immensely popular. Thus, when she claims that all men in the city desire her, I find it entirely believable. As for myself, I do not profess to be particularly virtuous. Rather, I possess a sense of self-awareness, lacking both wealth and influence. It is inconceivable that a woman of Xiao Jinyu's stature would take an interest in me, were she to find herself without suitors, and overlook my lack of fortune and power to genuinely marry me. I would certainly welcome the prospect. However, such a scenario is implausible. I suspect she views me more as a fleeting distraction, a mere plaything to alleviate her boredom, as evidenced by her threats involving my social media. In light of this, I am reluctant to allow her to mislead the proprietress. With this in mind, I resolved to confront Xiao Jinyu directly. I looked at her with a sense of resignation and said, Sister, you must see that I am merely an ordinary person, earning a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. This amount is insufficient to support you, let alone purchase even a single bottle of your perfume. Therefore, I implore you to refrain from toying with me." Upon hearing my words, Xiao Jinyu paused momentarily, then gracefully ceased her playful demeanor and seated herself on my bed, her hands casually propped on either side. This posture accentuated her voluptuous figure. Her long, alluring legs extended from beneath her skirt, swaying effortlessly. Although she lacked the mystery of her earlier appearance in black stockings, her legs remained strikingly long and painfully fair, exuding a captivating sensuality. With a cheerful smile, Xiao Jinyu inquired, "Are you truly so lacking in confidence?" "It is not a matter of confidence," I replied. "Surely you noticed your friend Li Qingmei's demeanor towards me at noon. Even in the presence of the proprietress, she unceremoniously ordered me to leave. Would she treat me this way if I wielded power and influence? This is the stark reality." I averted my gaze slightly, striving to avoid lingering on Xiao Jinyu's irresistible form. Still smiling, Xiao Jinyu continued, "Do you believe that even if you were Li Kashing, she would allow you to stay?" "Surely not," I asked, incredulous. "But that is indeed the case," she replied, readjusting herself and shrugging in resignation. "However, I cannot divulge too much about her. Just know that she does not single you out." "Very well," I conceded with a nod. Recognizing that my life is fated to remain devoid of meaningful interactions with someone like Li Qingmei. Therefore, her true nature and past hold little relevance to me. Yet, I could never have imagined the depths of this situation. Not long after, I found myself entangled with Li Qingmei, and it was a lamentable experience. However, that is a tale for another time. Chapter 41. The Thespian in the splendid beauty of a delightful spring evening, where each moment is worth a fortune. Let us refrain from discussing anything disheartening. After Xiao Jinyu elucidated the reasons behind Li Qingmei's aloof demeanor, her gaze brightened as she turned to me. "Let us embark on something more meaningful." "What do you mean?" I asked cautiously, sensing her enthusiasm. "I need to borrow your social media," Xiao Jinyu declared. "Absolutely not." I instantly rejected her proposition, for my social media was my last bastion of tranquility, and I could not allow Xiao Jinyu to wreak havoc upon it. "Just hear me out before you decline," she said, unfazed by my refusal. Her face adorned with a mischievous smile as she revealed her plan. It became clear that she intended to stage a performance with me to amuse my social circle. For instance, she would feign pursuit of me, while I would appear impatient, capturing her antics on video. The narrative would be that a wealthy and beautiful woman was pursuing me, only for me to turn her down. With Xiao Jinyu's beauty, the contrast would undoubtedly create a significant stir. Upon hearing her scheme, I looked at her, bewildered. "What exactly do you hope to achieve?" "Pure amusement," Xiao Jinyu replied. Drawing closer to me, her voice animated. "Consider it. I am not without my own charm, am I? If I were to cling to you and you posted a video, what would your friends think? Would they not lose their minds? They would be astounded that you rejected someone so stunning. Surely, they would inundate you with messages to inquire about me, and then I could fade into the background, leaving no trace." As she concluded, her eyes sparkled with excitement. I could not help but feel somewhat tempted. After all, Xiao Jinyu's beauty was undeniable, akin to the pinnacle of fan bingbing's looks post-retouching. If my classmates and childhood friends saw someone of such allure pursuing me, only for me to dismiss her, it would indeed be quite the spectacle. I could envision the frenzy it would incite among my social circle. Yet, I hesitated, gazing at Xiao Jinyu with uncertainty. "Do you think this might come off as overly ostentatious?" Xiao Jinyu looked at me as if I were being foolish. "What do you mean by ostentatious? Just craft the scenario to make it seem natural. Trust me, when I see you, I will leap toward you, and you can film while retreating. Just let it flow, ensuring the dialogue appears smooth and genuine." "Very well, I shall give it a try. Let us aim for a single take." Concerned that I might not fully grasp her intentions, she reiterated her instructions as we walked to the door. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted from whimsical to one of heart-wrenching sorrow, evoking deep sympathy. Her expression resembled that of a woman who had been betrayed by 100 men, utterly tragic. I nearly burst into laughter at the sight. Instead of laughing, I hastily grabbed my phone, preparing to capture the moment. Upon noticing my amusement, Xiao Jinyu couldn't help but scold me. Yet her expression remained one of profound sorrow and confusion as she approached me, radiating a beauty that was simply breathtaking within the frame. I quickly opened my social media app and pointed the camera at her. "Why? What is it about me that is so flawed?" Xiao Jinyu began her performance, walking over in her pajamas, her face a portrait of despair. "Is it wrong for me to like you? Lindong, I truly like you. Please don't avoid me." I was astounded by Xiao Jinyu's acting. She even called my name. Realizing how to play along, I began to retreat, saying, "I am not worthy of you. Please don't come closer. I'm recording a video. I don't care. I'm not leaving today. I've finally found you." In the video, Xiao Jinyu became increasingly animated, and in the next moment, her expression shifted to one of pleading, vulnerability, and insecurity. "I beg you, don't reject me. Don't hurt my pride anymore. I want you. Do as you wish. I have the video as evidence. Regardless of how you act now, I will always have proof." I looked at Xiao Jinyu before me, utterly impressed by her performance. It felt so genuine. Just as I was at a loss for words, she approached me. And in that moment, seemingly exasperated by my constant filming, she suddenly directed her attention to my phone. "Can you stop filming?" Startled, I nearly dropped my phone. And just then, the recording time for the video came to an end, capturing my exclamation as the final remark. "Excellent, a perfect take. You must not delete this post. I'll check it tomorrow. I want to see how your friends react to such a stunning beauty pursuing you." Xiao Jinyu reviewed the video with satisfaction, nodding in approval. As the dialogue felt authentic and she appeared attractive in the footage, she then casually edited a caption, bluntly titled, "Nuts." She was about to post it when I quickly reminded her, "Make sure to block President Chun and the others." "Oh right, I almost forgot." Xiao Jinyu suddenly realized. And as she selected who should not see the post, I noticed I already had a history of blocked contacts, including President Chun, Zhou Yiya, the boss, and several others from the company. Feeling a bit embarrassed as she noticed the list, just as she was about to finalize the post blocking President Chun and the others, I suddenly remembered someone else, Li Yin. I added Li Yin to the restricted list, instinctively not wanting her to see Xiao Jinyu in the video. Curious, Xiao Jinyu stretched her neck and asked, "Who is this Li Yin? It's of no concern to you." I cautiously tucked my phone away. "A girlfriend? An object of infatuation? A budding romance?" Haha, did I hit the nail on the head? A man only considers the thoughts of another when he desires to engage in something more. Xiao Jinyu turned her head to look at me, seeing my reluctance to speak. She guessed various possibilities, making me want to cover her mouth. Despite her striking beauty, she harbored a devilish nature. "Are you poison incarnate?" I thought, as Xiao Jinyu continued to unveil my shyness, pushing me to my limits. "Do you have an antidote?" Xiao Jinyu lifted her chin and huffed. Her retorts as quick as ever, igniting a spark of irritation within me. However, my gaze shifted as I noticed how close she stood. The vivid petals of her lips moved enticingly, particularly captivating at that moment. I recalled the way the proprietress blushed when she kissed me that afternoon, her lips equally alluring. In a sudden surge of impulse, I leaned in and pressed my lips against Xiao Jinyu's. They were soft, imbued with a faint, sweet fragrance. I barely had time to savor the moment before I withdrew, my heart racing, yet I feigned bravado, glaring at the still-dazed Xiao Jinyu and declaring, "Humph. Let us see if you dare to bully me again." Chapter 42, Midnight Check-In. I spoke deliberately, aiming to assert myself first and demonstrate that my kiss was not an attempt to take advantage of Xiao Jinyu, but rather a retaliatory act against her relentless teasing. Yet, deep down, it was her beauty that compelled me. After the kiss, I felt a wave of nervousness, carefully observing her reaction. Upon realizing she had been kissed, Xiao Jinyu was initially taken aback, then touched her red lips, as if confirming the reality of the moment. Soon, a slight smirk curled at her lips. Her gaze filled with a peculiar intensity as she looked at me. "Many desire me, and even more wish to kiss me. But you are the first bold enough to act. Do you understand what your actions imply? What is the matter? Do you think kissing me is deadly?" I retorted, gazing at her exquisite features, deliberately responding with a mock huff. "You'd best head back now, or don't blame me for the consequences. I might just commit some beastly act." I anticipated that my words would frighten her away. However, to my surprise, Xiao Jinyu not only stood her ground but approached me, her demeanor alluring and her eyes filled with ambiguity. With her lips slightly parted, she breathed softly and said, "What beastly act? I am curious to find out." In the dead of night, with only the two of us present, one could only imagine the feelings stirred by such suggestive words from an enchanting beauty. Xiao Jinyu was indeed a stunning woman. In everyday encounters, one might perceive her as a figure of irresistible allure, but when she stood before you, one would sense an almost otherworldly charm emanating from her. Her lips were adorned with a vivid shade of lipstick, as bright as a blush rose. I could not help but feel an overwhelming thirst, yet I struggled to restrain myself, warning Xiao Jinyu, "Do you think I lack the courage? Dare to try it, just as you did moments ago." Xiao Jinyu stepped closer, lifting her chin, a playful smile illuminating her face, her bright eyes sparkling as she presented her vibrant, rose-tinted lips before me, causing the world around us to fade into oblivion. All that remained was the allure of her lips, ripe for the taking. My heart raced, thumping like a drum, as myriad thoughts raced through my mind. Yet, ultimately, these sentiments were drowned by impulse. It was not merely a desire to kiss Xiao Jinyu, but rather a challenge she posed to me. As a man of stature, I could not allow myself to be intimidated by her. In the end, I disregarded all caution and, with a fierce determination, pressed my lips against hers. In that very moment, the previously passive Xiao Jinyu transformed, her delicate arms wrapping around my neck, as she kissed me with an unparalleled fervor and warmth. Suddenly, a slick, agile presence slipped into my mouth, rendering me momentarily dazed. An indescribable thrill coursed through me, something I had never experienced before, neither with other women nor with the proprietress. It was then that I comprehended the profound impact a woman of Xiao Jinyu's caliber could exert. My mind went blank, all rationality evaporating. Just then, an untimely video call interrupted our intimate moment, startling both of us. I initially assumed it was the proprietress calling, but it turned out to be someone reaching out to Xiao Jinyu. A sigh of relief escaped me, yet jealousy crept in as I inquired, "Who is it? Calling you at such a late hour?" "It's none of your concern," she replied, a rare look of fluster gracing her features. As she moved toward the door, she earnestly cautioned, "You'd best keep what just transpired to yourself, unless you wish to face dire consequences." With that, she hurriedly exited. I gazed around the now empty room, a mix of nostalgia and disappointment washing over me. Xiao Jinyu's parting words hardly registered. I dismissed them as mere shyness, a playful threat. Nonetheless, the sensation we had shared was exquisite. Reclining back onto the bed, I reminisced about the feeling of her tongue exploring my mouth. Becoming somewhat entranced by the unexpected delight of kissing a woman, it was akin to a small serpent playfully swirling within. As Xiao Jinyu returned to her room, she promptly sat on the bed and connected to the video call. Soon, the screen revealed a middle-aged man, exuding a calm and composed aura, appearing to be in his 50s. The backdrop was an opulently decorated office, adorned with priceless antiques. This was Xiao Jinyu's partner. "Why did it take you so long to answer the video call?" the man inquired, scrutinizing Xiao Jinyu with a seemingly casual demeanor. Upon hearing his words, a delicate blush graced her exquisite face as she shyly replied, "I was just lying down with my little man. How could I answer your call? It's rather embarrassing." "You should let your little man experience the world," the middle-aged man said with a chuckle, clearly well acquainted with Xiao Jinyu's character, which concealed a devilishly peculiar personality beneath her enchanting exterior. Feeling even more bashful, Xiao Jinyu fluttered her eyes and declined. "No, my little man isn't dressed right now, so it's inconvenient to show him to you. But honestly, my new little man has quite a remarkable physique. He has an 8-pack, and he's quite solid to the touch." "Is that so?" the man responded with an intrigued tone. "Would you like to bring him to the city tomorrow so I can reward him with unimaginable wealth?" Xiao Jinyu once again declined with a coy tone. "I wouldn't want to do that. Don't think I'm unaware of your true intentions. Reward him with wealth? It would be more fitting for you to throw him into the Huangpu River." "Ah, you've seen right through me," the man replied with a smile. Then, in an authoritative tone, he said, "Turn on the light and let me see what your little man looks like." Xiao Jinyu refused again, playfully saying to the man on the video, "Darling, let us not. I need to have my personal space. You can't always treat me like a caged canary." "What is wrong with a canary?" The middle-aged man maintained his cheerful demeanor, continuing the conversation. "Since you enjoy saying things I dislike, I will indulge you. Show me around. If there truly is a little man, I shall grant you your freedom." Hearing this, Xiao Jinyu felt a surge of joy. "Really? Indeed?" The middle-aged man nodded with a smile still adorning his face. At that moment, a lazy voice emerged from the video, as if a woman had just been roused from slumber. "Who is it calling you so late?" The man recognized the voice of Lin Miaoxue, his partner's close friend. In truth, he was well aware of when Xiao Jinyu had gone to the coast and what time her flight had been. He had merely chosen to overlook it. Otherwise, she would have been intercepted at the airport. Upon hearing Lin Miaoxue's voice, the shadows in the man's eyes gradually dissipated. He leaned back, lighting a cigar, a luxurious Cuban import. As the middle-aged man reclined behind, a commanding aura reminiscent of a formidable leader emanated from him. He was curious to see what whimsical antics Xiao Jinyu would attempt next. Indeed, in the video, Xiao Jinyu appeared displeased. Upon noticing Lin Miaoshua had awakened, she turned her head in annoyance, chastising her for speaking. Following this, the bashfulness that had previously adorned her face vanished entirely, replaced by a frown as she fixed her gaze directly upon him, declaring, "Let us break up. I find this all quite tedious. What's the point of checking up on me at such an ungodly hour? Which hand shall it be, the left or the right?" The man asked with a chuckle, puffing on his cigar. Xiao Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, then huffed in exasperation, snapping, "I'm hanging up. I can't be bothered to discuss this any longer. I'm going to sleep." In Benhai, after ending the video call, she lingered for a moment, only to receive a message from the man she had labeled Old Man, who replied with a casual, sleep early. Just have fun for a few days and don't get too wild." Xiao Jinyu quickly responded with a dismissive humph, striking a cute pose with her hands on her hips. At that moment, she felt a rush of sweat on her back, as if she had narrowly escaped a brush with death. Chapter 43. Your audacity grows bolder that night. My sleep was far from restful. I traversed a myriad of dreams, where the leading lady shifted from a dignified and beautiful proprietress to the enchanting Xiao Jinyu, all in a delicate intertwining of tenderness. Suddenly, the scene transformed, and I found myself face to face with Li Qingmei. In my dream, Li Qingmei was strikingly beautiful yet cold, her icy gaze exuding an air of disdainful superiority, wielding a whip in her hand, which she lashed towards me with great ferocity. I awoke abruptly, and in that moment, I sensed an unusual sensation below. I had, quite unexpectedly, been intimate with someone, which vexed me considerably. If my dreams had involved the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu, I could have accepted that. However, why must it be the frigid Li Qingmei? I felt utterly repulsed. In my dream, it was Li Qingmei, that insufferable woman, inflicting pain upon me. Had it been I wielding the whip against her, I might have found some solace in that notion. Glancing out the window, I noticed the dawn breaking. It was barely past 5 in the morning. Seeing that it was still early, I changed out of my soiled pants and took a quick shower. Afterward, I donned my athletic gear and set out for a run. The landscaping around the Kanglin Villa was exquisite, featuring an artificial lake and dedicated paths for the affluent to stroll and jog, with a lap measuring nearly 1,000 meters. I completed 5 laps, totaling around 5 kilometers, before returning home, where I found the proprietress already awake, sipping a cup of coffee on the sofa. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, and she wore a linen loungewear set, one leg crossed gracefully over the other, exuding an air of poise and sophistication. Why venture out for a run so early? Why not sleep a little longer? Upon my return, the proprietress turned her head to regard me. Having just completed a run, I was glistening with perspiration, my shirt thoroughly dampened, accentuating my well-defined torso, while my calves exhibited a robust strength. The proprietress surveyed my physique, her gaze flickering with an unspoken thought. Oblivious to her scrutiny, I approached and casually remarked, "I couldn't sleep, so I decided to run for a while. I've been rather neglectful of my time these past few days." She nodded in agreement, smiling as she said, "Indeed, one must engage in physical activity. Otherwise, when you reach your 30s with a beer belly, it will be quite challenging to regain fitness. Just look at your boss. He's already sporting quite the belly." I confidently replied, "I shall maintain my physique well into my 30s. As for the appearance of Mr. Chun, it was not truly overweight. Rather, his protruding belly was a consequence of excessive drinking, combined with a lack of diet and exercise." I assured her I would not resemble him, such an unattractive sight, where his belly precedes him. The proprietress chuckled at my assertion, saying, "Do not be overly confident. My husband had an excellent physique at your age, brimming with muscle and boasting an impressive set of abs, no less than yours." At that moment, the morning sun began to rise outside, casting golden rays through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping the proprietress in a radiant glow, rendering her beauty beyond mere words. Enchanted, I gazed at her, recalling her bashfulness from our kiss yesterday, and impulsively asked, "So, do you prefer Mr. Chen's physique or mine?" I prefer my husband's," she replied, a blush creeping across her cheeks. This was evidently not the answer I desired, and in a moment of desperation, I exclaimed, "How could you prefer Mr. Chen's physique? Mine is certainly superior." "Well, I still prefer my husband," she murmured, avoiding my gaze. Her insistence on this matter disheartened me. "I don't believe it," I retorted. Noticing my displeasure, the proprietress sighed and softly explained, "Regardless of Mr. Chen's physique, he is my husband, you know? No matter how good your physique may be, you are not my husband." With this revelation, I finally grasped why she consistently claimed to favor Mr. Chen's physique. The reason was simple. He was her husband, and I was not. As a married woman, she naturally felt reluctant to admit her preference for my physique over that of her spouse. Yet, I felt no sorrow. Her previous words had subtly indicated her admiration for my form, constrained by her marital status to feign otherwise. Thus, I could not resist approaching her, looking into her eyes and stating, "Proprietress, you truly prefer me, don't you?" "I've discerned it." "No, I prefer my husband," she replied. The proprietress, feeling embarrassed under my gaze, turned her head away, her cheeks flushed, yet her words contradicted her feelings. I glared at her crimson lips, exasperated by her continued remarks. "Why do you persist in saying such things, knowing I detest them? If you continue, I may be compelled to kiss you." As I uttered these words, I swallowed hard, secretly wishing she would maintain her contradictory stance, thus providing me the opportunity to act upon my desires. Indeed, upon hearing my words, she retorted, "If you dislike it, I can only say what I feel. I admire my husband's physique." At this point, she lifted her gaze, her eyes betraying a suppressed emotion. With a dignified demeanor, she implored, "Lin Dong, please don't put me in a difficult position." My mind, however, was consumed by the memory of her kiss on my cheek the previous afternoon, regretting that it had not been on the lips, leaving me with an unfulfilled longing. "No, it cannot be," she exclaimed, her shyness palpable as she turned her face away. The allure of her blushing visage at her age was undeniably captivating. Her tone was gentle, imbued with an air of bashfulness, yet it seemed to silently encourage me, urging me to take a chance. Unable to resist any longer, I leaned in and pressed my lips against hers, causing her to fall back onto the sofa. In that fleeting moment of contact, I felt a surge of madness engulf me. Her eyes widened in shock. "No, no, don't," she protested, attempting to push me away. Yet, her words provided me an opening. As she spoke, I seized the moment to invade her mouth. Lacking experience, but imitating what I had observed from Xiao Jinyu the night before, seeking her sweet tongue. For a brief instant, I sensed a response from her. But as I turned my excited gaze upon her, she swiftly withdrew, pushing me away. "Lin Dong, you're becoming bolder by the day," she huffed, casting me a furious glance while adjusting her clothing, chiding me in the process. Chapter 44. The final stubbornness. The proprietress was infuriated. I was taken aback by her reprimand, feeling a mix of confusion and sorrow, unable to comprehend why she fluctuated between warmth and coldness towards me. During her more affectionate moments, it seemed she harbored feelings for me, whether through the massages I offered, her gentle assistance, or the way her cheeks flushed and her shy eyes darted away while glancing at me. I could sense her intentions clearly. However, in moments of chill, I sensed the proprietress's unyielding demeanor, her cold gaze piercing me with an unfamiliarity so profound that it evoked a line from Spirited Away. "I shall tell you what is most lamentable. You encounter a person, err in your ways, yearn to atone, only to discover in the end that you are utterly powerless to amend." I found myself questioning whether I had indeed transgressed. Yet the absolute detachment in her eyes suggested I must have erred. Perhaps her reaction was merely instinctual, a fleeting impulse, while I had allowed my heart to be swayed. "My apologies." I lifted my gaze, resigned as I beheld the composed beauty of the proprietress, and uttered, "I was a bit impulsive earlier. It shall not occur again." With that, I turned and exited, seeking solace in solitude. My heart ached, and I felt no desire to utter another word. Noticing my sorrowful departure, the proprietress instinctively contemplated calling me back, yet ultimately refrained, sighing instead as she returned to the sofa, staring vacantly at the coffee on the table. Typically, she relished brewing a cup of coffee in the morning to invigorate her spirits. Yet now, as she took a sip of the coffee she had prepared, she found it exceptionally bitter, nearly unpalatable. "Perhaps I added too little sugar," Lin Miaoshua murmured to herself, proceeding to add 2 spoonfuls of sugar, yet the bitterness remained unyielding. At that moment, Xiao Jinyu descended the stairs with graceful steps. Her raven hair gleamed, skin like jade, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with life, her makeup meticulously applied, every smile and frown imbued with the charm of a southern belle. Clad in a form-fitting black dress, the contours of her silhouette exuded a soft, alluring femininity, her long, slender white legs extending elegantly from the hem. Observing Lin Miaoshua lost in thought on the sofa, seemingly in a melancholic mood, she approached with curiosity, inquiring, "What troubles you? You appear somewhat downcast." "Not at all," Lin Miaoshua replied, snapping back to reality with a smile. The coffee I brewed today turned out a bit bitter. Is that so? Let me have a taste. Xiao Jinyu naturally took the steaming cup from Lin Miaoshua's hands. Taken aback, Lin Miaoshua wished to intervene, but realized it was too late. Merely watching as Xiao Jinyu brought the coffee to her lips and remarked in surprise, "It's not bitter at all. The sweetness nearly overpowers the bitterness of the coffee." Instantly, Xiao Jinyu deduced the underlying sentiment. Gazing at Lin Miaoshua with perceptive curiosity, "You are harboring some bitterness, aren't you?" "That is not the case. Don't make wild assumptions." Lin Miaoshua blushed at being so accurately read, quickly diverting the conversation. "You should gather the clothes you need to take to the hotel. Since we're all up, let us head to the hotel now." Truly, Xiao Jinyu was redirected, asking, "Should we inquire whether the Ice Beauty is joining us?" Lin Miaoshua felt a flicker of interest at the mention, but recalled the events from dinner the previous night, shaking her head. "Perhaps we should refrain from asking her. She seems quite occupied and likely want to accompany us to the hot springs." "Indeed, that makes sense." Xiao Jinyu nodded slightly. Inside the car, I had just settled in after leaving my room, holding my phone in hand. Initially, I was in a rather foul mood and contemplated reaching out to Li Yin for a chat. However, to my astonishment, I found a flurry of notifications on my social media feed as soon as I picked up my phone. I paused for a moment, then recalled the post I had shared last night featuring Xiao Jinyu. Indeed, it had garnered a multitude of likes, and many were expressing their amazement at her beauty. Some were commenting on how stunning she was, while others inquired whether this enchanting woman was pursuing me. Even my cousin, who seldom interacts with my posts, remarked on her attractiveness, questioning why I would refuse her and suggesting I bring her home for the new year so she could help me evaluate her worth. To maintain my carefully crafted persona, I decided against responding to the myriad of messages, opting instead to reply to my cousin with a vague and feigned sense of helplessness. It's complicated. But truth be told, Xiao Jinyu is indeed breathtaking. Her allure and poise are unparalleled. The sheer volume of likes and comments serves as testament to her striking beauty. It's evident that while many can resist the allure of luxury cars and villas, they cannot withstand the charm of a woman like Xiao Jinyu. I could almost envision their astonished expressions upon encountering her, likely exclaiming, "Wow, she is stunning. How could Lin Dong, a mere high school graduate, attract such an exquisite girlfriend? And one who seems to pursue him?" Humans are inherently vain. Witnessing the influx of admiration made me realize that despite her seemingly devilish allure, Xiao Jinyu possesses qualities that are not without merit. At the very least, her beauty and elegance could bestow upon me a sense of pride. If I were to bring her back to my hometown for the new year, it would likely take less than a day for the news to spread across 3 villages, proclaiming that Lin Dong had found a remarkably beautiful woman, even more stunning than Fan Bingbing. Yet, regrettably, such a scenario remains an impossibility. Firstly, Xiao Jinyu is already involved with someone. Secondly, I am acutely aware that women of her caliber typically associate with affluent and powerful men. Ordinary individuals like myself rarely have such opportunities. Merely catching a whiff of their fragrance would feel like a stroke of fortune. As I pondered these thoughts, feeling a tinge of discontent and vowing to become a wealthy man in the future, the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu emerged, each pushing a small suitcase. Together, they resembled 2 striking scenic vistas. Xiao Jinyu's attire was daring. She donned a black bodycon dress that was both seductive and figure-hugging, her exquisite makeup appearing even more radiant than the night before. The proprietress, while not as overtly alluring, exuded femininity, clad in a chic and sensual floral skirt set that perfectly accentuated her graceful curves, embodying a blend of elegance, maturity, and sensuality. Truly, they possessed an undeniable charm. I internally assessed the situation, reflecting on how the proprietress's previous coldness had saddened me, leaving me with an urge to remain immobile in the car. Nevertheless, I eventually concocted an excuse for myself, reminding myself that I was merely a salaried driver. How could a driver afford to indulge in petulance by sitting idly in the vehicle? Thus, I alighted and purposefully donned a frosty demeanor as I reached out to take the suitcase from the proprietress's hands. In truth, I understood that the distinction of being a driver mattered little. My heart ached for the proprietress, unwilling to see her bear the burden of heavy objects. The cool expression I wore was simply my final act of stubbornness. Chapter 45. I dislike you for ruining him while at home. Lin Miaoshua pondered deeply, recognizing that she had, at times, been rather excessive in her treatment of me. Consequently, she resolved to initiate a conversation upon our next encounter. seeking to break the ice with a friendly overture. Before stepping out, she deliberately chose an alluring outfit, one she seldom wore, to present herself more attractively. However, when she emerged and saw my frosty expression, her determination to engage me waned. She feigned indifference as she entered the car, deliberately avoiding eye contact with me. As I settled into the vehicle, I glanced at the proprietress through the rearview mirror, only to find her as frigid as ice, still fuming. This further dampened my spirits, and I found myself engaged in an internal struggle. Lindong, for heaven's sake, can you not muster some pride? She has made her rejection abundantly clear. Yet here you are, presenting yourself as a sycophant. Is there no shame left? I chastised myself harshly, hoping to instill some sense of dignity and retain the last vestiges of my manhood. Xiao Jinyu, oblivious to the tension between the proprietress and me, instinctively approached the passenger seat, addressing the proprietress with, "Darling, I'll sit in the front." The proprietress offered no reply, merely fixing her gaze upon her. Instantly, Xiao Jinyu felt a twinge of guilt under the proprietress's scrutiny, and with a forced smile, she retreated to the back seat beside the proprietress, ingratiatingly stating, "How could that be? Naturally, I must sit next to you, darling." Upon observing this, the proprietress let out a disdainful huff. Sensing the proprietress's displeasure, Xiao Jinyu sought to initiate conversation, deliberately appraising the proprietress with exaggerated admiration. "Tiste, it's no wonder that among the three of us, I find you the most beautiful, an exquisite beauty. With such allure and poise, it's a mystery how Chun Haifeng managed to win you over. Alas, if only I were a man, I would surely find a way to marry you." Xiao Jinyu's flattery lessened as the proprietress, with her inherently gentle temperament, could not remain upset for long. Soon, a slight smile graced her lips, though when Xiao Jinyu mentioned Chun Haifeng, she instinctively glanced at me in the front seat. However, I was focused on driving towards the Hot Springs Hotel, oblivious to the proprietress's expression. With the proprietress's demeanor having softened, this enchanting beauty once again let her guard down, extending her hand towards me and requesting, "Lindong, may I borrow your phone?" Understanding her intent to peruse my social media from the previous night, I unlocked my phone and handed it to her. Xiao Jinyu seized the phone and immediately opened my moments with keen interest. Perusing the comments on the short video from last night, her lips curling into a smile that occasionally broke into laughter, exuding a sense of pride. The proprietress, seated beside Xiao Jinyu, was originally a woman of dignified elegance, seldom indulging in gossip. However, observing Xiao Jinyu chuckling away with my phone piqued a sense of unease within her. At last, unable to contain herself, she feigned indifference and inquired, "What is so amusing?" "Nothing much," Xiao Jinyu replied, tilting the phone slightly to the side. After all, she had sneaked into my room to film the video last night. There was no way she would allow the proprietress to see it, as it was a little secret between us. I drove in silence, acutely aware of the proprietress's reaction, curious to see if she might feel envious. To my dismay, after Xiao Jinyu refused to show her the phone, the proprietress turned her gaze calmly to the window, her expression frosty, seemingly indifferent. From the rearview mirror, I caught sight of her demeanor, and a wave of disappointment washed over me. My spirits dampened as I pondered, clearly, the proprietress did not harbor feelings for me. Otherwise, why would she be so unconcerned? At that moment, I suddenly noticed that Xiao Jinyu was not merely perusing my moments. She had both hands on the phone screen, her face alight with mischievous laughter, as if she were typing responses to someone. Panic seized me. "Give me back my phone." I reached my hand back toward her. "What's the rush?" Xiao Jinyu had no intention of returning it. Naturally, I was anxious, fearing that she might recklessly reply to messages or, worse still, send something to Li Yan, especially since she had witnessed me adding Li Yan to the invisible list last night. "I need navigation. I'm unfamiliar with the route," I quickly suggested. "Why don't you lend me your phone for navigation?" Upon hearing my request, Xiao Jinyu's demeanor shifted instantly, and she handed me the phone, which both irritated and intrigued me, as I wondered what secrets lay within her device. The journey from the seaside to the Yunlong Mountain Hot Spring Hotel was brief, taking merely an hour. Upon our arrival, the proprietress checked in with many eyes upon her, securing 2 hot spring suites, one for her and Xiao Jinyu, and the other for me, with the rooms not far apart. Once inside, the proprietress placed her suitcase in the room and, sitting on the bed, turned to her longtime confidant, Xiao Jinyu, her dignified aura unyielding, and asked serenely, "Is there something you are concealing from me regarding your relationship with Lindong? What could there possibly be between us?" Xiao Jinyu responded, puzzled. The proprietress continued to gaze at her, and when she spoke calmly, her commanding presence as a strong woman shone through. You two have hardly met, so why the need to check his phone and laugh so heartily? Even I was not informed. Lin Yaoxue was feeling quite unhappy. The moment I handed my phone to Xiao Jinyu in the car, her discontent became palpable. Although she was aware that there was no valid reason for her dismay, she could not shake off her sour mood. She longed to vent her frustrations, but found no suitable outlet. Suppressing her irritation, she arrived at the hotel, seizing the opportunity to confront Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu, well acquainted with Lin Yaoxue, discerned her genuine anger and awkwardly remarked, "It's really nothing. You're aware of my circumstances. Even if I wished to engage with someone, it would be impossible. What could possibly transpire between us? Please, do not overthink it. Even if Yang Jubao holds immense power, he is hundreds of kilometers away in the Shanghai market. If something were to happen, would he even know?" Lin Yaoxue continued to scrutinize Xiao Jinyu before cautioning. "Let me remind you, Lin Dong is not from your world. He is an earnest lad. Do not lead him astray." Xiao Jinyu instantly felt wronged, insisting, "That is simply not true." However, a sudden realization struck Xiao Jinyu, and she suspiciously gazed at Lin Yaoxue, asking, "Why are you so concerned? You're not developing feelings for him, are you? Was your foul mood this morning also because of him?" Lin Yaoxue, averting her gaze, denied it with a lowered expression. "I do not harbor feelings for him. I merely view him as a younger brother. I do not wish for him to be ruined because of you. You know well that once Yang Jubao learns of him, the consequences would be dire." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyu's expression shifted as she recalled the video monitoring from the previous night. She quickly reassured, "I assure you, there is nothing between us. I am well aware of my boundaries." Content with Xiao Jinyu's response. Lin Yaoxue pressed on with her earlier inquiry. "Then explain to me what you were doing with his phone in the car?" Chapter 46. Usually entwined, realizing her best friend Lin Yaoxue was upset, Xiao Jinyu reluctantly recounted the events of last night. When she had been unable to sleep and had wandered to my room, capturing a brief video to share on social media. It was just a trivial matter, she admitted, choosing honesty. However, instead of calming Lin Yaoxue, this revelation only fueled her anger. Confounded, she stared at Xiao Jinyu and exclaimed, as a woman, "Do you not find it peculiar to visit a man's room in the dead of night? What is wrong with that?" "I did nothing improper," Xiao Jinyu replied. Exasperated by the questioning, she then challenged Lin Yaoxue, "You're the one being odd. You've been off since this morning. And your reaction to me looking at Lin Dong's phone seems rather possessive." "Possessive? Not at all," Lin Yaoxue stammered, caught off guard by Xiao Jinyu's retort. Her face flushed as she quickly denied it, refraining from further discussion about Xiao Jinyu's late-night visit to my room, primarily due to her own insecurities. Moreover, she recognized that while Xiao Jinyu often toyed with the affections of men, she was, in fact, quite aloof at heart. There were very few men who could truly capture her interest. In that moment, Lin Yaoxue found herself almost amused by the absurdity of it all. In her eyes, I had always been a bright and composed young man, so it came as a surprise to discover such an amusing side of me. Yet, it is only natural. After all, boys tend to be vain and desire to maintain their pride. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yaoxue scoffed inwardly, feeling a pang of jealousy as she thought. Even if you seek to uphold your image and wish to find a beautiful girl to showcase on social media, why not choose me? Am I truly unattractive? She then turned to Xiao Jinyu and requested, "Let me see your phone, show me his past posts." With no other choice, Xiao Jinyu retrieved her phone, opened her contacts, and prepared to present my social media to the boss lady. However, she was immediately met with frustration, for my posts were obscured by 3 mere lines, rendering everything else invisible. "That scoundrel has blocked me." Xiao Jinyu couldn't help but curse. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yaoxue's elegant and dignified demeanor finally broke into a delightful smile, revealing her evident joy. In a nearby room, I remained blissfully unaware that Xiao Jinyu had unceremoniously betrayed me. Upon entering the suite, I was captivated by its opulence, which was divided into 3 distinct areas: a reception room, a bedroom, and a public area outside the balcony. A glass sliding door led to a tastefully designed outdoor hot spring pool, accompanied by a beach lounge chair, an unmistakable display of luxury. Naturally, such indulgence did not come at a modest price. This suite commanded a staggering $28.88, equivalent to more than half a month's salary. In the past, when I accompanied President Chun, he had never arranged a room for me, often leaving me to wait in the car or to entertain myself at the sauna on the third floor of a hotel, where even a brief visit would cost over 1,000. How could I possibly justify spending my meager wages in such a manner? After surveying the luxurious hot spring suite, I refrained from hastily posting on social media and instead opened WeChat to check whom Xiao Jinyu, that devil, had messaged using my phone. The chat logs appeared unremarkable. I soon discovered a reply from Xiao Jinyu to a comment on my post by two of my classmates, Su Yang and Wu Pingyu, who were notably the most active in commenting, though I rarely engaged with them. Earlier that morning, Su Yang had excitedly commented on my post, exclaiming, "Wow, awesome, Donggu. This woman is exquisite, even more beautiful than Fan Bingbing. Don't you dare introduce her to me." Xiao Jinyu had replied from my account, "Do you have 18 centimeters? I do. She is interested in that." I was infuriated upon reading Xiao Jinyu's response, feeling a murderous intent towards her. Just then, a message popped up from Su Yang, expressing disbelief. "Donggu, do you really have 18 centimeters? I was both amused and annoyed by Su Yang's message, and I retorted, "What 18 centimeters? I have 81 centimeters. My pants can't contain it, and I have to wrap it around my waist." At this moment, Su Yang suddenly grasped the situation and awkwardly remarked, "Donggu, please don't jest with me. Who possesses an 81 centimeter attribute? Not even a donkey boasts such length. Then why inquire of me?" I retorted, my mood considerably sour. "I have matters to attend to, and that message was not from me. It was that woman who replied using my phone. Only you would take her words seriously." Su Yang had initially harbored a degree of skepticism regarding my pursuit of a woman of Xiao Jinyu's caliber. However, at this instant, all doubt dissipated, and he regarded me with newfound respect, exclaiming, "Wow, Donggu, you're incredible. Incredible, my foot. You are the remarkable one," I muttered darkly, cursing him lightly. Yet I refrained from responding further, for Xiao Jinyu had sent another message, her tone tinged with urgency. "Lin Dong, how could you possibly blacklist me? To be precise, she had been blocked from my friend's circle. Release me." I declined her request, curtly replying, "I have no intention of indulging your peculiar penchant for prying into my privacy." "Lin Dong, dear brother, please let me out," she implored. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu astonishingly sent a voice message. I hesitated to listen, but upon hearing her voice, I was nearly overwhelmed by goosebumps. It was simply too alluring, an enchantment few could withstand. However, I decided to cease while I was ahead and removed Xiao Jinyu from the block list. After all, my friend circle was set to display posts from the past 3 days, and I could continue to shield her from future updates. For instance, at this very moment, after managing my exchange with Xiao Jinyu, I promptly directed my phone towards the hot spring suite, capturing a seamless video from the living room to the bedroom, and finally to the steam-emitting hot spring on the balcony. The entire ambience held an artistic essence. After blocking Xiao Jinyu, I paired the video with a somewhat pretentious caption, "Sometimes one must learn to embrace solitude." Following a thorough review to ensure no omissions in my block list, I clicked send. I was fully aware that my stay in such an upscale hotel was entirely due to the generosity of the proprietress. Yet, the joy of those at the lower echelons of society often stems from such circumstances. Sometimes, one must learn to find joy in self-entertainment. Otherwise, life becomes unbearably exhausting. At that moment, Xiao Jinyu sent me another message. Instinctively, I assumed that my recent post had not successfully blocked her, but upon reading her message, I discovered she was swimming in the nearby Huoshui Lake with the proprietress. She had forgotten to bring her sun protection attire and requested that I retrieve the room card and bring it to her, though I initially had no intention of going. Her insistence compelled me to first find her at Huoshui Lake to collect the room card before returning to the hotel for her sun protection clothing. However, upon entering the room, I was taken aback. There lay a black bodycon dress casually discarded on the bed, which was not particularly shocking. But there were also 2 pieces of women's intimate apparel carelessly placed nearby, unmistakably worn that very day. They had been discarded by Xiao Jinyu. I distinctly recall that today. Xiao Jinyu donned a black bodycon skirt, and my gaze inadvertently fixated upon a delicate pair of pink panties lying adjacent to it. Suddenly, it felt as if the world around me had fallen silent, with no sounds permeating the stillness, save for the subconscious sound of me swallowing. Chapter 47. You claim you do not wish to possess my camera. I assure you, my intentions are far from lascivious. Rather, any ordinary individual, upon encountering a woman's undergarments, would inevitably pause, for one is acutely aware of the purpose they serve, especially when they belong to someone as exquisite as Xiao Jinyu, who had just changed out of them. Can one truly blame me for my curiosity? Thus, I found myself transfixed by the pink panties on the bed, wrestling internally for what felt like an eternity. Should I pick them up? I felt rather sordid for even considering it, yet the impulse to peer was undeniably strong. Surely, a mere glance could not be deemed inappropriate. After all, who among us lacks curiosity? Moreover, I reassured myself that I would merely take a look and then set them aside. What harm could come of that? With a gulp, I approached the bed, my heart racing with a blend of anxiety and excitement, and picked up the pink panties carelessly discarded beside the black skirt. The fabric was cotton, though the hue was rather peculiar, pink. It was astonishing to think that Xiao Jinyu, a woman in her 30s, would wear such a color. As this thought crossed my mind, a vivid image of her adorned in those garments flashed before me, igniting a wave of fervor that threatened to overwhelm me, leading to increasingly erratic thoughts. I felt as if I were under a spell. My breaths became labored as I reasoned that since Xiao Jinyu had changed, she likely would not wear them again anytime soon, especially since she was currently swimming at the hotel lake with the proprietress. I surmised that I would have ample time to tidy up and return them later. Thus, driven by my physiological impulses, I blushed as I wrapped myself in her panties, determined to act swiftly and return them post-haste. I must admit, the thrill of this clandestine act was rather exhilarating. Images of Xiao Jinyu's alluring figure in that black bodycon skirt flooded my mind, heightening my excitement. I felt a sense of mischievous retribution brewing within me. She had always toyed with me, and now it was my turn to reciprocate. Just as I was caught up in this fervor, a sudden knock at the door startled me, nearly causing me to falter. In a panic, I hastily returned Xiao Jinyu's intimate garment to its rightful place and, blushing furiously, pulled up my trousers, my heart racing uncontrollably. After several deep breaths, I composed myself and approached the door with feigned nonchalance, though my heart was heavy with anxiety. It had barely been 10 minutes since the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu had gone swimming. How could they have returned so soon? Yet, upon opening the door, I discovered that only Xiao Jinyu stood before me, clad in her swimsuit, draped in a white towel that concealed much of her youthful allure, revealing a pair of long, water-streaked legs that appeared particularly elongated and enticing. She evoked an irresistible urge to measure their length with my own hand. Xiao Jinyu first surveyed the room with a discerning glance, then, with her lively eyes fixed upon me, inquired, "Why did it take you so long to open the door? What were you doing?" "And nothing much," I stammered, feeling the weight of her scrutiny. "Really?" Her expression brimmed with skepticism as she scrutinized me intently. Her gaze made me uneasy, and unable to suppress my embarrassment, I retorted, "What could I possibly be doing?" "What do you want to say?" "You took my phone and sent those ridiculous messages." "I haven't even addressed that yet." "What does 18 centimeters mean?" Xiao Jinyu interjected. "Don't you have 18 centimeters? How could I possibly respond to that?" I was utterly exasperated by Xiao Jinyu, whose beauty was undeniable, yet her crude remarks often left me feeling more embarrassed than a man should. "Are you out of your mind?" I exclaimed. "Do you have a remedy for that?" She teased, a triumphant smile dancing on her lips. I was momentarily taken aback by her boldness and contemplated retreating to my own room, feeling rather sheepish about my presence in front of Xiao Jinyu, especially after having used her intimate garments for such a purpose. "Why the rush?" she mused, glancing at me with a sly smile that hinted at mischief, then sauntered towards the television cabinet, facing the bed. Initially, I thought little of it, but as Xiao Jinyu approached and picked up an electronic device, I froze in astonishment. A Sony camera. My heart sank. The camera's indicator light was illuminated, pointed directly at the bed, leaving me uncertain if it had recorded my earlier indiscretions while I stood at the bedside, handling Xiao Jinyu's personal belongings. As she poised to turn on the camera, I rushed forward in a panic to snatch it from her grasp. With a playful grin, Xiao Jinyu sidestepped my advance, her eyes gleaming with amusement as she observed my flustered reaction. "Why are you trying to take my camera?" she asked, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. "I've never seen such a high-end camera before. I merely wanted to take a look," I muttered, feeling my cheeks flush, desperately attempting to divert the conversation while my heart raced with anxiety. Moreover, I sensed that Xiao Jinyu's gaze held a knowing quality, as if she were keenly aware of something amiss, which only heightened my feelings of unease. With the camera concealed behind her back, she regarded me with a guarded expression. "Why would I let you see my camera? Tell me, are you coveting it because you think it's so impressive?" "Not at all. I simply wanted to tour it," I replied, suppressing my urgency and lowering my gaze. Then, evading her penetrating stare, I timidly asked, "Has your camera been left on here the entire time?" Xiao Jinyu observed my expression keenly, her heart bubbling with laughter, yet she managed to maintain a serious facade as she remarked, "Indeed. I had just entered the hotel and intended to document the room. But then I remembered that the camera was still recording and feared it might run out of battery. So I thought I would return to turn it off." Upon learning from Xiao Jinyu that her camera was indeed recording the whole time, my sense of hope vanished, and I impulsively sought to reclaim the camera. "Let me see the camera," I exclaimed, frantic. "No way." The more anxious I became, the more delighted Xiao Jinyu seemed, as she playfully concealed the camera behind her back, teasingly saying, "Are you coveting my Sony camera, planning to snatch it without returning it?" Xiao Jinyu was quite tall, nearly 1.7 meters, and as she extended her arm to hide the camera, it became increasingly difficult for me to seize it. I could only attempt to strategize while denying, "I swear, I just want to take a look at your camera. I promise to return it." "Who wouldn't return it? Who do you think I am?" Xiao Jinyu replied, "Then call me Mom to prove it." Without hesitation, I called out Mom. If she had caught me engaging with her intimate garments earlier, my life would have been utterly ruined. The embarrassment would have been unbearable. Therefore, I absolutely could not allow her to see the camera. Xiao Jinyu, upon hearing this, became furious. "You called me Mom and still claim you don't wish to possess my camera?" "I truly don't. I promised to return it after a quick glance." I was nearly on the verge of tears, feeling as though Xiao Jinyu was dangling a bone before me, while I, like a dog, gazed up at her with longing. Wherever she moved the bone, my eyes followed. Yet she refused to let it go. How infuriating. Xiao Jinyu's eyes shifted momentarily, her expression contemplative, as if genuinely pondering whether to show me the camera. Just as hope flickered within me, believing she might relent, Xiao Jinyu suddenly turned cold, huffing, "No, I cannot show you. There are private photos on my camera. What if you see them? Would I still be able to face the world?" I swore fervently, "I promise I want to look." "You truly want to?" "I swear. Anyone who looks is a beast." "Very well." Upon her sigh, I finally exhaled in relief, thinking she might hand over the camera. However, her gaze suddenly darted past my shoulder, and with a tone of surprise, she exclaimed, "Oh, Miaoshua, you're back too?" Chapter 48. Frantic. The proprietress has returned? I was startled by her words and quickly turned around, only to find the door securely closed behind me. There was no one in sight. Moreover, without a room card. How could anyone enter? Realizing something was amiss, I swiftly turned back, only to see Xiao Jinyu unable to conceal her triumphant smile. Dashing towards the balcony with the camera in hand, her expression gleeful as she glanced at the camera. She even quickened her pace. "Give it to me," I yelled in a fit of desperation, rushing to snatch the camera, but it was already too late. As I stood there, Xiao Jinyu aimed her camera lens at me, capturing an image that was none other than myself, holding her intimate garments, eyes closed, fervently waving my arms in a moment of sheer imagination. It was utterly mortifying, a true social death. Xiao Jinyu erupted in laughter, her face adorned with a mischievous smile, and inquired, "Haha, Comrade Lindong, may I ask what you were doing with my little panties?" In that moment, I was at a loss for words, realizing that Xiao Jinyu had deliberately set a trap for me. The excuse of forgetting a sunshade was nothing but a ruse. She had intentionally left her discarded intimate apparel on the bed to lure me in. My frustration boiled over. I refused to engage with this devilish woman, extending my hand in embarrassment and anger, demanding, "Delete the footage from the camera." "Not a chance," Xiao Jinyu replied with a playful grin, retracting the camera. As she observed the recording, she taunted, "My camera, why should I delete it just because you say so? I haven't had the chance to truly appreciate it yet. By the way, you have quite the assets, young man. You lunatic." My face flushed crimson, unable to bear her teasing any longer. I stepped forward, attempting to snatch her phone. Amused by my urgency, Xiao Jinyu refused to relinquish it, threatening, "Haha, don't move. If you try to take my camera again, I'll show this video to your boss's wife. Let us see how you'll face her then." Her laughter erupted once more. This seemed too amusing for her to contain. Originally, Xiao Jinyu's act was a spontaneous whim. She had carelessly tossed her intimate garments onto the bed before stepping out to message me, curious if I would be intrigued enough to pick them up. Little did she anticipate that I would struggle for quite some time before finally succumbing to the temptation. As I realized this, Xiao Jinyu suppressed her laughter, her tone shifting from threatening to coaxing, her gaze sly. "Be good, and as long as you behave, I promise not to reveal your little escapade with my intimate garments. I'll keep it to myself. Nonsense. I refused to trust her. My sole focus was to reclaim the camera and erase the incriminating footage. No matter what Xiao Jinyu claimed afterward, I would adamantly deny it. If my boss's wife were to suspect my character, I would adopt a stance of unwavering defiance. Once she doubted my integrity, I could no longer face her, for upon my appearance, she would inevitably associate me with lasciviousness and lewdness. Who could bear such a stigma? No matter how thick-skinned I was, I couldn't endure that. Moreover, I thought to myself, as a passionate young man, it was only natural to succumb to curiosity and impulse, yielding to temptation in such a manner. The real kicker was that who could have guessed that Xiao Jinyu would resort to such cunning tactics with her intimate garments? Capturing it all on camera? Was this something a person could do? This woman was truly a devil. I was consumed by rage, determined to seize the camera at all costs. However, Xiao Jinyu seemed resolute, unwilling to relinquish it. In the midst of our struggle, her towel unexpectedly slipped away, revealing her sleek black swimsuit. Beyond the modesty of the swimsuit, her alabaster form was laid bare before me, an exquisite embodiment of curves and flawless contours. Wait, the towel has fallen. Xiao Jinyu gasped, her pale, oval face flushing a delicate crimson. Yet, I was indifferent to her embarrassment. She had been wearing that very attire while swimming. And there were other guests nearby who could clearly see. What was there to be surprised about? My mind was singularly focused on reclaiming the camera. I could not allow the film to remain in her possession, nor could I permit the proprietress to witness that footage. My image in her eyes was of utmost importance to me. As Xiao Jinyu sensed my unyielding determination, she too dug her heels in, clutching the camera tightly, refusing to surrender it. It was not that I could not overpower her, rather, she was a woman, and her scant attire made it difficult for me to act too forcefully. After much tussling, I found myself breathless and fatigued, and I looked at Xiao Jinyu, asking, "Are you truly unwilling to delete the video?" "No," she replied firmly. Then her eyes darted, and she added, "What if I promise to watch it alone? I assure you I will not show it to the proprietress. After all, I find this situation quite embarrassing too. I am a woman, and I can feel shy. You know?" As she spoke, a rosy hue crept across her cheeks, lending her a bashful appearance. "Spare me this act," I retorted, harboring no trust in Xiao Jinyu. My resolve to retrieve the phone was unwavering. Anticipating my next move, she swiftly turned to flee, but I caught her arm before she could escape. Our vigorous movements caused us both to lose our balance, and she fell backward, fortuitously landing on the bed and avoiding injury, though our positions were rather awkward. I found myself pinning Xiao Jinyu beneath me. In the sweltering summer heat, our clothing was sparse and thin, allowing me to distinctly feel the softness and elasticity of her form, even through the fabric. My arm pressed against her chest. The sensation was indescribable. Xiao Jinyu, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, widened her eyes in surprise. Her face flushed a deeper shade of red as she gasped for breath and implored, "You need to get up. No, you must first give me the camera." Though I longed to release her, I feared that if I did, she might once again refuse to hand it over. What if she bolted from the room? I would be too embarrassed to chase after her in the hotel lobby. A man found himself trailing behind an enchanting beauty clad in a provocative swimsuit, a sight that struck him as peculiar. It was entirely possible that before he could catch up to Xiao Jinyu, he might be subdued by several passers-by eager to play the role of a gallant hero. Yet, the thought of letting go seemed equally untenable. The air conditioning was off in the room, and the sweltering heat had caused both him and Xiao Jinyu to be drenched in sweat after their earlier tussle for the phone. Now, beads of perspiration cascaded down his face, landing upon Xiao Jinyu's delicate neck. As the droplets touched her skin, they glided downwards, capturing his gaze. Xiao Jinyu's complexion was truly exquisite, a radiant fair akin to milk, her beauty transcending mere words. Her ample bosom heaved rhythmically, droplets of sweat dancing upon her skin. Reminiscent of undulating hills, an utterly mesmerizing sight. His breath grew heavy, his eyes darting as he found himself torn between a desire for her acquiescence and a fear of her rejection. You had better hand over the camera, or you shall bear the consequences," he stammered. How astute is Xiao Jinyu. She discerned the turmoil within his eyes, the conflict of his desires. Although she felt a compulsion to relent, her pride forbade her from doing so, leaving her in a state of disarray. She feared his impulsiveness, yet doubted he would act on it. Thus, Xiao Jinyu feigned a threat. "Why should I give you my camera? I want tea. And let us see if you can make me regret it." Suddenly, her eyes widened as she felt a hand resting upon her chest. You, Xiao Jinyu gazed at him in disbelief, astonished that he dared to cross such a boundary. He merely placed his hand there without squeezing, yet guilt washed over him. And he defiantly stated, "It's your fault for not deleting the video. Erase it, and I shall release you. I want to delete it. If you're brave enough. Try me," she retorted, her breath quickening. Caught in a dilemma, he squeezed her softness slightly, feeling an indescribable tenderness, while maintaining his threatening gaze. Little did he expect that Xiao Jinyu would neither yield to coercion nor intimidation. Amused, she challenged him, "Go on, I'm curious to see how bold you truly are." He was taken aback. He had anticipated that she would concede, but Xiao Jinyu showed no signs of backing down. He, too, was unwilling to relent. The recording could not remain, and as a man, succumbing to a woman's intimidation would be utterly shameful. "You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me," he warned, lowering his gaze, only to be utterly captivated by the allure of her ample bosom before him. Sweat cascaded down incessantly, leaving me uncertain whether it was due to the heat or my anxiety. My heart felt as though it might leap from my throat. Summoning courage, I grasped Xiao Jinyu's swimsuit and began to pull it down. I must confess, I was curious to behold the scenery beneath. Yet I fervently wished she would lower her head and delete the prior footage. Alas, she resolutely refused to do so. Consequently, I tugged at her swimsuit quite forcefully. And just as I reached nearly halfway, I froze in astonishment. A strikingly pristine expanse of white suddenly sprang forth. The hint of crimson above was indescribably enchanting. And even in films, I had never encountered such perfection, so pure that the veins beneath the surface were clearly visible. "Is it beautiful?" Xiao Jinyu suddenly lifted her gaze to me, her expression tranquil yet slightly breathless. I realized my actions were somewhat excessive, yet I stubbornly held my ground, retorting, "I did not wish for this. It is your refusal to delete the footage that has compelled me." Xiao Jinyu chose not to dwell on the video but continued to regard me calmly. Reiterating her question, I ask you, "Is it beautiful?" "Yes, it is beautiful." Upon her utterance, I could not resist glancing down once more at the sweat-kissed, rounded whiteness, particularly that alluring hint of crimson, which was simply beyond description in its beauty. At my response, Xiao Jinyu's lips curled into a smile, a teasing expression adorning her face as she queried, "Do you understand what this implies for me? Are you aware that a moment of impulsiveness today could render you blind?" "Surely not," I replied hastily, pulling her swimsuit back up, my brow slick with sweat as I defended myself. "I warned you not to regret this. You refused to listen and delete the footage, which drove me to act rashly. I am calm now." With that, I intended to rise and depart from Xiao Jinyu. However, to my surprise, the previously enigmatic Xiao Jinyu suddenly reached out, encircling my neck with her hand, drawing me closer until her exquisite visage was mere inches from mine. Her gaze was imbued with a tantalizing allure. Her tone shifted to a soft, seductive lilt as she looked at me and playfully asked, "Would you be willing to become blind for me? Would you do it?" I breathed, entranced by her presence. "I wouldn't do it, others would." Xiao Jinyu shook her head with a smile, which seemed to possess a magnetic charm that drew me in. She breathed softly, "Answer me. If that day were to come, would you be afraid?" "Not at all," I responded almost without hesitation. In such moments, few men would falter. Giggling, Xiao Jinyu appeared exceptionally delighted, as if a flower had blossomed before me. She tightened her embrace around my arm and suddenly instructed, "Kiss me." I hesitated to move, though my heart longed to. However, reason restrained me. I knew that anything between Xiao Jinyu and myself was impossible, not to mention that she was the close friend of my boss's wife. Despite my yearning, I found myself in a state of profound indecision. Xiao Jinyu's gaze was captivating, her smile akin to a fiery enchantress, as she looked at me and said, "You dared not kiss me last night. Why do you hesitate now?" I stammered an explanation. "I am not afraid, I simply..." Yet I could not articulate the remainder of my thoughts. Just as I began to speak, Xiao Jinyu suddenly pressed her lips against mine. Her lips were soft, and soon, a slick entity invaded my mouth, reminiscent of an agile serpent seeking its way. My mind exploded in a whirlwind of emotions. After days of suppressed yearning, the floodgates of my emotions burst open in that singular moment. I began to reciprocate Xiao Jinyu's affections, growing increasingly passionate and wild. It must be said, Xiao Jinyu possessed an undeniable allure that drove men to madness. At that instant, all rational thought vanished, leaving only instinct. I craved Xiao Jinyu. and she too seemed unable to resist, her cheeks flushed and soft sounds escaping her lips in response to my advances. Just as I succumbed to the urge to remove her delicate swimsuit, a sudden knock echoed through the suite. The unexpected sound jolted me back to reality, and I broke away from Xiao Jinyu, stepping aside to catch my breath, my clothes drenched in sweat, though I was unaware of when that had occurred. Xiao Jinyu was in no better state. Her face was flushed as if she had been drinking, her hair tousled. She hastily rose from the bed, casting me a sultry glance, and urged, "Go answer the door." It was needless to say that the person returning was none other than my boss's wife. Having nearly engaged in such a scandalous act with her close friend, I felt utterly unprepared to face her. My anxiety was palpable. Chapter 50. Over 30 years of innocence ruined. Xiao Jinyu found amusement in my awkwardness, glancing at me before smoothing her disheveled hair and walking toward the door. Indeed, when she opened it, standing there was the mature and graceful beauty of my boss's wife. She possessed an admirable figure, tall and elegant, though her swimsuit was more conservative, adorned with a skirt-like hem, modestly covering her bosom, yet the rounded curves beneath still sparked the imagination. "Why are you back?" Xiao Jinyu asked casually, with an expression that belied any hint of the tension that had just transpired between us. Her demeanor was composed, as if there had been no near conflagration in the room moments before. I, however, was a different story. I could not muster a lie. The moment my boss's wife entered, I was consumed by anxiety, terrified that she might perceive even the slightest hint of impropriety, unable to meet her gaze. My heart racing like a drum. "I waited for you for a while. When you didn't return, I came back," she said. The proprietress explained a statement, and upon realizing my presence in the room, she was immediately covered in perspiration and approached me with curiosity, inquiring, "Why are you drenched in sweat?" I sheepishly replied, "Well, the weather is rather warm." I noticed the proprietress placed her hand on my forehead, gently feeling it as she remarked, "Your face is flushed and quite warm. You mustn't be coming down with a heat-related illness, right?" I assured her, "I should be fine. I feel quite well." I continued to respond nervously to the oblivious proprietress. After Xiao Jinyu closed the door, she crossed her arms, smiling softly as she observed me, drenched in sweat. The sight increasingly amused her, providing a sense of enjoyment she had never experienced in the bustling city of Shanghai. Indeed, there was something intriguingly delightful about the innocence of a young man. Xiao Jinyu mused internally, yet as she recalled her earlier impulsiveness, a blush crept onto her cheeks, surprised that the typically composed and calculating self had nearly succumbed to temptation. However, life is long, and the coast is hundreds of kilometers away from Shanghai. In this limited existence, seeking a bit of amusement does not appear to be a vice. Xiao Jinyu's gaze upon me became even more pronounced with mirth. I too noticed the playful smile on her lips, and to my astonishment, she sent me a flirtatious kiss from behind the proprietress. Her charm was undeniable, yet my guilt made me apprehensive, particularly fearing the proprietress might uncover our secret. Consequently, I dared not meet Xiao Jinyu's gaze, concerned that the proprietress would discern the connection between us. The proprietress, however, remained untroubled, reassured by my apparent well-being. She proceeded to turn on the room's temperature-controlled air conditioning, but upon glancing at the bed, she discovered Xiao Jinyu's intimate garments carelessly discarded there, including her delicate undergarments. The proprietress, possessing a dignified and conservative demeanor, thought to herself, "What a foolish girl. Does she not realize the importance of discretion with such personal items? How embarrassing it would be for Xiao Lin to see them." Thus, she subtly positioned herself in front of the bed, adopting a casual tone as she said to me, "Xiao Lin, why don't you return to your room? I need to change clothes with Jinyu." "All right, I'll take my leave," I replied with delight, promptly exiting the room. Once outside, a mix of fear and exhilaration washed over me as the images of my intimate moments with Xiao Jinyu replayed in my mind. I then contemplated retreating to my room to browse the internet, despite feeling rather ashamed of my actions. At that moment, I suddenly recalled that the recordings on Xiao Jinyu's camera had yet to be deleted. Hastily, I sent her a message urging her to erase the footage. In her room, upon reading my text, Xiao Jinyu smirked slightly and responded with a mere 2 words, "Not deleting." "Oh dear, do you have some peculiar obsession? Please, just delete it." Upon seeing the message from Xiao Jinyu, I almost lost my mind. The smile at the corner of Xiao Jinyu's lips became increasingly evident as she inquired, "Do you truly wish for me to delete it?" "Indeed," I replied fervently. "Then beg me," she playfully challenged. "I beseech you, please erase the recording, I implored without hesitation. Upon reading my message, Xiao Jinyu's spirits lifted, and she responded with a smile. Very well, in light of your obedience. I shall delete the evidence of a certain someone engaging in lewd activities with my little panties shortly. As I observed the detailed description of the recording, my heart sank. The proprietress, noticing Xiao Jinyu chuckling while engrossed in her phone, approached with curiosity and asked, "Whom are you messaging that brings you such joy?" "Just chatting with my old man," Xiao Jinyu replied, nonchalantly tucking away her phone and swiftly deleting our conversation with a flick of her finger. "Do you still have the leisure to chat?" The proprietress, seeing Xiao Jinyu's carefree demeanor, sighed in resignation and pointed to the particularly alluring pink panties on the bed, saying, "I must say, you have no sense of shame, leaving such intimate items lying about. Aren't you worried that Shaolin might see them? If he sees them, so be it. He likely has already," Xiao Jinyu remarked, casting a glance at the panties and breaking into a flirtatious smile. How embarrassing. The proprietress felt a twinge of disbelief. Were it her, she would never carelessly toss such private garments around, for it would be far too mortifying. Noticing the faint blush on the proprietress's face, Xiao Jinyu's interest was piqued, and she suddenly asked, "By the way, Miaoshua, do you think Lin Dong might engage in some unspeakable acts with my little panties after entering the room?" "What unspeakable acts?" The proprietress momentarily struggled to comprehend. Xiao Jinyu softly uttered 2 words, "Airplane." Upon hearing this, the proprietress's face flushed red, as she recalled a scene she had witnessed a few days prior near the restroom, where I had been involved in such activities, and she had even assisted me personally. Being inherently shy, the proprietress averted her gaze from Xiao Jinyu, feeling slightly guilty, and replied, "He probably wouldn't do such a thing." "Not necessarily." Xiao Jinyu leaned closer. "Men may appear innocent, yet their hearts can be quite different. Especially for a pure-hearted young man like Lin Dong. Upon seeing a woman's intimate apparel, he is bound to entertain inappropriate thoughts." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Jinyu, stifling her laughter, dramatically sighed while propping her face on her hand. "Alas, my 30-plus years of virtue may very well be compromised by Lin Dong. Truly, a careless oversight." On one hand, Xiao Jinyu found the situation amusing, relishing the thrill of the hidden. On the other hand, her words served to absolve her of any suspicion regarding the near mishap that had occurred between us in the room, cleverly achieving 2 objectives. This was also the primary reason why, when her partner had video called her the previous night to check on her, she had not claimed her innocence. Instead, she had mentioned keeping company with a younger man. Chapter 51. Why do you act like a dog? The speaker may be indifferent, but the listener is perceptive. Upon hearing Xiao Jinyu's words, Lin Miaoshua felt a twinge of displeasure, her tone taking on a hint of irritation as she replied, "Do not speak ill of Shaolin. He possesses great character and would never engage in such sordid acts concerning your private belongings. Why do you harbor such doubts about him?" Xiao Jinyu's attention abruptly shifted to Lin Miaoshua, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Could it be that you've developed feelings for him?" she teased. "How could that possibly be?" Lin Miaoshua's face flushed immediately, and she hastily denied, "I am a married woman. How could I possibly entertain such feelings?" Yet, a troubling thought crossed her mind. What if I truly did develop feelings for him? A playful smile appeared on Xiao Jinyu's face as she recalled the image in her Sony camera, where she had hesitated before finally capturing a scene of the small shorts left behind. Her amusement was palpable. Turning to Lin Miaoshua, she declared, "Miaoshua, I must admit, I have grown somewhat intrigued by him." Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoshua felt an inexplicable discomfort, prompting her to caution Xiao Jinyu. "Jinyu, do not forget that you, too, have a man in your life. Anything with him is impossible." Xiao Jinyu waved her hand dismissively. "What of it? This isn't Shanghai. I have no intention of marrying him. Let it be a delightful encounter. It is rather engaging." Lin Miaoshua gazed at her beautiful friend, resembling a goddess, unable to comprehend. "Why? You possess such admirable qualities, yet he is merely a driver. What do you find appealing in him?" "He's amusing," Xiao Jinyu replied with a playful glint in her eye. "You have no idea how entertaining this innocent little driver is. A mere tease from me makes him blush, and his bashful demeanor is simply delightful." After a moment of silence, Lin Miaoshua inquired, "But what if Yang Jubo discovers this?" Xiao Jinyu's expression shifted slightly at the mention of Yang Jubo, but she quickly reassured herself, "This is not Shanghai. Even if he wields considerable influence, his reach does not extend to Binhai. As long as you and I remain silent, no one will ever know." Lin Miaoshua fell silent again. resolute in her decision not to betray her dear friend. Yet, a disquieting sensation stirred within her, akin to a tumultuous blend of emotions. It was bitter, yet inexpressible. She chastised herself quietly. Lin Yaoxua, you are a married woman. Why do you allow yourself to feel this way? It is utterly unreasonable. You must uphold your marital vows. Unbeknownst to Xiao Jinyu, who was oblivious to Lin Yaoxua's unease, the time before dinner still lingered. Having exerted herself earlier in the commotion over the camera, she suggested that Lin Yaoxua accompany her to soak in the hot springs. Do not dwell on such matters, she urged, stretching her arms gracefully. Her figure accentuated as she smiled at Lin Yaoxua. Life is fleeting, we must seize joy in the moment. Constantly confining oneself to rigid thoughts is an exhausting endeavor. There must be a bottom line, Lin Yaoxua instinctively remarked to Xiao Jinyu, while secretly wishing that her dear friend would refrain from crossing the boundaries of their friendship. Haha, what is a bottom line? It is merely a guideline for repeated transgressions. As the two conversed, they arrived at the balcony hot spring, tested the water temperature, and then settled into the soothing embrace of the spring. Both women possessed striking figures. One, a delicate beauty with a heart-shaped face, exuded an ethereal charm that could ensnare nations. The other, poised and elegant, radiated a mature beauty that revealed the allure of a married woman with every graceful movement. Had anyone witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly have been left awestruck. On another note, upon returning to my room, I opened my browser to search for websites. In truth, I despised this behavior, yet having succumbed to the temptations of the enchanting Xiao Jinyu, I found myself ignited with desire. Had the proprietress not returned earlier, I might have surrendered myself to Xiao Jinyu for the very first time. Indeed, Xiao Jinyu's physique was remarkable. The image of her in a swimsuit lingered in my mind, her bosom a sublime spectacle, as if crafted by the hands of the divine. I had once believed that the figure of the renowned teacher was unparalleled, but after witnessing Xiao Jinyu's form, I realized she surpassed even that, embodying femininity in a way that was both alluring and tantalizing. As thoughts of Xiao Jinyu's figure clouded my mind, I lost all desire to watch a movie, my thoughts consumed by the vivid image of her exquisite allure. Just as I contemplated exercising my willpower, a video call interrupted my reverie. Reluctant to answer, I hesitated until I saw that it was a video call from Mr. Chun. I accepted it, and soon, he appeared on screen. Set against the backdrop of a relatively underdeveloped mountainous region, reminiscent of either Yunnan or Guizhou, though I could not recall which. Mr. Chun perched upon a large rock, scrutinizing the background of my room, before unexpectedly inquiring, "Are you at the Hot Spring Hotel?" "Indeed," I replied without evasion. "The proprietress and her friend came here to enjoy the hot springs and arranged a room for me as well." "Well, that sounds rather pleasant," he remarked with a knowing smile, before shifting to more serious matters. "How is the task I entrusted to you progressing? Any developments?" "Not yet," I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper, feeling a twinge of guilt at his questioning regarding my attempts to seduce the proprietress. Mr. Chin's tone remained unchanged. "When do you plan to ensure the matter is resolved?" After weighing my words, I replied, "I will endeavor to expedite the process." "Endeavor to expedite?" he echoed, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he fixed his gaze upon me, his voice taking on a teasing edge. "Little Lin, you usually appear so earnest. When did you learn to employ rhetoric with me? I have mentored you for 3 years merely for you to play this game in my presence?" Upon hearing those words, I was taken aback and hastily began to explain. "Mr. Chun, I assure you, I did not employ any rhetoric. Such matters cannot be resolved solely by my will. It necessitates the consent of the proprietress. Moreover, she is currently sharing her bed with her confidant, Xiao Jinyu, which further diminishes my chances." "Cease with these nonsensical excuses before me," Mr. Chun retorted, seemingly losing his patience as he rose to his feet, his gaze icy, reminiscent of a demeanor he reserved for others. "I recall informing you that in our endeavors, the process is of little consequence. What truly matters is the outcome. Do you comprehend the result I seek?" "I do," I murmured, overwhelmed by his imposing presence. Mr. Chin reiterated his inquiry. "What is the outcome I desire?" "To seduce the proprietress and leave behind evidence." "As long as you understand," he responded coldly, followed by a final warning laced with menace. "Lin Dong, you are well aware of my character. My ascent in Binhai is not solely attributable to Lin Jiqing. It is largely due to my own efforts. If you succeed in this task, we can discuss anything, and I will regard you as a brother. However, should you jeopardize my plans, Do not expect any brotherly leniency from me. Do you understand? I understand, Mr. Chun, I replied, too intimidated to counter his words. After ending the call, I found myself devoid of any romantic inclinations, my heart weighed down by despair. I rushed to the restroom, splashing water on my face, and finally lifted my gaze to confront my reflection in the mirror. The image staring back at me mirrored my own, standing rigidly, with a gaunt face devoid of expression, bloodshot eyes betraying my distress. I appeared utterly disheveled and profoundly humbled. Deep down, I recognized Mr. Chin's inherent callousness, yet at that moment, I lacked the courage to resist him. The more I scrutinized my reflection, the more I felt a surge of self-loathing and disgust. Have you no dignity, no spirit left? Why do you resemble a pitiful dog, tail between your legs? I challenged the Lin Dong in the mirror, only to see that reflection transform, angered by my inquiry. Contorting into a grotesque visage, eyes reddened, swinging a fist as if to deny my words. Crash! The mirror shattered in response, shards scattering across the sink and floor, each fragment reflecting a different version of myself. Soon, droplets of blood began to trickle from my hand, landing upon the mirror's surface, blooming into vibrant crimson flowers. Chapter 52. The affable female Dr. WeChat. Phone calls. My mobile device incessantly buzzed, yet I paid it no mind, lying on my bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. I was lost in recollection of the past 3 years. 3 years ago, I possessed nothing. I was a man of substance and resolve. In the Binhai night market, I faced 2 knife-wielding thugs without fear, rescuing Mr. Chun and subsequently becoming his driver. 3 years later, I am acutely aware that General Chun holds no genuine affection for me, yet when he chastises me, I find myself rendered mute, instinctively nodding in submission to appease him. Over the course of 3 years, I have been transformed from a man of substance and vigor into a shadow of my former self, stripped of all passion and edge. Why have I become this way? I find myself incessantly questioning my own metamorphosis. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, accompanied by the voices of the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Why haven't you responded to my messages or answered my calls? The proprietress's voice rang out, soon lowering as if conversing with another. Surely he isn't asleep? No way, he was just so lively. Perhaps he is engaged in some unsavory activity. Xiao Jinyu's voice followed suit, her impatience prompting her to pound on the door, threateningly declaring, Lin Dong, open the door quickly, or I shall kick it down. I heard the commotion, yet felt no inclination to rise, though I recognized the impropriety of my silence. Allowing the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu to discern my emotional turmoil, I remained unresponsive to their calls. You can't possibly be involved in something disgraceful, can you? Xiao Jinyu's voice emerged once more, laced with innuendo. Hurry and open the door. Both your boss and I have come to fetch you. Whatever you are preoccupied with can wait. I truly will kick the door down. Reluctantly, I compelled myself to rise and open the door. The proprietress and Xiao Jinyu stood outside, clad in their casual summer attire. The proprietress cast a glance in my direction, refraining from questioning my silence or reluctance to answer the phone, and gently urged, It's time for dinner. Come out and eat. You go ahead. I have no appetite. I replied, making no move to step forward. My mind was consumed by the words General Chun had previously spoken to me, and I loathed my own submission. Despising my lack of ambition, I understood all too well that I was reluctant to part with the modest salary of 5,000 yuan and the relatively easy job of a driver, a proud man reduced to bending for mere sustenance. This was the sentiment that plagued my thoughts, filling me with self-contempt. Yet, what else could I do? With only a high school diploma to my name, what alternatives existed? I would revert to being nothing, devoid of all possessions. The persona I had cultivated on social media, depicting a semblance of success, would vanish completely. How could I face my classmates, especially Li Yan? At a reunion? Without General Chin's E300, would I take a taxi? Such a notion was intolerable. Perhaps this was the price I must pay for my fleeting vanity. Why aren't you eating? Are you unwell? The proprietress, recalling the time I had been in her room, flushed and feverish, quickly entered, intending to check if I had developed a high fever, only to catch sight of my concealed hands behind my back. A layer upon layer of tissue paper was wrapped around the back of my hand. Upon noticing this, the proprietress swiftly took my hand, revealing that the tissue was entirely stained crimson with blood. One could only imagine the extent of the injury. She immediately lifted her gaze, concern etched on her face, and inquired anxiously, What happened to your hand? Why is there so much blood? Xiao Jinyu, who had been waiting outside, rushed in upon hearing of my injury. Upon witnessing the blood continue to seep from my hand, she angrily rebuked me. Have you lost your mind? What could possibly drive you to harm yourself like this? I think your brain has short-circuited. Although her words were harsh and lacking in courtesy, I could discern the underlying concern in her voice. It's nothing, just a minor injury. I instinctively withdrew my hand, not wishing for them to see the extent of the damage, yet I feigned nonchalance and smiled, saying, I was just curious if that mirror in the bathroom was tempered glass, so I tapped it lightly, and things went awry. How can I believe you? Xiao Jinyu shot me an exasperated glance before darting to the bathroom. She discovered shards of glass scattered across the floor and a considerable amount of blood. You call this not serious? There's blood everywhere in the bathroom. Xiao Jinyu hurried back, poking my forehead with her finger in frustration, and exclaimed, You may not be very old, but you certainly have a fiery temper. Why must you take it out on yourself? Is your hand not hurting enough? When I trip and fall, I cry for half an eternity. I flexed my hand dismissively and replied, It's nothing, just a small injury. It's not a big deal. You all should go eat. The meal can wait. First, I'll take you to the infirmary for a bandage. Your hand has been cut by glass and definitely needs disinfecting and rewrapping. The proprietress, a distinguished member of the resort, was well acquainted with the establishment. She initially called the housekeeping to send someone to clean the room and then insisted I accompany her to the hotel infirmary. This was indeed one of the finer aspects of the resort, situated in the mountains and far from the city center. The resort had even recruited a doctor from the municipal hospital to be stationed there. Though it might not always be necessary, it certainly added to the establishment's prestige. However, I was in a foul mood and particularly averse to appearing disheveled in front of familiar faces. Upon reaching the infirmary door, I insisted that the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu proceed to their meal first. In the infirmary, the female doctor examined the wound on the back of my hand. As she disinfected the area with iodine, she looked at me and remarked, This injury clearly indicates you intentionally smashed the mirror. What's the matter, love troubles? I replied listlessly. Indeed, love troubles have left me feeling despondent, so I shattered the mirror in a fit of despair, contemplating using the shards to take my own life. Yet, before I could do so, the pain frightened me. The doctor chuckled softly, then said with a smile, Oh, spare me. You hardly seem like someone suffering from romantic woes. The two women who brought you here, each more graceful than the last, could easily be mistaken for movie stars. At that moment, I lifted my gaze to observe the young female doctor. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with long hair that exuded a subtle fragrance reminiscent of shampoo. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, and her delicate features radiated warmth, eliciting a sense of familiarity that significantly lightened my previously somber mood. I jokingly remarked, with a sigh, Half in jest, you know only half the story. One of them is my boss's wife, and the other is her close friend. I am merely a driver. Their beauty has no bearing on me. Is that true or false? The doctor inquired skeptically, clearly surprised that a boss's wife would show such concern for a driver. I replied earnestly, Why would I deceive you? My name is Lin Dong. Here is my ID and driver's license. Please verify if it bears my name. I retrieved my identification from my wallet, a habit ingrained by my profession, ensuring that I always carried such documents. Of course, the credentials were genuine, though my words might not always reflect the truth. Indeed, upon examining my ID, the doctor muttered, Your name really is Lin Dong. I wondered how you could bring two such beautiful women out without them clashing. I nearly laughed aloud at her naivety. She genuinely believed my fabricated tale based solely on a glance at my identification. Nonetheless, our conversation had undeniably lifted my spirits, and I added her on WeChat. However, while the doctor was scanning my code to add me, I nearly encountered an accident, as my boss's message popped up asking, Why do you seem down? Did Chen Haifeng say something to upset you? I did not respond immediately. Instead, I discreetly swiped away my boss's message. Although the doctor clearly noticed my subtle action and teased, A girlfriend? Not at all, I denied. Not convinced, she replied, shaking her head. She then took some gauze to meticulously dress my wound. Having spent considerable time in a hotel like this, she had encountered many men of this sort. Feeling somewhat wronged, I gazed at her unadorned, clean visage and playfully countered, What about you? You are so beautiful. Did you come here to treat patients or to attract wealthy suitors? Go on. How many affluent men have you ensnared? Snare? I came here to gain some experience. I'll return to the People's Hospital next year, she retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone, before examining my injury. She looked up and said, You're fine now. for the next couple of days. Avoid spicy foods and alcohol. Understood, I replied, feeling elated at her denial of the wealthy suitor notion. However, the doctor observed me keenly and remarked, "You're a bit odd." Feigning ignorance, I responded, "What is odd about me?" "It's just strange," she said. The female doctor tilted her head thoughtfully and said, "I find the way you tilted your head particularly amusing." Unable to resist, I gazed at her and proposed, "Shall we be friends? Isn't it true that we added each other on WeChat?" I clarified, I meant as a couple. The doctor elongated her tone and playfully responded, "How charmingly naive. To discuss being a couple upon our first meeting, do you approach others in the same manner?" I brazenly replied, "No, only with you. I would be surprised if you did." She retorted with a dismissive glance. I feigned indignation. Isn't a doctor's duty to save lives and be helpful? As a single person in need, why won't you rescue me? First, you need to register and queue. She laughed in response. Through our conversation, I learned her name was Ning Yao, a name I found quite lovely. I truly enjoyed our exchanges. They felt effortless, allowing me to reveal my authentic self without the weight of societal expectations. A man must stand tall in this world. Am I, Lin Dong, truly destined to be belittled for a mere monthly salary of 5,000 yuan? Moreover, with someone as callous as General Chun, who plans to discard me once he achieves his goals, why should I continue to bow to him and follow his commands? Upon returning to my room, I recalled General Chin's previous cold demeanor towards me. I located the landlady's WeChat. She had messaged me earlier, but I had not responded. Now, I initiated a conversation with her. "Landlady, I have something to discuss regarding General Chun." "What is it?" She replied promptly. Seeing her message, I hesitated before responding. It was not out of concern for Chen Haifeng, but because the landlady had been genuinely kind to me. I understood that once I disclosed the matters entrusted to me by Chen Haifeng, my connection with the landlady would be irrevocably severed. Reflecting on our interactions over the past few days, I felt a pang of sadness. Yet, life is about making choices, and I resolved to reveal the truth. In truth, General Chin's insistence that I stay at your residence is a trap. He instructed me to seduce you. My final words carried the weight of gravity. Indeed, after I disclosed the truth, the landlady ceased to reply. I imagined she must be exceedingly angry, but having come this far, I had no intention of concealing further details. I continued, "General Chun is having an affair with his secretary, Zhou Yiya, who is now pregnant, prompting his desire to divorce you." In the second-floor dining area, Lin Miaoxue and Xiao Jinyu occupied a window-side table with a splendid view of the nearby artificial lake and lush greenery. Lin Miaoxue, with a complex expression, lowered her gaze to her phone, remaining silent. "What has happened?" Xiao Jinyu noticed that Lin Miaoxue appeared to be in a rather somber mood, prompting her to express her concern. "It's nothing." Lin Miaoxue naturally refrained from disclosing her embarrassing private matters to Xiao Jinyu, shaking her head before returning her gaze to her phone. She replied, "He wants to divorce me. Why would he entice you? Due to the numerous business dealings his company has with the municipal government, he wishes to avoid a rift with your father. Therefore, he concocted this scheme for me to seduce you, subsequently providing him with evidence of your infidelity, allowing him to present himself as the wrong party in the divorce, all while safeguarding his company's interests." I responded swiftly. I must admit that voicing my thoughts alleviated much of the turmoil within me. Shortly thereafter, the landlady replied, suddenly inquiring, "And what about you? Are you seducing me because Chun Haifeng instructed you to? If that is the case, you can report back to him." Although we haven't engaged in any substantial relationship, I did cross certain boundaries that should remain unbreached. "Impossible." Unable to contain myself, I retorted, "I am not seducing you at Chun's behest, and I could never betray you, my landlady." The landlady responded with a mocking tone, "Why? Are you implying that your feelings for me are genuine?" "My feelings for you are indeed sincere." Her derisive remarks left me feeling particularly uneasy, and I typed back, "I have never mentioned to Chun what transpired between us. That is why he scolded me during the video call. If I had obeyed him, how could he have berated me? So, you are in a foul mood and shattered the mirror in frustration?" The landlady's message swiftly followed. As she surmised the cause of my injury, I fell silent for a moment before conceding, "Yes. Where are you now? Still in the infirmary?" "I'm in my room. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." A few minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. I hurried to open it, and there stood the landlady, her expression as frosty as ever. Upon entering, she first glanced at my injured hand before proceeding into the room. The suite contained a living area. After settling into the living room, the landlady looked up at me, her demeanor composed, her beauty striking, and with a calm gaze, she stated, "Tell me everything you know." The narrative unfolded as I recounted the details of that afternoon when Chun Haifeng summoned me to his office, conveying every word to the landlady without alteration. "Now I understand," she murmured. "I always thought a man as stingy as him would never allow you to stay at his home, even while he was on a business trip." Involuntarily, I interjected, "Actually, Chen wasn't on a business trip. He went to see his mistress, Zhou Yeye. So you've been aware of everything all along, merely colluding with him to deceive me." Upon hearing this, the landlady's gaze sharpened, as if she had discerned the truth about me. Chapter 54. Evoking sympathy sometimes. The language of a person, their gaze, and their capacity to wound can be far more terrifying than a knife. I felt pierced by the owner's icy stare. "Do you perceive me as such?" Disheartened, I gazed at her, reflecting on how, if I truly heeded Mr. Chen's words, I would not have engaged in several intimate encounters with her without ever disclosing them to Mr. Chen. The owner's eyes remained frosty as she countered, "Are you not?" "Very well, if you say so." I studied the exquisite features of the owner for a moment, suddenly losing the desire to explain. If a person does not trust you, no amount of explanation can suffice. In that fleeting moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of being adrift in a vast seaside, with no place to belong. In truth, I was indifferent to Mr. Chun's callousness. I could always find another job. Yet, the owner's words truly stung me. I believed I had wronged her in no way, yet I discovered that in her eyes, I was akin to Mr. Chun. I placed the key to my Mercedes E300 on the coffee table. After a moment's thought, I retrieved 2,000 yuan from my pocket. The rent for the suite the owner had provided was 1888, so this amount sufficed. Lin Miaoshua's expression shifted slightly. "What are you doing?" "This is the car key and the rent you charged me. I have placed them here." I cast one last glance at Lin Miaoshua's stunning visage before resigning myself and turning to leave. However, just as I reached the doorway, Lin Miaoshua suddenly grasped my outstretched hand from behind, her voice tinged with urgency. "Where are you going?" "To the place I must be." I turned to face Lin Miaoshua, my voice steady yet laced with disappointment. "Mr. Chun will certainly not keep me, and in your eyes, I am but a deceiver. Thus, it is best for a wretch like me to depart, causing you no further distress." "That was not my intention." Lin Miaoshua held onto my arm, attempting to explain. "It no longer matters." I released her hand, opened the door, and stepped out of the room. Strangely, at that very moment, I felt as though a part of me had suddenly vanished, leaving an emptiness that was profoundly painful. Breathing itself became a struggle. I could not help but ponder why. Having committed no wrong in my life nor betrayed anyone, I found myself in such a predicament. Mr. Chen saw me as a tool, and now the owner harbored doubts about me as well. I couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. At the entrance, upon witnessing my departure, Lin Miaoshua hesitated for a moment before hastily pursuing me, her voice charged with emotion. "Lin Dong, on what grounds do you express anger towards me? Shouldn't I be allowed to inquire?" "I am not angry. I was wrong, and I acknowledge it." I continued my stride outward. At this point, I had gained clarity. For 3 years, I had regarded Mr. Chun as my patron, feeling immense gratitude towards him. And what was the outcome? He presented one face to me while concealing another behind my back. To live under another's roof is indeed to be at their mercy. This holds true even with the proprietress. I opened my heart to her, betraying Mr. Chun in the process, only for her to regard me as no different from him. If I were truly akin to Mr. Chun, why would I have betrayed him? Ultimately, in the eyes of the proprietress, I am but a humble driver. If she genuinely considered me one of her own, how could she allow her friend to dismiss me so callously at the dinner table? The more I pondered, the colder my heart became. Lin Miaoshua, seeing my stubbornness, was equally infuriated, yet she could not bring herself to apologize. In her mind, why should she be the one to concede when it was her husband who had ensnared her in this predicament? However, upon witnessing me place the car keys and 2,000 yuan on the table, her heart involuntarily tightened. She had hoped to take my hand, to extend an olive branch, allowing me to lower my guard and stay, yet she did not anticipate my resolute departure, remarking that I was angry and that I accepted my fate. Seeing my refusal to relent, Lin Miaoshua, in a fit of anger, thrust the car keys and the 2,000 yuan into my hands, her face cold as she declared, "If you wish to leave, then leave. I shall not stop you, but please take back your filthy money." I glanced at the keys and the cash in my hand, responding, "The car belongs to Mr. Chun, thus I am returning it to you. As for the money, It is for the hotel room you arranged." With that, I attempted to return the keys and the cash to Lin Yaoshua. However, she outright refused to accept them, turning away and coldly stating, "The car belongs to Chen Haifeng. It has nothing to do with me, and I did not arrange a room for you. I told you, I do not want your filthy money." I stood beside Lin Yaoshua, gazing at her unyielding visage, then looked down at the keys and the 2,000 yuan in my hand. The keys held little significance to me. Having resolved to leave, the Mercedes E300 was no longer my concern. Yet, the money I had earned through hard work, how could it be deemed filthy? I looked at Lin Yaoshua, my pride wounded, yearning to question her, yet ultimately refrained. "You truly do not want it?" I reiterated. "I do not," she replied, still furious, deliberately avoiding my gaze. "Fine." At that moment, my heart was utterly crushed, my expression a stormy gray. However, as the car keys were not mine, I placed them gently at the proprietress's feet. As for the 2,000 yuan, I tossed it into the air, watching it cascade down like crimson raindrops, then walked away from the hotel without looking back. If my heart had felt hollow upon exiting the room, now it felt as though a dagger had been plunged deep, twisted mercilessly by Lin Yaoshua herself. I could scarcely articulate the anguish seizing my heart, biting down hard to endure the overwhelming discomfort, striving to preserve my last shred of dignity. Though 2,000 yuan is not a vast sum, when scattered into the sky, it fell like drops of red rain. Through the scattering of coins, Lin Yaoshua gazed at my retreating figure, biting her lip, her eyes suddenly moistening. Ultimately, she pursued me, chasing until we reached the entrance, oblivious to the hotel staff and guests around us. "Lindong, come back." Her urgent voice echoed behind me. I recognized the voice of the proprietress, yet I dared not turn around, fearing that a mere glance would rob me of the courage to leave. In just a few short days, Lin Yaoshua had etched a profound mark upon my heart. At the hotel elevator, just as Xiao Jinyu descended from the dining area, she witnessed Lin Yaoshua calling out to me. Startled, she approached Lin Yaoshua, who stood at the entrance in silence, her lips clenched tightly. Tears streamed down her face like pearls unstrung, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. Chapter 55. Do you know you've made her cry? Xiao Jinyu, seemingly gentle and possessing both an exquisite figure and beauty, harbored a cold disposition within. Among the rare few she cared for were Li Qingmei and Lin Yaoshua. Upon seeing Lin Yaoshua's tear-streaked face, Xiao Jinyu's heart nearly shattered. "Darling, how did you end up like this?" she exclaimed, swiftly enveloping Lin Yaoshua in her embrace, soothingly whispering, don't cry. Whatever it is, tell me and I'll help you." Lin Dong has left. In that moment, Lin Yaoshua finally relinquished her facade of strength and began to weep sorrowfully. "Lin Dong has left? What happened?" Xiao Jinyu inquired gently. Her curiosity piqued as she wondered why Lin Yaoshua was so heartbroken over his departure. Returning to the room, Xiao Jinyu, her face aflame with anger, tossed the car keys and money onto the coffee table. She was indifferent about the keys, but the act of picking up money incensed her. It seemed absurd to her that a mere 2,000 yuan warranted such effort, yet she could not ignore it entirely, fearing ridicule for discarding such an amount. "Darling, tell me what transpired between you and Lin Dong," Xiao Jinyu urged, her curiosity evident as she scrutinized her longtime friend, instinctively sensing that there was something amiss between Lin Yaoshua and Lin Dong. At this juncture, Lin Yaoshua had regained much of her composure. She knew she could not divulge the details of her issues with her husband, and thus, she hesitantly confided to Xiao Jinyu, "I may have wounded Lin Dong's pride." "Excuse me?" Xiao Jinyu responded in surprise. Could Lin Dong's thick-skinned nature truly be hurt? Meanwhile, I was making my way down the mountain path, still filled with anger but gradually calming, beginning to regret some of the things I had said, particularly regarding the 2,000 yuan and my intentional provocation of the proprietress, insinuating her character. Upon reflection, was she truly that kind of person? She was not at all like that. Moreover, while some of her remarks may have been somewhat excessive, they are not without justification. One must consider, what would be the emotional response of any woman upon hearing someone say, "Your husband has sent me to seduce you," especially when the speaker is someone she is relatively familiar with. Surely, she would feel an overwhelming sense of shock and sorrow, grappling with the realization that trust in anyone seems utterly unattainable. The proprietress had been exceptionally kind to me, yet here I was, unable to restrain myself from committing such an egregious act against her. I began to lament my fate, but the die had already been cast, having departed. I felt too ashamed to return and utter an apology. Thus, I resolved to proceed down this dark path, intending to return to my former rented accommodation and prepare for my departure from the seaside the following day. At that moment, however, I was startled by the sudden sound of a car approaching, quickly followed by the jarring honk of a horn. Frowning, I turned to see Mr. Chen's Mercedes E300 stopping beside me. Xiao Jinyu lowered the window and imperiously commanded, "Get in the car, you wretched creature." I refused. I suspected her intentions, and my pride prevented me from complying. She asked once more, "Will you get in or not?" "Absolutely not," I replied with firm resolve. Xiao Jinyu threatened, "I still have that video of you doing unsavory things in my private quarters. Do you want me to show it to your boss?" "Do as you wish." Although the mention of the video stirred anxiety within me, I maintained a defiant facade, unwilling to humble myself. Nevertheless, I added, "In any case, I've already resigned. Whether she sees it or not is of no concern to me." "You still have some spirit left," Xiao Jinyu remarked with a disdainful glance, then gestured toward the vehicle, exclaiming, "Get back in the car and apologize to Miao Xue." In truth, by the time I descended the hill, much of my anger had dissipated. Hearing that the proprietress had cried softened my heart entirely, and I begrudgingly climbed into the car. Though I desired to return, I felt somewhat embarrassed about my previous hasty departure. Yet, Xiao Jinyu's next words immediately heightened my anxiety. After entering the vehicle, she fixed me with an assessing gaze and inquired, "What happened between you and Miao Xue? Why was she so heartbroken over your departure? What did she say to you?" I dared not respond and instead evasively countered, feeling guilty, as I was unsure whether the proprietress had divulged to Xiao Jinyu the matter of Mr. Chen sending me to seduce her. She refused to speak, merely stating that you had returned the car keys and withdrawn 2,000 yuan. The mention of this infuriated Xiao Jinyu, who reached out and tugged at my ear. "It's better not to discuss this. The more I talk about it, the angrier I become. Do you have any idea what it feels like to squat down and pick up that 2,000 yuan in front of so many onlookers?" I felt so embarrassed I wished I could vanish into a crevice of the earth. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I felt as if my ear was about to be torn off. And after the devilish Xiao Jinyu finally released me, I mumbled sheepishly, "You could have left it. What if I didn't pick it up? Wouldn't that make it seem as though we were carelessly flaunting 2,000 yuan? That would be even more humiliating." When Xiao Jinyu noticed my defiance, she shot me a glare, her anger flaring up again as she seemed ready to grab my ear once more. Sensing the impending danger, I wisely sidestepped and remarked, 2,000 yuan is no small sum, you know. If you think it's too little, you could throw it to me, and I wouldn't mind." "Huh, you dream too much." Xiao Jinyu scolded me. It was only at that moment that I realized Xiao Jinyu's personality could sometimes be quite straightforward. She was not as devilish as before. Although she smiled at you and offered discounts, there was an unsettling chill, as if she had set a trap for you to fall into. In the hotel room, the elegant and striking Lin Miaoxue had been attentively observing the commotion outside. Each time footsteps echoed, she would perk up her ears with concern, only to feel inexplicably dejected when they faded away. When the door was finally knocked upon, Lin Miaoxue grew tense again and deliberately donned a cold expression as she opened the door, only to find me standing with my head down behind Xiao Jinyu. "You speak to her yourself?" Xiao Jinyu pushed me towards the proprietress. I caught a glimpse of the exquisite features of the proprietress, and indeed noticed traces of tears upon her face, which made me feel even more awkward. I timidly called out, "Proprietress, please leave. I don't wish to see you right now." Lin Miaoxue shot me a cold glance before angrily returning to the sofa, refusing to look at me. Even as she silently lamented, "Lin Miaoxue, you clearly desire him to return. Why must you utter such hurtful words?" Chapter 56. Sister slowly tells you. Seeing that the proprietress was furious and unwilling to see me, I dared not linger any longer to provoke her anger. With my head bowed, I sighed and retreated to my room, followed closely by Xiao Jinyu, who said to me, "Miaoxue is a tough exterior with a tender heart. She'll cool off once her temper subsides. You, as a grown man, should not be so petty." I nodded in response, yet my spirits remained low. Just then, I sensed something amiss. Turning my head, I found that Xiao Jinyu had somehow seated herself beside me. "What are you doing?" I instinctively leaned back. Xiao Jinyu's probing gaze was fixed upon me. After a moment of scrutiny, she suddenly inquired, "Tell me, is there something more between you and Miaoxue? For instance, concerning matters between men and women?" I was taken aback and hastily denied, "No, really not." Xiao Jinyu continued to regard me with suspicion, feeling increasingly perplexed. Both the man before me and my close friend Lin Miaoxue appeared rather peculiar. One was so incensed that he had to walk down the mountain for dozens of kilometers, while the other was in tears of profound sorrow. No matter how one looked at it, they resembled a couple in the throes of a romantic quarrel. Really not. I reiterated, primarily because I was uncertain of the nature of my relationship with the proprietress. To claim there was no connection would be misleading, as there had indeed been moments of intimacy that transcended mere friendship. On the other hand, to assert that there was a relationship would be inaccurate, for the proprietress had never acknowledged such a bond. In such circumstances, it would be impossible for me to initiate idle gossip about her. Upon hearing my words, Xiao Jinyu exhaled in relief. If you and Miaoxue have no connection, then I am reassured. I responded, looking at Xiao Jinyu in confusion. At that moment, she suddenly smiled at me, her demeanor shifting from directness to that of a refined and alluring Persian cat, noble and enticing. Xiao Jinyu traced circles on my chest with her finger, her gaze fixed upon me, her eyes sultry and her tone soft as she breathed. Tell me, is my sister beautiful? Indeed, she is. Although I could not fully comprehend Xiao Jinyu's intentions, I spoke the truth, for she was undeniably stunning, perhaps even surpassing the proprietress in beauty to some extent. However, I preferred the dignified and captivating aura of the proprietress. The allure of Xiao Jinyu lay in her remarkable ability to entice men, expertly knowing how to stir their desires. As her fingers danced on my chest, I was instantly reminded of intimate matters between the sexes. So, do you like your sister? Xiao Jinyu no longer circled my chest with her finger. Instead, her slender palm rested on my torso, gently caressing me. To my astonishment, her hand began to glide downwards from my chest towards my abdomen. What was alarming was that as she descended, she maintained eye contact, a playful smile gracing her lips, her gaze reminiscent of the beguiling Daji. Instinctively, I wanted to grasp her hand, yet on a subconscious level, I found myself relishing her actions, despite knowing that when Xiao Jinyu offered sweetness, it often concealed a significant trap. For instance, she would leave her discarded underwear on the bed and then photograph it with a Sony camera. What exactly do you wish to achieve? I asked, my breath becoming heavy as I looked at Xiao Jinyu with conflicting emotions. Her hand had reached my abdomen, and with a gentle smile, she inquired, what is the matter, don't you like it? I replied, torn, I do like it, but there's no but about it. Liking it is sufficient. Xiao Jinyu placed her hand over my mouth and then settled onto my lap, enveloping me in her embrace. Her gaze, unmasked, radiated fervor, accompanied by the intoxicating scent of her presence, as she commanded me, kiss me. It could be said that Xiao Jinyu was now a devil demanding one's very soul, her allure in full bloom. Under ordinary circumstances, I would have succumbed to temptation without a second thought, even if it meant perishing in a realm of tenderness. However, Xiao Jinyu was different. She was the best friend of the proprietress. I was at a loss as to how I managed to retain the last vestiges of my sanity as I gasped and uttered, I wish to understand why. Why what? She inquired. Why this with me? I glanced at the distance between us, finally resting my gaze on Xiao Jinyu's exquisite countenance, and said, while I do not consider myself unattractive, I lack the confidence to believe that you would be drawn to me. Besides, do you not have a man? Xiao Jinyu chuckled lightly, leaned down, and bestowed a gentle kiss upon me, then smiled as she remarked, does that truly matter? Is not the essence of it simply to enjoy each other? When you took advantage of me in my room before, you did not pose such questions. That was different. I replied, you had provoked my ire, and in my moment of anger, I acted impulsively. Xiao Jinyu, still smiling, queried, so, have you now restrained your impulses? Perhaps. I answered, my voice lacking conviction as I observed the mirth in her expression. But what is happening here? Why are you still standing upright? Xiao Jinyu glanced down at the evident response of my body, laughing as she teased. Oh, innocent boy, did you not claim to have restrained yourself? Your body is far more honest than your words. Flushing with embarrassment, I retorted, that is merely a natural physiological reaction. I find it perplexing, you, who surely cannot harbor feelings for me, still wish to engage in such activities. Life is not so filled with questions, she replied. If one were to inquire about everything, existence would be exceedingly burdensome. Consider it that I, your sister, am merely lonely. Given the distance from Binhai to Hushur, I sought a thrill. Moreover, is this not advantageous for you? A prime woman, skilled and intuitive, I will know precisely what to do without worrying about you clinging to me. Xiao Jinyu chuckled softly before leaning in to kiss me, not fervently, but rather like a chick pecking at grains, gradually planting kisses as if filling a cup with water. She was nibbling away at my rationality bit by bit. However, curiosity lingered within me regarding matters of intimacy, and before losing my composure, I breathlessly asked, "Why is it that you know what to do at the mere slap of a hand?" Driven by my inquisitive spirit, I impulsively gave Xiao Jinyu's rear a light smack. Initially taken aback, she then burst into hearty laughter, her joy echoing delightfully, and in the midst of her merriment, she suddenly toppled me over. Her face was a vision of beauty, her eyes shimmering like water. "Do not rush. Allow me to slowly explain to you why." Xiao Jinyu let her long hair cascade down, then leaned forward with an undeniable queenly demeanor, exuding a captivating allure that was both dominant and dangerously enticing. The warmth of her body enveloped me, akin to being engulfed in flames, consuming my very essence and devouring my last vestiges of reason. Before long, I found myself akin to a fish suffocating in water, gasping yet yearning for that very suffocation. Chapter 57. I have taken a liking to him. After the rain, I gazed with a mix of excitement and melancholy at the woman beneath the bed. She possessed a statuesque figure, her long hair flowing, skin as pale as snow, and exquisite features that rendered everything surrounding her dull in comparison. "Xiao Jinyu, the first woman in my life. Could you perhaps linger a while longer?" I asked, watching Xiao Jinyu dress, a hint of reluctance in my voice. Since our recent encounter, I felt an undeniable shift in the dynamic between us. Even her previous teasing with the camera no longer stirred my anger. Upon hearing my words, Xiao Jinyu smiled slightly, her allure radiating as she approached me, her gaze playful. "What is this? Are you reluctant to part with your sister?" "Indeed, I am," I nodded, the memory of our shared intimacy forever etched in my mind. Though fleeting, it left me with a lingering sense of longing. Blushing, I sought to amend my earlier haste. Well, I was too excited, which is why I— "Could you grant me another chance? Was it not sufficient?" I indicated with a downward glance. Xiao Jinyu followed my gaze, and, to my astonishment, the very thing that had wreaked havoc within her moments ago was now lively and revived. "Ah, youth indeed." A flush crept onto her cheeks. Though tempted to indulge once more, she maintained her composure, raising a delicate finger to me in a gesture of refusal. "That is enough. Why not?" Having tasted the sweetness of our encounter, I craved a second. Seeing her denial, I felt an immediate pang of disappointment. One must exercise restraint. Xiao Jinyu, observing my unsatisfied demeanor, could not help but laugh. She tapped my forehead lightly with her finger. "Very well, I shall take my leave. If you find yourself in discomfort, take a cold shower to cool down." I lamented, "Isn't that merely stoking the fire? Behave. You have taken advantage and now pretend to be coy." Xiao Jinyu shot me an exasperated glance before admonishing me not to share our encounter with anyone, then departed the room. Once Xiao Jinyu truly left, I felt a sense of resignation wash over me, but it was not one of despair. Rather, I leaned against the headboard, lit a cigarette, and my mind was flooded with vivid images of our passionate entanglement. This was my first experience of such nature, and I found it impossible not to be profoundly affected. Despite a tinge of regret for not being granted the opportunity to take the lead, I realized she had maintained her dominance throughout, asserting her queenly position every time I attempted to rise. She treated me like a younger sibling, pressing me down gently while exhaling sweetly, urging me to be obedient. Next time, I must be on top. The thought of Xiao Jinyu, elevated and regal like a queen, filled my mind with fierce determination. In my heart, she was not just beautiful, but a woman of high society. One must ponder. Who would not desire to assume a dominant position in the presence of such an exquisite woman? Who would not wish to indulge in her allure? The thought sent a rush of heat through me, and feeling overwhelmed, I sought solace in the restroom, turning on the faucet to let cold water cascade over me. Outside room 105, which belonged to Lin Miaoxue and Xiao Jinyu, she paused at the door, taking a moment to compose herself before knocking and entering. Xiao Jinyu, already strikingly beautiful, appeared even more radiant after their intimate encounter. She mused silently about the vitality of youth, reflecting on how Lin Dong, that scoundrel, seemed invigorated, almost like a playful puppy. This thought quickened her heart, enhancing her femininity. Lin Miaoxue noticed Xiao Jinyu's glowing face, but did not dwell on it. After all, her best friend was the unrivaled beauty of the city, so it was expected. Instead, she was more concerned about my well-being. Upon Xiao Jinyu's entrance, she inquired, "How is he now?" "What do you mean?" Xiao Jinyu, momentarily distracted, hesitated to respond. Is he still angry? Lin Miaoxua pressed. Not anymore. He is in a good mood now, Xiao Jinyu replied with a smile, her charm undeniable. Her gaze then shifted to Lin Miaoxua's stunning features. Curiosity piqued. But why are you so concerned about him? I found it rather odd that you cried so heartbrokenly when he left. Did I? Of course not. Lin Miaoxua blushed, unwilling to admit it. Seeing her friend's cheeks flush deepened Xiao Jinyu's curiosity. She leaned closer, seriousness etched on her face. Darling, I need to ask you something. Please answer me honestly. What is it? Lin Miaoxua stammered, caught off guard, and feeling a twinge of guilt. Is there anything beyond friendship between you and Lin Dong? Absolutely not. Lin Miaoxua immediately denied it, though her gaze faltered as she countered. Why do you ask? That's good to hear, Xiao Jinyu sighed in relief. Then turned to her dear friend, ready to confess, I've developed feelings for Lin Dong. What? Lin Miaoxua felt as though struck by lightning, her emotions swirling chaotically. Yet, she couldn't reveal her turmoil, only gazing at Xiao Jinyu with a complex expression. Why would you be interested in him? Uncertain, perhaps it was due to her youth. Or maybe it was a fleeting moment of loneliness that prompted her to seek thrill. Alternatively, she might have grown weary of the carefree existence akin to that of a caged canary. Xiao Jinyu shrugged, settled onto the sofa, and crossed her legs, her uniquely feminine, elongated silhouette displayed in all its glory. With a beguiling expression, she spoke. Lin Miaoxua gazed at her dear friend, struggling to comprehend the situation, and remarked, But you're already involved with someone. He isn't married yet, so what you share is impossible. What is impossible? Xiao Jinyu replied to the poised and elegant Lin Miaoxua, her hair neatly styled. Miaoxua, I must say, you're burdening yourself too much, shackled by societal expectations. One lives for oneself, not for others. Isn't personal happiness what truly matters? Besides, I have no intention of marrying Lin Dong. For him, having an attractive, capable, and undemanding sister figure to alleviate his boredom is hardly a loss. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, is it not? Lin Miaoxua, perceptive as she was, detected the underlying implications in Xiao Jinyu's words and regarded her with a more complex gaze, uncertainly asking, Have you been intimate with him? Yes. Xiao Jinyu admitted to her closest confidant. Lin Miaoxua inhaled sharply when, just earlier, Xiao Jinyu reminisced about the passionate encounter, a wistful expression crossing her face, and then, with keen interest, she shared with her dear friend, But honestly, Lin Dong is quite impressive. Initially, I feared I wouldn't be able to keep up. Chapter 58. If you like me, why are you with my friend? I'm feeling a bit unwell. I think I'll take a nap. Lin Miaoxua finally succumbed to her discomfort, lethargically lying down, despite her desire to feel joyous. Yet, she found herself incapable of finding happiness. A profound unease gnawing at her heart. What's wrong? You look pale. Should we see a doctor? Xiao Jinyu, noticing Lin Miaoxua's lackluster demeanor, inquired with genuine concern. She was oblivious to the fact that Lin Miaoxua's discontent stemmed from her earlier remarks. In the past, they had often discussed such intimate topics, and Lin Miaoxua would merely tease her for her openness, never showing displeasure. There's no need. I'll be fine after a short rest, Lin Miaoxua replied softly. Very well. Xiao Jinyu acquiesced, dismissing any further thought, assuming Lin Miaoxua was still upset about previous matters. She then removed her clothing, revealing her alluring form, and retreated to the balcony for a soak in the hot spring, leaving the room to Lin Miaoxua. Initially, Lin Miaoxua intended to close her eyes and empty her mind, but after a brief moment, she realized sleep eluded her. Her thoughts were consumed with the notion of her dear friend's intimacy with another. The emotional turmoil within her was unbearable, akin to insects gnawing at her insides. Even the revelation of her long-married husband's infidelity, who had sought to divorce her by enticing her with a driver, had not evoked such profound sorrow. What is wrong with me? Why does my heart feel so heavy? Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? Lin Miaoxua silently questioned herself. In that moment, she became acutely aware of the emotions she had long been reluctant to acknowledge, recalling the intimate moments they had shared. The memories of me giving her a massage, of her hands helping me, flooded her mind. Each time, she recognized the intensity of her desire, an urge to surrender to her body's instincts. Yet, at every pivotal moment, her rationality intervened, reminding her of her status as a married woman. Engaging in such acts would constitute infidelity, an immoral transgression, especially since I was not married. There would be no future for us. She pondered her age, over a decade older than me and a divorcee. Even if I were unbothered by it, would my family accept their son marrying a twice-divorced woman significantly older than him? Lost in these thoughts, Lin Miaoxua turned her gaze to her friend, Xiao Jinyu, who was enjoying a hot spring on the balcony. At times, she envied her friend, who was beautiful, feminine, with an enviable figure, and most importantly, unbound by societal constraints, always so daring and uniquely herself. With a sigh, Lin Miaoxua withdrew her gaze, her heart heavy with bitterness. At that moment, I was unaware that Xiao Jinyu had disclosed everything about us to the owner of the restaurant. Later, when I went to the restaurant for dinner, I spotted the owner emerging from the elevator and approached her to greet her and offer my apologies. However, to my surprise, upon seeing me, she reacted like a startled rabbit, averting her gaze and attempting to pass by me without a word. I assumed she was still angry about Mr. Chen's suggestion that I entice her, and I couldn't help but follow her to explain, "Madam, I understand that you're upset about this matter, but I assure you, I have never betrayed you. That is your affair, it has nothing to do with me." The owner was unwilling to engage with me, coldly uttering a brief response before moving past me and choosing a vacant seat. How could it be unrelated to me? Noticing her disregard, I sat opposite her and, in desperation, continued to plead, "I truly haven't betrayed you. I have always stood by your side and never mentioned our dealings to Mr. Chen. Be quiet." The owner blushed fiercely at the mention of those matters, glaring at me with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, wishing she could silence me. How could I possibly remain silent? I persisted. "Think about it, madam. Mr. Chen's greatest desire is for me to entice you. If I were to tell him you had helped me, would he still scold me? You're still talking." The owner's cheeks burned with intensity, and upon noticing my intent to continue, she angrily rose to head toward the restroom. To her astonishment, I followed her. "Wait, what exactly do you want?" As the proprietress observed my relentless following to the restroom door, she could no longer contain her ire. With a lowered voice, she glared at me in a mix of shame and anger, questioning whether I intended to expose our private affairs to the world. "I assisted you in such an embarrassing matter. Are you truly reveling in it?" Her fury startled me, for I felt no sense of pride. With a pained expression, I weakly attempted to explain myself while consciously maintaining a distance, fearful of inciting her wrath once more. She had always struck me as dignified and gentle, rarely prone to anger, making this display all the more shocking. "Whether or not you feel proud is irrelevant. You shall traverse your own path while I tread mine," the proprietress stated coldly. "I am a person of steadfast principles. Were it spoken by someone indifferent to me, I would remain unaffected." Yet, the speaker was the proprietress, and I found myself perplexed, my tone instinctively becoming more agitated. If that were the case, why summon me back? I looked at her, confusion evident in my voice. "This afternoon, I returned your car keys and was prepared to leave. Why then did your friend bring me back?" The proprietress leaned against the wall, her head bowed in silence. Her lack of response deepened my sorrow, prompting me to continue. "If you truly despise me, you may voice it. Why must you torment me in this manner?" "I do not torment you," she replied, turning her face away and speaking softly. "Then why ignore me?" I gazed at her, anguish evident in my eyes. "Do you not realize that if you were to strike or scold me, I might feel a sense of relief? But your silence brings me profound pain. Why would you feel relief from my anger, yet suffer from my indifference?" At last, the proprietress lifted her head. As I beheld her stunning visage, I succumbed to my impulse and confessed, "Because I have feelings for you. Is that so wrong? Your disregard for me causes me great sorrow." The proprietress paused, taken aback, and after what felt like an eternity, she fixed her gaze upon me, her expression complex. "You have feelings for me?" "Indeed, I do," I admitted, nodding. "From the moment I first laid eyes upon you, I was captivated. Initially, I lacked the courage to meet your gaze, feeling unworthy of you. You resembled the sun in the sky, while I, humble as dust. It was only when Mr. Chen approached me with certain revelations that I dared to look up at you. Yet even then, I felt as though I sullied your purity." After hearing my confession, the proprietress fell silent. Eventually, she lifted her head and, in a soft tone, asked, "If you truly care for me, why then are you involved with my friend?" My initial sadness was instantly replaced with outrage at her words, a surge of indignation flooding my senses. I had anticipated the repercussions of my entanglement with Xiao Jinyu to arrive so swiftly. As the proprietress inquired why I was drawn to her, yet chose to be with Xiao Jinyu, I found myself utterly at a loss for words. I could only watch her enter the restroom and then emerged shortly thereafter. Coincidentally, at that moment, Xiao Jinyu arrived at the restaurant. In the presence of Xiao Jinyu, the proprietress maintained a calm demeanor, stating she had no appetite and would return to her room. With that, she departed, leaving Xiao Jinyu and me in a state of bewilderment. Xiao Jinyu, appearing puzzled, remarked on the oddity of being in the restaurant, yet claiming to lack appetite, only to notice my gaze fixated on her with an intensity that seemed almost predatory. "Why are you looking at me like that? Have I offended you?" she queried, her confusion palpable. "You dare to ask? You were the one who brought me here." Frustration surged within me as I seized her by the arm, intent on retreating to our room to settle matters. Xiao Jinyu, clearly misunderstanding my intent, whispered in surprise, "We're about to eat. Can't we discuss this after?" She added, "Lin Dong, why are you acting like a small teddy bear?" "Teddy bear, my foot." Ignoring her protests, I ushered her back to the room, closing the door behind us. I glared at her, my voice laced with anger. "Tell me, did you divulge our affair to the proprietress?" "Of course. How else could she cover for us? Do you truly wish for our demise?" Xiao Jinyu initially conceded instinctively, but then a realization dawned upon her. She looked at me in disbelief. "What do you mean? Has Miao Shua been involved with you as well?" "Not at all," I replied, feeling a twinge of guilt under her scrutinizing gaze, unwilling to tarnish the proprietress's reputation. I muttered, "Regardless, you should not have disclosed our relationship. Is there no sense of shame in you?" Xiao Jinyu, being a clever woman, had pieced together the events leading up to this moment. Nevertheless, she chose not to dwell on it, finding the situation amusing instead. She had not anticipated that this little man before her could capture the heart of her dear friend, Lin Miaoshua. Then, with a smile, Xiao Jinyu leaned closer, her expression teasing as she pointed at my chest. "Setting aside my own shyness for now, tell me, was it enjoyable just now?" "What enjoyment?" I feigned ignorance, my face flushed. Seeing through my act, Xiao Jinyu merely laughed, her manicured hand sliding down toward me. Instantly, I responded to her touch, and she gently caressed me through my pants, her breath warm and fragrant. "So, do you desire more?" I longed to refuse, yet the sensations coursing through me rendered my throat dry, and my words lost their previous firmness. "But you cannot divulge such matters. How am I to face the proprietress afterwards? She wants to even speak to me now." Xiao Jinyu interrupted. "Let her concerns be for later. Just tell me, do you want this?" "Yes." Xiao Jinyu was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an irresistible allure and femininity that left me powerless to resist. Moreover, having tasted the sweetness of intimacy, my desires surged, though I was vexed by the thought of her revealing our liaison to the proprietress. It is indeed possible to remain silent about certain matters. However, quite swiftly, I found my thoughts diverted from those contemplations to the exquisite visage of Xiao Jinyu. Though I feigned silence outwardly, internally I harbored vengeful thoughts about how I would retaliate against her later in the privacy of our chamber, eager to see if she would dare to act capriciously again. Upon noticing my pensive demeanor, Xiao Jinyu's smile deepened, and she playfully inquired once more, "Do you truly wish for that?" I affirmed my desire, yet she nonchalantly declared, regrettably, "My dear sister must attend to her meal." In an instant, the flirtation vanished from her countenance, and she shot me an exasperated glance before continuing, "Moreover, please refrain from placing undue blame upon me. Did I wield a knife to compel you to share a bed with me, or were you not enjoying yourself?" Who was it that lay upon the bed, gasping and proclaiming their pleasure? A grown man calling out louder than I. "Stop, stop. I concede my error. Please, do not speak further." I interjected, nearly wishing to find a hole to hide in, eager to halt her unrestrained chatter. Observing the crimson flush upon my cheeks, Xiao Jinyu let out a satisfied hum, then winked at me, saying, "Young man, I am aware of your affections for my dear friend. However, I must inform you that your discomfort here serves no purpose. It is evident that Miaoshua harbors feelings for you as well. If you possess such earnest intent, you would do better to devise a means to entice her into your embrace." "The proprietress would never consent to that," I replied, my heart fluttering at the prospect yet laden with doubt. In my mind, the proprietress was a woman of utmost decorum and conservatism. How could she possibly accept my liaison with her friend while simultaneously engaging with me? "Why not test the waters?" Xiao Jinyu urged, exasperated. "Let me tell you, women are creatures of emotion. If they do not like someone, they will remain indifferent. Yet, once they do, they will conjure excuses to acquiesce. Yes, we have shared a bed, but what is our relationship? It is, at best, an affair. and she knows I would never truly be with you. It is merely a fleeting moment of solitude, a diversion. That cannot be. You do not understand. The proprietress is exceedingly reserved. I remained skeptical, though a seed of doubt had begun to sprout within me, recalling what Director Chun had initially conveyed. He had observed that women are indeed emotional beings, and that kindness and attentiveness would invariably win their favor. Believe it or not, that is your prerogative. I shall dine now. During my meal, I shall not return to the room. You are free to manage your affairs as you see fit, I stated. Xiao Jinyu, upon hearing my words, nearly erupted in frustration. What do you mean? Just because Lin Miaoxue is reserved, you imply that I am promiscuous? Disinterested in continuing the conversation with my dense demeanor, she decided to seek sustenance first. I remained behind, contemplating Xiao Jinyu's words. After a moment of reflection, I mustered my courage and approached the door to the proprietress's room. Hesitation gripped me as I stood before it, but ultimately I knocked. Before long, the door swung open to reveal the proprietress clad in a white nightgown, her figure voluptuous and alluring, subtly hinting at the absence of undergarments beneath. Upon seeing me at her door, she paused momentarily, then attempted to close the door. Please, do not shut the door just yet. Suddenly, I regained my senses, pressed against the door, and looked at the proprietress, saying, I have something to discuss with you. May I come in? The proprietress attempted to close the door, but found it impossible. Turning her face away, she replied, Whatever it is, you can say it here. It was inconvenient to speak at the threshold. I observed the proprietress's nervous demeanor, fearing she might deny me entry. Seemingly concerned that I might reveal something private to outsiders, she turned around and permitted me to enter. After securely locking the door, I began contemplating how to approach the proprietress. Instead of sitting down, she crossed her arms, adopting a cold demeanor as she inquired, What is it? You may speak now. Though her posture was somewhat defensive, she was unaware of the effect her crossed arms had on me. The gesture accentuated her already alluring figure, especially since I had recently experienced the essence of femininity, making my imagination run wild. For a moment, I found it difficult to avert my gaze. The proprietress, initially oblivious to my scrutiny, eventually glanced up and noticed my eyes fixated on her chest, causing her to blush instantly. Flustered, she quickly covered her bosom with her hands and shot me an irritated look. Where are you looking? Chapter 60. Enough has been given. I was barely holding my composure. But upon witnessing the proprietress covering her chest, her face flushed like a ripe apple, I could no longer resist. She appeared so beautiful, with an irresistible charm. I suddenly approached her, my breaths becoming heavier, my eyes burning with intensity. I like you. I really like you. The proprietress was taken aback by my boldness. Lifting her gaze to meet mine, where the heat in my eyes seemed to melt her resolve. Momentarily, she found herself at a loss for words, her heart racing, overwhelmed by a mix of confusion and excitement. Though she felt anger when she learned of Lin Dong's involvement with her best friend, my confession elicited a joy she could not suppress. Yet, she hesitated to express it openly, caught in a whirlwind of anticipation, fear, and a hint of awkwardness. I was oblivious to the complexities of her feelings. All I perceived was her beauty, ripe and waiting to be savored. And I noted her tone had shifted from previous resistance. Summoning my courage, I embraced the proprietress. Startled, she gasped and pushed against my chest, urging me to release her. But her feeble attempts were ineffective. Instead of letting go, I tightened my hold, reveling in the sensation of her delicate waist. This was my first bold embrace of the proprietress, and I savored the moment. All my previous grievances vanished, and I found myself filled with excitement, gazing at the proprietress with longing. I won't let go. I truly adore you. Will you believe me? The proprietress's face flushed deeper, as she felt something pressing against her in a manner that was all too familiar for a married woman. What embarrassed Lin Miaoxue the most was the unexpected softness in her body, rendering her unsteady on her feet. The proprietress lifted her gaze, her eyes now shimmering with allure. Her tone softened with a hint of pleading. I believe you. Could you please let me go? Something is pressing against me. It was only after her reminder that I realized what was happening. Yet instead of releasing her, I adjusted my position and provocatively asked, What is pressing against you? Are you being mischievous? The proprietress shot me an indignant glare, though her eyes lacked any true venom, instead igniting a deeper intrigue. She instinctively shifted her hips, seemingly attempting to escape. Little did she know, those subtle movements nearly took my breath away, sending a chill coursing through me. Don't move, please, I implored. Seeing my pleading demeanor, The proprietress felt a sense of triumph and twisted again, her cheeks flushed, feigning ignorance. What do you mean, don't move? Is it like this? The proprietress's allure was already potent, and with her slight movements, I was nearly undone, only to glance down and catch a glimpse of the playful smile in her eyes. At that moment, I realized her actions were intentional. How could I possibly withstand such temptation? Overwhelmed by impulse, I embraced the proprietress tightly, my gaze fervent as I whispered, "I desire you," before leaning in to kiss her soft lips. The sensation was tender, yet felt sacrilegious to me. The proprietress, taken aback by my boldness, widened her eyes in surprise. "No, please don't." In that fleeting moment, I seized the opportunity to deepen the kiss. Initially, she resisted, evading my advance. But soon her body began to yield, responding in kind. The experience was entirely different from kissing Xiao Jinyu. I was exhilarated yet anxious, my heart racing as I led the proprietress toward the edge of the bed. Just as I succeeded in laying her down, she suddenly regained her senses. Her face filled with a spring-like vitality as she pushed against me, halting my advance. "No, please don't. What if Jinyu returns?" "She won't be back so soon," I replied, unwilling to halt my pursuit. The proprietress, breathless and slightly annoyed, implored, "Please don't force me. I've already given you so much." Torn between desire and the fear of offending her, I gestured towards the tent below, my face a picture of despair. What am I to do now, feeling this way? The proprietress cast a glance downward, her face flushing deeper, as her mind inexplicably recalled the words spoken by Xiao Jinyu. Lin Dong, that scoundrel, certainly has considerable resources. Indeed, they were substantial. The memory of our last encounter made her cheeks burn even more, and with a resigned look, she turned to me. "Shall I assist you as I did last time?" Though I was exceedingly reluctant, her proposition left me with little choice but to acquiesce. With a heavy heart, I reclined on the bed, overwhelmed by an insatiable desire for the proprietress. "Are you displeased?" she inquired as she unfastened my trousers, noticing my discontent. I replied glumly, "This is not what I desire. Do not push your luck. This situation is already quite embarrassing for me, considering I am a married woman." The proprietress shot me an exasperated glance. I could not resist retorting, "But President Chun has his own mistress." "That is not a justification for my infidelity," she countered. She paused, gazing at me intently. "So, do you still want it?" "Yes." I capitulated decisively, focusing my attention solely on her. The proprietress, having just experienced a surge of passion, glistened with perspiration on her forehead, her hair clinging together, and a rosy hue adorned her dignified face. How could mere beauty encapsulate her essence? As I beheld her, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction washed over me, prompting an uncontrollable smile. "What is so amusing?" she queried, puzzled. "Oh, nothing in particular. I just feel incredibly fulfilled." I gazed at her with delight. "Proprietress, I genuinely adore you. Having you is a blessing." She felt a thrill of joy within, though being a woman, she was somewhat bashful and averted her gaze, softly replying, "Please do not call me proprietress. It sounds rather strange. What should I call you then?" "By your name, Yashua?" I suggested. "That won't do either. Just call me dear," I playfully proposed. "Call me sister," she retorted, rolling her eyes at me. It was not that she disliked being called dear, but such terms reminded her of her marital status, invoking a sense of guilt. "Very well," I said, reveling in my triumph. "Sister Miaoshua," I declared, deliberately adding an intimate tone. The proprietress blushed further at my words. Feigning annoyance, she hastened her movements. Even when I eventually pleaded for mercy, it was to no avail. She only released me when I had surrendered completely, a triumphant smirk gracing her lips. Then, recalling something, she instructed me, "Do not let Jinyu know about what just transpired. Otherwise, I shall never speak to you again." Chapter 61. Trust between people has diminished. How did it go? Did you manage to placate her? As I stepped outside, I encountered Xiao Jinyu returning from the dining area. Upon sighting me, she pulled me aside, her expression brimming with curiosity. Is it really that simple? Though Xiao Jinyu was undeniably beautiful, she had a tendency to gossip. I had no intention of divulging my progress with the proprietress to her. Thus I feigned irritation and glared at her. "This is all your fault. Had you not revealed our matters to the proprietress, would she have been angry with me?" Xiao Jinyu chuckled. "Are you blaming me for your own incompetence? Whoever said I lacked abilities?" As a man, I felt a surge of indignation upon hearing her words. I glanced at her, recalling her exquisite figure reminiscent of jade, and retorted, "If you possess such confidence, say that again." I mused that should Xiao Jinyu dare to repeat her words, I would seize the opportunity to touch her. Go ahead, say it, I urged. Xiao Jinyu feigned intent to speak, but upon noticing the eager glint in my eyes, she smirked mischievously, stepping back to create some distance. With a triumphant huff, she declared, Huh? Do you think you can take advantage of me? Not a chance. I'm heading back to my room. You can ponder your abilities on your own. Was this woman overly perceptive? Returning to my room, I glanced at my palm, feeling a tinge of regret. I had anticipated that Xiao Jinyu would not back down, allowing me to gain the upper hand, yet she proved to be as cunning as a fox. However, soon my thoughts shifted away from her. I changed into shorts and made my way to the balcony hot spring, relishing the experience of bathing in such a luxurious suite for the first time. The moment to flaunt my status had arrived once more. The suite exuded elegance. Not only did it encompass a living area, but the balcony also featured an artificial mountain and hot spring area. How opulent! It was akin to having a private hot spring. Before long, I captured images of the hot spring and the foam mountain, posting them to my social media. Naturally, I promptly blocked Mr. Chun from viewing my post. I could imagine him chastising me for attempting to seduce his wife while showing off in the hot spring. I also needed to block Zhou Yeye, for her reactions would be no different from Mr. Chen's. After sharing my post, I patiently awaited the responses. Indeed, it wasn't long before my post garnered numerous likes, with most comments expressing admiration and enthusiasm. Some even addressed me as President Lin, which lifted my spirits. However, to my disappointment, there were no comments from Li Yin. I had primarily intended for her to see my post, but I refrained from sending it directly, not wanting to come off as boastful. Moments later, I noticed a comment from someone named Ru Ying Piao Bo. Oh, look at you, enjoying a hot spring with your two female bosses? It took me a moment to recall that this was the female doctor, Ning Yao, whom I had recently added on WeChat. I feigned annoyance in my reply. How can a female doctor have such a dirty mind? If you're so confident, why don't you come over and see if I'm alone in this room? Ning Yao retorted dismissively, I'm not that foolish. It's like lambs walking into a tiger's den. I was left speechless. How had women become so astute in this society? Before long, the novelty of the luxurious hot spring suite wore off, and boredom set in. I watched television until after 11 o'clock at night, then resumed perusing social media. By that time, few people were updating their posts. I couldn't help but reflect. In the depths of one's being lies a profound fear of solitude. In this fleeting moment, my thoughts drifted to numerous individuals. Li Yin, the female doctor, and then to Xiao Jinyu and the proprietress. However, it was evident that I could not reach out to Li Yin or the doctor. It was far too late to disturb Li Yin, who was undoubtedly resting at home after a long day at work. Sending her a message in the dead of night could lead to complications, particularly if her husband were to see it. Some matters cannot be rushed. As for the female doctor, initiating contact on our very first day, especially at such a late hour, might cast me in an unbecoming light. Thus, I was left with only the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu. I was inclined to message the proprietress, yet the presence of Xiao Jinyu in the same room made the situation rather awkward. For the first time, I found it astonishing that a beauty of Xiao Jinyu's caliber could serve as such a glaring obstacle. Were it not for her, I might have implored the proprietress to let me into her room. Proprietress, are you awake? I couldn't resist and sent her a message. However, there was no reply. I was aware that she typically retired early, but having recently savored the pleasures of intimacy, my thoughts inevitably wandered in that direction, fixated solely on the proprietress. As for Xiao Jinyu, my hesitation to reach out stemmed from an unconscious fear of her unpredictable nature, as well as a concern that the proprietress might feel jealous or upset. Very well, good night. After a brief wait, realizing the proprietress was truly asleep, I sent another message. Fully aware that my intentions were transparent, on the surface, it was a simple good night, but deep down, I clung to the hope that she might awaken to see my words. Just as I began to lose hope, my phone suddenly chimed with a notification. I quickly checked, and, to my surprise, it was a reply from the proprietress. Yet, the content was not from her. It read, "Why are you still awake at this hour? Your proprietress has gone to bed early." I instantly recognized the mischievous tone of Xiao Jinyu and felt a surge of indignation. How dare you use someone else's phone? Someone else? That is my dearest friend. She retorted with a smug air. Xiao Jinyu, clearly pleased with herself, continued, I wasn't even talking about you. What are you doing awake at this late hour? What business is it of yours? I replied, somewhat disgruntled. Yet, it wasn't long before Xiao Jinyu sent a message that quickened my heartbeat. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, with such beautiful scenery. Would you like your sister to come keep you company now? This was Xiao Jinyu's signature approach. She often refrained from answering me directly, instead employing a cleverly crafted remark that left me unable to resist. And, of course, I was captivated by her charm. But I remained skeptical about her intentions. You're just teasing me. You wouldn't actually come. Call me sister, and I shall come, Xiao Jinyu replied. Sister. Although I was reluctant to call out, I shamefully did so, vowing fiercely in my heart that if this enchantress dared to deceive me, I would not let it rest. Be good. Open the door. Sister is coming. This time, Xiao Jinyu did not deceive me. She sent back a message that invigorated my spirits. Chapter 62. Tall and uniquely beautiful, I thought. Where are you? Xiao Jinyu indeed tricked me. I waited for nearly half an hour, and she had yet to arrive. In the first 10 minutes, I thought she might be freshening up. After 20 minutes, I believed she would come shortly. By the time half an hour had passed, I could no longer hold my composure, and excuses for her absence were futile. She had indeed been misleading me. Ding. Xiao Jinyu replied. I'm in the shower. My dear man, I must be fragrant when you come to see me, right? Be patient, sister will be there soon, and then you can truly enjoy our delightful union. Upon reading her message, my anger transformed into joy, and anticipation filled my heart once more. Another half an hour slipped by, and it was nearly 1 in the morning. At that moment, fearing I might unjustly accuse Xiao Jinyu, I cautiously inquired again. Sister, are you not done yet? My message vanished into the void. Xiao Jinyu did not respond. Where is she? Still no reply. It was not until 1:30 in the morning that I finally lost all hope. Realizing that Xiao Jinyu was toying with me, infuriated, I decided to sleep and settle the score with her the following day. Half an hour later, I abruptly sat up in bed. No, how could she treat me this way? I pondered, my heart unable to find peace. I could not sleep, feeling as though I had wasted 2 hours waiting like a fool, harboring a desire to confront this woman, Xiao Jinyu. The following day, I encountered the landlady and Xiao Jinyu in the dining room. My relationship with the landlady had improved significantly, yet due to Xiao Jinyu's presence, she felt hesitant to appear too familiar with me. The landlady, elegant and beautiful, softly explained upon seeing me, I went to bed at 10 last night. Yes. I assume you were asleep then. I nodded nonchalantly on the surface, though my heart raced with anxiety, for the latter part of the conversation had been with Xiao Jinyu. I was uncertain how much of our chat the landlady had seen, or if she had caught sight of my later exchanges with Xiao Jinyu. Glancing at Xiao Jinyu, I noticed her fondness for fitted skirts. The mermaid-style dress accentuated her alluring curves perfectly, exuding a sense of sensuality and charm. Upon seeing me, she suddenly exclaimed, Oh, you have dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? Hearing her audacity stirred a fierce determination within me. However, with the landlady present, I refrained from unleashing my anger, choosing instead to suppress my annoyance and shot a fierce glare at her when the landlady was not looking. However, Xiao Jinyu seemed utterly indifferent, her smile widening with an air of self-satisfaction that provoked a twinge of envy in onlookers. The restaurant at the Hot Spring Hotel offered a lavish buffet, featuring a plethora of dishes, including a delightful breakfast spread, an array of fresh fruits, pastries, and exquisite salmon preparations. Soon, we would be departing. As we settled down, the proprietress turned to me and inquired, Why the haste? I was taken aback. After all, we had only arrived the previous noon. Due to unforeseen events, the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu had scarcely enjoyed their time here, and yet now they were set to leave. Chun Haifeng is returning today, the proprietress elegantly stated, her demeanor calm. At that moment, I realized she was addressing me specifically, and her words filled me with uncertainty. Just yesterday, I had video called General Manager Chun, who was still at his hometown. How could he possibly be back today without informing me? Was it possible that he suspected something between me and the proprietress? I exchanged a fleeting glance with her, our eyes betraying a shared apprehension. At that moment, Xiao Jinyu leisurely placed a piece of Arctic shellfish to her lips and remarked, Perfect timing. I too shall return tomorrow, so leaving now is fine. You're leaving as well? I was astounded, momentarily forgetting the annoyance from the previous night when she had made me wait for 2 hours. Xiao Jinyu's dining posture was graceful. As she savored her food, she smiled and said, Indeed, if I do not return soon, someone will come looking for me. The proprietress, aware of my previous intimacy with Xiao Jinyu, explained, This morning, the gentleman from Shanghai called, originally intending for her to return this afternoon. It was only upon my suggestion that it was postponed to tomorrow. Very well, I nodded in response, yet for reasons unbeknownst to me. A wave of melancholy washed over me. I could not discern whether it stemmed from General Manager Chen's impending return or Xiao Jinyu's departure to Shanghai the following day. Noticing my despondency, Xiao Jinyu cheerfully looked at me and teased, "What's wrong? Are you going to miss your sister?" "How could that be?" I hastily denied, given the proprietress was present. Xiao Jinyu feigned a sigh of disappointment, resting her forehead on her hand, lamenting, "Truly, men are fickle and unreliable." I recognized her veiled criticism, but dared not respond. Casting a furtive glance at the proprietress, who sipped her sea cucumber soup, seemingly oblivious to our exchange. After checking out, as I proceeded to my car, the proprietress approached me with a serious expression. "Once Xiao Jinyu returns, you would do well to refrain from contacting her." "Why?" I questioned, perplexed by her unusual seriousness. The proprietress shook her head. "Do not pry into specifics. Simply heed my advice. This is for your own good. You and she are destined to inhabit entirely different worlds." "Understood." I made a promise to the proprietress, yet I instinctively cast a glance at Xiao Jinyu, who stood at the hotel entrance. It seemed she sensed my gaze and turned to look at me. Her figure was breathtaking, her beauty exquisite. Then she smiled at me. A moment of ethereal beauty reminiscent of the Republic of China, as if a woman of celestial grace emerged from the unfolding canvas of history, revealing her stunning visage. It was the first time I realized that Xiao Jinyu could embody such earnest beauty, leaving an indelible impression. The journey home was marked by silence. Upon returning, the proprietress needed to prepare a separate room for Xiao Jinyu, as Mr. Chun was expected back today. Xiao Jinyu sat in the living room, serene and aloof. Since our return from the hot spring hotel, she seemed somewhat transformed. "What troubles you?" I approached Xiao Jinyu, having long forgotten the events of the previous night. "Not much," she replied, and upon seeing me, she smiled brightly, her curiosity piqued. "Why do you ask?" "I just feel you've changed since before." I expressed my thoughts, then, gazing at her, I added with a hint of sadness, "The proprietress suggested that once you return, it's best we do not stay in touch." Though our relationship had been fleeting, in my heart, she was my first woman. The sudden notion of severing contact left me feeling strange and somewhat despondent. Xiao Jinyu regarded me calmly, a smile gracing her lips. "She's right. Once I return, we shouldn't keep in touch." "Why?" My confusion was palpable. Her smile remained, serene and unyielding. "What is there to misunderstand? I have a man, so we are destined to be merely a fleeting encounter. Now that I am going back, isn't it natural to cut off contact?" At this point, Xiao Jinyu abruptly stood up, her tall stature accentuating her elegance as she stood before me, slender and striking. "Be good, listen to me, forget about me." She leaned in, gently kissing my cheek, her tone soft. "I do this for your own good." Chapter 63. 100,000 lost. I don't want you to do what's good for me. I was displeased by Xiao Jinyu's words. Noticing the proprietress had not yet descended, I boldly embraced Xiao Jinyu and said, "If it's truly for my good, then do not sever our connection." "What's this? Have you fallen for your elder sister?" Xiao Jinyu did not resist. Instead, she laughed with genuine interest. Feeling a bit embarrassed by her laughter, I awkwardly replied, "It's not love, but I truly find it hard to part with you." "Then will you earn money to support me?" Xiao Jinyu continued to inquire. Upon hearing this, I felt a twinge of guilt. I was aware of Xiao Jinyu's considerable wealth, and thus I spoke with a hint of uncertainty. "I can support you, but I currently earn only 5,000 a month, which may not suffice." After pondering for a moment, Xiao Jinyu responded with a troubled expression, "That indeed seems insufficient." Observing her demeanor, I quickly added, "However, I am still young, merely 23 years of age. I assure you, my earnings will only increase in the future. Moreover, one should not judge by what others can offer. Some may have a fortune of 1,000,000, yet only provide you with a mere 10,000. In contrast, I earn 5,000, but am willing to give you 4,000. Xiao Jinyu nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. However, she restrained herself and feigned anger as she looked at me. "Only 4,000? What about your savings? Do not think I am unaware that you have been driving for Chun Haifeng for 3 years without saving a penny." "Of course, I have saved," I replied. "During my time with Mr. Chun, my expenses were minimal, mostly just for cigarettes." When Xiao Jinyu brought up savings, I hesitated and said, "I have saved some, but I lent my family 20,000 and spent a bit on myself. leaving me with only 110,000. Give me 100,000. Xiao Jinyu extended her hand towards me. I was taken aback. You want such a large sum? Xiao Jinyu gazed at me and said, did you not claim that you earned 5,000 and are willing to give me 4,000? Why now hesitate at giving me 100,000? I have left you 10,000 for your personal expenses. You can gradually save up again. I remained silent. Xiao Jinyu tilted her head to look at me and teased, are you reluctant? No, I denied, though I felt a slight reluctance within. I genuinely enjoyed the feeling of saving money, especially since 100,000 felt like a significant milestone. I thought that surpassing this threshold would make me feel wealthy. At that moment, I even contemplated withdrawing the money to deposit it again, sharing a post on social media to subtly flaunt my newfound wealth. Yet now, Xiao Jinyu was demanding 100,000. I pondered this request, grappling with my thoughts, and impulsively suggested, could I not give it to you gradually? It's not as if it's not enough. I can give you 50,000 first, and then the rest later. Forget it, then. I'll just delete you from WeChat. Xiao Jinyu pushed me away and remarked, you claim you can support me, yet you hesitate. Truly, the words of men are often deceptive. What is this about being willing to support me? Feeling somewhat chastised by her words, I glanced at her stunning face, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately resolved, I am not reluctant. Since you desire it, I shall give it to you. Really? Xiao Jinyu's eyes sparkled, and upon seeing my nod, she took my hand and began to lead me outside. Where are we going? I was momentarily taken aback. To withdraw the money, of course. Did you not say you would give me 100,000? Xiao Jinyu stated as she moved forward. There's no need to withdraw. I can simply transfer it to you, I replied. I came to a halt and retrieved my phone. First, I transferred 50,000 to Xiao Jinyu via WeChat. Then, while opening Alipay, I remarked, I can only send 20,000 through WeChat. The remainder will be transferred via Alipay. Please add me. Before long, I had sent a total of 100,000 to Xiao Jinyu. She checked the final 50,000 in her Alipay account, and with a gleeful expression, planted a kiss on my cheek, saying, good boy, still my little man who cares for his sister. I want to delete you now. Stay put while I go upstairs for a moment. I watched Xiao Jinyu sway as she ascended the stairs, feeling somewhat lost. After painstakingly saving over 100,000, I now had merely 12,000 left in my account. However, having relinquished the money, I could not afford to regret it. I had to maintain my facade of affluence. On the second floor, Lin Miaoshua's residence was quite spacious, with numerous rooms. Lin Miaoshua was tidying up the bedding in a room to the west when, in high spirits, Xiao Jinyu entered. I just earned 100,000. Xiao Jinyu exclaimed, her face beaming with pride as she displayed her WeChat and Alipay transaction records to Lin Miaoshua. Lin Miaoshua, lacking my Alipay details but having my WeChat, glanced at the transfer history and remarked, isn't this Lin Dong? Why did he send you money? He supports me. Xiao Jinyu replied, suppressing her laughter, then recounted the previous events, erupting into laughter. You should have seen his expression when he transferred the 100,000 to me. He looked utterly bewildered. It was hilarious. Lin Miaoshua, somewhat exasperated, said, why are you teasing him? You should return the money. He has been saving diligently. He has been driving my husband's car for 3 years and has likely never bought a single piece of fruit. Absolutely not. Xiao Jinyu shook her head, a smug smile gracing her lips. This is my little man's money for my upkeep. I must safeguard it. What if he uses it to support another little vixen? Suit yourselves, Lin Miaoshua replied, sensing Xiao Jinyu's reluctance to return the money, though some discontent brewed within her. She silently berated me for being such a fool, having given away all my savings, unaware that Xiao Jinyu's monthly allowance exceeded 100,000. In high spirits, Xiao Jinyu suddenly recalled something and said to Lin Miaoshua, by the way, do not mention my affairs to him. I intend to keep it from his knowledge. Just as she finished speaking, her phone buzzed with a video call, prompting her to find a place to chat. At that moment, Lin Miaoshua lost interest in tidying up and, upon descending, found me sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at my phone. Frustrated, she approached me and deliberately asked, what are you pondering? Lost some money? No, not at all, I immediately denied, feeling guilty at the sound of her voice. I avoided her gaze, fearful she might sense something amiss, and stood up awkwardly. After she walked away, I resumed my thoughts. I suddenly regained my senses, revisiting the bank's text notification regarding the deduction, my heart aching as if it were bleeding. 100,000. It would take me 2 years of abstaining from food and drink to accumulate such a sum. And yet, in a moment of impulse, I had relinquished it so readily? Nevertheless, despite the pain, I felt no regret. After all, the exquisite Xiao Jinyu, a woman of Shanghai, gracing me with her company was, in itself, a stroke of fortune. Moreover, I was not naive. Subconsciously, I hoped that this 100,000 would leave an impression on Xiao Jinyu, signifying my genuine affection, thereby preventing her from severing our connection coldly. With this thought, my spirits lifted. As General Chun would not return until the afternoon, there was no need for an early trip to the airport to welcome him back. On her return, the proprietress procured seafood and several bottles of exquisite French red wine, claiming them to be from the prestigious Bordeaux region, quite costly indeed. The proprietress personally took to the kitchen, standing with her back to the outside. Clad in a casual dress, her slender legs beneath the hem were delicately shaped, and though her rear was not particularly ample, it was exceptionally perky and alluring, inciting an urge to lift her skirt and invade her personal space. The vigor of youth is perpetually exuberant. Noticing that Xiao Jinyu had not descended, and having crossed a threshold with the proprietress the previous evening, I found myself alone with her downstairs, unable to resist the stirrings within me. I approached her from behind. Chapter 64. Too many infatuated admirers. How did you come in? The proprietress inquired with a huff upon my arrival. Unaware that Xiao Jinyu had betrayed me, I feigned nonchalance, positioning myself close behind her as she attended to the king crab. I had nothing to do, so I thought I'd come see how you handle seafood. I remarked casually. And what is your hand doing? She retorted, casting a disapproving glance my way. I'm giving you a massage, I boldly replied. Emboldened by the warming of our relationship from the previous night, my hand lingering on her leg. I must admit, her skin was remarkably smooth. I had anticipated she would shy away, yet to my surprise, she did not retreat. Instead, she squirmed slightly in embarrassment but continued her task, grumbling, "Stop it. You just want to take advantage of me, you lecher." "No, I merely wish to embrace you," I declared, emboldened by her lack of resistance. I wrapped my arms around her from behind, pressing closely against her form, recalling the sweetness of the previous evening. Lin Miaoshua finally felt flustered, the sensation of our bodies brushing eliciting a delightful tingling that made it difficult for her to stand. She attempted to shift away, but was reluctant to part, squirming shyly as she murmured, "Stop fooling around. I'm cooking here. Can you please move that thing of yours? How am I supposed to cook like this? Just do it this way." "I'm not holding on to your hands," I replied, unwilling to distance myself, pressing even closer, the thrill undeniable. I boldly addressed the proprietress. "I miss you. Can we be together?" "What do you mean by together?" The proprietress feigned ignorance, merely gesturing towards me. As I gazed upon her radiant and alluring visage, my yearning compelled me to express, "I desire more than just a mere touch." The proprietress, slightly breathless and flustered, blushed and firmly responded, "No, that is already the limit. Anything beyond is simply not permissible." "But why?" I inquired, feeling a wave of frustration as her refusal persisted. With a rosy complexion, she half-heartedly murmured, "Do you not have Jinyu? She would suffice, seek her out." Yet, my heart longed solely for her. I was not naive. I understood the necessity of demonstrating loyalty at such a moment. I maintained my embrace of the proprietress, but my hand ventured beneath her skirt, the tension palpable as I feared her rejection. As anticipated, she rebuffed my advance, swiftly seizing my hand, turning to me with a bashful countenance, and breathlessly admonished, "You must behave yourself, do you understand?" Unable to resist the allure of her flushed face, I impulsively leaned in and pressed my lips against hers. Initially, she resisted, but gradually, her defenses crumbled. She turned towards me, enveloping me in her arms, reciprocating my affection. What began as shyness and evasion transformed into eager engagement and warmth. The temperature in the kitchen soared. Just as I felt the urge to escalate our intimacy, the proprietress regained her composure. Looking at my eager expression, she relented with a brief kiss and gently said, "Not now. It would be inappropriate if Jinyu were to come down and see us. Please, be obedient." Reluctantly, I acquiesced. Though my desires burned within me, witnessing the deep blush on her cheeks compelled me to restrain myself. I retreated to the living room, crossing my legs as I observed her diligently preparing a meal in the kitchen, the earlier moments replaying vividly in my mind, stirring excitement within me. I was not oblivious. I sensed her yearning as well, yet morality and rationality held her back. Patience was essential, I needed to proceed gradually, ensuring she did not become overly bashful. At that moment, the enchanting Jinyu descended from upstairs. Noticing my dreamy smile as I lounged on the sofa, she curiously inquired, "What are you smiling about?" Startled by her voice, I hastily replied, "Oh, I wasn't smiling at anything." Embarrassed and irritated, I retorted, "Why can't I smile?" She replied, "I never said you couldn't. It's just that your smile seems rather infatuated." Jinyu rolled her eyes at me, her keen intellect failing to grasp that I had nearly crossed a line with the proprietress just moments before. After chiding me, she elegantly crossed her legs and asked, "Would you like to play a game?" "What game?" I perked up at the mention of a game, as I had a fondness for them. Often, while waiting for Mr. Chin in the car, I indulged in mobile games akin to Honor of Kings and Peace Elite. "I'm game for anything," I replied. "Then let us play Honor of Kings." The duration of the game Peace Elite felt excessively prolonged, while Honor of Kings offered a more convenient and swift experience. I formed a team with Xiao Jinyu, and initially, I felt indifferent. However, after a few rounds, my calmness began to wane. Approaching Xiao Jinyu, I caught a glimpse of her account. Astonishingly, she possessed every character and skin. After a rough calculation, it seemed she had spent several tens of thousands. In contrast, I owned only one skin, the Lubon Arcade Boy, which cost over 200 yuan. I had painstakingly saved skin fragments for more than a year, accumulating over 100 fragments before finally spending 100 yuan to acquire it. This was the sole expenditure I had made in the game. "You are quite extravagant," I couldn't help but comment to Xiao Jinyu, fearing she might squander my 10,000 yuan on game skins. "Are you worried I'll use your money for skins?" Xiao Jinyu discerned my thoughts and chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I will save and spend it wisely. All these skins were gifts from others. Who would purchase so many skins for you?" I expressed my skepticism. "Not just one person," she replied, her face radiant with a beaming smile. With a mischievous glimmer in her eyes, she continued, "You have no idea? There are many kind-hearted souls. All I have to do is sweetly ask in the channel, and the gentlemen eagerly rush to buy me skins. A bunch of sycophants." I muttered darkly, for I harbored a deep disdain for such individuals. It irritated me that any woman could merely feign sweetness, and a swarm of admirers would follow, tainting the gaming environment. Seeing my displeasure, Xiao Jinyu erupted into laughter, her legs crossed and chin resting on her hand, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" "Impossible," I retorted immediately, valuing my pride. "I thought you might be jealous," she remarked, surprised. Then her mood brightened, her gaze playful. "Since you're not jealous, I feel relieved. Tonight, I'll invite a few gentlemen to join us in the game." Her words dampened my spirits instantly. I even contemplated reclaiming that 10,000 yuan, yet I lacked the courage to do so, merely expressing my displeasure. "I want to play with you. You can enjoy yourself with your gentlemen." At that moment, Xiao Jinyu, noticing my discomfort, could no longer contain her laughter, collapsing onto the sofa, clutching her stomach in amusement. She found it hilarious, while I could not share in the laughter. Her mirth sparked my irritation, and I glared at her on the sofa, contemplating revenge. Had the proprietress not been present, I would have pinned her down and given her a piece of my mind. Chapter 65. The intoxicated Xiao Jinyu. The dishes soon arrived. Primarily seafood. The proprietress brought over the pre-prepared red wine, uncorked it, and poured it into 3 elegant goblets, handing one to Xiao Jinyu and another to me. I cannot indulge in alcohol, as I must go to fetch Mr. Chun upon his return, although I am quite eager to sample the exquisite red wine. My role as the designated driver compels me to refrain, thus I resolve to merely observe the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu as they partake. "It's all right, have a drink," she reassured me, recalling a previous message from Mr. Chun, stating he would return by taxi and did not require my assistance. The proprietress smiled elegantly at me, lifting her glass of red wine, and turned to Xiao Jinyu, saying, "Jinyu, it's not easy for you to visit me, and since you depart tomorrow, I must share a toast with you." Xiao Jinyu rose as well, delighting in the gathering with the proprietress and Li Qingmei. As her time in the bustling metropolis is scarce, we must indeed drink together. We shared a dormitory in our university days, our bond akin to that of sisters. Now that we are married, it has become rare to see each other. Both women raised their glasses and drank heartily. As they conversed, their laughter filled the air, and before long, an entire bottle of wine had been consumed. Aware that this was a moment for the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu to reminisce, I wisely chose to remain a spectator, savoring the wine in small sips while relishing the taste of the king crab legs. I had only experienced this delicacy once before, at a wedding hosted by the son of a construction magnate, where Mr. Chun had invited me to fill the empty seats, making the banquet appear more lively. It was then that I first tasted king crab. Regrettably, I only managed to sample a single leg. Even so, I shared my experience on social media, receiving numerous likes, which was my first encounter with the sweetness of vanity. Women are emotional beings, and after a few drinks, they tend to open up and confide in one another. As Xiao Jinyu became inebriated, her cheeks flushed, she lamented her life, resting her forehead on her hand and sighing. In truth, I am not very happy at all. Why is that? The proprietress, her demeanor enchanting and slightly tipsy, smiled and replied, I believe you are the happiest among us three, living without worries and enjoying your freedom. Although you cannot travel elsewhere, as long as you are in the metropolis, he will not hinder you. Xiao Jinyu shook her head. That is merely superficial. While I may appear glamorous, do you know how those women in the metropolis speak of me behind my back? They dare not insult me openly, but privately they call me a gold-digging vixen, claiming I am merely after money as his mistress. I confess, it is for money. My family is impoverished. Yang Jubao must be aware of this, which is why he keeps a close watch on me, fearing I might betray him. Wherever I go, someone informs him. I have essentially fallen into Yang Jubao's grasp for life. I was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her words. I knew Xiao Jinyu had a partner, yet I never imagined that such a beautiful woman could be a mistress. Surely, with her looks, she could find a good man to marry. What reason could she have to be a mistress? The proprietress continued her conversation with Xiao Jinyu, saying, there is nothing inherently wrong with being with him. At least he treats you well. He will provide you with whatever you desire, be it status or wealth. Yet, a mistress remains a mistress. Interrupting with a charming smile, Xiao Jinyu, clearly intoxicated, responded, what I envy most is you and Li Qingmei. Li Qingmei comes from a distinguished family and possesses an independent spirit. She can thrive without a man. Your circumstances are also admirable. You are beautiful and affluent, capable of marrying anyone. Unlike me, who, in her quest for success, must settle for being a mistress. I may appear glamorous, but in reality, it's all a facade. Upon hearing this, the proprietress, lost in thought and slightly disheartened, filled Xiao Jinyu's glass, remarking, every family has its own struggles. The happiness you perceive may not be genuine. Let us not dwell on such matters. Let us drink. Indeed. Let us drink, Xiao Jinyu replied, raising her glass and downing the contents in one swift motion. She then slammed the glass down and exclaimed, all men are worthless. I had been savoring my wine and seafood, but at her outburst, I froze, holding my breath, desperate to avoid drawing attention to myself. Yet, Xiao Jinyu noticed my discomfort and laughed, pouring me more wine. Leaning in closer, and with a tipsy grin said, do not worry, I am not speaking of you. You are my little man. Come, let us share a cup of wine together. After a glance at the proprietress, who nodded in approval, I clinked glasses with Xiao Jinyu. Given my poor tolerance for alcohol, I nearly retched after downing the glass of red wine. At that moment, the proprietress turned to Xiao Jinyu and said, by the way, my college classmates mentioned that Feng Iran is now a sales manager at a real estate company in Shanghai. He seems to be doing quite well, having bought a house there last year. Do you perhaps feel a twinge of regret? Feng Iran was Xiao Jinyu's boyfriend during her university days. He had loved her deeply, but she ultimately chose Yang Jubao, a man over a decade her senior and already married. Xiao Jinyu shook her head in response. I do not regret it. Really? You don't regret it? The proprietress seemed skeptical. Feng Iran had been quite the heartthrob and treated Xiao Jinyu well during their time together, while Yang Jubao, despite his wealth and status, could never provide the recognition she desired as a mistress. Why should I regret? Should I go to him, weeping and wailing about my regrets, hoping for reconciliation, only to be met with disdain and accusations of being a worthless woman? I am not so pathetic. Being a canary is quite sufficient. Stumbling slightly, clearly intoxicated with a flushed face, Xiao Jinyu suddenly became exuberant, casting off her shoes and approaching the proprietress, exclaiming, Miao Shua, turn on the music, let us dance. The television in the living room of the proprietress's home resembled that of a family KTV. As the curtains were drawn and the ambient spotlights near the ceiling illuminated, the atmosphere of a karaoke lounge enveloped the space. Xiao Jinyu selected a dance track pulsating with rhythm. The lights, the beauty, the music, suddenly, the ambience of a nightclub materialized. Xiao Jinyu let her hair loose, her curvaceous figure swaying in harmony with the beat, pulling the proprietress along, the two of them embracing each other's waists. Their alluring silhouettes twisting and turning under the dim lights, exuding an indescribable allure. They bore a resemblance to the seductive dancers on a bar stage. Yet, none could compare to the grace of Xiao Jinyu and the proprietress. Their enchanting figures and the flush of intoxication on their faces were utterly captivating. I had indulged in a bit of red wine myself, and as I watched from the side, I felt an overwhelming heat coursing through me. However, amidst the revelry, it seemed that Xiao Jinyu was on the verge of tears. The alcohol had heightened her emotions. She wiped away her tears and suddenly beckoned me with a finger, mouthing, "Little man, come dance with your sister." But I was utterly unskilled in the art of dance. I was taken aback by her words. The tears on Xiao Jinyu's face were unmistakable, her emotions heightened, and she suddenly shouted at me, "Are you coming over or not? Do you disdain me for being a mistress for money? Do you look down on me?" Chapter 66. The amnesia after drinking. Her words left me in a quandary. Whether to accompany her in dance or to refrain was a dilemma. I cast a pleading glance at the proprietress, who, recognizing Xiao Jinyu's distress, nodded at me, urging me to comply. Seeing her nod, I steeled myself and approached, joining Xiao Jinyu in a dance, my hands, guided by her, resting on her slender waist. While the proprietress watched nearby, too timid to glance elsewhere or to make any inappropriate gestures. The atmosphere was particularly awkward. At that moment, Xiao Jinyu, both laughing and crying, pulled the proprietress closer, forming a circle with the three of us, our heads touching as we swayed to the music. I exchanged a glance with the proprietress. She too bore a hint of intoxication, her face flushed, yet she remained far more composed than Xiao Jinyu, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Unaware of our subtle exchange, Xiao Jinyu, with a quivering voice and a gaze clouded with tears, addressed the proprietress, "Miao Shua, I can no longer turn back. Do you know that those so-called high society women are stabbing me in the back, calling me a vain woman who merely loves money? Even those loathsome men regard me with disgust. My own family members have joined in this treachery. How could they act this way? Whenever I offered them money, they never refused. Now, I have no close friends left. Only you and Qing Mei remain. You are my dearest confidant. Please, never leave me." Xiao Jinyu spoke to the proprietress with a hint of desperation in her voice. As she spoke, tears streamed down Xiao Jinyu's face. After all, the bond forged over years of friendship was profound. Witnessing Xiao Jinyu's tear-streaked visage, the proprietress found herself unable to hold back her own tears and quickly consoled her, saying, all right, I will not leave you. We shall always remain the best of sisters, closer than blood relatives." "Really?" Xiao Jinyu, with her tearful eyes, asked with a hint of skepticism, then pouted her alluring crimson lips and playfully requested, "Then kiss me." The proprietress indeed leaned in and kissed Xiao Jinyu. Initially, upon hearing Xiao Jinyu's heartfelt lament, I felt a pang of sympathy for her, realizing that beneath her seemingly glamorous exterior lay a story of hardship. However, I was taken aback when, amidst their affectionate exchange, the two women unexpectedly kissed in front of me. Their breathless gasps, laden with urgency, pierced through the silence, leaving me flushed with an overwhelming sensation, particularly envious of the scene unfolding before me. Just then, Xiao Jinyu suddenly released the proprietress and pressed her lips against mine. I widened my eyes in shock, my body frozen in place, for the proprietress was right beside us. Turning to glance at her, I noticed she appeared slightly inebriated, her gaze fixated on the unexpected kiss between Xiao Jinyu and myself, a hint of jealousy flickering in her eyes. "I want to kiss too," the proprietress exclaimed, her eyes glazed, as she leaned closer, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, her enticing lips exuding an irresistible allure. Xiao Jinyu kissed the proprietress once more, only for the proprietress to push her away and, with a dreamy smile directed at me, declare, "I don't want to kiss you. I want to kiss Xiao Lin." She then approached me, her breath laced with the scent of alcohol, exuding an intoxicating charm. Despite knowing I should resist, I found it impossible to turn down such an ardent and assertive proprietress, one I had never encountered before. Thus, I began to succumb to the allure of the moment. In a hazy sequence of events, the three of us ceased dancing and settled on the floor, consuming copious amounts of alcohol. Xiao Jinyu and the proprietress engaged in heartfelt conversation, alternating between laughter and tears, reminiscing about a certain Li Qingmei, though the specifics of their discussion eluded my memory. When I finally regained consciousness, a throbbing pain engulfed my head, excruciatingly intense. It was not merely a headache, my lower back ached, and I felt utterly drained of strength, completely exhausted. As I propped myself up, cradling my aching head, I struggled to recollect the events that had transpired. Outside, darkness had enveloped the sky, and I found myself in a bed covered by a blanket. Surveying my surroundings, it appeared to be the master bedroom of the proprietress and Mr. Chun. But hadn't I been downstairs drinking with the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu? Then I noticed a sharp pain in my arm. Glancing down, I discovered a deep bite mark etched into my skin. Staring at the mark, I felt as though my mind had short-circuited. How could there be a bite mark on my arm? I propped my head up, attempting to sit up, but as soon as I stirred, I sensed something amiss. My arm brushed against a smooth, warm body, and turning my head, I discovered it was Xiao Jinyu. Judging by her exposed shoulder, she appeared to be devoid of any clothing beneath the covers. I found myself in the bedroom of the proprietress alongside Xiao Jinyu. But where was the proprietress? Where had she gone? My body stiffened as I recalled the events leading up to this moment, a vague suspicion forming in my mind that I dared not entertain. Just then, a familiar woman's soft moan echoed from the other side. It was none other than the proprietress, Lin Miaoxua. An icy chill gripped my heart as I turned to glance at her, and indeed, she lay on my other side, her shoulder bared, hair tousled, and her face still flushed from intoxication. From this angle, I could even glimpse the delicate expanse of her neck, partially obscured yet tantalizingly revealed. Had I encountered such a sight in the past, I would have been filled with a fervent desire to steal a glance. However, now, I lacked any inclination to look. Anxiety gnawed at me. I dared not even breathe too loudly, fearing I might awaken the proprietress. Although I had shared an intimate moment with Xiao Jinyu, the circumstances had changed. The proprietress was now intermingled in this perplexing scenario. Any woman would find this situation unacceptable, particularly someone as conservative as the proprietress. After a while, the proprietress stirred slightly, as if on the verge of waking. I quickly lay still, closing my eyes tightly, feigning sleep as if oblivious to everything. Yet, that infernal heartbeat would not relent, and my breathing had grown noticeably heavy, betraying my tension. My heart raced like a drum. Indeed, it was not long before the proprietress awakened. She sat up unconsciously, the covers slipping away, revealing her ample, fair skin and alluring blush. She pinched her brow, still reeling from the effects of drink. It was clear she had indulged too much, not only suffering a headache, but also feeling an overwhelming heaviness and soreness throughout her body. Vaguely, she recalled a dream of riding a horse along a distant mountain path until she was utterly spent. Jinyu, she called out weakly, rubbing her head. Xiao Jinyu remained sound asleep, unresponsive to her call. I kept my eyes tightly shut, continuing to pretend to be asleep, my nerves frayed. I was aware of the proprietress's fondness for me, but even that affection could not alter the gravity of the current situation. The fatigue in my body and the marks on my arm confirmed that I had indeed been intimate with both of them. Jinyu, why don't you answer me? The proprietress, receiving no response, instinctively nudged the body beside her. I felt her hand push against me, and my heart nearly leaped from my chest. I remained utterly still. Chapter 67. A Dilemma of Humanity. Upon noticing Xiao Jinyu's silence, the proprietress turned her gaze towards me, bewildered. She glanced at the peacefully slumbering Xiao Jinyu beside her, then at her own unadorned form, her mouth slightly agape, her striking visage brimming with disbelief. As the reality of the situation dawned upon her, her face flushed crimson with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, reflecting on how she had imbibed to the point of oblivion, inadvertently granting this scoundrel an advantage. The more she contemplated, the more mortified she became, prompting her to push me firmly while whispering in vexation, "Lin Dong, get up at once." At this juncture, feigning sleep became untenable. I rubbed my eyes and turned towards the proprietress, inquiring in a dazed manner, "What is the matter, proprietress?" In an instant, my eyes widened in disbelief as I scrutinized her, then glanced at my own self, exclaiming, "Proprietress? How is it that you are lying beside me? How can you even inquire about my well-being?" The proprietress pointed to Xiao Jinyu, who remained obliviously asleep on the other side, and muttered in a hushed yet agitated tone, "Do you not see who is beside you?" While I was acutely aware of Xiao Jinyu's presence, I feigned ignorance and cast a glance in her direction, only to spring up in a flurry of panic, completely at a loss. What on earth is happening? The words escaped me in disarray. In this moment, I understood that survival in this world often hinged on one's ability to act. It was imperative that I presented an innocent facade, for in the proprietress's eyes, the distinction between being informed and oblivious was profound. Indeed, upon witnessing my own flustered demeanor, the proprietress's ire subsided somewhat. She scrutinized me for a prolonged moment before asking, "Do you truly remember nothing of what transpired earlier?" "I do not recall," I stammered. "I had too much to drink." "You are aware that I cannot drink while driving for Mr. Chun, hence my poor tolerance. I only remember you and Sister Jinyu encouraging me to drink copiously. It was only when you called to me that I realized I was lying here." As I spoke, my words faltered, for the proprietress was seated before me, unclothed. And from my vantage point, I could not help but behold the alluring contours of her figure, though not as grand as Xiao Jinyu's. The proprietress's form was remarkably fair and exquisitely proportioned, with delicate blossoms adorning her skin, a sight both enchanting and captivating. Upon hearing my words, the proprietress's anger diminished significantly, as she was aware of my usual aversion to alcohol. However, she soon sensed something amiss, following the direction of my gaze. She lowered her head and immediately covered herself with a quilt, shielding her modesty. "Are you still looking? Do not dare to," she exclaimed, her face aflame with embarrassment as she shot me a reproachful glare. I quickly averted my gaze and glanced at the still sleeping Xiao Jinyu, feigning confusion as I turned back to the proprietress and asked, "What am I to do now?" The proprietress felt a twinge of headache, never anticipating that a mere sip of alcohol would lead to such an incident. She contemplated unleashing her anger, but hesitated, for she had been the one to invite Lin Dong to drink alongside her. After a moment of vexation, she irritably instructed me, "Please step outside." My heart leaped with joy, realizing I had temporarily escaped a predicament, and I promptly rose to leave. Just as I was about to exit, her low, admonishing voice echoed behind me, "Be quiet as you move, don't wake her." Then came a flustered, shy murmur, "Oh dear, why are you not wearing any pants?" Upon noticing my state of undress, the proprietress felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, swiftly turning her head away. I, too, felt a tinge of awkwardness, bewildered as to where my clothes had vanished. Cautiously, I descended from the bed and finally spotted my garments on the floor, hastily dressing as I made my way outside. Once I reached the threshold, I gradually regained my composure and began to reflect on the events that had transpired. I cast a glance at the deep bite marks on my arm, already showing signs of bruising. When I pressed my fingers against them, a sharp pain shot through me, and I was uncertain whether it was Xiao Jinyu or the proprietress who had inflicted it. Most crucially, I could not recall any of the preceding events. At that moment, the proprietress emerged from the room, now clad in loose pajamas, her face still bearing a rosy glow from the alcohol. After gently closing the door behind her, she fixed me with an indignant stare and said, "I never would have guessed you had such a side. I always regarded you as a trustworthy younger brother. Yet here you are, contemplating shared pleasures." Seeing her anger, I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and quickly implored, "Madam, I assure you, I am not that kind of person. I drank too much and remember nothing beyond a fleeting kiss from Sister Jinyu," followed by her tearful insistence that we dance and drink with her. "I was aware she kissed you, and though I noticed her distress, I refrained from voicing my thoughts. She tends to cry easily when intoxicated, and it would have been cruel not to accompany her." The proprietress, feeling agitated, reflected on the chaotic scene, her mind awash with confusion. She never imagined she would find herself entangled in such drunken folly involving 3 individuals. My heavens, if word of this got out, how could she show her face again? The more she pondered, the more embarrassed she felt, nearly brought to tears by the absurdity of the situation. Noticing her silence, I presumed she was still upset, and in a moment of impulsiveness, I boldly inquired, "Madam, do you recall that you kissed me afterward?" "I do not remember," she retorted immediately, her reaction akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her anger flaring. "You seem to remember quite well. Don't try to deceive me with tales of drunken forgetfulness." "Nay, I truly have no recollection," I replied, wishing to chastise myself for my foolishness. Eager to prove my innocence, I presented my arm, marked with bite impressions, and said, "Look at the bite marks on my arm." Feigning innocence, I spoke to the proprietress. "I have no idea who has bitten my arm, yet it is bruised." Knowing her to be a rather shy woman, I deliberately cast a dubious glance in her direction and boldly inquired, "Pray tell, was it you who bit me?" Indeed, upon hearing my query, her anger diminished. Her cheeks flushed with a hue so vivid it seemed as if they might bleed, particularly striking against the backdrop of the darkening sky outside. She appeared exceptionally enchanting. Were it not for the chaotic aftermath of indulgence in spirits, I might have been compelled to steal a kiss from her. How could I possibly bite you? The proprietress promptly denied, her face suffused with color. At that moment, I was captivated by her beauty, my heart racing. And I understood why many men declare that alluring young women are eternal deities. With her beauty undoubtedly being the epitome of divinity, graceful yet exuding a beguiling allure that could enchant beyond reason. I gazed at her in awe, yet inexplicably remarked, "How curious. If it wasn't Sister Jinyu who bit me, it must have been you. Surely, I could not have bitten myself. Who knows about you?" She retorted, casting a sharp glance my way. After a few drinks, one loses all sense of self-control. It is entirely plausible that you could bite yourself. Chapter 68, Mr. Chen returns. I am not a fool. Having followed Mr. Chun for 3 years, I am acutely aware that certain matters are not worth contesting. Especially when it comes to women, one must adopt a posture of humility. Thus, I murmured softly, "Well, that is indeed a possibility." Upon hearing this, the proprietress regained her confidence and retorted playfully, "What do you mean? A possibility? It was you who bit yourself." However, she was, after all, a woman with a delicate sensibility. Despite her seemingly strong stance in attributing the blame to me, she felt her cheeks heat once more and, feigning irritation, declared, "Enough. You must not tell anyone about this. Do you understand?" "Yes, I promise to keep it a secret," I assured her. With her anger subsiding, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, my lips curling into an involuntary smile as I continued to admire her flushed visage, which was undeniably charming and beautiful. "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll have your eyes for dinner." She feigned ferocity, glaring at me before retreating to her room. There, she encountered a disordered bed and the slumbering figure of Xiao Jinyu, who lay sprawled in a disheveled state. Instantly, her face flushed anew. "It's all this wretched girl's fault for insisting we drink so much." Fuming, the proprietress approached the bed and roused Xiao Jinyu. "Wake up. What time is it? Why are you still sleeping? Someone else has taken advantage of the situation. Please, I'm so tired and wish to sleep." Xiao Jinyu murmured, reluctant to rise. If there had been anyone else in the room, their eyes would have surely widened at the sight of her figure, which was sculpted to perfection, every curve exquisitely defined, devoid of any excess. "No more sleeping." The proprietress, disregarding Xiao Jinyu's protests, forcibly sat her up and, with a look of concern, inquired, "Do you remember what transpired earlier?" "Earlier? What happened?" Xiao Jinyu blinked in confusion, still in a daze, rubbing her disheveled hair. Her stunning visage bore a look of innocent grievance as she lamented, "Darling, my head aches terribly." "Your headache is well-deserved." The proprietress observed Xiao Jinyu's state with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. However, certain matters needed clarification. She gently lifted Xiao Jinyu's still sleepy face and pressed on. "I'm referring to what occurred after you had been drinking. Do you recall?" At last, Xiao Jinyu seemed to awaken fully, gazing at the proprietress with a blank expression. "What incident?" Seeing her like this, the proprietress decided to abandon her inquiries. Having known Xiao Jinyu for over a decade, she was well aware of her tendency to overindulge in alcohol, leading to forgetfulness. "I can't let you drink so much in the future," she sighed, gathering a change of clothes and heading toward the bathroom. Yet, as she stood beneath the shower, her heart raced, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach. "Oh, what a fate!" After some time, the proprietress let out a soft sigh beneath the water. After guarding her heart for so long, she had ultimately succumbed. Once separated from the proprietress, I returned to my car and played a song by Huang Jiaju, feeling elated. Although I had been startled upon waking to find the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu beside me, the thrill now surged within me. Both women were undeniably stunning. And had it been in the past, I would have never dared to gaze at them too long, acutely aware of the disparity between us. Yet now, I had shared intimate moments with both, and the thought of the proprietress's earlier chiding about my enjoyment of such blessings made me smile, filling me with a sense of accomplishment. However, a wave of melancholy soon washed over me. I truly could not recall anything beyond the fleeting memory of Xiao Jinyu kissing me, followed by the proprietress, seemingly jealous, also kissing me. And then it all faded to black. The only remnants of that night were the throbbing headache and the bite marks on my arm, silently attesting to the reality of my encounters with both the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu. Just then, I squinted my eyes in contemplation. The car's rearview mirror abruptly illuminated with blinding high beams. Shortly thereafter, a taxi halted at the entrance, and Mr. Chun, who had initially planned to be away on business for a week, alighted from the vehicle. Upon noticing this, I immediately exited my own car. Mr. Chun, upon seeing me, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What are you doing in the car at this late hour?" "I couldn't sleep, so I decided to step out," I replied, recalling the task Mr. Chun had entrusted to me, feeling somewhat guilty and unable to meet his gaze. Fortunately, he did not dwell on my presence. Instead, he leisurely produced a pack of premium cigarettes, priced at $100 per pack, and offered me one. Lighting one for himself, he casually asked, "So, how are things progressing with my wife?" I evaded his gaze as I explained, "Not very well. The boss's wife is always with her friends, and I hardly have the opportunity to speak with her." This posed a genuine concern. Mr. Chin nodded in understanding, aware that his wife was a rather conservative woman. With Xiao Jinyu's arrival, it was even less likely for her to engage with Lin Dong in front of outsiders. Then, exhaling a plume of smoke, Mr. Chin inquired, "When is Xiao Jinyu leaving?" "Tomorrow, I believe," I responded. "Well, that's a relief," he said, visibly relaxing. He then turned to me and said, "You are aware of my situation. Zhou Yiye cannot wait any longer. At the latest, I must marry her next month, which means I need to propose a divorce to Lin Miaoxue within this week." This revelation left me somewhat distressed. Firstly, I could never betray the boss's wife. Secondly, Mr. Chen was not a man of integrity. Having received my assistance, he might easily discard me, jeopardizing my job and my reasons for residing in the boss's household. This was simply unacceptable to me. So, as I lit the cigarette Mr. Chun had given me, I hesitantly replied, "Mr. Chun, it's not that I do not wish to assist you, but the time is too short. I can only manage a few words with the boss's wife. She would never consider sleeping with me." Mr. Chun's demeanor shifted slightly as he shot me an annoyed glance, stating, "Didn't I mention that if you can't win her over, you must resort to force? But that could lead to imprisonment," I retorted, unable to contain myself. Although I understood that the boss's wife would likely not report me, Mr. Chen's suggestion to resort to force against her left me feeling deeply unsettled. Perceiving him as a scoundrel, it was one thing to entice the boss's wife, but to suggest coercion was utterly reprehensible. Was this truly the conduct of a man? Moreover, what troubled me most was the realization that my role as Mr. Chen's driver was the sole reason he sought my assistance. Had I not been in this position, would he have sought someone else to impose upon the boss's wife? This was an unbearable notion for me. I could not permit anyone, not even her husband, to harm her. Just then, Mr. Chun let out a low chuckle, but in an instant, his demeanor shifted as he gripped my neck and forcefully shoved me against the car door. Bang! I collided with the car door, feeling a sharp pain in my back, while my neck throbbed from being gripped by Mr. Chun, leaving me breathless. As I raised my head, all I could see were his cold and indifferent eyes. Chapter 69. Be mindful. You're an adult now. Mr. Chen's sudden aggression left me bewildered. My throat ached as I struggled to look at him and asked in confusion, "Mr. Chen, to be honest, do you have feelings for my wife?" Mr. Chen fixed his icy gaze on me and suddenly inquired, "No, absolutely not. I have no feelings for the boss's wife. How could I possibly have feelings for her?" The moment I heard Mr. Chen's question, my heart nearly leaped out of my throat, and I quickly shook my head in denial. "That's for the best." Mr. Chen scrutinized me for a few seconds before releasing his grip. He stepped forward to adjust my collar, his tone softening as he said, "Lin Dong, for the past 3 years, I have always considered you one of my own. You know how I treat you. The divorce matter is crucial to me. I am not asking you to pursue a relationship with my wife. You must not jeopardize my affairs. Do you understand?" "I understand," I murmured. "Good. I just opened this pack of cigarettes. Take it and smoke." Mr. Chen nodded and forcefully placed the newly unwrapped Daishani cigarettes in my hand. I had no choice but to accept them. He then glanced at my hand, noticing the bandage, and casually asked, "By the way, what happened to your hand?" "I injured it by accident," I replied, instinctively hiding my hand behind my back. It was Mr. Chun who had scolded me in the video yesterday, which had led me to act out of spite and injure myself while smashing a mirror. "Be careful, you're an adult now. I'll head inside first." Mr. Chen patted my shoulder before walking towards the villa. Watching Mr. Chen's retreating figure, I felt a complex mix of emotions. Who would have thought that the man who appeared to care for me so much was, in reality, a heartless individual? As for the task he entrusted to me, I had completed it, but I could not disclose it to him. Doing so would mean putting the boss's wife in a compromising position. I could not concern myself with Mr. Chen's potential wrath. I would simply take it one step at a time. If worse came to worst, I would lose this job as a driver, but at just over 20 years old, I knew there would be other opportunities. Of course, despite what I said, I still felt quite reluctant to part with my job driving for Mr. Chen. Just then, a thought struck me. Sister Jinyu was still lying in Mr. Chen's room completely unclothed. What if Mr. Chen went upstairs and opened the door? Wouldn't Sister Jinyu be exposed? After having an intimate encounter with her, I had, to some extent, begun to regard Sister Jinyu as my own. Therefore, I was utterly unwilling to let such a scoundrel as Mr. Chen see her naked form. In a hurry, I sent a message to the boss's wife, informing her that Mr. Chen had returned and urging her to ensure Sister Jinyu got dressed. My worries subsided only when I received a reply from the boss's wife, confirming that Sister Jinyu was already up. However, it was not long before the proprietress sent me another message. Did you leave anything inside earlier? What did she mean by inside? I was momentarily perplexed. The proprietress clarified, your little tadpoles. It was then that I comprehended her words, yet the events of the afternoon eluded my memory entirely. I feebly replied, I don't recall, my memory is hazy. Even if I did remember, I couldn't admit it, for that would be tantamount to self-incrimination. On the second floor, Lin Miaoxue, upon seeing my message, lost the inclination to inquire further. After searching the bathroom trash can and finding no condoms or remnants, she finally resigned herself, blushing in frustration at that little scoundrel who had caused so much trouble. Dressed, Xiao Jinyu sat on the bed, still not fully sober. Noticing Lin Miaoxue rummaging through something, she sleepily inquired, what are you looking for? Little tadpoles. Lin Miaoxue rolled her eyes in annoyance. If it weren't for Xiao Jinyu's emotional volatility when drunk, she would never have indulged, ultimately allowing that little rascal, Lin Dong, to revel in such pleasures. In her irritation, Lin Miaoxue picked up her phone and sent me another message. Later, please go to the 24-hour pharmacy and buy me 2 boxes of emergency contraceptive pills. And bring one for Jinyu as well. Just then, Mr. Chen entered the room. Upon seeing Mr. Chen, Lin Miaoxue quickly deleted the chat history on her phone, locked the screen, and with a slightly unnatural demeanor, addressed him. Didn't you say you would be on a business trip for a week? Why are you back so soon? There were urgent matters to attend to at the company, so I returned early, Mr. Chen casually remarked. Since Xiao Jinyu was also in the room, Lin Miaoxue's unnatural expression didn't raise his suspicions. After all, no matter how astute he was, he could never fathom that between the afternoon and evening, his wife and the alluring Xiao Jinyu had engaged in indiscretions with his driver. In Mr. Chen's eyes, Xiao Jinyu and his wife represented different kinds of beauty. Xiao Jinyu possessed an irresistible allure toward men, akin to a playful little wildcat, teasing yet elusive when approached. He had previously entertained thoughts of pursuing her, but ultimately abandoned the idea when opportunities proved scarce. Nevertheless, the charm of Xiao Jinyu was undeniable. Mr. Chen cast a heated glance at Xiao Jinyu, then greeted her with enthusiasm. The magnificent Jinyu has graced us with her presence. You must stay a few more days so I can properly host you. I wish I could stay longer, but regrettably, I must return tomorrow. Xiao Jinyu replied with a smile that lacked warmth, her gaze betraying a hint of disdain. She possessed a keen sensitivity towards men's eyes, easily discerning the hidden greed in Chun Haifeng's gaze. However, since Chun Haifeng was the partner of her dear friend, Xiao Jinyu had never confided this to Lin Miaoxue, nor would she ever add Chun Haifeng as a contact on WeChat. Such a pity. Chen smiled, yet inwardly he cursed, thinking her a brazen flirt, putting on an air of aloofness before him, dressed provocatively while pretending to be innocent. In the end, wasn't she merely a woman willing to submit? Darling, Lin Miaoxue, with her gentle and innocent demeanor, failed to perceive the subtle tension between Xiao Jinyu and her husband. Instead, she playfully entreated Chen. Jinyu rarely visits Binhai and is leaving tomorrow. Would you sleep in the West Room tonight? I've already prepared it for you. On one hand, Lin Miaoxue genuinely desired more time with Xiao Jinyu. On the other hand, having indulged in too much drink earlier that afternoon, she felt a twinge of guilt. Hesitant to face Chen, despite knowing he had his own affairs outside. You too can rest. I want to be home tonight as I must attend to some matters at the office, Chen replied without hesitation. He had no intention of sleeping at home anyway. He had merely returned to exert some pressure on me. After engaging in conversation with Lin Miaoxue and Xiao Jinyu, Chen made an excuse to head to the office, requesting I drive him to Crown Number 1. his love nest with Secretary Zhou Ye. As we arrived at the base of Crown Number 1, Chen Haifeng paused before exiting the car, retrieving 10,000 yuan from his bag and handing it to me. Take this. 5,000 is your salary for the month, and the rest is for fuel. But the fuel won't cost that much. I only need 5,000, I quickly protested. In the past, I might have eagerly accepted the entire amount, overflowing with gratitude towards Chun, but now I felt conflicted. Just take it without all this fuss. Chen Haifeng frowned, irritated, and forcefully placed the 10,000 yuan into my hands before stepping out of the vehicle. Though the sum was not vast, it felt substantial in my grasp. Most importantly, I had recently lost a significant amount, 100,000 yuan, at the hands of Xiao Jinyu, making this 1,000 feel quite valuable. With this amount, I could soon save up to 50,000 again, which felt like a substantial milestone. Overall, Chen was rather kind to me. Despite his intention to dismiss me after divorcing his wife, he had his own struggles. Who would wish to see someone who had been intimate with their spouse daily? With the 10,000 in hand, I couldn't help but recall Chen's kindness. Just then, a message from the boss's wife arrived. Have you returned? Don't forget the task I entrusted to you. Though she did not state it explicitly, I understood she was referring to the contraceptive pills. Reflecting on my recent entanglement with her, my conscience tilted undeniably towards her, prompting me to hastily start my vehicle in search of a pharmacy. Upon returning home, I found the boss's wife waiting at the door. As soon as she saw me, she inquired eagerly, "Did you buy the medicine?" "I did. I got the Uding." "Is that acceptable?" I found myself at a loss regarding which medication to purchase, ultimately relying on the recommendations of the pharmacy staff. At that moment, I was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, acutely aware that the employees regarded me with disdainful glances. The proprietress, visibly vexed, remarked that contraceptive pills are hormonal and detrimental to one's health if consumed excessively. She was well aware of this fact and would not resort to such medication unless absolutely necessary. However, abstaining from it was no longer an option for her. It was true that she and Chun Haifeng had struggled with infertility for years, yet the situation with Lin Dong was markedly different. Should she find herself pregnant, her predicament would be dire, an already married woman carrying a child that wasn't her husband's. She could only imagine the scandal and the wrath of her exceedingly traditional father. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the proprietress felt a surge of anger. Having made the decision, why should the remnants linger within her? In exasperation, she turned to me and exclaimed, "Look at the mess you've created." I felt a wave of guilt wash over me, too ashamed to respond and merely lowering my gaze. The proprietress, relentless, continued to scrutinize me. "Lin Dong, you must come clean with me. Do you remember what transpired while you were intoxicated? Speak honestly, and I shall refrain from scolding you." In a barely audible whisper, I admitted, "I truly do not remember." It struck me as a grim realization. The young man had undoubtedly left his mark on me. The proprietress, now thoroughly disheartened, shot me a glare filled with embarrassment and anger, stating, "How can you be so oblivious? Two beautiful women shared your bed, and you claim to remember nothing?" I was rendered speechless, yearning to retort, "There were 3 of us, and you were one of them. Surely you don't recall the events either?" It seemed a classic case of hypocrisy. She was as complicit as I. Yet, I dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Faced with the situation, the proprietress had no further recourse. She retrieved a box of emergency contraception and thrust another into my hands, instructing, "Take this to Xiao Jinyu." Pardon? I was taken aback, unable to suppress my protest. I assent it inappropriate for me to deliver this to Sister Jinyu. She is already aware of our indiscretion. The proprietress shot me a sharp glance and retorted, "Do you think she is foolish?" It didn't take long for her to realize something was amiss. However, she remains oblivious to my involvement. Just ensure you don't let it slip. Feeling somewhat sheepish yet not overly anxious, I had already been intimate with Xiao Jinyu, and even if she found out, I doubted it would provoke too much ire. Aside from perhaps some annoyance over the fact that I had left remnants of our encounter within her. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, I found Xiao Jinyu once more asleep. Despite her disheveled appearance, her unparalleled beauty was still evident. Though she was in her 30s, her complexion surpassed that of many 18-year-olds, brimming with youthful collagen. Her figure was nothing short of stunning. Yet, with the proprietress present earlier, I had refrained from gazing at Xiao Jinyu's form. "Sister Jinyu?" Upon my entrance, I cautiously called out, yet Xiao Jinyu remained in a deep slumber. Hesitating for a moment, I approached her bedside and gently nudged her, repeating, "Sister Jinyu?" At that instant, Xiao Jinyu abruptly sat up. One hand grasped mine while the other brandished a pair of scissors, snipping menacingly as she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Taking advantage of me while I was intoxicated. How dare you? And you went so far as to leave your mark on me. Just watch as I sever your little treasure." Wait, Sister Jinyu, I was wrong. Please, don't act rashly. Fear nearly paralyzed me, and I clutched her hand tightly, too terrified to let go. I didn't do it on purpose. I truly didn't. Please believe me. Seizing a moment of clarity, I quickly released her hand and retreated to the doorway, my eyes wide with terror, unwilling to re-enter. "Come here," Xiao Jinyu commanded. I shook my head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. "Sister, please don't be impulsive. I was out of it too. I remember nothing." "Is that so? You were also out of it? Then I suppose I can't blame you," Xiao Jinyu replied, her expression softening as she sighed, running her fingers through her hair. "It's the alcohol's fault. This is why one should avoid drinking. It truly is a perilous substance, leading to uncontrollable behavior." Upon finishing her thought, she looked at me and inquired, "By the way, Miao Shua mentioned you went to buy contraceptives. Did you bring them?" "Yes," I replied, relieved to see Xiao Jinyu's anger dissipating. I handed her the prepared contraceptive pills, but as I neared the bed, an unsettling feeling washed over me. The atmosphere had inexplicably grown still. I glanced at Xiao Jinyu, only to find her true nature unveiled. Wielding the scissors, she lunged at me with a fierce determination, the blade nearly grazing my vital areas, sending my heart racing as I turned to flee. "You scoundrel! Stop right there. Just watch. I will not spare you today." Xiao Jinyu pursued me with relentless fury. Chapter 71. A Shocking Revelation. Half an hour later, both Xiao Jinyu and I were breathless, seated at the dining table under the watchful eye of the proprietress, who had intervened to temper the situation. Yet, Xiao Jinyu stubbornly clutched the scissors, occasionally casting furtive glances towards my lower half, sending chills down my spine. Each time she exhibited the slightest inclination to rise, I too would prepare to stand and escape. It became increasingly evident to me that Xiao Jinyu was not as sweet and endearing as her exterior suggested. Deep down, she was a true demon. What normal person could chase me for half an hour? Xiao Jinyu had pursued me relentlessly, while the proprietress had watched the spectacle with amusement for the same duration. Only when we were both panting heavily did she step in to mediate and put an end to our antics. "Jinyu, do not harbor anger towards him any longer," the proprietress humorously remarked to Xiao Jinyu. "He did not deceive you. He truly cannot drink. In the past, whenever he drove my husband, he never touched a drop. I must say, you bear some responsibility in this matter. Had you not coerced him into consuming so much alcohol, would you have suffered this misfortune?" Xiao Jinyu had chased for half an hour, utterly exhausted, beads of sweat soaking her forehead, yet her eyes remained sharp and fiercely fixed upon me. "I will not accept this misfortune," she declared. The proprietress, with a hint of resignation, replied, "The deed is done. What do you wish to do now?" "Quite simple. I shall castrate his little dong," Xiao Jinyu exclaimed, brandishing a pair of scissors and aiming them in my direction. "Impossible." I instantly rejected her proposition. "On what grounds?" "I barely recall the events. 2 individuals shared a bed, yet why should I alone be punished? Who knows, if I had resisted, you might have resorted to force against me. The bite marks on my arm are evidence." As I revealed the bruised bite marks on my arm, it was evident how fiercely they had been inflicted. The proprietress, catching sight of the marks, felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. Previously, she had seen the bite but was unaware of the assailant's identity. However, in the presence of Xiao Jinyu, she could not possibly acknowledge her knowledge and instead feigned ignorance. Xiao Jinyu and the proprietress reacted starkly differently. She slammed her hand on the table and glared at me, stating, "It is evidence. You have assaulted me. I did not consent, which is why I bit you. Now, you have nothing to say? Is that even valid?" I gazed at Xiao Jinyu as though I had seen a ghost, astonished. It became clear why so many people struggle to out-argue women. Who could possibly contend with such logic? Xiao Jinyu, brimming with indignation, retorted, "Why not?" The proprietress, observing our verbal sparring, could not suppress a laugh and advised Xiao Jinyu, "Forget it. Do not stoop to his level. Just consider it a dog bite." At her words, I cast a resentful glance at the proprietress, realizing she was clearly using this as an opportunity to insult me. She noticed my look but chose to ignore it, a subtle smile playing on her lips. By now, Xiao Jinyu's anger had mostly dissipated. She placed the scissors on the table and, exasperated, said, "It is not that I mind him being with me. The crucial issue is that he remained inside. Do you understand? My menstrual cycle is always regular. If this contraceptive alters it, my husband might suspect me. Jinyu, I am truly sorry. It was unintentional, I responded, feeling a pang of guilt at her words. Enough. Discussing this now is futile. Xiao Jinyu waved her hand dismissively, rising to pinch the bridge of her nose. I have a slight headache. I shall retire now. We can address any matters tomorrow. Soon. Only the proprietress and I remained in the living room. Unaware that taking contraceptives could disrupt one's menstrual cycle, I cautiously inquired, Madam, have you taken your medication? Indeed. I have, she replied. The proprietress, her cheeks still tinged with a rosy hue, nodded subtly but clearly did not wish to elaborate on the matter. Instead, she turned to me and inquired, where has Chen Haifeng gone? To Crown Number 1. His secretary's residence? Indeed. I did not conceal the truth from her. It was evident that the proprietress had sensed something amiss with Chen Haifeng long ago. However, many women are reluctant to entertain suspicions of infidelity concerning their husbands. By the time they are willing to venture such thoughts, it signifies that they have resigned themselves to the reality. At that juncture, myriad details they had previously chosen to overlook suddenly become glaringly clear. The proprietress continued to question me. You were aware of their affair quite early, were you not? He claimed to be busy with work and attending to clients. But in truth, he was with Zhouyiya? Yes, I replied, my voice tinged with guilt. Yet I opted for honesty. The proprietress raised her gaze to meet mine, her countenance serene, her eyes calm, her tone steady. So, on numerous occasions, you were complicit in covering for him, concealing the truth from me? I must admit, when the proprietress is serious, she exudes an unparalleled dignity. Her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her unadorned face bore no trace of emotion. She sat there, silently observing me, and the atmosphere grew heavy with her presence. I felt a weight in my heart and struggled to articulate my explanation. It was not my intention. Chun is my employer, and I receive my salary from him. When he asked for my assistance in maintaining his facade, I felt compelled to comply. The proprietress asked, and what about now? Now, I am certainly aligned with you. I declared, eager to pledge my loyalty. Truly, I have never deceived you. I sense that Chun has realized my disloyalty. Upon hearing the word disloyalty, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, as she queried, what makes you say that? I cannot explain it. It is merely a feeling, I reminisced. Chen used to treat me with courtesy, openly discussing matters with me. But recently, I sense a depth in his demeanor, and he no longer shares everything as he once did. At this point, I pondered aloud. Perhaps my failure to keep him updated has led him to suspect me. Indeed, Chen Haifeng is a man who values detail and possesses a profound mind. If what you say is true, he may indeed harbor doubts about you. With that, the proprietress remained poised, her elegance striking. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly asked, many pursued me in my youth, including men of considerable family background and personal merit. Can you guess why I chose to marry the then unremarkable Chen Haifeng? Merely a contractor? Why? I instinctively inquired. The proprietress's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, a blend of sarcasm and self-deprecation, as she coldly replied, because he assaulted me years ago. What? I was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that such a harrowing event had led the proprietress to marry Chun. At that moment, the insinuations made by Mr. Chen suddenly surged in my mind. He had implied that if one could not win the affection of the boss's wife through conventional means, one should resort to force. He also mentioned that, as a woman, the boss's wife would undoubtedly feel too embarrassed to speak out. It became evident that he had previously engaged in such despicable acts. An overwhelming fury erupted within me, enraged by the thought that Chen Haifeng could perpetrate such inhumane acts against such a remarkable woman. Just as my anger peaked, the extraordinarily beautiful boss's wife approached me, her face a portrait of sorrow and her eyes veiled with pain, softly inquiring, will you ever sell me out for money? Never, I replied, my heart nearly shattered. My response resolute. Chapter 72, Wastefulness and Excess. As night deepened, an eerie silence enveloped the outside world. Alone in my room, sleep eluded me, my mind consumed by the haunting visage of the boss's wife, etched indelibly in my memory. I recalled the myriad of moments spent driving for Mr. Chen over the past 3 years. He left an impression of formidable prowess, exuding a touch of the underworld's bravado, masterfully navigating social and political realms with ease. At the dining table, he reigned supreme. In contrast, the boss's wife embodied grace and exquisite beauty. To some extent, I admired and envied Mr. Chen. I did not perceive any downfall in his character due to his liaison with Secretary Zhou Yeye. I am not a rigid thinker. I understand that capable men inevitably attract admirers, as long as they remember to return home. However, I could never have anticipated that Mr. Chan was, in fact, a sinister and despicable individual, employing force against the boss's wife and exploiting her modesty, shyness, and tenderness to successfully marry her. As if that were not enough, he even contemplated defaming her as a means to divorce her. Such a person can hardly be regarded as human. Previously, I felt a twinge of guilt for not fulfilling Mr. Chen's expectations, but now, that guilt had dissipated entirely. I no longer cared about Mr. Chen's thoughts or what he might do next. My gaze remained steady, and I flexed my wrist. Should Mr. Chen ever attempt to act against me as he had tonight, I would not yield. Sometimes, your retreat and tolerance only embolden others. I opened my social media and updated my status, this time without restricting anyone, including Mr. Chen and Zhou Yeye. My discontent was palpable in every word. Before long, numerous comments flooded in, with friends inquiring about the situation. Among them was Su Yang, who always commented on my posts. He directly asked, "Who is Dong Ge that has offended you? Do you want me to deal with him?" Yet, I chose not to respond. After several years of driving, I have long since shed any naivete. The reason Su Yang volunteered to approach me was that my previous social circle had crafted an illusion of my success, prompting him to seek my favor. Were he to discover that I am merely a driver in reality, with my boss being the one dissatisfied, he would likely flee faster than a rabbit, perhaps even gossiping about me, speculating on how I had once portrayed myself as someone thriving in Binhai, when in truth, I am just a chauffeur, previously flaunting my boss's car and villa. To forge iron, one must possess strength oneself. I have always been acutely aware of this fact. However, 5 minutes later, I deleted the post I had just shared, reflecting on its inappropriateness. After all, Chen had just confronted me that evening, and my sudden post could be interpreted as a blatant critique of him. Even if I were to claim my post was not directed at Chen, he would undoubtedly perceive it as such. The adage "the speaker's intent may be absent, but the listener's interpretation is not" holds true in this context. This is the paradox of human nature. One can impulsively declare intentions, only to later find themselves in regret, seeking to make amends. At that moment, a WeChat message arrived. It was from Lian. "What's wrong? Have you encountered some trouble?" It was nearly midnight, a time when Lian would typically be fast asleep, and thus would not message me. Strangely, upon reading her message, I found a sense of calm washing over me. Yet, I refrained from disclosing the events that had transpired. Instead, I inquired, "Why are you still awake at this hour?" "I just woke up and checked my phone, and happened to see your post. So I thought I'd check in on you," Lian replied, her words resonating with a sense of tranquility that mirrored her character. They say that reading a letter is akin to seeing the person who wrote it, and this sentiment rang true. I responded, "It's nothing significant. Just a fleeting thought I had." Lian, oblivious to my reluctance to elaborate, replied, "Since you don't wish to share, I want to pry. Whenever you feel like talking, you can message me. I'd be happy to be a quiet listener." Reading her message brought a smile to my face, and I asked, "What about you? Do you have anything you wish to share with me?" "No," she answered decisively. I said, "See, everyone has things they're reluctant to discuss. Still, it brings me joy to see your message. It has eased my mind considerably." "Thank you." Lian replied softly. In the end, we found ourselves in a comfortable silence. I genuinely wished to converse with her, yet I was at a loss for words, and simply typed, "Good night." "Good night, sweet dreams," she replied. I lingered on Lian's message page for quite some time, ultimately choosing not to respond further. I put my phone away and sighed, reflecting on how, had she agreed to my pursuit after high school, things might have unfolded differently. 5 years have elapsed, and it is conceivable that I may have even started a family with her. Alas, fate can be quite capricious. However, perhaps this is the essence of youth, which invariably harbors various regrets, lingering in one's mind for years, making it difficult to let go. Just as I was reminiscing about my youthful days, the door to my room swung open unexpectedly. The intruder was none other than Xiao Jinyu, who had pursued me for half an hour that evening, insisting on cutting my hair. Upon her entrance, I instinctively tensed up. "Shoo," she whispered, raising her index finger to her lips while casting a sly glance toward the landlady's room. With a mischievous smile, she softly assured me, "Don't worry. Sister is not here to cut your hair this time." "Then what brings you here?" Despite her words, I could not shake off my apprehension. scrutinizing Xiao Jinyu for any concealed scissors. To my relief, none were in sight. Instead, her alluring figure donned a silk camisole nightgown, which tantalizingly revealed glimpses of her delicate curves. There was no hiding place for scissors, but I did notice an emergency contraceptive pill in her hand. Surprised, I inquired, "Why haven't you taken the pill? Why take it now? It's a waste, especially when it's an emergency 24-hour one," she replied as she crawled onto the bed beside me, unbuttoning my shirt, her face radiant. "Since this little wolf dog has already taken advantage of me, I might as well let you indulge." From this angle, my gaze was captivated. The sight of her exposed allure was as enticing as two playful little rabbits. Who could resist such temptation? Under her touch, I found myself surrendering almost instantaneously, succumbing to the tenderness of Sister Jinyu. No, it was more akin to a tempest. In this storm, Xiao Jinyu emerged as a captivating captain, wild and enchanting. Chapter 73. Money is a man's courage. A sleepless night ensued. If Xiao Jinyu, when clothed, was a breathtaking beauty that stirred the heart, then her unclothed form was an unadulterated embodiment of allure, a charm beyond the capacity of mere words. Her exquisite visage, perfect physique, and fiery enthusiasm enveloped me like a consuming flame, leaving me breathless and utterly captivated. Initially, I found myself disarmed under her control, yet when her stamina waned, and I, filled with pent-up frustration, sought to seize the initiative, Xiao Jinyu quickly raised her hand in plea. "I can't take it anymore. Sister is exhausted. Let's call for a truce." "Absolutely not," I protested, panting heavily. "You've had your turn on top. Now it's my turn. Are you out of your mind? Are you a teddy bear?" Seeing my resolve, Xiao Jinyu, unable to withstand my persistence, coaxed, "Be good. Listen to your sister. We shouldn't overdo it. It's not good for your health. You know, you're still young. Don't exhaust your body. Don't you want to keep your vitality?" Reluctantly, I replied, "I feel I can manage just fine." "Do you dare to cut me off? Do you believe it?" Xiao Jinyu, seeing that softness was ineffective, resorted to a more forceful approach. She shot me a glare, then swiftly reached for the contraceptive pills resting on the bedside, opening the package as she declared, "Sister, it's time for my medication. If I don't take it, I might end up pregnant. Will you support me?" As I gazed at Xiao Jinyu's exquisite body, akin to fine jade, and her breathtaking visage, I couldn't help but blurt out, "That could be arranged." Upon hearing my words, Xiao Jinyu paused momentarily, then turned to fixate on me for several seconds before breaking into a sultry smile. "Supporting me comes at a hefty price. How much do you require monthly?" I inquired with curiosity. Xiao Jinyu raised 5 fingers. 5,000. 50,000. Farewell then. I was jolted back to reality, my mind suddenly devoid of any thoughts. If she had asked for 5,000, I might have gritted my teeth and found a way, but 50,000 was a sum I could never hope to earn, even if I resorted to the most desperate of measures. Xiao Jinyu, witnessing my reaction, couldn't help but burst into a melodious laugh, her laughter revealing certain astonishing attributes. She looked at me with great interest. "Why not give it another shot? You're still young. You must believe in yourself." "Believe in what?" I retorted as I descended from the bed, my tone irritable. "I'm merely a driver earning 5,000 a month. Where could I possibly procure 50,000 for you?" "Well, it seems there's nothing to be done then." Xiao Jinyu smiled gently, then consumed the contraceptive pill before methodically dressing herself. Once attired, she transformed back into the epitome of opulence, a stunning beauty of the city. After Xiao Jinyu departed, I lay alone on the bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to find sleep for a long while. The intimacy I shared with her was an indelible memory, yet her words echoed in my mind just as persistently. A monthly expenditure of 50,000 translates to 600,000 annually. That amount could purchase my favorite E300 outright, a single expenditure. Whereas someone of Xiao Jinyu's caliber required such funds year after year. Who could possibly afford that? I muttered in frustration, exhaling a deep sigh, coming to a renewed understanding of the power of money. Wealth could compel university students like Zhou Yeye to approach me. With money, I could acquire an E300. With money, I could even entice a beauty like Xiao Jinyu to become a compliant canary or mistress. Indeed, money is the courage of men. It is vital. In that moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded my mind, recalling the spirited demeanor of Mr. Chun on 2 occasions. In the past, he had been an unattainable figure to me. Yet Xiao Jinyu's presence had unveiled the extravagant lifestyles and financial perspectives of the elite in the city, filling me with despair, fear, and an insatiable yearning. The following day, I did not sleep well. I was roused by a call from Mr. Chun, instructing me to wait for him at Crown 1. Shortly after I arrived downstairs, he descended carrying a gift bag. First, take me to the Yuyatang Tea House, and then return to pick up Yaya for her prenatal checkup at the People's Hospital, Mr. Chun instructed as he entered the car. I was quite familiar with the Yuyatang Tea House, situated on the slopes of Yushan, not far from the city center. Upon reaching Yushan North Road, one could easily ascend to the mountain, where a temple named Xingfu Temple stood, its incense offerings thriving. Each year during the Spring Festival, countless individuals would flock to light a stick of incense, a rather costly endeavor, as those fortunate enough to offer incense at Xingfu Temple were typically affluent or influential. Even a prominent figure like Mr. Chun lacked the privilege to light the first incense stick there. Consequently, both the tea house on Yushan and Xingfu Temple enjoyed considerable popularity. Every morning, throngs of people would ascend from the foot of Yushan North Road to the temple, partake in a bowl of vegetarian noodles, and then proceed to the tea house for tea, conversation, and card games. By noon, they would seek out a restaurant for a drink, engaging in discussions about life and aspirations. This was essentially how they spent their day. I too cherished the tea house on Yushan, primarily for its splendid scenery and delightful atmosphere. The tea house featured ancient and elegant architecture, surrounded by lush greenery, while the restaurants boasted charming pavilions and terraces, exuding an air of sophistication. On more than one occasion, I had privately mused that if a classmate or childhood friend were to visit Benhai, I would borrow Mr. Chen's Mercedes E300 to take them to Yushan, first for noodles, then for tea, followed by a meal. Surely, anyone would be left in awe of such an experience. I certainly would be. Before long, I delivered Mr. Chun to the parking lot of the Yuyatang Tea House, located midway up Yushan. The tea house was adjacent to a nearby pavilion. Subconsciously, I glanced toward the tea house and soon discerned who Mr. Chun was meeting, Mr. Chong Gaoming, the Deputy Director of the Urban Construction Bureau. Many of Mr. Chen's municipal renovation projects were contracted through Mr. Chong, and their relationship was exceptionally close. Upon exiting the vehicle, Mr. Chen did not rush off, but instead made a call to Mr. Chong. Before long, Mr. Chong turned around in the tea house, smiling as he greeted Mr. Chen while making his way down to meet him. It was not that Mr. Chun was trying to display any airs. Rather, he intentionally waited in the parking lot for Mr. Chong. As Mr. Chong approached, Mr. Chen promptly retrieved a gift bag from the car. Director Chong, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I have prepared a box of mooncakes for you to enjoy, Mr. Chen said, his face adorned with a warm smile as he extended the gift bag. Mr. Chong did not immediately accept it, but instead glanced at the gift bag in Mr. Chun's hand, chuckling. Mr. Chun, we are old friends. This is too kind of you. Not at all, Mr. Chun replied, maintaining his smile while further offering the gift bag to Mr. Chong. It's nothing of great value. I thought with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, this mooncake has a decent taste, so I wanted you to have a try. After saying this, Mr. Chen subtly patted Mr. Chang's hand 3 times. Haha. It's rare to see you so thoughtful. I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Chun. Chong Gaoming smiled as he accepted the gift bag and placed it in his trunk. His vehicle was not particularly luxurious, a Passat worth over 200,000, which, while respectable, seemed rather understated for someone of his standing. The reasoning was simple. Having served under General Chen for 3 years, he was well aware of his superior's character. It was only August, with the Mid-Autumn Festival still over a month away. There was no need to present mooncakes this early. Indeed, the contents of the gift bag were not merely mooncakes. They contained 300,000. General Chen discreetly tapped Chong Gaoming's wrist 3 times, subtly indicating that the mooncake box held that sum of money. The card was linked to General Chen's bank account, with the password known only to the two of them. Chong Gaoming could easily withdraw the money later, without anyone being the wiser, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 74. Infuriated 300,000 would be effortlessly acquired. Furthermore, it was customary for General Chun to bestow gifts upon Chong Mingyuan during festive seasons. One could only imagine the wealth he possessed. And was General Chun the only one gifting him? Surely not. In Benhai, anyone aspiring to undertake municipal projects must pay their respects to his influence. One could only say that his position was exceedingly lucrative. If only I could occupy his role, the annual expenses of 600,000 for Xiao Jinyu would be inconsequential. Yet, alas, such aspirations were destined to remain unfulfilled. As a high school student, I was incapable of even securing a civil service position, let alone ascending to the deputy director role, especially in a department as coveted as the Urban Construction Bureau. Crown number 1, Zhou Yeye's residence. Seated on the sofa, I reflected on all that I had witnessed in Yushan, while Zhou Ye busied herself in the bedroom, applying makeup. Nearly an hour had passed, and I found myself perplexed. Why would one need to adorn themselves for a hospital visit for a pregnancy checkup? However, as Zhou Ye was to become General Qin's future wife, I begrudgingly waited. My impatience was mounting when, at last, she emerged from the bedroom clad in a black maternity dress, her makeup impeccably done, her fair skin radiant, and her lips adorned with vibrant lipstick. Remarkably, she was still under 3 months along. Her baby bump was not yet pronounced, lending her figure an alluring appearance. Akin to a fairy, I held little respect for Zhou Ye, and upon her arrival, I remarked directly, "How could I be impatient? You are soon to be my boss's wife." "Less of your sarcasm," Zhou Ye retorted, casting me a disdainful glance. "I heard from Chun Haifeng that there has been no progress with Lin Miaoxue on your end?" "None," I shrugged. Given Zhou Ye's current alliance with General Chun, I certainly would not betray my boss's wife. Zhou Ye, upon hearing this, looked at me with disdain and said, "What good are you? Tasked with seducing a woman in her 30s, and yet you still haven't succeeded." As I listened to Zhou Ye speak ill of the landlady, a wave of displeasure washed over me, prompting an involuntary retort. No need to mention her being in her 30s, even if the landlady is in her 30s. She far surpasses you in beauty and grace. Zhou Ye, upon hearing my words, smiled and remarked, "Oh, are you upset, Lin Dong? You wouldn't have developed feelings for Lin Miaoxue, would you?" "Absolutely not," I swiftly denied, then stood up to shift the topic. "Let me take you to the hospital for your prenatal checkup." Zhou Ye stood behind me, observing my back in silence for a moment before following me downstairs. It was only when we entered the elevator that she spoke again, saying, "Lin Dong, honestly, beauty and grace don't count for much." "Then what does?" I retorted, gazing at the young and attractive Zhou Ye, clad in alluring attire. Yet internally, I scoffed at her words, thinking, "Aren't you also relying on your youth and beauty to seduce Mr. Qin? Isn't that a contradiction?" Zhou Ye seemed to perceive my thoughts as the elevator descended. When the doors opened, she nonchalantly, with a hint of pride, declared, "Winning is what truly matters." Her statement left me momentarily speechless. Deep down, I believe the landlady possessed far more depth and elegance than a vixen like Zhou Ye, especially with the landlady's dignified and graceful maturity, qualities that Zhou Ye might never emulate. However, the outcome was clear. Zhou Ye had triumphed in her rivalry with the landlady. She had successfully diverted Mr. Chen's affections, leading him to abandon years of commitment to pursue a divorce with the landlady. Yet, Mr. Chun was no saint. A decade ago, he had coerced the landlady into marriage through unscrupulous means, and thus, his divorce from her could hardly be deemed a misfortune. Strangely, I felt a sense of relief at the thought of Zhou Ye and Mr. Chun together, a fitting match of a harlot with a beast. Upon arriving at the hospital, my spirits lifted, and I cheerfully assisted Zhou Ye in registering and paying for the necessary procedures, accompanying her for various examinations. While waiting outside, a familiar voice unexpectedly cut through the air. "What are you doing here?" I turned to see a woman with long hair, possessing a warm and inviting demeanor, gazing at me in surprise as if she hadn't expected to encounter me here. It was Ning Yao, the physician from the Human Spring Hotel, who had treated my injuries. I, too, was taken aback by this encounter, and feeling uplifted by her presence, I replied, "I have some matters to attend to here." "What brings you to this place?" The doctor responded, "I'm here on assignment, just reporting for duty. I'll be returning to the hotel this afternoon." It then dawned on me that Ning Yao originally worked at the People's Hospital before being lured away with a lucrative offer to the Human Spring Hotel. Her continued affiliation with the hospital must have something to do with the hotel's owner. At that moment, Zhou Ye emerged from the ultrasound examination room and addressed me, stating that the procedure was complete and that we should wait half an hour for the results before showing the ultrasound report to the doctor, after which we could return home. Ning Yao, upon seeing Zhou Ye, paused for a moment. She was an exquisitely beautiful woman with a graceful figure, gently cradling her abdomen. As a doctor, Ning Yao naturally discerned that Zhou Ye was with child, and upon glancing at me, her understanding deepened. "Is she your girlfriend?" Ning Yao inquired, her gaze shifting from Zhou Ye to me, composed and gracious. "Congratulations, you're going to be a father." Realizing that the female doctor had misunderstood, I hastily replied, "No, you've misunderstood. She is not my girlfriend, she is my wife." "Who is this lovely lady?" A friend of yours? However, at that moment, Zhou Ye unexpectedly linked her arm with mine, the scent of her perfume enveloping me as she smiled at the doctor, playfully interrupting my words. Goodness, I thought to myself, feeling utterly flustered. I couldn't help but steal a glance at Zhou Ye, who was clearly being deliberately coy, her smile radiating a triumphant allure. Ning Yao, upon hearing this, greeted Zhou Ye with a smile. Hello. Hello, Zhou Ye replied, releasing my arm and adopting a more serious demeanor as she addressed the doctor. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Dong's wife, Zhou Ye. Ning Yao maintained a calm expression, nodded gently, and then found an excuse to leave, mentioning that she had other matters to attend to. Once the doctor departed, I could no longer contain myself and confronted the enchanting Zhou Ye beside me. What on earth? Are you out of your mind? When did I become your husband? Isn't your husband Qinzong? Ah, so you do know my husband is Qinzong. Why are you being so harsh with me? I could call my husband right now and tell him you're bullying me, Zhou Ye replied, feigning surprise, as she reached for her phone to call Qinzong, startling me and prompting a swift change in my demeanor. Sister, I was wrong, I quickly conceded. Upon seeing my reaction, Zhou Ye snorted disdainfully, abandoning her idea of reporting me to Qinzong, and coldly remarked, Lin Dong, I know you look down on me, thinking I am shameless for being a mistress who has ascended, but please refrain from casting disdainful glances in my direction. You are not worthy of knowing that. Even if I were not with Chen Haifeng, you would still be undeserving of my company. Understood, I responded with a forced smile, nodding repeatedly at Zhou Ye. While inwardly seething with frustration, she was clearly the mistress, yet she acted with such audacity, wielding her perceived authority as if it were a scepter. Chapter 75, The Prenatal Examination Report. Thank you for running this errand. You may head back now. Here is a cigarette for you. When I accompanied Zhou Ye back home from the hospital, Qinzong had already returned from the tea house. He did not ask me to stay at Crown No. 1, but instead handed me a large cigarette, instructing me to return to the Kanglan Villa to keep the lady of the house company. Zhou Ye watched the exchange, but did not intervene. However, unbeknownst to me after my departure, Zhou Ye approached Mr. Chun and remarked, whether intentionally or not, it seems your driver has fallen in love. He's truly enamored with your wife. You ought to be cautious, for he may feign compliance while deliberately delaying assistance. It was apparent to her, yet certain matters were beyond his discretion. Tonight, I shall ensure he fulfills his duties, Mr. Chun replied dismissively. He then turned to Zhou Ye, casually remarking, weren't you rather fond of Xiaolin before? You even flirted with me in his presence at times. Why, then, do you speak ill of him now? How could that be? Zhou Ye was taken aback, her face flushing as she leaned closer to Mr. Chun, declaring, I only have eyes for you. What is he? Merely a lowly driver? How could I ever find such a person appealing? Do you know what I adore most about you? Mr. Chin assertively lifted her chin. What? She asked, bewildered. I cherish your pragmatism. There is nothing wrong with reality. You possess the funds I require, and you also have a submissive nature that I need. We each benefit from this arrangement. If you simply comply and bear my child, what does it matter if I elevate your status? Mr. Chin chuckled softly, then playfully patted Zhou Ye's rear. Now, lean against the window. Let me see our child. Zhou Ye understood immediately and approached the window, arching her back and lifting her skirt, striking a pose that could drive any man to madness. With a pitiful gaze, she looked back at Mr. Chun, her eyes sparkling with mischief. But you must be gentle with me. Don't go too far. Our child is still young, and I fear you might frighten him. Rest assured, I know my limits, Mr. Chun replied with a dark smile. Then without mercy, he entered the fray, savoring the sensations beneath him. Chun Haifeng gazed into the distance beyond the window sill, his thoughts drifting further away, his expression growing increasingly cold, a sneer forming at the corners of his mouth. I was oblivious to the events transpiring in Crown No. 1. En route to the Kanglan Villa, I quickly located the female doctor's WeChat and began messaging her while driving. That woman has no connection to me. Why should I explain myself? Before long, the doctor replied. I found her message unsatisfactory, feeling a sense of alienation. After all, everyone harbors a sense of pride. Nevertheless, I continued to clarify. It is not that I wish to explain, but rather that I detest being wronged. That woman was my boss's mistress, and the child she carries is also his. My words were laden with intent, for a woman's curiosity is insatiable, and the scandalous nature of my revelation was bound to pique her interest. In this day and age, whether it be a mistress or one bearing the boss's child, such news is indeed explosive. Is that so? The female doctor replied, clearly astonished. Indeed, it is absolutely true. I recounted how Zhou Ye joined the company last year and, over the course of this year, became the mistress of General Chen, leading to her pregnancy, which compelled him to divorce the boss's wife. The female doctor, displaying her keen intellect, inquired if one of the women who had escorted me to the medical office at the Hot Spring Hotel yesterday was indeed the boss's wife. I confirmed, acknowledging that she was the dignified woman in question. The doctor expressed her astonishment, remarking that the boss's wife appeared far more attractive than the mistress. Yet General Chen was willing to divorce her for the sake of his lover. I responded, lamenting that people often fail to cherish what they possess once it is attained. I also expressed my disdain for General Chen's character, despite his gift of 1,000 yuan to Tianai cigarette, which was merely a means to entice the boss's wife into bed. After all, why had he never bestowed such fine cigarettes upon me in the preceding 3 years? Ultimately, amidst his turmoil with the boss's wife, I found myself unequivocally aligned with her. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I typed to the doctor. By the way, since you mentioned you still hold a position at the hospital, could you assist me with a favor? What favor? Could you obtain another copy of Zhou Ye's pregnancy report for me? That's against the rules. Please help me. Isn't it said that a physician possesses the heart of a parent? Are you still at the hospital? I'm on my way to find you. I did not allow the doctor an opportunity to decline, insisting I would head to the hospital. Indeed, upon hearing I was en route, she acquiesced, replying, very well. I shall await you at the hospital. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the hospital entrance, where I spotted Dr. Ning Yao, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her visage unblemished, attired in jeans and a white t-shirt, exuding a simple and refreshing aura. Upon my approach, she offered me a document folder, stating, just this once. Let it not become a precedent. I expressed my gratitude, promising to treat her to a meal when the opportunity arose. Elated with Zhou Ye's pregnancy report in hand, I hastened to the Kanglan villa, intent on presenting the findings to the boss's wife. Indeed, I had betrayed General Chen. I would not permit him to tarnish the boss's wife's reputation as a means to facilitate their divorce. Although he had previously treated me fairly, I regarded our relationship as one of labor exchanged for compensation. I did not feel indebted to him, especially since I had once saved him at the night market. Otherwise, he would surely have been hospitalized due to an altercation with some thugs. However, upon returning to the villa, I discovered that it was not only the boss's wife and sister Jinyu present, but also the icy beauty Li Qingmei. The 3 women each possessed distinct qualities. The boss's wife donned a linen loungewear set, radiating elegance and beauty, her hair elegantly pinned up with a hairpin. Sister Jinyu sat to the left of the boss's wife, clad in a black bodycon dress, her figure alluring and her complexion fair, with a delicately sculpted face reminiscent of divine craftsmanship, though she now appeared rather lethargic. Wearing an expression of fatigue, Li Qingmei sat quietly beside the proprietress and Sister Jinyu, engaging in conversation with the former, her demeanor exuding an icy aloofness that seemed to repel others from a great distance. Though undeniably beautiful, her indifferent gaze prompted an instinctive desire to maintain distance. Personally, I found her quite distasteful, particularly after our limited interactions, which left a bitter impression of her character. Upon noticing Xiao Jinyu and Li Qingmei's presence, I instinctively concealed Zhou Ye's pregnancy report behind my back, mindful of the awkwardness surrounding the proprietress and Mr. Chen's affair. I was determined to keep this matter from both Xiao Jinyu and Li Qingmei's knowledge. Li Qingmei's eyes fell upon me, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Clearly displeased by my presence, yet she ultimately chose silence, dismissing me as she resumed her conversation with the proprietress. I remained unfazed. I had no intention of engaging with such a cold, aloof woman, so it suited me to act as if we were both invisible to one another. In contrast, a lethargic and weary Xiao Jinyu, upon seeing me, displayed a flicker of vitality on her otherwise listless face. What are you hiding behind your back? Show it to your sister, she said, glancing curiously at the concealed item. And nothing, I stammered, attempting to retreat further. Yet at that moment, I felt Li Qingmei's gaze shift back to me. She first scrutinized Xiao Jinyu, then directed her disdainful and frigid eyes toward me. It struck me for the first time how a woman, particularly a beautiful one, could evoke such strong feelings of aversion. Chapter 76. I am much older than you. This is inappropriate. Li Qingmei did not linger long this time either. Shortly after my return, she departed in her luxurious Land Rover. I took my seat at the table once more and could not help but remark to the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu, "Your friend is exceedingly cold." Her gaze toward me suggested I had committed some unspeakable atrocity. Xiao Jinyu chuckled at my words. "She has a particular disdain for men. If you could truly provoke her to such a degree, I would consider you impressive. Best of luck. I'm rooting for you." "Perhaps not," I replied, envisioning that with a woman like Li Qingmei, even if I were to share a bed with her, I would still be met with disdain and derision in her eyes. The thought alone ignited my frustration. However, I pondered anew. Did she not detest men, and by extension me? If I were to subdue her, forcing her into submission, her expression might indeed be a sight to behold, perhaps even revolting to her. Yet, if she were disgusted, my satisfaction would be undeniable. Sometimes, joy can be as simple as repulsing others while delighting oneself. The proprietress, amused, sought to comfort me, stating with a smile, "In truth, Li Qingmei is tough on the outside but warm-hearted within. She's quite a good person. Don't take it too much to heart." "I don't wish to. But it's hard when she always presents me with such a frosty demeanor, and I've done nothing to offend her." I observed the proprietress speaking on behalf of Li Qingmei, feeling a tinge of helplessness. My curiosity was piqued as I turned to Xiao Jinyu and inquired, "Aren't you supposed to return to the city today? When will you depart? Do you wish for me to leave?" She retorted, an enigmatic smile gracing her lips as her gaze lingered below, implying the events of the previous night. Instantly, I comprehended her meaning. A blend of anticipation and guilt washing over me, for the proprietress was oblivious to Xiao Jinyu's clandestine visit to my chamber last night. I cast a furtive glance at the proprietress, then forced a chuckle towards Xiao Jinyu, saying, "How could that be? I would prefer for you to stay a few more days, Sister Jinyu." "Humph, who knows what your intentions truly are?" Xiao Jinyu replied, a hint of pride in her tone as she shrugged lazily. "I won't be returning today. I'll head back tomorrow." Though I remained outwardly composed, inwardly I was exhilarated, contemplating another encounter with Xiao Jinyu that evening, for the previous night had been utterly thrilling. Moreover, I felt a twinge of regret for not having fully experienced her, prompting thoughts of making amends tonight. As I gazed at Xiao Jinyu once more, my eyes betrayed a fervent longing, unconsciously drifting to her bosom, which appeared enticingly ample. Xiao Jinyu seemed to perceive my thoughts and deliberately remarked, "What is there to be so excited about? I'll stay here for another day. But tonight I plan to chat with my best friend all night." Her words left me somewhat flustered, hesitant to respond further for fear that the proprietress might uncover the nuances of my connection with Xiao Jinyu. It seemed that Xiao Jinyu was genuinely fatigued from last night's escapades. Not long after, she languidly stretched and announced her intention to retire upstairs for a nap. After she departed, the proprietress finally revealed to me the reason for Xiao Jinyu's extended stay. With a slight blush, she whispered, "Jinyu took some medicine yesterday. She is concerned about her menstrual cycle being irregular, hence her decision to remain for an additional day before heading back." Upon hearing this, I understood the rationale behind Xiao Jinyu's choice to linger, yet I couldn't help but notice the proprietress's flustered demeanor, stirring something within me. After all, she too had taken medication the previous night. I gazed at the proprietress and, unable to restrain my curiosity, asked, "And what about you, proprietress? Did you take your medicine yesterday? How dare you bring that up?" She shot back, casting a reproachful glance my way. "If it weren't for you, would I have needed to take medicine? I felt utterly unwell in the middle of the night, drowsy and uncomfortable. You do realize that contraceptives are hormonal and can affect one's health?" "I wasn't aware," I replied, feeling quite awkward at the turn of conversation. Suddenly, I remembered the pregnancy report concerning Zhou Yeye and promptly retrieved it to present to the proprietress. "This is Zhou Yeye's pregnancy report. She is nearly 3 months along. This morning, Mr. Chen asked me to take her for a checkup, and I obtained a copy from the hospital." The proprietress glanced at the report, and her countenance darkened slightly. Although her marriage to Chun Haifeng was born out of less than honorable circumstances, she had not entered into it willingly, yet they had spent a decade together. A decade of sharing a bed, only for her husband to father a child with another woman. How could her heart remain unscathed? Noticing her silence, I ventured to speak. "I believe, dear proprietress, that a divorce from Mr. Chun would be beneficial for you. He is unworthy of you, and separation could indeed be a form of liberation. However," she lamented, "post-divorce, I would merely be a divorced woman." With a sigh, the proprietress, a traditional woman at heart, revealed that divorce was not a path she would choose unless absolutely necessary. The disapproval from her family regarding this marriage had been profound, yet she had persisted in her decision. What choice did she have after all? She had already been tainted by him. Could she, with her sullied reputation, seek another man for marriage? Such a notion was beyond Lin Yaoshua's capacity. Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked the proprietress, "Why did you marry him in the first place, especially after what he did? You could have reported him." She hesitated, then sighed deeply, recounting, "After he forced himself upon me, he fell to his knees, weeping profusely, claiming his love for me had driven him to such folly. He professed his willingness to marry me and cherish me for life. In a moment of weakness, I agreed, thinking I had already lost my virtue. I never imagined I would squander a decade of my youth, only to become a divorced woman." This was the second time she mentioned being a divorced woman, indicating her conservative nature made her sensitive to the subject. Fearing she might soften again, I impulsively suggested, "What if I were to marry you?" The proprietress paused, taken aback by my proposal, before shaking her head. "No, that wouldn't be appropriate." "Why not?" I pressed. She gazed at me with a hint of melancholy, explaining, "You are involved with my dear friend. How would I reconcile our marriage with my relationship with Jinyu? Furthermore, I am 10 years your senior, and as a twice-married woman, it simply wouldn't fit." Seeing her refusal, I pleaded, "But I do not mind. Besides, you are so beautiful that your age is hardly discernible. Those 18-year-olds cannot rival your beauty." She might not recognize it now, but I foresaw that, upon reaching 40, the passage of time would accelerate swiftly, and I would become unappealing to her. With a sigh, she returned to the subject of Xiao Jinyu. "Moreover, you are with my friend. I cannot betray her trust. You understand?" I retorted, "You seem quite concerned about my connection with Jinyu. Yet what transpired in the room the other night? You kissed me." I mentioned to the proprietress my previous encounter with her from the night before, during which she not only responded to my kiss, but also assisted me with her hands. Recalling her alluring demeanor and the blush that graced her cheeks, despite her shyness, she nevertheless helped me. I couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement and a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 77. The Pit Dug by Mr. Chen. A decade ago, the proprietress is inherently dignified and beautiful. Her beauty only intensifies when she is shy. The flush on her face is unmistakable, extending gracefully to her neck, rendering her enchantingly alluring, which stirs my heart. Furthermore, last night, under the influence of alcohol, we had an intimate encounter. Although the details elude my memory, the mere thought of her lying beside me, completely bare, is an indescribable source of pride. Thus, I impulsively remarked to her, "Moreover, we indeed became intimate last night." The proprietress, already flustered by my words, shot me a look of exasperation. Her face flushed. "Let us not speak of last night." Despite her glare, the rosy hue of her cheeks diminished any sense of threat and instead enhanced her charm. I grinned mischievously and, seizing the moment, locked eyes with her, saying, "I maintain, we indeed shared that moment, and you even took contraceptive pills for me. Thus you are my woman. There is no denying it." The proprietress, a woman easily embarrassed, felt a blend of shyness and anger at my brazen remarks. Yet she found herself powerless against me, deliberately turning her face away to say, "I have taken contraceptive pills for Chun Haifeng as well." "But you are leaving him," I countered, undeterred. I gazed at her earnestly, pleading, "Proprietress, please be with me. I truly care for you. I never sought out Jinyu. She came to my room, and you consistently rejected me, which led to my moment of weakness." She interrupted, "So you couldn't resist, and ended up in bed with her?" Embarrassed, I struggled to meet her gaze. Feeling somewhat guilty, yet also aggrieved, I expressed, "Then why did you keep rejecting me? You had helped me before. There must be some feelings for me within you. Do you realize how much it pains me when you push me away? It feels as though you are constantly shoving me aside." The more I contemplated, the more aggrieved I felt. From the initial massages, where I sensed her strong reactions, to her assistance, I believed she harbored feelings for me. Yet after helping me, she abruptly turned her back and dismissed me. If she had feelings for me, why did she persistently push me away? The proprietress noticed my sorrow, initially reluctant to speak. But unable to ignore my distress, she sighed and, with difficulty, said, "As a married woman, my actions in helping you were already a betrayal. Yet Mr. Chen has also strayed. At that time, I was unaware of his infidelity. I merely sensed a change in him. Are you aware now?" At her words, I seized the opportunity in the proprietor's statement, gazing at her with fervent intensity. Her cheeks flushed increasingly crimson under my scrutiny, as if she were on the verge of bleeding. Ultimately, she averted her gaze, muttering softly, "Now that you are with my close friend, What would it mean if I were to engage with you again? I continued. Yet we were intimate yesterday. That was merely due to excessive drinking. It doesn't count. She retorted, her face aflame, her heart racing, unable to meet my gaze. I disregarded her objections. After all, we had indeed shared an intimate moment. I understood her shyness, and waiting for her to initiate was a futile endeavor. Thus, I deliberately acted unreasonable, stepping forward to grasp her hand. She was taken aback, a mix of embarrassment and irritation flickering in her eyes as she glanced toward the staircase, attempting to break free. However, she could not extricate herself and resigned to my hold. The proprietor remained acutely aware of her own embarrassment, whispering in a flustered manner, "Release me. What if Jinyu sees?" "Let her see. We all shared a bed together last night," I replied, unwilling to relinquish my grip. At that moment, I was consumed by desire, positioning myself beside her, fixating on her flushed cheeks and ruby lips, my parched lips whispering, "Proprietor, I desire you." "No, that's not permissible," she protested, her heart racing at my fervent gaze. Unable to meet my eyes, her breath quickening. After a moment's contemplation, she raised her gaze to me, coaxing, "Be good, listen to me. Let us not pursue this." "No." At the instant she looked up, I could no longer restrain myself and leaned in to kiss her. She widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, bewildered that I would truly kiss her, her mind spiraling with chaotic thoughts. He actually kissed me? She attempted to push me away, but felt utterly powerless. Unable to budge me, her lips pressed tightly together, thwarting my intentions. "No, not like this." Realizing she could not push me away, she tried to make me release her. But the moment she opened her mouth, she discovered her miscalculation. The audacious rogue seized the opportunity to deepen the kiss with his tongue. I remained silent, exhilarated within, afraid to withdraw lest she awaken and retract her affections. Sensing her breath becoming increasingly rapid, I felt a swell of pride and accomplishment. My heart racing as I continued to kiss her, my hand gradually moving toward her thigh. At that moment, she sensed the intrusion of my hand upon her leg, and her clarity returned. She forcefully pushed me away, her face flushed, panting with indignation. She exclaimed, "Lindong, you have gone too far. If you continue like this, I will be angry." Rarely did she formally address me by name. Hearing her do so startled me. Although I suspected she might be feigning anger to prompt me to halt, I still ceased my advances. "I dare not take this risk. Madam Boss, my impulsive actions stem from my profound affection for you. Please do not be angry with me." I hastily attempted to explain myself to her. However, I soon realized I had inadvertently struck my own foot with a stone. Upon hearing my words, the expression on Madame Boss's face darkened considerably, and she gazed at me, stating, "Years ago, after Chun Haifeng forced himself upon me, he uttered the same words." Initially, I held on to a glimmer of hope, but upon hearing her mention Mr. Chun, that hope vanished, replaced by fear and anger. My fear arose from the concern that Madame Boss might ignore me out of anger, while my anger was directed towards that scoundrel, Mr. Chun. Had he not engaged in disgraceful acts in the past, she would not have been reminded of those times, nor would she have spoken of me in such a manner. Had Mr. Chun remained faithful and continued to be with Madame Boss, she would not have recalled the past. After all, he had become her husband. Yet now Mr. Chun has a mistress and is seeking a divorce from her. Thus, what could have been forgiven in the past has now become unforgivable once more. I inadvertently transgressed this taboo and dared not indulge in further thoughts. I could only humbly address Madame Boss again, saying, "Please do not be angry. I am not like Mr. Chun. I genuinely care for you, or else I would not have paused every time I sensed your displeasure. I truly value your thoughts and hold you in the highest regard." Chapter 78. The Great Pervert. The little pervert. I bowed my head, feeling particularly sorrowful, for I knew my words had hurt Madame Boss, and she was genuinely upset. I regretted speaking to her in such a manner, fearing she would perceive me as akin to Mr. Chun. Observing my downcast demeanor, Madame Boss ultimately softened, though she did not show it. Instead, she remarked, "It's fine. I do not hold it against you. I was simply having a bad day." I noticed her tone had softened, and I eagerly nodded in response, assuring her, "Madame Boss, I promise I will never act impulsively towards you again, nor will I ever pressure you." Upon hearing this, Madame Boss felt a flicker of joy within her, a slight smile betraying her otherwise stern expression. She then looked at me and inquired, "Really?" "Indeed," I assured her once more. At that moment, as long as Madame Boss would not harbor anger towards me, I was willing to concede to any request. "You had better keep your word," she replied, her expression brightening slightly. She then stood up, touched her forehead, and spoke to me gently. I feel a bit dizzy. I will go rest for a while. Yes, please do, I replied. Witnessing that Madame Boss had indeed calmed down lifted my spirits, and I could not stop smiling. However, once she left, I fell into a state of gloom. The brief moment of intimacy with her had left me feeling exhilarated, and now I was suffering, yet I dared not offend her. So I bore it silently. Little did I know, my discomfort mirrored that of Madame Boss's, who was also not faring well. I returned to my room, exhausted from fatigue. Xiao Jinyu had already fallen back into a deep slumber. The proprietress cast a glance at her sleeping friend before lying down on the opposite side of the bed. Once settled, she bit her lip. She was, after all, a woman of flesh and blood. How could she not yearn for a man when she felt such bashfulness? Yet, as a married woman, the constraints of morality restrained her, urging her to exercise self-control, to resist the temptation of descending into debauchery and shame. However, rationality and desire often diverged. Just moments ago, she had nearly lost her composure, contemplating why she should endure such torment when she could simply surrender to him. With this thought, a deeper flush crept across Lin Miaoshui's cheeks. She turned to observe her dear friend, Xiao Jinyu, who showed no signs of awakening. With her back towards Xiao Jinyu, she hesitated. Alas, how did she end up entangled with such a troublesome fate? The crimson hue on her face mirrored the presence of my image, and she sighed inwardly, knowing that such matters were like poison to her. She was aware of the toxicity, yet found herself irresistibly addicted. At that moment, a jarring sound of a video call erupted behind Lin Miaoshua, startling her back to reality. Instantly, her face flushed crimson as she tightly shut her eyes, feigning sleep, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her senses. Her heart raced as she wished she could smash her dear friend's phone. Soon, Xiao Jinyu's voice emerged from behind her, sounding groggy as she answered the call. A steady and authoritative male voice resonated through the device. When are you returning? I'm not coming back, Xiao Jinyu replied listlessly. The man's brow furrowed slightly. Didn't we agree you would return today? Why the sudden change? Xiao Jinyu began to whine. Darling, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I can't go back today. May I stay another day? I've only been here with my friend for 2 days, and you're already rushing me home. I promise to return tomorrow. Whoever doesn't come back is a little dog. No, you must come back today, the man insisted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. I want to come back, Xiao Jinyu retorted, annoyance creeping into her voice. You just want me to be like a canary trapped in a cage in the city. I refuse to be confined. I desire my freedom. I'm with my friend, and I'm not being unfaithful to you, Yang Jubao. You ought to be kind and not overly demanding. The man on the video remained calm. I will send someone to fetch you. Xiao Jinyu fell silent for a moment, then turned her gaze towards the screen, her voice tinged with desperation. Honey, I know you're the best. Please let me stay just one more day. I'll fly to your side first thing in the morning. No negotiations. A promise is a promise. You agreed to return today, and you must do so. Even if you come back only to leave again, I will not reproach you. I have a meeting to attend now. I'll hang up, and Shen Weihong will come to pick you up tonight. Please, don't let that pervert come near me. I'll return on my own. Xiao Jinyu was startled by the words. No, he will come to pick you up. I'm ending this call now. The man's tone remained calm, yet commanding. The call disconnected. Xiao Jinyu immediately felt a surge of panic, frantically tousling her hair as she shouted in frustration. Ah, how unlucky I am. This damned pervert has not changed at all over the years. It's bad enough that he is a creep. But now he is sending an even creepier person to pick me up. Why am I so unfortunate? Lin Miaoshua, who had not been asleep, sat up upon seeing Xiao Jinyu in distress. Her curiosity piqued. Who is Chen Weihong? A pervert among perverts. Xiao Jinyu retorted irritably, then continued with exasperation. Forget it. He is just a mad dog. I don't want to talk about him. Thinking of him gives me goosebumps. Lin Miaoshua, though intrigued by the person Xiao Jinyu mentioned, refrained from pressing further upon noticing her friend's reluctance to elaborate. That terrifying Chen Weihong is coming, and I still feel horrified, Xiao Jinyu said, turning to her close friend with a frown. Darling, what should I do? I definitely can't stay today. I have to return to the city. Lin Miaoshua looked puzzled. Who exactly is this Chen Weihong? What is his connection to your man? A mad dog raised by my man, Xiao Jinyu sighed. If he had sent someone else, it would have been fine. No one would dare touch me. But sending this mad dog to fetch me leaves me utterly defenseless. Xiao Jinyu then assumed a fierce posture. Forget him. I want to go back. If he has the guts, let him kill me. I'll trade my life for his. I refuse to believe it. Lin Yaoshua, somewhat perplexed, responded, Isn't he your man as subordinate? Even if you don't return, would he really dare to lay a hand on you? Indeed, he would dare. Xiao Jinyu replied immediately, You don't understand. My man is quite the pervert. His possessiveness is extreme. He monitors my every move, even has a tracker in my car. But this Chun Hongjun is even worse. He only listens to the big pervert. To put it bluntly, if Yang Jubao told him to eat dirt, he would do it without hesitation. Lin Yaoshua chuckled at Xiao Jinyu's description, unable to contain her laughter. Is that really true? Is it that exaggerated? It's that exaggerated. Xiao Jinyu nodded vigorously, her expression one of incredulity. Chapter 79. At a loss inside the car, after a brief moment of panic, I felt a wave of happiness wash over me. Although the proprietress had still not given me what I desired, her demeanor suggested that she, too, held a place for me in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have responded when I kissed her. Women, after all, are creatures of emotion. Their affection for you stirs deep emotions, leading to an uncontrollable passion. The repeated refusals from the proprietress only served to highlight her value further. If a woman were so easily swayed by a mere flirtation to share her bed, what chaos must her private life entail? Does she engage similarly with other men? Thus, the proprietress's rejections do not dishearten me. Rather, I consider myself fortunate to encounter such a reserved woman. As for when I might win her heart, I remain unperturbed. For her demeanor towards me grows increasingly tender. I firmly believe that one day, she will willingly give herself to me. As Chen often advises, pursuing women requires patience. Good things come to those who wait. The key is to inspire genuine affection, allowing her emotions to blossom naturally, for therein lies true ecstasy. Of course, Chen speaks from the perspective of a casual conquest, but my feelings for the proprietress are sincere. As long as she is willing, I would never wish to bring her unhappiness, and I trust that a harmonious resolution awaits us. At that moment, the proprietress and the enchanting Xiao Jinyu emerged from their home, entering the vehicle. Xiao Jinyu appeared somewhat disheartened, sighing softly, while the proprietress maintained her usual composure, as if nothing had transpired between us. Shaolin, to Longji Mall, the proprietress instructed me. Longji Mall is a rather upscale shopping center in Binhai, replete with luxury brand boutiques. Chen frequently visited this mall to purchase gifts. The prices within are indeed steep. I noticed a particularly unattractive wool sweater priced over 3,000 yuan, touted as an Erdo's wool garment, purportedly offering warmth. In my view, even if I were wealthy, I would never shop at Longji Mall. It is absurd for such an unattractive sweater to command such a price. For warmth, I could easily buy a Boziding down jacket for 600 or 700 yuan. The Boziding brand is well known. Wearing it back home would garner recognition, while revealing that I spent over 3,000 yuan on an Erdo's wool sweater might invite ridicule. Ultimately, one's experiences shape one's perspective, and vice versa. If I donned a 3,000 yuan wool sweater, others might dismiss me as boastful. Conversely, if Jack Ma were to wear a sweater costing only 100 yuan, claiming it was worth 3,000, people would believe him. Even if he admitted to spending just over 100, observers would admire him, remarking on his modesty despite his wealth. I, however, face a different reality. If I purchase a sweater for over 100 yuan, I would be bluntly labeled as impoverished. At this moment, I could not help but think of Li Qingmei, a woman exuding an air of arrogance. Xiao Jinyu mentioned to me that during a meal, she would unhesitatingly tell even Jack Ma to get lost. A statement I found somewhat hard to believe. Shortly thereafter, I drove to Longji Mall, where I initially intended to wait downstairs for the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu to finish their shopping. However, to my surprise, upon seeing me seated in the car after she exited, the proprietress invited, Shaolin, why not join us for a stroll? Assuming she wanted me to carry their bags, I followed behind them. Though I must admit that shopping alongside such beautiful women was indeed a delightful experience, especially with two top-tier beauties. The proprietress was stunning, exuding elegance in a solid-colored knitted top paired with a floral skirt, creating an appearance that was not only refreshing but also remarkably sophisticated. As for Xiao Jinyu, she was equally impressive. She possessed a charm that could captivate merely through her looks and figure, and today, she opted for a loose, waist-cinching dress instead of a bodycon skirt. Her tall stature lent her a model-like grace as she sauntered through the mall, instantly drawing attention. Consequently, Walking alongside the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu rendered me particularly conspicuous, and I felt numerous curious glances from passers-by. My vanity surged, prompting me to stand taller and puff out my chest, elevating my height from 178 centimeters to an impressive 183 centimeters. Xiao Jinyu caught sight of my demeanor and, with a playful smile, remarked, "Hey, young man, is it really necessary to strut around like a peacock? They're all looking at me and my sister, you know?" Embarrassed by her comment, I retorted with a hint of irritation. The proprietress, maintaining her composure and elegance, smiled gently, and although she did not speak, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly at my antics, reflecting her amusement. However, I soon realized that shopping with women was not as enjoyable as I had anticipated. Their energy while shopping was boundless. The proprietress was relatively laid back, browsing through many garments, purchasing only those that suited her. In contrast, Xiao Jinyu, akin to a modern-day Daji, bought anything she fancied without regard for price, often tossing the items to me to carry. Having previously learned that maintaining her lifestyle required 50,000 per month, I became acutely aware of the costs as I trailed behind them. After just 2 hours, Xiao Jinyu had already spent 120,000. I was utterly astounded. How could one possibly expend such an amount in merely 2 hours? Could the 50,000 monthly allowance sustain her? The 100,000 I had given her could easily vanish in this shopping spree. That money represented 3 years of diligent saving, and it was not that I was unwilling to spend, but rather, the realization of how quickly it could dissipate was disconcerting. Rather, I felt an inexplicable sense of frustration and imbalance at the thought that the money I had painstakingly saved over a long period could be so effortlessly spent by others in just a couple of hours. The feeling of frustration was predominant. Subsequently, I became somewhat listless until the proprietress entered a watch specialty store, picked up a timepiece, and called out to me, "Lin Dong, come over and help me try on this watch to see how it looks." I approached, glanced at an Omega men's watch with a rose gold dial and a brown strap, which was undeniably exquisite. I slipped it onto my left wrist, inspected it from various angles, and found it remarkably appealing. The reason for my sense of bewilderment was straightforward. The watch was far too expensive. After all, it was not merely a few hundred or 1,000, but over 40,000. Upon reflection, I realized I had never encountered anyone from my hometown who owned a watch worth that much. The only instance I recalled was an elderly man in a neighboring village who wore an old Rolex, but that seemed to be merely worth 20 or 30,000. No, I could not accept this. It was far too precious. After a brief moment of distraction, I hastily attempted to remove the watch from my wrist, despite the proprietress's gesture moving me to the point of tears, planting a seed of determination within me to one day purchase a similar watch for myself when I had the means. "Just take it. No need for any further discussion," she insisted, firmly holding my hand and calling over a nearby sales associate, signaling to the watch on my wrist. "I'll take this watch," she declared. The associate, upon hearing this, beamed with joy and quickly led the proprietress to the cash register. I wanted to express my thoughts, but at that moment, Xiao Jinyu approached me, arms crossed, a smile gracing her face. She glanced at the watch on my wrist and interrupted, saying, "Since your boss is gifting you a watch, you should accept it. It suits you quite well." "No, it's too expensive," I replied. I was well aware of how stunning the Omega watch looked on my wrist. After all, it was priced at 48,888. How could it not look good? Therefore, I still intended to stop the proprietress from completing the purchase. However, Xiao Jinyu stepped in front of me, still smiling, and said, "Come on, don't be so fussy. It's just a gift." I shot her a look of disbelief, thinking that it was easy for her to say since it wasn't her money being spent. At that moment, she added, "If it bothers you so much, just make sure to earn enough in the future to buy a Patek Philippe watch for your boss." Her words resonated with me. Indeed, the proprietress was giving me a watch worth 48,000, but I was not an ungrateful person. If I were to later gift her an even more expensive watch, it wouldn't feel like I was taking advantage of her generosity. However, I knew little about watches. With the proprietress still at the register, I quietly asked Xiao Jinyu, "How much is that Patek Philippe you mentioned?" "It is not overly expensive, merely a little over $1 million. I was astounded by this price, nearly grinding my teeth in disbelief, instantly realizing that the enchanting Xiao Jinyu was toying with me. A watch costing over $1 million. Was she attempting to drive me to despair? Indeed, upon witnessing my exasperation, Xiao Jinyu could no longer contain herself and burst into a flamboyant laugh. She quickly added, "Do not be anxious. There are also more affordable options." "How much?" I glared at her, still rattled by the earlier price. Xiao Jinyu replied, "Around 100,000. "Very well." After a moment of contemplation, I nodded, finding this figure somewhat more palatable, though 100,000 for a watch is still quite extravagant. At that moment, the proprietress approached with the invoice and the watch box, curiously observing both me and the still-laughing Xiao Jinyu. "What are you two discussing?" "Ah, nothing much. Just how wonderfully you treat Xiaoan. If I were him, I would surely fall completely under your spell," Xiao Jinyu replied, unable to suppress her laughter. She had indeed been teasing me, deliberately gauging my reaction to the staggering price, and nearly lost her composure at my shocked expression. "What nonsense!" The proprietress felt a pang of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing at Xiao Jinyu's words, and she gently scolded her before handing me an Omega gift bag. "The watch box is inside, along with a metal strap. Please take care of it." "Thank you, dear proprietress." I accepted the bag with excitement. Filled with the Omega box and the purchase invoice, feeling immense gratitude toward her. She seemed like the finest woman in the world to me. Xiao Jinyu nudged me. "Still calling her proprietress? When will you change how you address her?" At her words, I was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at the stunning proprietress. My thoughts became tangled, considering our previous intimate encounter. Perhaps I should call her Miaoshua. Thus, I instinctively, albeit shyly, murmured, "Miaoshua." "Miaoshua?" The proprietress was also momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing, and then she shot a mildly irritated glare at the instigator, Xiao Jinyu. "This is all your fault for your foolish talk." Xiao Jinyu, taken aback by my use of the proprietress's name, erupted in laughter. "Who told you to address her so intimately? You should call her sister." Upon hearing this, I felt an urge to silence Xiao Jinyu, contemplating whether to strangle her first or to find a hole to crawl into, and then, unable to meet the proprietress's gaze, I whispered, "Sister." The proprietress nodded gently, a hint of blush remaining on her cheeks, and then, as if unfazed, she continued to browse the next store. At that moment, I could no longer restrain myself and sought to settle the score with Xiao Jinyu, trailing beside her as we walked forward, whispering, "Are you toxic? What is wrong with me?" Xiao Jinyu, with her exquisite beauty and evident amusement, feigned innocence. "You were the one who decided to call her Miaoshua." I found myself somewhat at a loss for words after being addressed by Xiao Jinyu. To my surprise, I was expected to call the proprietress sister. This was something I felt I should not need to be taught. I had assumed I was to address her by name, considering that proprietress felt rather unfamiliar. Moreover, she was about to divorce Mr. Chun. Directly addressing Lin Miaoshua did not seem particularly polite either, hence the previous reference to Miaoshua. "Regardless, you are certainly not a good person." I resolved firmly not to engage in conversation with the devilish Xiao Jinyu, for I could never tell when I might fall into her trap, and she always seemed to tease me, leaving me in an awkward position. It was truly vexing. I thought to myself. At that moment, I noticed the proprietress leading us into an upscale men's clothing store. After selecting a few garments, she turned and beckoned me over. "Come and try on these outfits." "Is that really necessary?" I hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed and put on the spot. I felt as though I were living off someone else's generosity. The proprietress, unfazed, replied, "It's nothing to worry about. Just come and try them on. I'll purchase them first, and you can take your time trying them on at home." Thus, by the time we exited the mall, I had acquired 2 additional outfits and 2 pairs of shoes. In the proprietress's words, it was merely to provide me with an extra set to wear. As for the shoes, both were athletic sneakers, one pair from Nike and the other, reputedly from the AJ brand, both rather expensive. Just as we were getting into the car, Mr. Chin's call came through. Upon seeing his number, I hesitated briefly before answering in speaker mode. I was concerned he might not realize I was with the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu and could inadvertently say something inappropriate. Chapter 81. Brother, what troubles you? In truth, if only the proprietress were present, I would not be concerned about Mr. Chen speaking indiscreetly, and I could even put the call on speaker for her to hear. However, with Xiao Jinyu there, that was not an option, as the call connected and Mr. Chen inquired about my whereabouts. I took the initiative to mention that I had just finished shopping at the mall with the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu. Mr. Chen, being astute, quickly grasped the situation without probing into why Xiao Jinyu had suddenly returned from Shanghai. Instead, he remarked that it was a rare opportunity to host the beautiful Xiao, as he had not yet had the chance to entertain her properly. He instructed me to wait for him at the City South restaurant, promising to come by shortly. City South Restaurant is a well-known establishment in Binhai, renowned for its bustling business, requiring reservations 3 days in advance. Mr. Chen often hosted clients there and was a VIP patron. The restaurant was not far, and we arrived swiftly. As we waited at the entrance, the proprietress found an opportunity to lean against me and discreetly asked in a low voice, "Has Chun Haifeng said anything to you privately?" "No," I replied. I did not ponder much and softly remarked, "He instructed us over the phone to wait here, after which he would arrange for dinner. Perhaps Sister Jinyu is coming. He likely wishes to make a show of it." The proprietress nodded in agreement, considering it quite plausible. After over a decade of marriage, she was well aware that Chun Haifeng excelled in matters of social etiquette and understood that it was only natural for him to arrange a meal for Xiao Jinyu's presence. Noticing the hushed conversation between the proprietress and me, Xiao Jinyu turned her head with a hint of suspicion, asking, "What secretive whispers are you exchanging?" The proprietress chuckled lightly, replying, "We were just saying how esteemed you are. My husband has specially come to host a meal for you." "Indeed," I chimed in, "sister, adored by all. Like a flower in bloom. It is a rare occasion for me to travel from Shanghai to Binhai, and if Chun Haifeng does not treat me to a splendid meal, I shall not let him off easily." Xiao Jinyu beamed with pride upon hearing this. I remained silent, inwardly scoffing at her naivety, thinking how little she knows about Chen's marriage to the proprietress, which has long since become a mere facade, with the proprietress unwilling to disclose any unpleasant truths. Nevertheless, Xiao Jinyu noticed my expression and suddenly pinched my ear, her tone reproachful as she said, "Little Teddy, what is that look? Do you not think sister is beloved by all, like a flower in bloom?" "Yes, yes," I replied, thoroughly irritated by her calling me Little Teddy and detesting the brashness of such a name. Yet, under Xiao Jinyu's dominance, I acquiesced. "That is more like it," she declared, satisfied as she clapped her hands. At that moment, Mr. Chen arrived, having hailed a taxi. Upon disembarking, he called us into the private room and warmly apologized to Xiao Jinyu, saying, "I sincerely apologize, beautiful Xiao. My hospitality has been lacking these past few days due to my overwhelming schedule. I returned late last night. Otherwise, I would have welcomed you at the crack of dawn." "It's quite all right. Miaoshua took me to a hot spring hotel for a day of relaxation a few days ago," Xiao Jinyu replied. While she exuded a devilish charm before me, she transformed into a picture of poise and politeness in Mr. Chen's presence, exhibiting a sense of decorum that was strikingly different. I was taken aback by Xiao Jinyu's composed demeanor, reminiscent of my first encounter with her. Her charm was indeed multifaceted. When alluring, she resembled a captivating vixen. Yet when dignified, she behaved with grace and elegance, rivaling even the proprietress. The proprietress, for her part, had no intention of confronting Mr. Chen, and upon entering the private room, she elegantly seated herself beside him, exuding a gentle charm as if blissfully unaware of the underlying tensions. Although I remained silent, witnessing the proprietress beside Mr. Chen stirred a twinge of jealousy within me. Hence, after they settled in, I resolved to excuse myself. After all, I was merely a driver. As the host entertained guests, it was only fitting that I did not join them at the table. In previous instances, when Mr. Chen hosted at the South City restaurant, I had always waited outside in the car. However, this time, Mr. Chen did not allow me to leave. Upon noticing my intention to depart, he stood up and guided me back to my seat, asking, "Where do you think you're going? Sit down and join us for a meal. After all, there are no outsiders today, right, my dear?" The proprietress nodded in agreement. Xiao Jinyu remained silent, and I glanced at the elegant and beautiful proprietress. After a moment of hesitation, I settled beside Xiao Jinyu, only to feel an additional hand resting on my thigh. The hand began to move, as if traversing my leg, sending tingling sensations coursing through me, akin to an electric shock. Instantly, I became rigid, my thigh taut, and I could not help but turn my head to the source of this mischief. There was Xiao Jinyu, enchanting and exquisite, her delicate lips curving into a smile as she engaged in conversation with Mr. Chen. Thanks to Xiao Jinyu's impeccable control of her expressions, and with her hand discreetly placed beneath the table, her subtle movements went entirely unnoticed. She handled it with effortless grace. Yet, I found myself unable to withstand it. I am but a normal person, and with Xiao Jinyu, a bewitching creature, indulging in such playful antics, the effect was undeniably potent. I immediately reacted. Under normal circumstances, I would not have refused, perhaps even turning the tables to show Xiao Jinyu the consequences of her playful behavior. But now I could not. With the proprietress present and Mr. Chen as well, I dared not exhibit any signs of abnormality. I could only endure, sitting still, suppressing any unusual reactions. Miao Xue is quite the homebody, possessing few friends, just a handful of close sisters. Ling Mei, with her frosty demeanor, seldom interacts with others. And you often come and go in a hurry. Mr. Chun rose to his feet, bringing forth 2 bottles of Mao Dai. He opened one and poured drinks for both the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu, then raised his glass to Xiao Jinyu, saying, "I am truly delighted that you could accompany Miao Xue." His heartfelt words were deeply moving. He then turned to the proprietress and proposed, "My dear, let us 3 share a toast." The proprietress, despite her complicated feelings towards Mr. Chun, indeed cares for her dear friend Xiao Jinyu, and stood up, eager to share a drink with her close sister. Seeing this, I felt a surge of happiness. However, after a brief moment, I was astonished to realize that Xiao Jinyu had no intention of standing. In a moment of urgency, I nudged her. My intent clear, she must rise. "I am quite pleased to be here. Let me toast to both of you." Xiao Jinyu finally stood, but to my dismay. After she finished her drink and sat down, her hand returned to my thigh, this time with even greater audacity. Her fingers boldly ventured. After a brief exploration on my leg, toward the inner thigh. "What the hell?" I gasped in shock, reflexively closing my legs and glaring at her, my entire body tense. Xiao Jinyu seemed to sense something amiss, turning her head towards me. Her cheeks were flushed from the white wine she had just consumed. And with her chin resting on her hand, she asked in a soft, mellifluous tone, accompanied by a seductive smile, "Brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Chapter 82. Unable to endure, it must be said that Xiao Jinyu is truly strikingly beautiful, particularly when her complexion is rosy, her lips curved in a smile, and her chin propped up as she gazes at you. The sight is utterly breathtaking. Her eyes sparkling with a shared understanding of a secret only the 2 of us comprehend. However, I found it impossible to smile. Anxiety gnawed at me. What was wrong with this madwoman? Did she not fear the consequences? What if we were discovered? In my moment of distress, as she spoke, I instinctively cast a furtive glance at Mr. Chun and the proprietress, terrified they might notice something amiss with me. I was practically sweating. Yet, there exists a saying, the more guilty one feels, the more conspicuous it becomes. Following Xiao Jinyu's words, Mr. Chun and the proprietress turned their attention towards me. Mr. Chun, perceptive as always, detected my discomfort and casually inquired, "Shaolin, what's the matter? Are you unwell?" "And no, I'm fine," I stammered, my gaze evasively darting away, stealing a nervous glance at the proprietress. In truth, I was far more concerned about her thoughts than Mr. Chun's, anxious that she might feel jealous. "That's good to hear." Mr. Chun, keenly observant, noticed my glance towards the proprietress. He looked at me, then at her, pondering thoughtfully before breaking into a smile, choosing not to press further. As for the proprietress, she felt a twinge of unease under Mr. Chen's scrutiny, suspecting he might have sensed something. Her face flushed slightly, and she avoided looking at me, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation at my audacity to cast such glances at her in Mr. Chen's presence. Though the proprietress was aware of Mr. Chen's infidelity, they remained married, and the bonds of matrimony still weighed heavily upon her, instilling fear of her own potential indiscretions being revealed. Xiao Jinyu, relishing my palpable tension, allowed her smile to widen, clearly enjoying my disquiet. She found it amusing to tease a naive young man like me. I remained oblivious to her intentions. Had I been aware, I would have been unable to restrain my inner frustrations. Nonetheless, faced with Mr. Chun and the proprietress, I dared not voice my thoughts and instead feigned nonchalance. Beneath the table, my legs were stiff with tension, tightly clasping Xiao Jinyu's hand, resolute in my determination to prevent her from further mischief. My insides were aflame with irritation at her deliberate provocations in such a setting. Yet, maddeningly, while her hand was temporarily restrained, her slender fingers danced like a cat's paw, teasingly grazing my leg, sending electric shivers coursing through me. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinyu maintained her facade, chatting nonchalantly with the proprietress and Mr. Chun, all the while wearing that infuriating smile. Mr. Chun was unaware of the subtle gestures that Xiao Jinyu was performing beneath the table, yet he had always been captivated by her beauty. From the moment he laid eyes on her a decade ago, her allure had stirred something within him. However, since her arrival in Binhai, she had remained in the company of his wife and the icy beauty Li Qingmei, leaving him with no opportunity to act upon his feelings. Contemplating this, Mr. Chen's gaze subtly shifted, and he proceeded to refill the glasses of both the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu, rising to toast with them. A true friend makes 1,000 cups seem insufficient. You are leaving tomorrow. With a playful smile, he addressed Xiao Jinyu. Let us indulge in a few more drinks today. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. After all, with Xiao Lin abstaining, he can handle the aftermath for us. The proprietress, already troubled by Mr. Chen's infidelity, felt an additional pang of sorrow knowing her dear friend Xiao Jinyu would be departing the next day. With a heartfelt sentiment, she lifted her glass toward Xiao Jinyu, saying, I will miss you dearly. Let us share another drink. Listening to this, I felt a surge of delight, resolving that if Xiao Jinyu stood up and withdrew her hand, I would steadfastly close my legs, determined to deny her any chance to tease me. Yet to my disappointment, Xiao Jinyu showed no intention of standing or withdrawing her hand. Instead, she held her glass, flashing a charming smile at the proprietress and Mr. Chen, saying, Drinking is fine, but must you always stand? You two are a harmonious couple. It must be tiring to remain upright. Why don't we sit and drink together? Very well, let us sit and drink, for we are among friends, Mr. Chen replied with a hearty laugh, taking the lead and sitting down, all the while observing Xiao Jinyu as he drank. The proprietress, feeling melancholic as farewells often evoke sentimentality, found herself unable to confide in her dear friend about her troubles with Mr. Chen. Thus, she drank her fill, and after 2 glasses of liquor, her cheeks flushed beautifully. Xiao Jinyu, with her stunning figure and graceful demeanor, lifted her glass delicately to her crimson lips. Even as she drank, a triumphant smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, and her gaze flickered toward me, as if to convey that escape from her grasp was a futile endeavor. Setting her glass down, Xiao Jinyu then refocused her attention on our clandestine contest beneath the table, a game of offense and defense. Before long, I found myself drenched in perspiration, unsure whether from fatigue or tension. Just as I began to relax, Xiao Jinyu unexpectedly breached my defenses, sending a wave of exhilaration coursing through me, compelling me to lift my head. I stifled a gasp, afraid to make a sound, while Xiao Jinyu remained unfazed, a smile gracing her face as if nothing were amiss, as though she had done nothing at all. Yet, the sensations she evoked in me were anything but mundane. Rather, they were intensely potent. The crux of the matter is that, in such a situation, I find it utterly impossible to settle my nerves, perpetually anxious about being discovered, which would lead to an embarrassing predicament. Consequently, I promptly seized my phone and messaged Xiao Jinyu. Sister, I implore you to cease this nonsense. Could you please let go? The screen of Xiao Jinyu's phone illuminated momentarily, and she glanced at it before calmly picking up her device, a seductive smile gracing her lips as she replied, No. I was exasperated. Why not? The proprietress and Mr. Chen are both here. What if we are caught? Are you not feeling well? The smile on Xiao Jinyu's face blossomed further. I felt particularly guilty and could not help but message her again. Is it a matter of comfort? Please let go. I truly beg you. If this continues, I shall be mortified. First, answer me. Are you comfortable? Came her subsequent message. With no other option, I blushed and admitted, yes, I am. As long as you're comfortable, sister can continue to play, she responded, her expression enticing, her lips curving upward as if she were intent on teasing me further. I could hardly tolerate it. The more she provoked me, the more I feared surrender. I might as well perish. Thus, I finally could not restrain myself any longer and stood up, disregarding whether Xiao Jinyu would release her grip. Fortunately, the devilish Xiao Jinyu was not entirely devoid of consideration. Upon sensing my intention to rise, she promptly loosened her hold and resumed her pretense of nonchalance. Proprietress, Mr. Chen, please continue your meal. I have a matter to attend to and shall step out for a moment. I glanced at the proprietress and Mr. Chen, striving to keep my voice steady. Before I had even left the table, I turned around to conceal my tent, fearful of revealing any signs of my predicament. Chapter 83. The despicable Mr. Chen at this moment. Should anyone venture to the second floor of the Chengnan dining house, they would undoubtedly witness a young man reflecting upon his misdeeds against the wall of the corridor. Anyone who approached would find him hastily turning away his face. Indeed, this individual is none other than myself. Initially, I had planned to exit the private room and retreat to the restroom for a brief game to regain my composure. However, I overlooked a crucial detail: the thriving business of Chengnan Dining House, bustling with patrons coming and going, and each private room being attended by a dedicated server. How utterly mortifying! Even with the thickest of skins, I could not bear to flaunt my tent in front of so many onlookers, lest I be mistaken for a deranged lunatic. Thus, After leaving the private room, I found myself facing the wall, feigning engagement with my phone while inwardly cursing Xiao Jinyu for her madness, provocatively toying with me at dinner. Yet, the more I dwelled on the earlier incident, the less I could find tranquility. My mind was consumed with the peculiar sensation of Xiao Jinyu's hand resting upon my thigh. You are truly insane. I finally could not contain myself and messaged Xiao Jinyu an expletive. The enchanting Xiao Jinyu responded promptly. Initially, a hearty laugh escaped me, followed by a teasing inquiry. Do you have any medication? Why haven't you shared it with me? Upon noticing Xiao Jinyu's message, my desire to engage with her dissipated instantly. Just then, a youthful voice emerged beside me. Sir, may I assist you with anything? I turned slightly to catch a glimpse of the waitress who had been patiently waiting outside. She had noticed my presence since my exit and, observing my fixation on the wall and my occasional display of irritation, could not resist approaching me. I require nothing. Please attend to your duties. I waved her off. The waitress, undeterred, tilted her head to better scrutinize my expression. It's perfectly all right, sir. Should you truly need assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Serving guests is our duty. Really, I do not need anything. Could you kindly give me some space? My annoyance began to surface, primarily due to the awkwardness of the situation. I was genuinely concerned about being seen in my current state, an embarrassing predicament. If I turned around, I feared my current appearance might startle her, prompting her to scream about an inappropriate encounter. All right then, sir, should you require anything, feel free to let me know, she said, recognizing my agitation and promptly retreating. Inwardly, she mused about the peculiarities of wealthy patrons, intoxicated and seemingly inclined to face walls. I could sense her thoughts, but refrained from commenting. Finally, as the corridor grew less crowded, I seized the opportunity to slip into the restroom. Once in the sanctuary of the restroom, I felt a wave of relaxation wash over me. I dove into a game of Honor of Kings until I had sufficiently calmed myself before returning to the private room. By this time, Mr. Chun, the proprietress, and Xiao Jinyu had partaken of considerable libations. Astonishingly, only half a bottle of Moutai remained for the three of them, and both women were visibly inebriated, their faces flushed, their speech growing increasingly sentimental. Upon my return, Xiao Jinyu's alluring gaze met mine, her eyes hazy with intoxication as she beckoned me over, slurring, Brother, you've returned. Come to your sister. I've had too much to drink. I hesitated, forcing a nervous chuckle, rooted to my spot, haunted by memories of her mischievous nature, daring not to approach. However, I could not deny that she became even more enchanting under the influence, exuding an irresistible femininity. The proprietress, exhibiting a more composed demeanor than Xiao Jinyu, sat beside Mr. Chun, resting her head in her hand, slightly drowsy, her cheeks aglow, a beautiful blend of maturity and intellect. Mr. Chun, possessing a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, approached me after my arrival, wrapping an arm around my shoulders as he led me outside the room, his breath tinged with spirits. Later, can you arrange for us to be taken to Royal Number 1? Aren't we heading back? Upon hearing this, I was somewhat taken aback. The Royal One is a prestigious establishment along the coast, and both the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu were evidently inebriated. Why would they choose to go to a club to sing at such a time? We're not returning, Mr. Chen shook his head and glanced towards the private room before turning his gaze back to me, his expression suddenly growing serious. Lowering his voice, he whispered in my ear, The room has already been booked. Once we arrive at the Royal One, I will continue drinking with your sister-in-law and the others. Why? I found myself at a loss. However, I quickly realized I had overstepped. A driver's duty is to comply with the employer's wishes without questioning, a fundamental rule in our profession. As anticipated, Mr. Chun appeared displeased, fixing his gaze on me as he admonished, When I say do it, just do it. Why do you have to ask so many questions? Seeing his irritation, I hastily replied, Understood, Mr. Chun. Good, he nodded, evidently satisfied with my demeanor. His eyes sparkled slightly as he continued, albeit in a drunken haze. Shaolin, let me tell you, today I am determined to get them intoxicated. Once we're in the private room and they're utterly senseless, you can have my wife, and I will take care of that enchanting Xiao Jinyu. How does that sound? Quite generous of me to let you have my wife while I indulge in her, right? With a hint of excitement, Mr. Chen added. That vixen Xiao Jinyu has caught my eye for quite some time. She always pretends to be innocent, refusing to even add me as a friend. Just wait and see how I'll have my fun with her. I averted my gaze, remaining silent, while a storm of turmoil brewed within me. I finally comprehended why Mr. Chun had returned so abruptly to invite the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu out for dinner. He intended to deliberately intoxicate them. No wonder he had been so eager to pour drinks for them earlier. It was all part of his plan. Mr. Chun continued conversing with me. When you're with my wife, I'll record a video for you. No, that won't do. You should film it yourself, or it will be too obvious. Later, you can store the video on your phone, and I'll borrow your device to view it. After saying this, a flush crept onto his face, and he flashed a knowing smile that only men would understand. As long as you handle this properly, after I'm done with Xiao Jinyu, I'll let you have your turn as well. Let me tell you, she is a rare gem. Opportunities to engage with her are few and far between. Even a mere interaction with her is a bragging right, where you could capture her true nature on film for your own collection to admire at your leisure. I remained silent, yet I could feel a rising tide of fury within me. I looked up at Mr. Chun, who was still lost in his excitement, and I was astounded to discover the depths of his depravity. He was nothing short of a scoundrel. Chapter 84. Undercurrents. I was truly enraged. Perhaps it is due to the intimate connections I share with both the proprietress and Xiao Jinyu that I regard them as my own. Thus, when Chairman Chen sought to engage in such despicable acts towards them, I found it utterly intolerable. Even as I settled into the private room of Royal One, I was unable to muster a smile, remaining silent upon the sofa as I observed Chairman Chen, the proprietress, and Xiao Jinyu singing and drinking. Chairman Chen, at ease in such gatherings, possessed an eloquent charm. Even when the proprietress expressed her discontent towards him, she succumbed to his coaxing and consumed copious amounts of alcohol alongside Xiao Jinyu. Or perhaps she sought this opportunity to indulge in a drunken revelry. As for Xiao Jinyu, it was needless to say, I often wondered if, in the allocation of her attributes, the heavens had endowed her with beauty and figure at the expense of intellect. Even a fool could discern the ulterior motives in Chairman Chen's gaze, yet she continued to sip one drink after another. Xiao Jinyu seemed to notice the agitation in my eyes, her allure captivating as she sauntered over to sit beside me, her face flushed and her eyes hazy with intoxication. Why do you appear so glum? Would you like me to keep you company with a drink? She purred. I shall not drink, I replied tersely. Consumed by anger and anxiety, I feared that Xiao Jinyu and the proprietress might drink themselves into oblivion, thereby granting Chairman Chen the opportunity he desired. Believing I was still upset about her previous antics at the restaurant, Xiao Jinyu tilted her head toward me, her voice lowered and laced with flirtation. Are you still angry about the restaurant incident? Tell me, are you comfortable? Not comfortable, I retorted, my expression darkening as I wished to ignore her. At such a crucial moment, she still dared to bring up the restaurant affair. The music in the room was loud, engrossed in a duet with the proprietress. Chairman Chen remained oblivious to my exchange with Xiao Jinyu. However, he noticed that I was not drinking while Xiao Jinyu was, and upon the conclusion of a song, he approached me. Shaolin, why aren't you drinking with Jinyu? He inquired, his smile devoid of warmth, a superficial mask that betrayed his true intent. It was clear he wanted me to drink with Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu, oblivious to the veiled meaning in Chairman Chen's words, leaned against my shoulder with a tipsy pride. Did you hear that? Your boss wants you to drink with your sister. You wouldn't dare ignore his wishes, would you? I felt my anger boiling over. How foolish could she be? Did she not realize that Chairman Chun's intention was for me to intoxicate her so that he might take advantage of the situation? Yet, with Chairman Chen standing before me, scrutinizing my every move, I had no choice but to raise my glass and drink with Xiao Jinyu. Upon witnessing me share a drink with her, Chairman Chen's expression softened slightly, but he was not finished. With a grin, he insisted, since Jinyu is toasting you, you must return the gesture. Sister Jinyu, allow me to toast you. I acquiesced, pouring another drink for her. Good boy, she responded with a smile. After indulging in alcohol, Xiao Jinyu, in a state of exhilaration, not only insisted on drinking with me, but also entwined her arm with mine, urging us to partake in a toast. Her exquisite visage was alarmingly close, her gaze dreamy, lips slightly parted, and her bosom heaving. The intoxicating aroma of alcohol mingled with her alluring fragrance, igniting an immediate response within me. As I sipped alongside Xiao Jinyu, I glanced up at the intoxicated figure of General Chen before me, whose eyes sparkled with fervor. Indeed, Chen Haifeng was thoroughly animated. For quite some time, he had harbored feelings for the enchanting Xiao Jinyu, whose attire was provocatively alluring, her figure tantalizingly enticing, and her voice sweetly captivating, a siren in every sense. Yet, constrained by the fact that she was a close friend of his wife, he had refrained from making a move. Now, witnessing the tipsy Xiao Jinyu alluringly engaging in toasts with me, Chen Haifeng could not suppress the heat rising within him, both in his gaze and elsewhere. He mused to himself, confirming her reputation as a seductress, revealing her true nature under the influence of drink as she toasted with a mere driver. With this thought, he cast a glance at the proprietress in the distance, who lay sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep after her own indulgence. Seizing the moment, he settled beside Xiao Jinyu, attempting to drape his arm around her shoulders, wine glass in hand, a smile on his lips, though his gaze was fixated on her ample bosom. "Come, Jinyu. Let your brother-in-law join you in a toast," he beckoned. "Who wants to toast with you?" she retorted, just as Chen Haifeng's hand neared her shoulder. Xiao Jinyu suddenly flared up, her brows furrowing in displeasure as she swatted away his hand. She then nestled closer to me, her smile sultry, and in a tipsy whisper. She declared, "I want to toast with my little man, not with you, really." Initially, I felt a surge of anger watching her drink with General Chen, exasperated that she was oblivious to the trap she was nearing, showing no regard for her own well-being. Yet in that moment, an indescribable emotion washed over me. I felt an overwhelming urge to protect Xiao Jinyu at all costs. However, while I was moved, Chen Haifeng's expression soured, feeling humiliated. His face darkened. Yet he chose not to confront the matter directly, instead casting a glare in my direction. He then forced a smile, attempting to appease Xiao Jinyu with, all right. We want tea toast. Let us just drink, shall we? I don't want to drink with you either." Xiao Jinyu pouted, her voice a melodious hum. Drunk. She was a far cry from her sober self, soft and clingy like an octopus, gazing up at me with flushed cheeks, her eyes nearly fluttering shut. Pouting her red lips, she mumbled, "Little man, I've had too much to drink, really." In that moment, all irritation towards Xiao Jinyu dissipated, and I acquiesced to her whims. Yet, it was evident that she was quite inebriated, having transitioned from white wine to red and then to spirits, the mixture inevitably leading to her drunken state. Before long, Xiao Jinyu lay sprawled across my lap, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Upon witnessing Xiao Jinyu in slumber, my immediate gaze turned towards General Chen. Indeed, he had lost his patience, setting his wine glass upon the table before rising to loosen his belt. The moment I observed him unfastening his belt, I realized his intentions. In a state of urgency, I stood up instinctively, wishing to deter him, yet found myself at a loss for any plausible excuse to intervene. General Chen, ever astute and worldly, quickly discerned my thoughts, though he chose to remain silent. Instead, he stood before me, a smile gracing his lips, his tone warm. "What troubles you? Do you have something to convey to me?" Stammering in front of General Chen. Words eluded me. Noticing my silence, he turned to glance at the alluring proprietress, who lay asleep on the couch. Before continuing with his genial demeanor, "Did you not express that you lacked opportunities? Now, the chance has presented itself. Your sister-in-law, when intoxicated, seldom awakens. You may manipulate the situation as you wish. All I require is a video of my wife making an appearance." Chapter 85. The balance of choice. After uttering these words, General Chen stood before me, his gaze penetrating as he awaited my response. Having served under him for 3 years, I understood his temperament. Although he spoke with a smile, the mirth in his words was absent, and he teetered on the brink of ire. Thus, the balance of choice lay before me. First, I could cast aside my conscience and heed General Chen's command, engaging with the proprietress and capturing a video to tarnish her reputation. I could then feign ignorance, allowing General Chen to bully her, perhaps in return for a sum of money, a buyout, if I proved obedient. Second, I could confront General Chen. However, such defiance bore its own costs. Not only would I forfeit my job, but I would also find myself at odds with him. Could I truly contend with someone of his stature? He had entrenched himself in this coastal city for over a decade. He had wealth and influence at his disposal. What did I possess? A mere driver earning a meager salary of 5,000. Yet, as a man, one must navigate life with purpose, discerning what is worth undertaking and what must be eschewed. Must one truly surrender their conscience in pursuit of safety and prosperity? The memory of Xiao Jinyu's affectionate demeanor towards me lingered vividly. In her inebriation, she showed no deference to General Chen, reveling in my company, toasting with me, and calling me little man. Despite its unflattering nature, it was an endearment she had never extended to others. As for the proprietress, her generosity was undeniable. I glanced at the Omega watch adorning my wrist, worth approximately 50,000, a gift she had given without hesitation. Two women had treated me with such kindness, entrusting me with their bodies. Could I truly disregard them? The watch was indeed splendid. At this moment, Mr. Chen also noticed the Omega watch adorning my wrist. He first expressed his admiration and then, with a renewed smile, inquired once more, "So, have you made your decision?" I had indeed come to a conclusion. Regaining my composure, I inhaled deeply and met Mr. Chen's gaze. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, but I can no longer assist you with a matter concerning you and the boss's wife." "Is it because of this watch?" Mr. Chen redirected his attention to the timepiece on my wrist. With his discerning eye, he undoubtedly recognized the value of the Omega. Having traversed through brands like Longines and Omega himself in the past, he understood that I could neither afford nor justify the purchase of such an extravagant watch. With a low chuckle, he scrutinized me and remarked, "It seems you have truly fallen for my wife?" I remained silent. Mr. Chen glanced momentarily at the boss's wife, who was soundly asleep, and continued, "Have you already had your way with this vile woman?" Once again, I chose not to respond. At that juncture, I had steeled myself for an outburst from Mr. Chen. However, to my astonishment, he remained calm and stated, "Very well, brother, I respect your choice. You may leave now." Taken aback, I lifted my head in disbelief, hardly able to process the fact that Mr. Chen had not erupted in anger. But I quickly realized that he was merely allowing me to exit, not insisting that I take the boss's wife and Xiao Jinyu with me. Thus, I instinctively turned my gaze toward them. "What about the boss's wife and sister Jinyu?" I inquired. With a smirk that danced between amusement and disdain, Mr. Chen replied, "Are you being ungrateful?" "Mr. Chen, that is not my intention. It's just that I brought the boss's wife and sister Jinyu here, so I must ensure their safe return," I explained, somewhat sheepishly. I then returned to the sofa and gently shook Xiao Jinyu, whispering urgently, "Sister Jinyu, wake up. We need to go." Mr. Chen observed my every action in silence, remaining still. I called out several times, but Xiao Jinyu merely mumbled incoherently before sinking back into slumber, her body limp like a rag doll. Under normal circumstances, I might have succumbed to the temptation of taking advantage of the situation, but given the tension, my mind was devoid of such thoughts. My heart raced, pounding against my chest with anxiety, fearing that Mr. Chen might turn hostile at any moment. Realizing I could not rouse her, I reluctantly assisted her to her feet. In this private room, Xiao Jinyu was the most vulnerable. I had seen the ravenous glint in Mr. Chen's eyes directed toward her. As for the boss's wife, her relationship with Mr. Chen rendered her a lesser concern for the moment, as I could retrieve her later. "Mr. Chen, Sister Jinyu has had too much to drink. I will escort her back to the car." As I propped Xiao Jinyu up and turned to face the brooding Mr. Chen, forcing a smile in hopes of appeasing him, I suddenly noticed a shift in his demeanor. In an instant, he reached for the bottle of liquor on the table and brought it crashing down onto my head. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, and I felt an indescribable pain surge in my head. In an instant, the bottle of spirits shattered, its contents mingling with my blood as it trickled down my forehead. Before long, my vision blurred, my face smeared with crimson. At that moment, Mr. Chen revealed his true nature. His expression twisted into a sneer as he pointed at my chest and spat venomously. "You wretched fool. What are you trying to prove in front of me? I've supported you for 3 years, and you dare to betray me?" He gestured towards the door of the private room, coldly declaring, "I grant you one last opportunity. Put her down and get out immediately." "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, but she is someone I brought here, and I must take her back." I refused to release Xiao Jinyu, resolute in my decision. I could not concern myself with the future of Mr. Chen and the proprietress. Today, I was determined to bring both Xiao Jinyu and the proprietress home with me. Upon hearing my words, Mr. Chen grinned sinisterly. "So, you are intent on opposing me? Have you forgotten that 3 years ago, I was the one who offered you a chance? Without me, would you have what you do today? Could you flaunt your Mercedes E300 on social media? Lindong, is this how you repay my kindness?" Blood continued to flow, the scene before me becoming increasingly crimson. I wiped my face and gained a clearer view of Mr. Chen. I was aware of his cunning. It did not surprise me that he noticed my ostentation with his car. Yet, I felt no indebtedness towards him. Thus, I replied, "Mr. Chen, I believe mutual respect is essential in human relationships. I have always remembered your kindness, but what I possess is earned through my own labor. Even if I owe you something, the shattered bottle just now should suffice as repayment." "Repayment?" Mr. Chen suddenly laughed. But the mirth quickly vanished as he once again turned hostile, seizing another bottle and hurling it toward my head, barking, "I demand you repay me." This time, however, I evaded the blow, bracing myself against the bottle with my shoulder. I gently placed Xiao Jinyu back onto the sofa, and when I turned to face Mr. Chen again, my gaze had transformed into one of unfamiliarity, as if I were regarding a stranger. Chapter 86. The onslaught. You dare to evade me? My evasion thoroughly enraged Mr. Chen, who, in a fit of rage, swung the bottle at my head once more. Unlike a beer bottle, which, though capable of inflicting harm, was less lethal, the square shape of a spirits bottle, with its blunt edges, could indeed be fatal. Mr. Chen's ruthless demeanor ignited my own fury before he could strike. I delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Years of indulgence had rendered him physically feeble, making him no match for me. Mr. Chen was abruptly kicked and toppled onto the tea table behind him, shattering the bottle and causing a cacophony that jolted the inebriated proprietress awake. She sat up and beheld Mr. Chen struggling atop the table, while my countenance was marred with blood. The proprietress, having never witnessed such a gruesome sight, was instantly sobered, her panic evident as she sprang to her feet, glancing anxiously between Mr. Chen and me, and imploring, "What has happened to you?" "Nothing much," I replied, striving to temper my tone in order not to alarm her further. "It's just that Mr. Chen has had too much to drink. Please remain seated. To hell with you. I'll kill you." Mr. Chen, having regained some composure, had shed his earlier solemnity. His eyes, now bloodshot and fierce, reflected his wrath. He seized a fruit knife from the table and lunged at me. "Chen Haifeng, no?" The proprietress gasped in horror, her face paling at the sight. As Mr. Chen brandished the knife, I was instantly on high alert. Regardless of my skill, caution was paramount when faced with the blade. Fortunately, Mr. Chen's intoxication rendered his footing unsteady and his aim inaccurate. Seizing the opportunity, I sidestepped his attack, grasped his wrist, and struck the pressure point with a swift chop. He winced in pain, relinquishing the knife, which I promptly kicked aside. The proprietress, watching with bated breath, finally steadied herself and returned to the sofa upon realizing I had not been harmed. My frustration boiling over, I seized Mr. Chen by the collar, fixing him with a cold glare, and said, "Mr. Chen, considering our 3 years of acquaintance, I shall refrain from harming you. From this moment forth, let us act as if we are strangers. However, I must confess, I hold you in disdain for allowing someone to seduce your wife. Now leave." With that, I released him and gestured towards the door, indicating he should depart. At this juncture, Mr. Chen's sobriety had noticeably improved. "Huh, I'm the scoundrel. While you're the virtuous one, I allowed you to pursue my wife. Yet you seem quite invigorated," he taunted, chuckling as he eyed my Omega rose gold watch. "Quite an expensive piece. I see you've been living rather well these past few days." His gaze then shifted to the proprietress, a mocking and sinister glint in his eyes. The proprietress, sensing her guilt, averted her gaze, her countenance darkening as she dared not meet his eyes. Concerned for her discomfort, I intensified my tone towards Mr. Chen, pointing firmly to the exit. "Leave now?" Immediately. By the end of my declaration, my voice had taken on a menacing quality. Fearing I might succumb to my simmering anger and strike at Mr. Chen once more. "Very well," he acquiesced. Initially uncertain of the dynamics between the proprietress and me, he had merely been probing. However, now he was convinced, and rather than escalate the confrontation, he chose to depart. Just as I was about to leave, he suddenly pointed at me with a chilling gaze and menacingly said, "You'd better watch out." I dismissed his words, and once he exited, I hurried to the proprietress's side. She was still disoriented from the effects of the alcohol, swaying slightly. I supported her and inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right, madam?" "I'm fine," she replied, shaking her head, but her attention was not on herself. Instead, she looked at my bleeding head with distress, nearly on the verge of tears. "But you, how is your injury? It's still bleeding, does it hurt? Come, let me take you to the hospital for treatment." "It's nothing, no rush," I assured her. Having served in the military, I was familiar with first aid. I grabbed a towel that the young master from the club had previously provided, wiped the blood from my face, and then retrieved some ice from the ice bucket, wrapping it in the towel before pressing it against my wound. This method proved effective. The sharp, fiery pain in my head diminished significantly as the cold from the ice provided relief, and the bleeding was temporarily staunched. The proprietress looked at me, her frustration culminating in tears. "That Chen Haifeng is truly ruthless. How could he be so cruel? I disrupted his plans, so he turned against me." I remarked with self-deprecating humor. "What plans?" she asked, momentarily taken aback. He intended to get you and Xiao Jinyu drunk tonight, I recounted, explaining how he wanted to film an inappropriate video of me with the proprietress and had his sights set on exploiting Xiao Jinyu, all of which I had thwarted. How could he do such a thing? The proprietress shuddered at the realization. She was aware that Chen had been scheming to obtain a compromising video of us as proof of infidelity, but she had not anticipated his intentions toward Xiao Jinyu. Upon this revelation, she glanced at Xiao Jinyu, who lay unconscious on the sofa, and with a sense of dread, expressed her gratitude. Thank goodness you were here to protect us. Otherwise, if that beast Chen Haifeng had succeeded, I truly wouldn't know how to explain it to Jinyu. It's nothing. It's merely what a man ought to do, I replied nonchalantly. If a man cannot protect his own woman, what kind of man am I? Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I quickly said to the proprietress, we should leave now. Chen is narrow-minded. Having thwarted his plans, he will not let this go easily. He may very well call someone over. He has numerous associates in the underworld. Yes, let South leave this place, she nodded, still shaken. Just as I was helping Xiao Jinyu to her feet to depart, her phone suddenly rang. Someone was calling, and I instinctively glanced at the screen to find a rather peculiar contact name, Nervous Breakdown. After all, being a friend of Xiao Jinyu, I refrained from answering the persistent calls, pretending not to hear. However, the caller seemed quite insistent, akin to someone unhinged, repeatedly dialing in the absence of a response. The proprietress glanced at the caller ID and suddenly recalled something, saying to me, this might be a friend of Jinyu's man. Her husband mentioned he would send someone named Chen Weihong to pick her up today. Well, I might as well answer. Realizing it was Xiao Jinyu's husband sending someone to fetch her, I decided to connect the call. Given my own pressing matters and injuries, it was a relief to know someone trustworthy could take Xiao Jinyu away. Who are you? Upon answering, a somewhat grating male voice erupted from the other end. Recognizing him as a friend of Xiao Jinyu, I brushed aside any discomfort and explained, hello, I am a friend of Jinyu. The thing is, she has had too much to drink. He cut me off abruptly. Where are you now? We are at Royal One Club. I thought to myself how rude this person was, feeling quite irked, yet I disclosed our location. Suddenly, a jarring roar echoed from the receiver, and the call disconnected. It was the sound of an engine revving, seemingly powerful. Before I could ponder further, the door to the private room burst open with a loud bang. A fierce-looking Mr. Chen stormed in, flanked by 6 or 7 intimidating figures, all brandishing iron rods, exuding an aggressive aura. Upon entering the room, everyone, under Mr. Chen's lead, cast menacing glances in my direction. In Chapter 87, the proprietress's defense, at the entrance, Mr. Chen, alongside his 6 or 7 burly henchmen wielding iron rods, fixated their predatory gazes upon me, as if ready to heed his command and unleash a brutal assault. I am but an ordinary person. The moment Mr. Chen appeared, my heart sank to the depths, realizing there would be no way to resolve this peacefully. Mr. Chen is known for his vindictiveness. Not only had I foiled his plans, but I had also struck him. How could he possibly let me off the hook? Indeed, Mr. Chen was swift and decisive. After a scrutinizing glance in my direction, he advanced toward me, surrounded by his imposing entourage, and I sensed the impending confrontation. My heart raced. I raised my gaze to Mr. Chen, my eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and a tinge of fear, my voice barely above a whisper. He exuded a palpable aura of the underworld. Taking his time before making a move, slowly, he produced a box of DTNI, unwrapped it, lit it, and took a deep drag, exhaling the smoke directly into my face. Coughing, I was overwhelmed by the acrid fumes. The proprietress, realizing the gravity of the situation as soon as Mr. Chen entered, sensed the hostility of the group, clearly returned for revenge. Concerned for my well-being, she hurried over. Chen Haifeng, what do you intend to do? The proprietress appeared tense, her gaze icy as she addressed Mr. Chen, instinctively positioning her slender frame in front of me. This does not concern you. I will deal with my matters later. You should step aside. Upon noticing the proprietress approaching, Mr. Chen let out a cold laugh and roughly pulled her aside, almost causing her to stumble in her high heels. She staggered several steps before regaining her balance. Just as she attempted to come closer, a man with tattooed arms blocked her path. His eyes filled with desire as they lingered on the proprietress's graceful figure and striking beauty. Having been raised in a refined environment, she was unaccustomed to such brutish individuals and was immediately intimidated, her anxious gaze darting toward me, who was encircled by others. I too was looking at the proprietress, not in search of rescue, but rather concerned for her near fall. As I instinctively moved, a tall man kicked towards me with considerable force, nearly causing me to lose my footing. Mr. Chen stood before me, allowing his companions to act as they pleased, and in a calm tone, he inquired, "Did you sleep with my wife?" I remained silent. Seeing my reticence, Mr. Chen sneered, seizing my left hand to scrutinize the watch on my wrist. Glancing back at the proprietress, whose expression had soured, he remarked, "This watch was a gift from my wife, wasn't he it?" I promptly replied, "I bought it myself." I seized the opportunity to spare the proprietress from any embarrassment. Some truths could be acknowledged, while others could not, at the very least. I could not allow her to suffer because of my circumstances. Each must bear their own burdens. I looked at Mr. Chen and stated, "I purchased it today for 48,888. Mr. Chen scrutinized me, scoffing, "You can afford such an expensive watch? You can't even buy a car, yet you can buy a watch?" I didn't evade his question, responding half-truthfully, as Mr. Chen had once taught me. The proprietress stood nearby, her beautiful eyes flickering with surprise at my words. She had intended to admit that she had bought the watch for me, but I had unexpectedly spoken first. Although I denied her claim, she sensed my underlying intention to protect her. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Mr. Chen and said resolutely, "Chen Haifeng, you needn't put on this charade before us any longer. Let us divorce. I will grant you your freedom. Stay out of this, and shut your mouth." Mr. Chen, who had been speaking calmly, suddenly erupted in anger, pointing at the proprietress. His gaze darkened as he fixed it upon me. "Well done. You've not only seduced my wife, but made her fall in love with you, and you dare to defend her." I remained silent, offering no explanations or rebuttals. "To be candid, have I truly treated you poorly?" Mr. Chen furrowed his brow and inquired once more. After a moment's contemplation, I resolved to lay my cards on the table. I lifted my gaze to meet his and articulated my thoughts. "On the day you requested me to drive you to the airport, I overheard your conversation with Zhou Yeye at the entrance. Therefore, Mr. Chen, our discussion now holds no significance and is quite unnecessary. Prior to that day, I genuinely felt gratitude towards you for providing me with a respectable job and imparting invaluable lessons. However, upon learning of your intention to discard me once you had exhausted my usefulness, the bond between us has dissolved." Mr. Chen appeared taken aback by my words, remarking on how I seemed to have transformed over the past few days. It dawned on him that his dialogue had been overheard. At this juncture, Mr. Chen seemed disinclined to maintain any pretense, breaking into a silent, almost manic laughter, saying, "Very well, you are indeed capable. Fine, let us consider our bond extinguished." He continued to chuckle, repeating the word "fine" thrice before addressing me. "Since our connection is severed, we can now calculate the score for the mischief you caused me earlier." With that, he gestured to several burly men wielding iron rods. "Gentlemen, proceed." No sooner had he spoken than the grim-faced men approached me menacingly. In that instant, every hair on my body stood on end, my adrenal glands surged, and I found myself trembling uncontrollably. Outnumbered, I knew I was no match for them. Thus, my mind raced, focusing on Mr. Chen, who stood there mocking me. I resolved to confront him. I was no saint. A week prior, I had held him in high regard, but now that the facade had crumbled, I felt no obligation to cling to past affections. Without a second thought, I lunged towards Mr. Chen. Just as I advanced a step and reached out for him, a sudden, intense pain shot through my arm, a blow from an iron rod. The agony was akin to a scalding burn, and I instinctively recoiled, my arm numb and trembling uncontrollably, the pain unbearable. Turning to face my assailant, I saw a gaunt and sinister man raising his rod once more, aiming for my head. Enraged, I swiftly sidestepped to evade the strike and retaliated with a fierce kick to his groin, causing him to drop his rod and collapse to the ground, howling in agony.